Madman of the Sword Chapter 4780 to Chapter 4864. Senior Dugu, how impressive. However, do you still think you're the clan leader of the Dugu clan? You're already severely injured. What right do you have to order us around? Saber 9 snorted. Southern Demon chimed in. Don't even think about letting anyone escape. You'll definitely die. This brat is unlucky, he'll go to hell. As for your granddaughter? She's so beautiful. We won't kill her easily. The two of them laughed triumphantly. Dugu Xiaoyi's face was pale, her eyes filled with despair. Dugu Che roared angrily as well. Since you don't agree, don't blame me for fighting to the death. He roared, his aura erupting. However, he spat out a mouthful of black blood the next second. His body swayed, and he fell to the ground. Ha 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 ha. Saber 9 and Southern Demon laughed. You want to fight to the death with us in your current state? Do you even have the right to do so? The two of them walked forward as they spoke. Dugu Xiaoyi was in despair. She gripped the sword in her hand. She would not let these people succeed even if she had to die. Dugu Che sighed. Xiaoyi, I'm the one who got you into this. You shouldn't have come with me this time. At the same time, Dugu Su looked into the distance and sighed. Young man, I'm the one who got you into this. I hope you don't blame me. He gritted his teeth as soon as he finished speaking. Even if he had to die this time, he would drag her along with him. Southern Demon and Saber 9 walked forward. One of them extended a large hand, grabbing Dugu Xiaoyi while the other charged at Dugu Su. At the same time, Saber 9 waved his hand, and a sword chi charged at Lin Xian in the distance. Lin Xian opened his eyes abruptly. A cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. To be honest, Lin Xian did not care about the previous battle at all. As he did not know either party, he did not care. However, Dugu Su was truly kind. He wanted to protect Lin Xian even before he died. Lin Xian was very touched. Moreover, these two heavenly sect geniuses were too arrogant. They wanted to kill Lin Xian while he was comprehending their techniques. If that was the case, Lin Xian could not ignore it. With a wave of his hand, he tore the incoming sword chi apart. The next second, he said coldly, both of you, get out of here now, or you'll die. The Southern Demon saw that the two were stunned. And Lin Xian. Someone had the audacity to interfere. Who was it? So reckless, up ahead. Dugu Xiaoyi also opened her eyes. Did an expert come to save them? Dugu Su also had a sliver of hope. However, when they saw that the person who spoke was Lin Xian, they despaired. Dugu Xiaoyi also said. This fellow should have used this opportunity to escape. Why did he still dare to come? Saber 9 smirked. I thought some expert had arrived, but it's just a mid-level holy ruler brat. Do you know who we are? How dare you meddle in our affairs? We are from the Sky Sect and are on the Sky Sect's Shin ranking. The Southern Demon harumphed coldly as well. Initially, he had wanted to deal with these two before giving Lin Fan a quick death. But since that was the case, he would let Lin Fan have a taste of a fate worse than death. He struck out with his palm. They were just ants in the middle stage of the Saint King realm. They could just kill them. The two of them were peak existences. A black palm with terrifying flames and monstrous demonic chi slammed over. Not good. Dugu Xiaoyu despaired. Even a peak stage Saint King would not be able to block this attack, let alone a mid-stage Saint King. Boom, with a single palm strike, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Black demonic chi erupted and enveloped the entire area. It was over. The Southern Demon turned around, intending to continue attacking Dugu Su. However, he was stunned the next moment. A voice came from behind again. Is this all that the Sky Sect's Shan ranking has? What trash? What? You're not dead. The Blue Demon was stunned and turned around abruptly. Beside him, Saber 9 was stunned as well. How is that possible? He was well aware of the Blue Demon's abilities. With this attack, Lin Fan would definitely die. How is he still alive? Even Dugu Xiaoyi and Saber 9 were stunned. Could this young man be an expert? Brat, who exactly are you? Saber 9 asked coldly. He felt that this brat before him was very strange. Lin Xian said coldly. I did not intend to meddle in your affairs, but you even want to kill me. In that case, go to hell. Are you threatening us? You must be tired of living. Saber Nine's expression darkened. There's no need for you to live. In a flash, he charged over. He struck with his sword. No one among the Saint Kings could match this strike. A golden glow erupted from Lin Xian's eyes. A pair of heavenly god's eyes appeared. He looked down on all life. Everyone felt a tremendous soul suppression. At this moment, it was as if their souls were about to split apart. How terrifying. Dugu Xiaoyi felt as if her soul was about to be destroyed. A terrifying glow erupted from Dugu's eyes. How is this soul energy possible? Similarly, Saber Nine's pupils dilated. This soul energy was too powerful. He could not resist it. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The golden eyes in the sky released a reincarnation aura, directly piercing his soul. With a loud crash, the longsword fell to the ground. Saber Nine's body fell as well. His aura was gone. What's going on? The blue demon was stunned. His expression turned to despair. Is Saber Nine dead? What kind of power is this? Could this soul be the great sage? Impossible. Isn't he a mid-stage Saint King? How can he possess the great sage's soul? Could it be that he's an old monster? Has his power been suppressed? At this thought, the blue demon was horrified. He turned around and fled. Trying to escape? Lin Xian smirked. The light of reincarnation shot out from his eyes, directly piercing his opponent's soul. Lin Xian's ocular skill was extremely powerful. Moreover, he was not holding back at all. Therefore, there was no way his opponent could resist this attack. The blue demon's soul was instantly destroyed. There was despair in his eyes. He should not have ignored this person. However, he had no right to regret. His body fell to the ground. His soul was destroyed. Is he dead? Dugu Xiaoyi was stunned. These two top geniuses in front of her, powerhouses on the profound ranking, had died just like that. She felt as if she was dreaming. One should know that these two people from before had made her and her grandfather feel despair. They had even thought of perishing together. However, they could not block the other party's gaze. What's going on? She looked at her grandfather. Dugusa took a deep breath as well. He staggered forward. Thank you for your help, fellow cultivator. How should I address you? Dugu Xiaoyi was stunned. Her grandfather was the great sage. Moreover, he was the clan leader of the Dugu clan. His status was extremely noble. Even when facing top geniuses, he was still an elder. However, at that moment, her grandfather was actually addressing this young man as someone of the same generation. In fact, he was even speaking with incomparable respect. She found it unbelievable. However, when she thought of Lin Xian's terrifying gaze, she understood. The person in front of her could not be judged by his age or cultivation base. He was an extremely terrifying powerhouse. Dugusu was also shocked. He couldn't see through the young man in front of him. He was a middle sage king, but he had the soul of a great sage. His attacks were swift and decisive, killing in one hit. Such a person was really rare. Perhaps only those few people in the legends could do it. Lin Xian looked at him and smiled. Senior, you're too polite. Senior's kindness and righteousness were admirable. How should I address you? I'm Lin Xian, a disciple of the True Path sect. Lin Xian, Dugusa started to recall, comparing him to those legendary experts. He realized that he had never heard of the name Lin Xian before. But since he was from the True Path sect, could he be a hidden genius of the True Path sect? No matter what, he had to befriend this person. So young master is an expert of the True Path sect. I'll remember your kindness in saving my life. Senior, you're too polite. Lin Xian smiled. Suddenly, he reached out to grab Dugusu. Dugu Xiaoyi was shocked. What's going on? Is he going to attack me? Dugusu's pupils constricted. But in the next moment, he was stunned. He realized that Lin Xian had sent out a ray of sword chi into his body, destroying the poison. Then, he retracted it. Lin Quan retracted his hand. The poison in the senior's body was extremely terrifying. It should be an extremely terrifying poison. I've destroyed some of it, but senior needs to go back and recuperate. So he's helping her grandfather suppress his injuries. Dugu Xiaoyi heaved a sigh of relief. But her grandfather was helpless against this poison. Can he do it? Dugu's body trembled. His face was filled with shock. He felt that the threat of the poison had been greatly reduced. That meant that in that instant, more than half of his poison had been destroyed. That was too terrifying. This young man's methods were simply heaven-defying. Thank you, young master. Dugusa looked at Dugu Xiaoyi and said, come over and thank me. Dugu Xiaoyi walked over and said, thank you, young master Lin, for saving me. It's nothing. I still have some things to do, so I'll leave first. Lin Xian nodded and turned to leave. Looking at his back as he left, Dugu Xiaoyi asked, Grandpa, is he really that powerful? Have you recovered by more than half? Dugu said. That's right, he's too terrifying, and too mystical. We must befriend this person. How great would it be if he were a genius of our Dugu clan? Dugu Xiaoyi was shocked. Although they were in danger today, the Dugu clan was still a top-notch clan. How many experts and geniuses were there in the sect? Could it be that none of them were a match for him? Seeing Dugu Xiaoyi's confusion, Dugu sighed. You still don't understand his strength. He had completely surpassed Southern Demon and Saber 9 from before. My guess is that he has already reached the level of the Great Sage. More importantly, I've checked before, and he's indeed a mid-stage Saint King. Do you think that an ordinary genius can achieve such heaven-defying battle prowess? He had already surpassed the scope of a genius. This time, Dugu Xiaoyi was truly stunned. Previously, she thought that Lin Xian was suppressing his cultivation, but now it seemed that he wasn't in the middle stage of the Saint King realm. Instead, he had the combat prowess of the Great Sage. How many realms had he crossed? Perhaps even her disciple was only at this level. Dugusa took a deep breath. He said that he would send a message to the clan and get the clan's elders to come and settle the matter here. Dugu Xiaoyi nodded and began to form a formation to send the message. This time, they had to send the clan's experts to protect them. Otherwise, they would be in danger again after avoiding this crisis. Lin Xian returned to the True Path sect. Spiritual abode. He wondered how the Crimson Mountain Dragon and the others were doing. After returning, he found out that the Crimson Dragon and Toad had already challenged the experts on the new ranking list. They had successfully slapped the Dragon Palace in the face. His lips curled into a cold smile. This was just the beginning. Next, these two would probably continue to sweep the ranking list. On the other side, in the Dragon Palace's Spirit Mountain, Lan Jiu opened her eyes. She stood up and gritted her teeth. Lin Xian, I'll let you know how big the gap between us is. Previously, she had succeeded in challenging the person ranked first, but Lin Xian had instantly challenged the person ranked first. And he had succeeded. The gap between the two sides had widened. Countless people were talking about Lin Xian and the others, thinking that they were more powerful geniuses. How could Lan Jiu tolerate this? She decided to personally meet this Lin Xian and then have a duel with him and defeat him directly. This way, everyone would know the gap between the two sides. At the same time, two figures appeared in the sky outside the Holy Abyss City. They stood on the spirit boat and looked at the Holy Gulf City. Their lips curled into a smile. This ancient city. That guy must be inside. The two figures on the boat were a man and a woman. The woman was beautiful and had a noble temperament. It was as if nothing in the world could compare to her. Especially his eyes, there were green flames dancing in them that could burn the 9 heavens. Morong Qingqing's man, Lin Xian, I'd like to see what's so special about you. The mysterious woman snorted with disdain in her eyes. That's just an exaggeration. The man beside her was tall and strong. His eyes danced wildly with a domineering aura, as if he didn't care about anything. He said, how can you believe Morong Qingqing's words? Besides, she's different from us. We were born in the top clans, but she came from a small place. She was only lucky enough to obtain a heaven-defying bloodline. How high could her standards be back then? The geniuses in her eyes are probably no different from ants in our eyes. The Qingqing they were talking about was naturally Murong Qingqing. The two people's identities were also extremely unusual. The mysterious woman was called Qing Feng, a genius of the Phoenix clan. The burly and arrogant man beside her was an expert of the Tianping clan called Bai Lifei. Although the Tianping clan wasn't an emperor clan, they were still very terrifying. Rumor had it that there was a Tianping Bo Long. It could be said that the Tianping clan was a very powerful divine beast clan. The Tianping clan had a top genius of this generation. He met Murong Qingqing again by chance and fell in love with her. However, Murong Qingqing's heart belonged to someone else and she didn't care about him at all. Later, he found out that Murong Qingqing's lover was someone called Lin Xian. He was very angry about it. Therefore, he sent people from his clan to investigate what Lin Xian was like. If he was weak, he would kill him directly. Murong Qingqing had the Phoenix bloodline, so she must have a close relationship with the Phoenix clan. Therefore, this time, the Phoenix clan also sent a proud daughter of the heavens to explore together with them. Their target this time was Lin Xian. The two of them entered Holy Abyss City. With their strength and identity, they easily found out where Lin Xian was. He had joined the Dao sect. It seemed that he was quite strong. Qing Feng's eyes flashed. Bai Lifei sneered. The difference in strength between the disciples of the Dao sect was huge. The strongest one was the emperor. The weakest one couldn't even block one of his attacks. He was probably at the bottom. The two of them headed to the Dao sect. They went to look for Lin Xian. In the end, they found out that Lin Xian didn't leave the Dao sect. Did he go on a mission? Qing Feng frowned and asked. However, he didn't get the same answer. No one knew where he went. Qing Feng found someone to ask about his performance after entering the Dao sect. The result was disappointing. After this guy came, his whereabouts were very mysterious. No one knew where he was cultivating. Moreover, he didn't fight for any rankings. Until now, he wasn't even on the stars ranking. I told you, he's nothing to be afraid of. Bai Lifei snorted. Qing Feng sighed. It seemed that Qingqing had bad taste. The genius in her eyes was just SOSO. Forget it, let's not bother about him. Let's go play in the ancient city. This was the primeval city. There were many relics of the sages here. The two of them left the Dao sect. Lin Xian wasn't in the Dao sect. He went back for a few days and then left again. Lin Xian went to other relics of the sages to browse and comprehend. Today, he returned. He found many people outside the Dao sect. What happened? He looked over. There was a woman standing in front of him. She had a huge sword on her back and was extremely beautiful. The appearance of this woman attracted the attention of many Dao sect disciples. Someone exclaimed. What a beautiful woman. Her stunning appearance wasn't any weaker than Fairy Lanziu. She even had her own characteristics. Could it be that she was here to look for him? Lin Xian was shocked. Thinking of this, he walked forward. At this moment, a figure stopped him. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for many days. I thought you wouldn't dare to come back. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned and looked to the front. There was a woman in blue standing in front of him. Although she was extremely beautiful, she was still a beauty. But he wasn't happy at all. This person was Lanjiu. What do you want? Lin Xian asked coldly. The surrounding Dao sect disciples cried out in surprise. What a beautiful woman. Look, it's Fairy Zhiyu. Countless people looked over once again. Who was the person standing beside Fairy Zhiyu? How unfamiliar. Although Lin Xian came in first place, he kept a very low profile after coming in, so most people didn't recognize him. Are you free now? Lan Jiu asked coldly. Lin Xian asked, Are you inviting me? The surrounding people were stunned when they heard this. It can't be. Who is this person? How could Fairy Jiu personally invite him? Their eyes were red. Lan Jiu said, You can think of it that way too. I feel like it's time for a duel between us. I'll let you prove my strength. Challenge me? Lin Xian smiled. You're not qualified. I'm not free. I'm very busy. Not just anyone can challenge me. With that, Lin Xian walked to the side. The surrounding people were stunned. Oh my god, is this person rejecting her? Someone actually rejected Fairy Zhiyu. How big of a heart does he have? Hearing this, Lan Zhiyu's face turned ugly. Since when did anyone dare to reject me? Humph, if you're a coward and don't dare to compete with me, then just say it. I can let you go. Lin Xian smiled coldly. He really wasn't interested. Because his target was the people on the Holy Gulf list. He really didn't care about the stars list. Young Master Lin, you're here. At this moment, the woman with the giant sword on her back turned around and revealed a beautiful smile. The people around them were all staring at the scene. What's going on today? Two beautiful women have arrived. Moreover, did these two peerless beauties come for the same man? They realized that the beautiful woman with the long sword was also walking towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, so it's Miss Dugu. I wonder why you're here. Dugu Xiaoyi. Revealing a beautiful smile, she tilted her head and said, I'm here to look for you, young Master Lin. You helped us so much before and we haven't thanked you properly. Today, we'll treat you to a meal. Come, thank you. Okay, I happen to have time. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Lan Zhiyu said, didn't you say you don't have time? She gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. Lin Xian glanced at her and said lightly, I just don't have time to fight with you. With that, he didn't look at her again. Lan Zhiyu's face was terrifyingly dark. Damn it, am I being ignored? Or is it that I'm not as beautiful as her? She stared at Dugu Xiaoyi. Dugu Xiaoyi also turned her head and stared at her. The two beautiful women had a biting cold aura in their eyes. Dugu Xiaoyi said, young Master Lin, is this person disrespectful to you? Do you need us to make a move? No need. She's just a self-righteous woman. Lin Xian shook his head. Let's go. Dugu Xiaoyi waved her hand and a golden chariot flew over. Pulling the chariot were two beasts, snow-white lions. They were mighty and extraordinary. Lin Xian and Dugu Xiaoyi rose into the air and left in the golden chariot, leaving behind a group of envious gazes. Quickly go and find out who this person is. He should be from our Dao sect. Damn it, when did such a famous genius appear in our Dao sect? In their opinion, Lan Zhiyu must have been jealous of a beautiful woman. In the end, Lan Zhiyu lost. This was an earth-shattering event. Countless people quickly investigated and the news spread throughout the entire Dao sect. Lan Zhiyu's face turned green. Damn it, it's not like this at all. She only wanted to challenge the other party. Moreover, she was really ignored. White Crane Tower. The entire 7th floor was booked. There were several figures sitting inside. One of them was a middle-aged man with a cold expression. He frowned and said, he's still not here. That kid is not taking us seriously. This time, they weren't waiting for some important elder or patriarch of a clan of the ancients. They were waiting for a young man. Moreover, he made them wait for so long. This middle-aged man was naturally unhappy. What kind of status did the Dugu clan have? They would never wait for someone for so long. If it wasn't for the old man, he would have left long ago. This middle-aged man was not ordinary. He was an elder of the Dugu clan and the old man's son. His name was Dugu Hai. It turned out that after Lin Xian left that day, Dugu Xiaoyi had hurriedly sent a distress signal to the clan. Soon, the Dugu clan sent experts to protect the old man. Dugu Hai was ranked first among the old man's sons. He was also Dugu Xiaoyi's uncle. He was considered young, but his strength and talent were very strong. He was already at the peak of the Saint King realm. He was only one step away from the great sage. He would become a great sage within 300 years. This was something that the Dugu clan was very proud of. Therefore, he was usually very arrogant. Other than his elders, he didn't care about others. Now that he had to wait for a young junior, he was naturally unhappy. Old man Dugu's face darkened when he heard this. He looked at Dugu Hai and said, "Old man, remember this. Although he is young, he has the combat strength of the great sage. He is a top genius who is close to the emperor's son, so treat him with the same respect as you treat me. Do you hear me? If you dare to offend him and cause the Duga clan to have no chance to make friends with such a genius, don't blame me for being rude to you. Duguhai said helplessly, Father, I know. Although he said so, he still didn't believe that a middle-stage Saint King had the combat strength of the great sage. What kind of joke was this? He had to see it for himself later. Outside the White Crane Tower, the golden chariot stopped. Duga Xiaoyi walked out and looked at Lin Xian. Young Master Lin, please. Lin Xian nodded. He didn't expect to come to the White Crane Tower again. The first time he came, he had a conflict with Bai Jin. Now he was invited by the Dugu clan. He went up to the 7th floor of the White Crane Tower and found that it had been booked. There were only a few people inside. Old man Dugu was sitting there. When he saw Lin Xian, he immediately stood up and walked over. Young Master Lin, I am so happy that you can attend my banquet. Dugu Hai also stood up and looked at Lin Xian. He found that Lin Xian was indeed a middle-stage Saint King. Did such a person really have the combat strength of the great sage? He didn't feel any dangerous aura from Lin Xian, so he looked down on him even more. He felt that the other party was just exaggerating. Lin Xian looked at Dugusu and smiled. Senior Dugu is too polite. You are an old senior, how can I dare to accept that? By the way, are your injuries better? Old man Dugu said as he pulled Lin Xian to sit down. It's much better now. It's all thanks to young Master Lin that you acted in time. Otherwise, the poison in my body wouldn't have been removed so quickly. At this moment, Duguhai walked over and said, Mr. Lin, my name is Duguhai. Thank you for saving my father. Lin Xian looked at him and nodded slightly. Then, he looked at old man Dugu again. Duguhai was taken aback. Wasn't the other party a little too arrogant even after finishing his attack? His expression was somewhat gloomy. In fact, from Lin Xian's point of view, the other party wasn't even a great sage, so he really wasn't worth paying attention to. During the banquet, old man Dugu and Lin Xian chatted as they drank. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Old man Dugu said, I really don't know how to repay young master. Here are some cultivation resources. Please accept them. After saying that, Dugu Xiaoyi stood up and took out a storage ring. There were 1,000 drops of dragon marrow, 10 million caddies of divine crystals, and 2 Sage King-grade weapons. It could be said to be very generous. Even a peak Sage King would be envious, let alone a mid-stage Sage King. However, Lin Xian's expression was calm. He said, Old man Dugu's words are too serious. I didn't save you for these things, so I can't accept them. Dugu Xiaoyi was stunned, but Dugu Hai sneered in his heart. In his opinion, Lin Xian was just pretending and would accept them in the end. However, he was wrong. Lin Xian really didn't intend to accept them. He had saved Dugu Hai for 2 reasons. He felt that being on good terms with Dugu Hai would be of great help to the Divine Union. In the future, they could make the Dugu family their ally. Therefore, he really didn't care about these resources. Could it be that young Master Lin thinks it's too little? I can let them prepare it. Old man Dugu said. Lin Xian shook his head. It's really not, senior. If you really think highly of me, then be friends with me. Who knows, I might need senior's help in the future. Then, this old man will teach this little friend of yours. If you need his help in the future, just let me know. The Dugu family will definitely not decline. Thank you very much, senior. The banquet continued. Not long after. A figure hurried to the 7th floor. Reporting to the family. What's going on? Old man Dugu frowned. Didn't they say that no one was allowed to disturb them? Xiaoyi, go and take a look. Dugu Xiaoyi stood up and walked outside. However, not long after, she came back with a pale face. What's wrong? Old man Dugu frowned. Dugu Xiaoyi said. It was Dugu Lei. He seemed to have gotten into trouble outside. Little Lei had always been like that. Dugu Hai didn't mind. He said that they could just send their subordinates to settle it. Their Dugu family was considered a big family. What couldn't they settle? However, old man Dugu frowned. Old man, if it was so simple, would we still need the subordinates to tell us? The other party definitely has a big background. Xiaoyi, tell us the details. Dugu Xiaoyi nodded. Grandfather was right. The person that little Lei offended wasn't simple. It was someone from the Tianping family. Tianping family. Old man Dugu was stunned. Even Dugu Hai sucked in a breath of cold air. Although the Tianping family wasn't an emperor family, they were still a god-beast family. They were very strong and much more terrifying than them. Dugu Hai's face changed. Although he was arrogant before, that was only towards normal people and sections. Against the Tianping family, he had no chance of winning. Their Dugu family couldn't compare to them at all. It seemed like they had to lower their heads this time. Dugu Hai said. Since it was like this, then let little Lei apologize to them. If it really didn't work, then they would fork out some resources and settle it peacefully. The subordinates reported that little Lei had already settled it like this, but the other party didn't agree at all. They seemed to want little Lei to kowtow and apologize. What? Dugu Hai stood up. What kind of joke was this? Kowtow and apologize? This wasn't just Dugu Lei's matter. It was their Dugu family's matter. Although the other party's family was strong, they couldn't be so arrogant. Who was the other party to the Tianping family? If it was just an ordinary disciple, they would really dare to fight. The other party was Tianping family's by Li Fei. What? Hearing this, Dugu Hai was stunned. Even old man Dugu stood up abruptly and said with gritted teeth. This Dugu Lei really didn't have eyes. It was fine if he was arrogant normally, but he actually offended the Tianping family. Was he really tired of living? He had heard of the name by Li Fei. Although the Tianping family wasn't in Holy Abyss ancient city, they were still very famous. All the families had to pay attention to them. Bai Li Fei was a top genius in the Tianping family. Offending such a person. That was courting death. Yes, Grandpa, what should we do? Dugu Xiaoyi was also anxious. Old man Dugu said, there's no other way. Looks like I have to apologize to them personally. Let's go. If we're late, Dugu Lei might be killed. Old man Dugu stood up and said, prepare the carriage. At the same time, he looked at Lin Xian and said, young Master Lin, I'm sorry. I wanted to continue chatting with you. But it seems that I can't. Our Dugu clan has a useless grandson. Something happened. I have to go and deal with it. Lin Xian said, I'll go too. Maybe I can help. He wanted the Dugu clan to be his ally. Then, he had to show enough value. Previously, he saved old man Dugu, but he felt that it wasn't enough. He wanted to go and take a look. Maybe he could convince these people again. Really? That's great. Thank you, young Master Lin. Old man Dugu's eyes lit up. With a young expert like Lin Xian, there might be a chance for things to turn around. The group quickly set off. Dugu Xiaoyi was also happy. However, Dugu Hai was disdainful. Even their Dugu clan couldn't deal with it. What could a young man do? In his opinion, Lin Xian was just pretending. Spirit Void Valley. It was a very famous place in Holy Abyss ancient city. There were spirit veins everywhere. There were a few sages who came here before. At this moment, there were many people standing in the valley. Each of them had a powerful aura. Moreover, there were terrifying flames on their bodies. All kinds of flames could burn the 9 heavens. Among them, there were 2 terrifying figures. One was a woman in green, surrounded by terrifying green flames. The other was a tall and sturdy man in battle armor. There was also a faint golden flame on his body. It condensed in his palm. These 2 people were Qing Feng and Bai Li Fei, who came to Holy Abyss ancient city. The 2 of them stood like gods and demons. Opposite them was a young man with a huge sword on his back. His eyes were filled with fear and terror. At the same time, he looked out of the valley. He had already notified his clan. Why hadn't they sent anyone? If they didn't come, he would be in trouble. Finally, just as he was about to lose all hope, he saw a low light shining in the sky. There was also the sound of roaring. Dugu Lei's eyes lit up. He saw a few chariots flying over with the Dugu family's emblem on them. He jumped up and clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with excitement. Great, now that the people from his family had come, he no longer had to fear these two people in front of him. In the valley, the others also saw that and turned around. Even Qing Feng and Bai Li Fei frowned and looked into the distance. In the distance, the war chariot stopped, and several figures walked out. There were old men, middle-aged men, and young men. Is Grandpa here too? Dugulay's eyes were filled with excitement. Great, he could finally take revenge. Thinking of this, he snorted proudly. Old Man Dugu and the others quickly landed after they arrived. Grandpa, you're finally here. Help me teach them a lesson. Dugulay ran over and shouted loudly. In the end, what she received was a slap from the old man. Old Man Dugu sent Dugulay flying with a palm strike. Dugulay spun a few times in the air before landing on the ground with his teeth broken. He said in horror, Grandpa, why did you hit me? We're the enemies, aren't we, useless trash, you don't even know how to cultivate. You only know how to cause trouble and make enemies for your family. Do you know who you provoked this time? Old Man Dugu was so angry that his body trembled. It was fine if he provoked other rogue cultivators, but this time, he had provoked the Tianping clan. Was that someone the Dugu clan could provoke? Dugulay was terrified. Could it be that he had kicked an iron plate this time? Thinking of this, his face turned even paler. Old Man Dugu snorted coldly. See how I'll deal with you when we get back. Then, he looked in front of him. In front of him, two people stood there with cold smiles on their faces. It was as if they were watching a show. Old Man Dugu took a deep breath. These two people were too extraordinary. Their auras were terrifying. Especially that flame. It was extremely precious. Even the great sage might not be able to get it, but it had appeared in the hands of these two young men. He looked at the burly man first. He had a huge figure and a violent aura. His gaze was indomitable. He should be from the Tianping clan. Who was the lady in green next to him? She must be extraordinary to be able to stand side by side with the Tianping clan. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. He waved his hand and Dugu Hai walked up with a smile. This must be the peerless genius of the Tianping clan, Prince Bai Li Fei. He had long heard of Prince Bai Li's great name. Now that he had met him, he was indeed worthy of his reputation. Dugu Hai smiled and went up to greet him. However, Bai Li Fei stood with his hands behind his back and looked coldly at him. He had no intention of paying attention to him. This scene made Dugu Hai's face stiffen. His smile became a little ugly. This guy was too arrogant. Although the other party was from the Tianping clan, his identity was not weak either. The other party had ignored him. Although Dugu Hai was furious, he did not dare to act out. After all, they were at a disadvantage this time. The other people in the valley were not weak either. They were either from the top clans, top sects, or people from the orthodoxies. At this moment, they were shocked to see this scene. They naturally knew about the Dugu clan. However, they did not know about the two young geniuses in front of them. Now that they saw it, they were shocked. To be able to make the Dugu clan bow their heads, they must have an extraordinary background. Moreover, they heard about the Tianping clan. Could it be that the two of them were from the Tianping clan? They were extremely shocked. Dugu Hai was ignored. Old Man Dugu sighed. It seemed that he had to take action personally. He walked up and said, Prince Bai Li. This grandson of mine is useless. I don't know how he offended Prince Bai Li. I want him to apologize to Prince Bai Li. This time, Bai Li Fei finally spoke. So it's the Dugu clan. This grandson of yours is too daring. He actually dared to have ideas about my friend. I taught him a lesson, and he actually wanted to get the experts of his clan to kill me. How do you think we should settle this score? I can spare his life on account of Old Man Dugu. However, it depends on what your Dugu clan can take out. Dugu Hai's face changed when he heard this. Could it be that the other party wanted to extort them? Old Man Dugu's eyes were also gloomy. Dugulay stood up from behind and said, He's talking nonsense. I didn't want to kill them. I just saw that the girl was extremely beautiful and wanted to get to know her. They were too overbearing. Old Man Dugu didn't say anything, he just turned his head and glanced at Dugulay. His cold gaze caused Dugale to kneel on the ground, not daring to say anything. He knew that he had caused a disaster today. Old Man Dugu turned his head, and looked at Bai Lifei with a cold look in his eyes. He asked, "What does young master Bai Lifei want? I am a very reasonable person and I don't want much." Bai Lifei stretched out a finger and said, "Give me a world." "What? A world?" Hearing this, the surrounding people sucked in a cold breath. The Dugu family's people were even more stunned. In the myriad worlds, they were a peak clan in the buried Emperor Star, the most important world. They have many other star worlds in their hands. These stellar worlds either did not have any saints, or they possessed extremely important metal or sources, or various other precious resources. Generally, the top clans would have a few of these worlds in their hands. But now, even the Dugu family wouldn't agree to give away one. "What?" Bai Lifei said with a smile, "Could it be that you think that your grandson's life isn't worth a world? Since that's the case, there's no need for me to hold back." Old Man Dugu's face turned completely cold. Beside him, Dugu Hai was also furious. His expression was ferocious as he roared. "Bai Lifei, don't go too far. I was courteous to you before because you are from the heavenly rock race. But if you continue to be arrogant, don't blame me for suppressing you." "With just you?" Bai Lifei's face was filled with disdain. His 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed forward. It was like a world cage. The surrounding space was constantly shattering. "Damn it, you dare to look down on me?" Dugu Hai shouted angrily. He pulled out the huge sword on his back and slashed down. The entire world seemed like it was going to split apart. Boom, boom. Intense explosions sounded out as the huge sword was split in half. Dugu Hai vomited blood and was sent flying. A terrifying crack appeared on his body. "A mere Saint King dares to be arrogant in front of me?" Bai Lifei withdrew his palm and sneered. "How is this possible?" Countless people cried out in alarm. Old Man Dugu's pupils shrank. Great Sage's battle strength. Although the person in front of them wasn't the Great Sage, he had the battle strength of the Great Sage. A top-notch genius. The Dugu clan has really kicked an iron plate this time. In this golden age, their Dugu clan did not have such a genius. Perhaps they would be defeated in the future. His heart was filled with despair. However, when he saw Lin Xian beside him, he took a deep breath. Bai Lifei was at the peak of the Saint King realm, and he had the battle prowess of the Great Sage. However, Lin Xian was even more shocked. Lin Xian was only a middle-stage Saint King, but he had the battle prowess of the Great Sage. Wasn't that even more terrifying? Thinking of this, he became even more determined to win over this young man. At this moment, Dugu Hai also stood up shakily. His face was extremely pale. The sword Dao Law on his body was rapidly repairing the cracks. "Damn it!" His expression was sinister, teeth clenched, but he didn't dare make another move. Even with his full strength, he couldn't block the palm of the other party. The gap was so big. Old Man Dugu looked up at the other party and said, "Young Master Bai Lifei, although my grandson is in the wrong, aren't you being too greedy for an entire world? Why, do you think it's too much? Looks like your grandson isn't worth an entire world. Since that's the case, I'll send him to hell." He looked at Dugale. Dugale was trembling on the ground. He was about to faint. He cried out, "Grandpa, save me." He didn't want to die. Old Man Dugu's face was cold. His hands clenched tightly in his sleeves. Was he going to make a move? Although he was the Great Sage, the other party was backed by the Tianping clan. Could he bear the wrath of the Tianping clan? "I've changed my mind." At this moment, Bai Lifei's lips curled up into a smile. The people of the Dugu clan heaved a sigh of relief. Great, they saw hope. However, in the next moment, they fell into the abyss again. Bai Lifei said, "It's a pity to kill him. Why don't I cripple him and let him become a cripple? I really want to see how an ant can survive in such a martial world." After saying that, his palm slashed forward like a knife. This strike would probably shatter Dugale's meridians and foundation. He wouldn't be able to cultivate anymore and would become a cripple. No, Dugale was in despair. If he became a cripple, he would rather die. Old Man Dugu's pupils constricted. He wanted to make a move, but it was too late. The other party was too fast. Just when everyone thought that Dugale was finished, a hand grabbed the other party's knife. A low voice rang out. It was like 100,000 claps of thunder. Bai Lifei's palm was pushed back, shattering the void. He also took 2 steps back. His eyes shone with a shocking light. Who was it? Was it the Duga clan's leader? Qing Feng was also stunned. Was the Duga clan so reckless? She looked forward as well. Soon, he was stunned. He realized that old man Duga didn't make a move. Instead, it was a young man. He glanced at that person. He had come with the Duga clan, but he had been standing at the side without saying a word. He had thought that the other party was just a servant. However, it didn't seem to be the case. Bai Lifei also looked over. The light in his eyes was like a heavenly knife. It made Duga Hai's hair stand on end. However, Lin Xian was completely unaffected as he stood there. Bai Lifei was shocked. It was shocking that the other party could withstand his gaze. Who are you? Why are you meddling in my business? Lin Xian looked at Bai Lifei in front of him and sighed. He said, let me apologize, and this matter will be over. Everyone in the valley was stunned. They looked at the figure in surprise. Who was that? He dared to challenge Bai Lifei? Could it be that he had a powerful background? It couldn't be, right? When did the Duga clan have such an expert? Why hadn't they heard of him before? Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity. However, Bai Lifei's face darkened. He smiled. I didn't hear what you said. Kid, how dare you order me around? Lin Xian said. It's not an order. It's a piece of advice. Because it won't do you any good if you continue. Bai Lifei was stunned. Was he threatening him? He was the top genius of the Heavenly Rock clan. He grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. His bloodline was super strong, and his talent was terrifying. He had always been the one who defeated everyone. No one dared to offend him. Now, there was someone even younger than him here to give him advice. Even old man Duga didn't dare to challenge him. Who was this guy? Qing Feng was also surprised. It had been a long time since someone dared to challenge Lin Xian. He looked at Lin Xian curiously. What if I continue to attack? Bai Lifei took a step forward and a terrifying domineering aura surged from his body. The pressure of his bloodline appeared and caused everyone in the valley to turn pale. Lin Xian sighed. I've already given you a warning. If you continue to attack, you'll be courting death. Bai Lifei was so angry that he laughed. I haven't met such an arrogant person in a long time. Brat, I won't let you die so easily. A terrifying killing intent surged from his body and swept through the 9 heavens. The surrounding people were shocked. Duguhai's expression also changed. He shouted angrily. Damn it, they had already offended the Heavenly Rock clan. If they completely enraged the Heavenly Rock clan because of this brat, their 100 Lane clan would really be finished. Was this brat trying to get them killed? Lin Xian didn't pay any attention to Duguhai. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. His opponent was indeed an expert who could arouse his interest. He also stood out and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. Heavenly Rock clan? I haven't experienced it yet. If you want to attack, then come. Let me see if you have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me. What's your name? Don't kill nameless people. Bai Lifei shouted coldly. In his opinion, his opponent should be a very famous expert. Lin Xian smiled. If you can defeat me, then you can know my name. Otherwise, you don't have the qualifications. You're arrogant, but you don't have a brain. Go to hell. Bai Lifei was completely enraged. Qing Feng, who was beside him, also shook his head and sighed. He admitted that Lin Xian was courageous, but he didn't have a strategy. If he angered Bai Lifei in this situation, he would end up in a miserable state. He could already predict what was going to happen next. So he shook his head. He hadn't been in Holy Abyss Ancient City for long and he had already met so many people who didn't know their place. On the other side, Bai Lifei had already attacked. He threw out a punch. It was like a meteor shooting towards the front. Retreat quickly. The surrounding people in the valley quickly retreated. This Bai Lifei was extremely terrifying. He wasn't someone they could fight against. If they were hit by his battle aura, they would probably be seriously injured. Facing this terrifying attack, Lin Xian wasn't afraid. He formed a hand seal and a great rock seal flew out. Boundless golden light flickered as the divine fire condensed, forming a golden rock that flew out. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out as the Skypang's palm was blocked. Bai Lifei was stunned. The other's pupils shrank as well. Was that a rock? Could it be that this fellow was specifically challenging Bai Lifei? Bai Lifei's expression was somewhat ugly. His eyes were filled with a biting cold-killing intent. He was a sky rock, yet the other party had used the great rock seal to resist. What was the meaning of this? Was this a slap to his face? Indeed, a terrifying wave of power erupted. The image of a heavenly Pung appeared behind him, fusing with his fist as he directly attacked. This power was many times stronger than before. Clearly, he was angry. Lin Xian sneered, the seal of the great rock continued to be activated. The great rock seemed to have come alive, the flames on its body suddenly erupted, and directly rushed over. The two sides clashed, causing the heavens to fall and the earth to split. A wave of power rushed into the 9 heavens. Did he block it? Qing Feng was also surprised. How could this guy block the Skypang's attack? In other words, he also had the battle prowess of the great sage. Bai Lifei was also shocked. Although he also had the battle prowess of the great sage, they were different. He was at the peak of the Saint King realm. His opponent was only at the middle stage of the Saint King realm. His opponent was 2 cultivation levels lower than him, but his strength was actually not weaker than his. This was too heaven-defying. Those legendary imperial princes were nothing more than this. Could it be that this fellow was also an imperial prince? Who exactly are you? Bai Lifei roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Since you attacked, you should also have a taste of my attack. An extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. The power of reincarnation was released, turning into 2 reincarnation divine steels and attacked. With a bang, the heavens and earth were suppressed. Everyone felt as if their souls were about to be torn apart, as if they were about to be sucked into reincarnation. Bai Lifei's soul was injured, and he kept retreating. His face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, what was this technique? Why did he feel as if he was facing a god just now? He was injured, and he could not believe how proud he was. Ever since he was born, other than a few specific people, he had never been defeated. But now, he had been defeated by someone younger than him. Furthermore, he still didn't know who his opponent was. But his opponent's strength and soul were really too terrifying. Beside him, Qing Feng's eyes burst out a shocking light. She stared at Lin Xian. This fellow was really beyond her expectations. She did not expect that there would be such a miraculous person in St. Origin Ancient City. At the back, the people of the Duga clan were also stunned. Duga Xiaoyi's beautiful eyes were wide open. This was a peerless genius. Compared to Lin Xian, the geniuses from the clans that she had seen before were really too weak. Lin Xian was facing the top genius of the Heavenly Rock clan, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. In fact, he had easily crushed his opponent. At the side, Duga Hai was also sweating cold sweat. Previously, his father had told him that Lin Xian was a peerless genius, but he did not believe it at all. He thought that his father was exaggerating. But now, he saw Lin Xian's strength with his own eyes, and his hair stood on end. Thinking about how he had mocked and ridiculed Lin Xian before, he felt a lingering fear. Was such a person someone he could offend? Lin Xian was only a middle Saint King, and he was already so terrifying. If he became a great sage in the future, how terrifying would that be? If there were no accidents, such a person would be comparable to a great emperor when he grew up. Old man Dugu's eyes shone with a startling light. He was now even more determined to do his best to befriend Lin Xian. He knew that his grandson was fine. He shouted coldly, "Hurry up and thank young Master Lin." Dugale was dumbfounded. Hearing his grandfather's words, he also came back to his senses. He quickly went to young Master Lin and thanked him for saving his life. To be honest, he was a little afraid of Lin Xian. Because Lin Xian was even more terrifying and powerful than Bai Li Fei. Such a person was not someone he could offend. Young master, please follow me back to the family. I will definitely treat you well. Old man Dugu smiled. Lin Xian looked at him and said, Old man, you guys go back first. I still have some things to do here. Alright, we will go back first. Young master, be careful. If you have any difficulties, you must tell me. Our Dugu family will definitely do our best. Then, the people of the Dugu family left. Lin Xian stood there and looked around. The people in the valley were whispering. They looked at Lin Xian with respect. Although it was a short battle, it showed how powerful and terrifying Lin Xian was. Probably no one would dare to offend him again. Bai Li Fei did not attack again because he knew that the opponent was very strong, even stronger than him. If he went up again, he would only be at a disadvantage. He gritted his teeth. He must find out who the opponent was. Qing Feng's beautiful eyes flickered. Interesting. I have to send someone to find out who he is. The two of them didn't know that the person standing in front of them was Lin Xian, the person they wanted to meet this time. What kind of expression would they have if they knew? Seeing that Lin Xian didn't leave, Bai Li Fei gritted his teeth. He didn't want to stay here any longer. After all, he had been slapped in the face. So, he said, Qing Feng, let's go. However, Qing Feng didn't have any intention of leaving. She said, why don't you go back first? I'll stay here for a while. As she spoke, her lips curled into a smile as she walked forward. This young master was really strong. However, he looked unfamiliar. Which clan did he come from? The smile on Qing Feng's face made the world lose its radiance. She was beautiful, but usually, she was very arrogant. Only a few people could make her smile like this. At this moment, Lin Xian also had the qualifications to do so. Qing Feng's origin was very terrifying. She came from the Phoenix clan, which was a monarch clan. She had seen too many geniuses. For example, Bai Li Fei, who was a peak holy king, had the battle strength of the great sage. However, for a holy king like Lin Xian, who had the battle strength of the great sage, it was very rare. Even if there were, they would be imperial princes and princesses with the bloodline of great emperors. Others couldn't compare at all. However, this Lin Xian in front of her didn't seem to be an imperial prince. This made her curious. If you want to know my identity, shouldn't you tell me your background first? Lin Xian glanced at her and said indifferently. I'm Qing Feng, from the Phoenix clan. Phoenix. Lin Xian was surprised. Suddenly, he thought of Qingqing. He wondered how that girl was doing. Morong Qingqing also had the bloodline of the phoenix. Moreover, it was an extremely special seven-colored phoenix. If she met someone from the Phoenix clan, would she be in danger? Thinking of this, he sighed and turned around to leave. The smile on Qing Feng's face froze. She was stunned. What did he mean? Was he ignoring her? She didn't dare to believe it. She had never felt this way. Who was she? She was the proud daughter of heaven of the Phoenix clan. Since she was young, there were too many young geniuses who were pursuing her. Who dared to ignore her? But now, someone had done it. Damn it, could it be that this fellow is blind? For the first time, Qing Feng doubted her own appearance. Could it be that this guy is doing this on purpose to make me angry and disturb my state of mind? She frowned and looked carefully. She wanted to see how long this guy could keep up the act. However, she realized that she was wrong. Following that, Lin Xian did not bother about her at all. Instead, he began to carefully explore the Void Valley. Moreover, he kept praising it. As expected of the place where the ancient sages came from, it was indeed extraordinary. Damn it, was he really being ignored? Qing Feng gritted his teeth and wanted to argue with him. She wanted to ask him why he was ignoring her. However, at this moment, a rainbow flew over from the distance. There was a figure standing on it, causing countless people to look over. The aura it carried was too mysterious and terrifying, to the point that everyone felt their bloodlines being suppressed. So scary, a top-notch expert has come. Everyone took a deep breath. Qing Feng's eyes lit up. She also felt the suppression from her bloodline. Who was it? She found it hard to believe such a person. When she saw the snow-white figure on the rainbow, Qing Feng was stunned. It was her. It was actually him. Had he also come here? The eyes of the young geniuses in the valley lit up. She was a beautiful fairy. Her temperament was otherworldly. It was as if she came from the immortal world. Someone walked up and revealed a handsome smile. Where did this fairy come from? How should I address her? Another person waved his fan and smiled. Fairy, are you here to comprehend the Spirit Ruins Valley? I'm familiar with this place. Why don't I introduce you? Figures surrounded her. On the rainbow, the snow-white figure said calmly, My name is Yanryu. I'm from the Demon Emperor Mountain. Demon Emperor Mountain? Countless people were shocked. Even Qing Feng and Bai Lifei from the Heavenly Rock clan gasped. This place was not ordinary. Especially the name Yanryu, it shocked them even more. The other party's background was too extraordinary. However, no one knew her exact identity. It seemed to be a mystery. Lin Xian was also stunned. It was her. He had not gone to the Demon Emperor Mountain to find her. He did not expect her to come herself. There was always a layer of mist around her that he could not see through. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's lips curled up. Sword chi surrounded his body, forming a ray of light that covered his respectful face. He had to test her strength later. If she recognized him, it would be difficult for him to make a move. In front, Yanryu stood on the rainbow and said in a deep voice, I cultivate flames and have reached the peak of my body. I heard that the Spirit Ruins Valley has an innate spirit fire. I was fated to obtain it. I wonder who can help me. I'm willing to be your helper. If I'm willing, I won't refuse. Many people spoke up. Yanryu shook her head. One person was enough. Whose flame was the strongest? Once she said that, everyone stopped talking. Whoever dared to claim to be the strongest would be attacked by the crowd. However, at this moment, a cold shout was heard. I'm the strongest. Then, a figure flew over like a heavenly rock. Bai Lifei. Many people felt their scalps go numb. Although they had lost the chance to get close to Yanryu, who dared to go against Bai Lifei, the people of the heavenly rock race. Yanryu was slightly surprised. Then, she nodded. It seems that they are afraid of you. That's fine too. Just give me a hand. Then, he waved his hand and a green flame appeared in his hand. It turned into a green lotus and bloomed continuously. A terrifying heat surged out. Everyone felt that their bodies were about to melt and they all retreated. The heavenly rock's pupils shrank. In the next moment, he roared and formed his own pale golden flame to resist. It formed a flaming armor that blocked the power of the green lotus flames. Lin Xian's divine flame was still circling around. It seemed to be fearless. He did not make a move immediately. Instead, his eyes flickered. The Spirit Ruins Valley did have an innate spirit fire. However, it was extremely mysterious and difficult to see. Let's begin. Yanryu waved her hand and the green lotus flame flew over and floated in the entire valley. Bai Lifei used his own flame to form a golden heavenly rock that soared between heaven and earth. The two flames kept sweeping around, trying to find the innate spirit fire. Gradually, a blurry image appeared between heaven and earth. It seemed to be the shape of a cauldron, but it was too blurry and could not be seen clearly. Everyone held their breath. Was the Spirit Ruins cauldron and the innate spirit fire about to appear? Many people were shocked. Yanryu's eyes also burst out with a shocking light. She looked at the blurry image and said in a low voice, It's not enough. Continue. As he spoke, more green flames flew over. Green lotuses bloomed all over the valley. Everyone retreated to the edge of the valley because the pressure was too strong. Bai Lifei's face was pale. Should he continue? To be honest, he couldn't keep up. His opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. However, he didn't want to lose face in front of Yanryu, so he clenched his teeth and continued. However, the power of the innate spiritual fire and the illusory cauldron was too terrifying. Bai Lifei couldn't hold on any longer. In the end, he stepped back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. Yan Ruyu retracted her hand and the lotus flames disappeared. She frowned and looked at Bai Lifei. If you're not strong enough, don't force it out. Don't embarrass yourself. Bai Lifei was so angry that his face turned black and he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Damn it, was he being looked down on? Yan Ruyu ignored him and looked around. Was there anyone else who was stronger than him? Is there anyone stronger than Bai Lifei? The crowd was puzzled. Then, they looked at another person. Earlier, this guy had suppressed Bai Lifei. Some said that it was just strength. Now that they were competing with flames, could this guy do it? Yan Ruyu also looked over, and her gaze landed on a figure. Lin Xian walked out and said, "Let me try." At that moment, sword light surrounded his body and his face couldn't be seen. Yan Ruyu was confused. She felt that his aura was familiar but she didn't think too much about it. Alright, let's try again. I hope you're stronger than Tianpeng. Bai Lifei clenched his teeth and looked at Lin Xian. He wanted to see how Lin Xian would deal with this. He admitted that Lin Xian had once suppressed him in terms of strength, but so what? To make the innate spiritual fire come out, strength wasn't enough. It required a terrifying flame. Did this guy have it? But soon, he was stunned because he realized that Lin Xian really did have it. Lin Xian waved his hand and the 9 suns divine fire flew out. It was like a sun that shone in the sky. The terrifying flame aura caused everyone's face to change. Bai Lifei's pupils shrank. Damn it, how could Lin Xian's flame be so powerful? Although they were both golden flames, he felt that the other party's golden flames were not any weaker than his sky flames. Who exactly was this person? Qing Feng was also surprised. What a terrifying flame. She was getting more and more interested in Lin Xian. Even Yan Ruyu was stunned. This flame was like the sun, which made her feel even more familiar. Could it be him? Her lips curled into a smile as she formed a seal with her palms. The green lotus flame flew out and bloomed between heaven and earth. On the other side, the 9 suns divine flame had turned into 9 suns that were revolving between heaven and earth. The two worked together, causing the illusory cauldron that had appeared before to reappear. Innate fire danced inside. Furthermore, the appearance of the cauldron was becoming clearer and clearer. It was coming out soon. Innate spirit fire. Countless people exclaimed. Bai Lifei was shocked. He gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. How was that possible? The other party had really used it. Damn it, he was no match for his opponent in terms of flames, which made him feel a huge sense of defeat. He had lost to his opponent twice. Lin Xian was also surprised. What a terrifying flame aura. At that moment, he heard a voice beside him. I knew it. Such terrifying flames and sword chi. It was indeed you. I didn't expect you to have already come to Holy Abyss Ancient City. I told you before that I was at Demon Emperor Mountain. Why didn't you come to find me? Lin Xian smiled bitterly. It seemed that the other party had recognized him. He had said that he wanted to wait for things here to settle down before going to find him. Who would have thought that he would come early? Right, what was the use of this innate spirit fire? What a terrifying aura. And what was that illusory cauldron? That illusory cauldron should be the broken spirit void cauldron. This innate spirit fire was related to the spirit void cauldron. If you could absorb it, it would be extremely beneficial for your flame. But don't be anxious. Let's wait until the innate spirit fire is completely out. Alright. Lin Xian nodded. Since the other party had recognized him, he would not hide it anymore. He activated the 9 suns divine flame with all his might. In front of him, the innate spirit fire was becoming clearer and clearer. Suddenly, it exploded, forming a terrifying flame that was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. It really appeared. Everyone's eyes turned red. This was the legendary innate spirit fire. Now, it had appeared in front of them. Quick, swallow the innate spirit fire and it would greatly increase the flame. It could even help them break through. Some people instantly rushed over. Everyone here was a flame expert. Some threw out terrifying pagodas, some took out terrifying cauldrons, wanting to absorb it. However, as soon as they got close to the innate spirit fire, they started burning. No. One by one, they screamed. 3 experts were instantly turned into ashes. The others were also severely burned. Their faces were filled with fear. Stupid things. Do you think you can get the innate spirit fire? Bai Lifei looked at the scene and sneered. Let me do it. He attacked forcefully. An illusion of a canopy appeared behind him. It covered the sky and the earth and attacked. On the other side, Qing Feng also snorted. Green flames appeared in his eyes. He turned into a phoenix and danced between heaven and earth. At this moment, the two of them attacked with all their might. The innate spirit fire was also very useful to them. It was terrifying. The others retreated. Bai Lifei and the others did not dare to provoke him. Moreover, they found out that Qing Feng was actually from the Phoenix clan. This was even more terrifying. The two of them were at the level of the great sage. The two of them worked together and swept through the area, forcing the others to retreat from the valley. Then, the two of them attacked the innate spirit fire. They were courting death. Lin Xian snorted coldly and punched out. The 9 suns between heaven and earth were about to fall, transforming into 9 golden crows that charged towards the heavenly Peng. On the other side, Yan Ruyu's expression was also cold. She waved her hand and countless young lotuses gathered in her hand. She slashed forward. Boom boom, the phoenix illusion was immediately sent flying and became dim. Qing Feng's body swayed and his face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and said, Yan Ruyu, take my strongest attack. If you can block it, I will leave immediately. Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens. Qing Feng activated the phoenix bloodline to the extreme and attacked with her strongest attack. The sound of the phoenix echoed through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this moment, the endless void shattered. Everyone felt that their bodies were about to split apart. This flame was really terrifying. Green Lotus Sword Song. Yan Ryu was facing such a terrifying attack. He formed a seal with his hands and the surrounding fire lotuses turned into huge green flame swords that swept in all directions. In an instant, an earth-shattering amount of sword chi slashed forward. Boom boom. Both of them were consummate skills. After the attack, the sky full of green lotuses bloomed and became even brighter. On the other hand, the phoenix dance of the 9 heavens was completely shattered. You are indeed as strong as the legends say. I admit defeat. Qing Feng quickly retreated and left the valley. It couldn't be helped. Although her status and talent were strong, Yan Ryu was a legendary figure. Her identity and origin were extremely mysterious. Qing Feng gave up, but Bai Lifei didn't. He shouted and unleashed the terrifying heavenly rock 9 slashes towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. A defeated opponent still dared to fight. He formed a rock shadow and swept in all directions. The golden rock carried the power of divine fire and bloomed between heaven and earth, colliding with the sky. The two forces were really too terrifying. In an instant, the heavenly rock trembled as if it was about to split open. So strong. The other party was really too terrifying. Even the heavenly rock 9 slashes couldn't do anything to him. 9 slashes and 1 slash, heavenly rock slays the dragon. The heavenly rock phantom behind him became even more realistic, as if it had crossed through time and space. The terrifying claws wanted to tear everything apart. The flames that filled the sky were torn apart, and the rock was also torn apart. It quickly charged towards Lin Xian. The people outside the valley were stunned when they saw this scene. As expected of the heavenly rock bloodline, it was really too strong. Legend had it that the heavenly rock ate dragons. Everyone felt that Lin Xian might not be able to block it. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Heavenly rock slays the dragon. Today, you can slaughter one. Look, his bloodline was also activated. Terrifying phantoms appeared behind him one after another. There was a Tyrannosaurus Rex baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, a sword dragon that swept through the 9 heavens, and an incomparably terrifying sea dragon. Each of them looked down on the world. That terrifying aura made everyone's soul almost split open. What a terrifying aura of the dragon Dao. Was he a dragon? The surrounding people all went crazy. The Tyrannosaurus Rex roared towards the sky and waved its claws, blocking the sharp claws of the heavenly rock. Large cracks appeared between heaven and earth. The sword dragon rushed out. The scales on its back turned into divine swords that pierced the clouds. The heavenly rock phantom was forced back. There were even many places that were pierced. The sea dragon swept out, swallowing it with the power of 10,000 seas. The 10,000 dragons fought the heavenly rock and finally tore it apart. Bailefe retreated, his body torn apart. He retreated with a face full of shock. He didn't dare to attack again. It was true that the heavenly rock slays dragons, but it was only an ordinary dragon. If the dragons were strong enough, they could also kill the sky rocks. There was nothing absolute in this world. Everything depended on one's strength. Right now, he couldn't defeat these dragon shadows in front of him. Alright, now that the flies have been cleared, the two of us can collect the innate spirit fire. Lin Xian walked forward. On the other side, Yan Ryu was also blooming lotuses with each step. The two of them came to the front and felt the tremendous power coming from the innate spiritual fire. They were about to take action. However, at this moment, the void split open. Terrifying black flame swept out. One blade was aimed at Lin Xian, while the other blade was aimed at Yan Ryu. Clang! Lin Xian flipped his hand and unleashed the great rock spreading wings, slamming into the black flames and emitting a deafening sound. The entire valley began to shake violently. On the other side, Yan Ryu used the green lotus sword song and pierced through the black flames. Her eyes shone with a sharp light. Was there anyone else? Lin Xian coldly snorted. Who was it that didn't know the difference between life and death? Get out here. Two young men. Wanting to obtain the innate spirit fire was just a pipe dream. Get lost obediently and this old man will spare your lives. Endless black flames condensed in the sky, forming an old man. In his hand, a pagoda floated up and down. The people outside the valley were horrified. Who was this? The real great sage was here. His name is Demon Mountain. Not only is he the great sage, but he is also very terrifying. He is ranked 5,000th on the Saint Origin ranking. What? How terrifying was his strength to be able to be ranked on the Saint Origin ranking? Not to mention being ranked 5,000th. He was definitely a terrifying existence. Those two young men were in danger. Yes, although those two had the combat strength of the great sage, they were still lacking compared to the real great sage. Not to mention Demon Mountain's terrifying victory. Even if they were in the same realm, the gap between them was huge. Some people could instantly kill experts of the same realm. Demon Mountain was a terrifying existence among the great sage. Hearing the discussion outside, Demon Mountain sneered. Did you hear that? This old man is not someone you can challenge. Get lost quickly. As he spoke, the black flames under his feet turned into a hellfire python, bearing its fangs and claws. Sigh, reckless. Looks like I have to use some tricks. Yan Ryu sighed. Lin Xian sneered too. How dare you be arrogant in front of me just because you are ranked 5,000th, get lost. The people outside had all gone crazy. These two youngsters were too reckless. Demon Mountain's face darkened. It had been a long time since anyone dared to challenge him. Since the two of them wanted to die, he would fulfill their wishes. In his opinion, the two of them were just reckless. But this time, he was wrong. These two young men could not be looked at with ordinary eyes. Yan Ryu was mysterious and had a super weapon. And Lin Xian was ranked 3,000th on the Saint Origin ranking. Compared to Demon Mountain, he was much higher. The black flames that filled the sky condensed and covered the sky, enveloping the entire valley. Retreat quickly. The surrounding people retreated. At this moment, they did not dare to go forward. Because the hellfire python in front was too terrifying. After the hellfire, these people would be turned into ashes. A mere hellfire dared to fight against a true dragon? Lin Xian laughed. The 10,000 dragon bloodline behind him exploded once again. He swept through everything. Are they from the dragon clan? The great sage of Demon Mountain frowned and sneered. Dragons would be killed too. He waved the black pagoda in his hand. This was his weapon, the great sage's weapon. With this attack, the power of the hellfire became even more terrifying. It was the great sage's weapon. The people outside felt the aura and were even more terrified. Although they could not see, they knew that the battle would end soon. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the heaven-devouring jar appeared. A terrifying aura exploded and swallowed all the hellfire in the sky. Then, with an even more terrifying power, it rushed towards the great sage of Demon Mountain. Damn it, you can actually block my great sage's weapon. Demon Mountain was shocked. He realized that Lin Xian also had an incredible treasure. After dealing with this woman, he rushed towards Yanryu. Yanryu snorted. A green lotus appeared behind her and swayed gently. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The great sage of Demon Mountain's body instantly turned into a bloody mist. Even his weapon, the pagoda, became dim and was even about to shatter. He became terrified as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Half of his saint blood burned, cutting off heaven and earth. The other half carried his soul and the great sage's weapon and escaped. The void broke open and Demon Mountain fled like a stray dog. The people outside were stunned. What was that black shadow? It seemed to be the great sage of Demon Mountain. Was he injured and fled? Everyone was dumbfounded. They did not dare to believe it. Qing Feng and Bai Lifei sucked in a cold breath. What happened inside? Such a shocking scene was hard to believe. In the valley, Yanryu looked at Lin Xian in shock. Heaven-devouring jar. You managed to get it. She was really surprised. Lin Xian was even more shocked. Firstly, she recognized the heaven-devouring jar instantly. That surprised him. Secondly, the green lotus that appeared behind her was way too terrifying. It sent chills down his spine. He felt that his great dragon sword spirit was weak. It seemed like Yanryu's trump card was really strong. I wonder what the true identity of this woman is. Alright, take the Khanate spirit fire. Yanryu smiled. The green lotus behind her had already disappeared. Lin Xian nodded. He controlled the heaven-devouring jar and started to devour the Khanate spirit fire. The Khanate spirit fire was equally terrifying. Its power was not any weaker than the great sage's. It was even more terrifying than the great sage of the Demon Mountain. However, Lin Xian and Yanryu had many tricks up their sleeves. It was not a problem for them to control the Khanate spirit fire. For the rest of the time, the two of them cultivated in the Spirit Ruin Valley. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The people outside had already left. It was not that they did not want to go in. It was just that they could sense a fatal danger. Not to mention them, even the great sage would not be able to go in. Qing Feng and Bai Lifei left as well. There was no need for them to wait there any longer. Only the Spirit Ruin Valley in front of them had turned into a land of death. There were towering flames that rumbled continuously. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Lin Xian was still absorbing the Khanate spirit fire. On the other hand, Saint Origin Ancient City was bustling again. It was time for the test of the 3 main orthodoxies. They wondered how many geniuses would be able to enter this year. The True Path sect was still bustling with activity. There were 2 figures. One of them was surrounded by ice that made one shiver. As for the other person, there was a red leaf circling around his fingertip. With a smile on his face, the 2 of them entered the testing ground. They passed. Successfully. Not only that, the 2 of them started to challenge the experts on the stars ranking the next day. Both of them successfully killed the stars ranking. One of them was ranked 100th on the stars ranking while the other was ranked 87th. This caused the people of the Tao sect to go into an uproar. Another top-tier genius had come this time? Heavens, that man with the red leaf was even more terrifying. Fairy Zhiyu was even more terrifying. So what? Currently, Fairy Zhiyu was ranked 30th on the new list. It wasn't something that these newcomers could do. Senior Brother Fu, this is indeed the Tao sect. It's really strong. Every single person here is much stronger than the ones we've seen before. Lu Yuan looked at the figures in front of him with excitement. Fu Hongya also took a deep breath. It's fine. Although we've just entered, we'll definitely strive for greater heights. These 2 people were Fu Hongya and Lu Yuan. Previously, the 2 of them had been cultivating in the Xintian Pavilion. From the looks of it, they had already left the Xiantian pavilion. He began to travel around the buried Emperor Star. On the 10th day of his arrival at the Dao sect, a piece of news swept over. Fu Hongye and Lu Yuan were both shocked. It was said that a lot of treasures were lost in the Dragon Palace overnight. They saw a monkey appearing and disappearing like a ghost and were now chasing it with all their might. There was even a cauldron of pills condensed from more than 10 types of dragon blood that had been stolen. The people of the Dragon Palace went crazy. This cauldron of pills was meant for the Dragon Crown Prince. Now that it was lost, they couldn't bear the consequences. Thus, they searched frantically. If they caught that monkey, they definitely wouldn't let him go. Divine Residence. The dark red dragon and the others were anxiously waiting. That fellow Little White had been gone for so long. Was there any problem? The toad said. Don't worry, little guy. He might not be good at other things, but he's definitely good at finding treasures. Just as he was speaking, a white figure jumped onto his head. It's back! The toad exclaimed. The dark red dragon waved his hand and a formation enveloped the residence. He said, How is it? Little White took down the treasure bowl and poured out the things inside, piling them up into a small mountain. Nalan Liang's eyes were wide open. Yuren was also so frightened that his scalp went numb. When had he ever seen so many treasures? He probably hadn't received so many rewards in 10 years. Little White carried a few good-looking fruits and said, These are mine. You guys can split the rest. Little guy, you did well. The toad's mouth was crooked from smiling. The eyes of the dark red dragon and the others were also shining. These things were definitely a shocking amount of wealth. In particular, he found a pill furnace that was emitting smoke. When he opened it, he found 9 pills, each of them sparkling and translucent. There seemed to be a dragon's shadow revolving around it. What a terrifying pill. Nalan Liang and the others were shocked. The dark red dragon's eyes also lit up. It was made from more than 10 types of dragon blood. It was a great supplement. Little White blinked his big eyes as if it was delicious. However, it looked too ugly. He looked at the beautiful spirit fruit in his hand and the radiant dragon core. It seemed to be very difficult to decide. At this time, the entire sky outside rang out. Roars rang out one after another. Terrifying souls hid the sky and covered the earth as they searched. The formation kept shaking. Nalan Liang's scalp went numb. What was going on outside? Yuren said, I'll go out and investigate. He walked out of the formation and quickly investigated. Soon, he came back with a pale face. The people of the Dragon Palace had gone crazy. The toad said, It must be because of this furnace of pills. Nalan Liang said, Why don't we hand it over? This pill looks extraordinary. If we really take it, the Dragon Palace will go crazy and attack us. The dark red dragon said, Don't be afraid. How can we hand over something that's already in our hands? Besides, do they have evidence? The dark red dragon took out 2 dragon cores. He said, Leave these 2 for Lin Brat. We'll quickly divide the rest. If they couldn't find evidence, it would be slander. They were all dumbfounded. Nalan Liang and Yuren also said, Do we have a share too? The toad said, Of course. Everyone has a share in the divine abode. Boss, you'll be my big brothers forever. Nalan Liang exclaimed. Yuren was so emotional that he cried. I'll follow you forever. Next, Nalan Liang and the fishman each got 1. The remaining ones were divided between the dark red dragon, the toad, and Little White. 2 were left for Lin Xian. After these people swallowed, they felt as if a volcano was erupting in their bodies. It was as if their meridians were about to shatter. Damn, what terrifying power. Roar, roar, roar. At the same time, endless dragon roars came from their bodies, resounding through the 9 heavens. Not good. The toad and the others' expressions changed. They didn't expect the power of this pill to be beyond their imagination. The sound spread out instantly. It was too late for them to use the formation to suppress it. Everyone in the Dao sect heard it. It was as if 10,000 dragons were born. Damn it. When the people of the Dragon Palace heard this sound, their eyes turned red. They rushed over. When they arrived at the divine abode and saw the terrifying dragon aura below, they all roared. Kill! They attacked. The array below rolled and released a terrifying force that forced them to retreat. The people from Dragon Palace were shocked. This was impossible. This array formation was too terrifying. Who was the one who set it up? They were discovered. The dark red divine dragon's expression changed. In the next moment, they kept their treasures and looked as if they were facing a great enemy. The people inside, listen up. Get the hell out here. How dare you steal the treasures of Dragon Palace? You must be tired of living. Exclamations and angry voices could be heard. The people from Path Sect were also shocked. Who are these people? How dare they target Dragon Palace? Someone said that this was Baizhen's residence in the past, but it was snatched away by Lin Xian and the rest. Are they Lin Xian and the rest? They were shocked. These people are too daring. What should we do? Nail and Liang and the rest were terrified. Should we teleport away first? No, the surroundings have been sealed. The dark red divine dragon frowned. He looked around and then flew into the sky. Through the formation, he looked outside. Why did you come to my residence? How dare you steal the treasures of Dragon Palace? Hand them over obediently and kowtow to me. Otherwise, you are dead. What a joke. Which eye of yours saw me steal your treasures? Take out the evidence. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The dragon's roar is the evidence. The dark red divine dragon laughed. Are you crazy? What kind of evidence is the dragon's roar? I am a dragon. Can't I sing here? With that, the dark red divine dragon roared a few more times. The terrifying dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens, causing everyone's blood to freeze. This guy's bloodline is so strong. The people from Path Sect were shocked. Someone said, I think Dragon Palace made a mistake. It is indeed the dragon's roar. This dragon must have been cultivating some kind of secret technique. The people from Dragon Palace looked cold. Are you trying to lie to us? Then we will search for you personally. They flew down and attacked the array quickly. The array shook. Although it was set up by Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, it was powerful. However, if the people from Dragon Palace continued attacking, it would be broken. Soon. After all, there were too many people from Dragon Palace. Damn it, what should I do? Nail and Liang gritted his teeth. The toad said. He was going to fight it out with them. However, Yuren stepped forward. Brother Long, Brother Toad, there was no need to fight with them. The Dao sect had its rules. He took a deep breath and shouted at the people from the Dragon Palace outside. According to the rules of the True Path sect, the residence was protected and no one was allowed to attack. Otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. Yuren had a nervous expression. To be honest, he did not dare to resist the people of Dragon Palace. But these days, when he was with Lin Xian and the others, he gradually became more confident. Furthermore, Lin Xian and the others treated him very well. They even gave him dragon pills to eat. At the critical moment, he had to step up. Compared to Nail and Liang, the dark red divine dragon and the others, Yuren had arrived a few years earlier. Thus, he was more familiar with the rules of the Dao sect. Upon hearing this, the dark red divine dragon asked, "Is what you said true?" Yuren nodded. It was absolutely true. As long as he stayed here for a while, he would know the rules of the Dao sect. Indeed, as one of the 3 great orthodoxies, how could the orthodoxies kill each other? The World Dao sect definitely wouldn't allow that. Unless it was a battle of life and death, even if it was a challenge for ranking, it was impossible to kill. Haha. The toad was amused. He jumped up and said, "If you dare to attack the people of Dragon Palace again, don't blame us for informing the elders. Let the Dao sect punish you." Damn it. The people of Dragon Palace gritted their teeth. They stared at Yuren. Originally, they thought that the toad, the dark red divine dragon and the others had just arrived and definitely did not understand the rules. Who would have thought that the other party would bring out the sect rules in an instant? Let them attack again. The surrounding people were also discussing spiritedly. Just you wait. Don't think that we can't attack because of the sect rules. One day, you will regret it. The people of Dragon Palace gritted their teeth and hurried back to report to Lan Zilu. After hearing this, Lan Zilu's expression changed drastically. Even something as important as the dragon pill was lost. The Dragon Crown Prince would definitely be furious when he found out. Someone at the side said, "Why don't we quickly attack and kill our way in before the elders react and snatch the dragon pill back?" No. Lan Zilu shook his head. Although he was a member of Dragon Palace, they did not dare to challenge the rules of the Dao sect. How about this? Gather all the people on the stars ranking and hold a gathering. Weren't that dragon and toad on the stars ranking? At that time, they would have to participate. This way, they could directly challenge them, defeat them, suppress them, or even cripple them. Everything made sense. Lan Zilu's eyes emitted a biting cold radiance. The other party was still far from being able to fight with Dragon Palace. Yes, we understand. My subordinates, hurry up and take action. In an instant, the undercurrent in the Dao sect was surging. A gathering regarding the stars ranking was quickly starting. Spirit Void Valley was covered in flames and became a land of death. There were no living creatures in the surroundings. Even the demonic beasts had left. On this day, in the valley, two figures opened their eyes one after another. Lin Xian stood up and roared towards the sky. The Nine Suns' divine fire on his body became even more terrifying. His Nine Suns' divine body had improved. His physique and strength were even stronger than before. If he were to meet Bai Li Fei now, he would probably be able to completely crush him with just his strength. He was confident that he could defeat him with one punch. The increase in strength caused Lin Xian's eyes to emit a piercing radiance. Previously, in the Sacred Abyss Tower, he had already reached the 3000th rank. Now, it seemed that he could continue to strive for it. On the other side, Yan Ruyu's lips curled into a smile. As expected of the innate spiritual fire. It actually helped me break through my bottleneck. What are your plans next? Lin Xian asked with a smile. He said that there was a Sacred Abyss Tower in wholly distant ancient city. It was very unique. Why don't you go and try it? Yan Ryu shook her head. No need. I have another cultivation method. What about you? She looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said that he was going to return to the Dao sect to rest for a few days before going to the Sacred Abyss Tower. Why don't you follow me back to the Dao sect? Yan Ryu nodded. I also want to see the legendary three great orthodoxies. The two of them soared into the sky and left the Spirit Void Valley. At the same time, the terrifying flames in the Spirit Void Valley disappeared from the world. Dao sect. It became more lively as the experts returned. A grand event was about to begin. The Dragon Palace was hosting the Stars ranking gathering. Divine Talisman. The Crimson Divine Dragon and the Toad naturally received the invitation as well. The Crimson Divine Dragon's face turned cold. Humph. Are they trying to get us to go out? Nalan Liang said that we don't need to bother with them. We'll just shut ourselves in and see what they can do. However, the Crimson Divine Dragon frowned. He said that we must go. Don't forget our goal. We will definitely establish a sect in the future. That will take in many people. Indeed, everyone nodded their heads. However, the Toad said that we don't have enough people. Although we are strong individually, we will be at a disadvantage if the other party attacks us one after another. Don't worry, I have already sent a message to Lin Xian. He said that he is on his way back. Is that brat coming back? They all heaved a sigh of relief. They were well aware of Lin Xian's strength. Since the other party was back, there shouldn't be much danger on their side. At this moment, the array outside flickered again. Someone is coming. The dark red divine dragon frowned. Are they from the Dragon Palace? Are they here again? A cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. However, when he saw the two figures outside, he was stunned. Who are they? Nalan Liang was puzzled. The dark red divine dragon smiled. This was Lin Xian's former fellow disciple and also an old friend. With a wave of his hand, the formation opened, and he flew over at the same time. The two of you actually came here. Brother Long, it really is you. The two people who came were Fu Hongye and Lu Yuan. Previously, they hadn't known that the dark red dragon and the others were also in the Dao sect. However, when the Dragon Palace had attacked them, they had been among the crowd watching and had seen the dark red dragon through the array. They were astonished. Fu Hongye asked, "Where is the young uncle master? Is he here?" On the way back, the dark red dragon waved his hand. "It's even better that you guys are here. This way, our three unions will have another force." These two people were also on the same side. The dark red dragon quickly explained the situation. Fu Hongye and Lu Yuan immediately nodded after hearing it. "No problem, we will naturally stand on the young uncle master's side. From now on, we will be part of the Divine Union. Alright, let's get ready to participate in this stars ranking gathering." In the Dragon Palace, inside a spiritual mountain, a lady in blue waved her hand. Around her was an extremely terrifying ice domain. There were all kinds of snowy mountains and valleys inside that could freeze everything. A sage king would probably be turned into an ice sculpture in an instant if he were to enter this place. BP, 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 boom. Not only that, but the ice and snow in the ice domain condensed into two ice dragons. They roared between heaven and earth, their terrifying aura shocking everyone. BP, 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 ice dragon palm. With a single palm strike, two ice dragons flew out. Wherever they passed, the world would be frozen. The lady in blue retracted her palm and heaved a sigh of relief. The aura of the Tao of Dragon was indeed strong. His attack wasn't any weaker than a peerless divine ability. "Little sister, it seems like your strength has increased again." Lan Jilu walked over and said with a smile. "You can show off your brilliance in this stars ranking gathering." Lan Jilu nodded. She said, "This time, I have the confidence to fight for the top 10. Her beautiful eyes flickered. Then she said, "Brother, do you think that Lin Xian will come?" Lan Jiu's eyes flashed with a cold light when he spoke of the other party. That coward hadn't appeared for a few times already. Lan Jilu said, "Regardless of whether he comes or not, the people around him will definitely die. Brother, if he comes, let me do it personally. I will let him know the difference between us. Don't worry, I'll leave him to you." Lan Jilu said indifferently. He was very confident in his sister. In another part of the forest, a dreamlike man walked out. Beside him, many demonic beasts had collapsed, and their bodies no longer had any signs of life. In the distance, a few Dao sect disciples saw this scene and felt their scalps go numb. This person's soul was so terrifying. BP, 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 who is he? He should have entered the Dao sect with Fairy Jiu. He was called the Dream Eater Wolf. After coming, he was even more low-key than Lin Xian. It was as if he had not appeared at all. Who would have thought that he would be so terrifying? I feel that he can enter the top 0 of the stars ranking gathering. The stars ranking gathering this time was really lively. Fairy Jiu's strength had increased greatly. She would probably be even more terrifying. Now, another Dream Eater Wolf had appeared. There was also Lin Xian's friends. They were all very terrifying. He didn't know what the final result would be. Some people exclaimed while others sneered. Don't worry, no matter how strong they were not a match for the Dragon Palace. At this moment, many people were rushing towards the Dao sect. Lin Xian and Yan Ruyu were among them. The two of them weren't moving very fast. Because they did not care. Instead, they were very calm, as if they were playing. It was also Yan Ruyu's first time in Holy Abyss City. Lin Xian had been to a few sages' ruins before. So, he was leading Yan Ryu to experience and comprehend the sages' laws. At this time, the sound of fighting suddenly came from the forest in front of them. Lin Xian looked down and saw a purple demonic bull roaring at the sky. Its terrifying killing intent swept out in all directions. His opponent was a man. The sword technique in his hand was like a nimble snake, constantly attacking. As he fought, he retreated. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was still able to handle it with ease. Someone from the Dao sect? Seeing the clothes and totems on these people, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. However, that wasn't what he was concerned about. What he was concerned about was the purple demonic bull. Something was wrong. It seemed to be controlled. BP, 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 what Yen Ryu said as she looked down in shock. Someone had taken control of this demonic beast and even changed its soul. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect Yen Ryu to notice it in an instant. He also nodded. Indeed, he did not know which soul expert it was. The soul change was very subtle. Even Lin Xian was surprised. Therefore, he was going to investigate. The two landed and flew forward. The figures below saw this scene and were immediately surprised. Someone was coming, and they were heading towards the Purple Thunder demonic bull. Did they not want to live? Although this Purple Thunder demonic bull was only a middle-stage Saint King, it was a strange beast. It was very terrifying and had infinite strength. The man who used the spirit snake sword technique snorted coldly. Quickly dodge. Do you not want to live? However, he found that Lin Xian and Yen Ryu did not seem to care and directly approached the Purple Thunder demonic bull. The Purple Thunder demonic bull angrily roared. Its eyes opened and terrifying thunder stared at Lin Xian and Yen Ryu. When the spirit sword man saw this scene, he coldly snorted. He threw out a scroll after a scroll, and the terrifying laws on it erupted. Only then was he able to stop the Purple Thunder magic bull. In the next moment, he arrived beside the two and said, "Could it be that you two really don't want to live? In order to save you, I wasted one of my treasures." Lin Xian turned his head and sighed. He did not need the other party. However, since the other party had made a move, he nodded. "Thank you for your kindness." Once he knew, he quickly retreated. This guy was very powerful. He saw that Lin Xian was also a middle-stage Saint King, so he reminded him. However, at this time, the Purple Thunder demonic bull was slightly injured because of the power of the scroll. It roared towards the sky. Thunder continuously condensed on its body. Soon after, its body also enlarged, becoming 100 zhang tall. Thunder condensed in its hand, forming a giant axe. It chopped towards Lin Xian and the other two. BP, 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 not good. The youth's expression changed greatly. Lin Xian and Yen Ryu, however, had calm expressions. A figure streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, splitting everything in its path. The Purple Thunder demonic bull's huge body was split in half and fell to the ground. The earth split open and blood flowed everywhere. Was it dead? The spirit snake youth was stunned, then he smiled. Great, it was his senior brother. He turned his head and saw a man in a white robe walking in the air towards him. It was him. He looked at Lin Xian and said, "Young man, sometimes you have to know when to advance and when to retreat. With your strength, you can't fight against this demonic bull. So the next time you meet such a demonic beast, try to escape." In his opinion, the only reason Lin Xian and the others were able to survive this time was because he had intervened. Otherwise, they would have died without a doubt. Lin Xian said, "I just felt that this lightning bull was a little strange, so I wanted to investigate it." He was telling the truth, but the other party shook his head and sneered. He really didn't know what was good for him. The spirit snake youth said, "Looking at your clothes, you must be from the Dao sect." "We are too. This is my senior brother, Xianxia. He is ranked third in the Dao sect." Xianxia also looked at Lin Xian. "You are also from the Dao sect?" Lin Xian nodded. "That's right. I just joined the Dao sect." Xianxia understood. "So you are a new disciple." "Forget it, you are lucky to meet me. There are a few demonic beasts here that are not weaker than this lightning bull. If you go alone, it will be very dangerous. Follow me." After saying this, he looked forward. Actually, he wasn't looking at Lin Xian, but Yen Ryu. Yen Ryu's jade-like beauty shocked even him. He asked, "I wonder who this fairy is?" "I am his friend." Yen Ryu said indifferently, not paying much attention to him. Xianxia was surprised. He didn't expect Lin Xian, a middle-stage Saint King, to have such a beautiful friend. However, he didn't mind her cold attitude. Maybe she came from somewhere else and hadn't seen many geniuses. He believed that as long as he displayed some strength, she would fall in love with him. "Let's go. Xianxia will lead the way." The spirit snake youth also walked over and said, "How was it? That one-hit sure kill move just now, isn't it powerful? That's my senior brother's ultimate technique." White crane palm. "Are you shocked?" Lin Xian said, not paying much attention. Indeed, he didn't pay attention to Xianxia. Although Xianxia was ranked third on the stars ranking, he didn't put him in his eyes at all. He was curious from the beginning. Who changed the soul of this demonic bull? Didn't care? That young man was stunned. Then, he said, "You said you didn't see it clearly, right?" "That's true. With your cultivation, how could you have seen it clearly? You can't keep up with my speed." Finally, he said, "You're going to watch the stars list gathering this time, right? At that time, you will see my senior brother shine again. Up ahead." Xianxiao also smiled. This time, he had the confidence to fight for first place. Therefore, when the time came for him to display his powerful strength, this beautiful woman would come to his side. Seeing the two of them so proud, Lin Xian felt that it was funny. Beside him, Yan Ryu also shook her head slightly. They were indeed people from two different worlds. It was just that they were in the sky while the other party was on the ground. Lin Xian didn't say anything. After all, he was going to return to the Dao sect. It was good to let the other party lead the way. It would save him a lot of trouble. At this moment, the Dao sect was completely bustling. The experts on the stars list had all returned. There were also some who were training outside. This time, they were going to compete. Stars list. They were going to be famous. Near the ancient arena, there were many spectator stands. Some places were even condensed by the laws, forming pavilions and palaces. Some floated in the clouds, while others stood on the ground. The people sitting here were all extraordinary. The top 10 on the stars list each had their own palace. As the third on the stars list, Xianxiao naturally had his own palace. At this moment, he led Lin Xian and the others into the palace. Some Dao sect disciples surrounded them. Apart from that, there were also some battle servants and maids. These were all Xianxia's subordinates. As the new third on the stars list, Xianxiao also opened his own palace. At this moment, these subordinates were serving tea and water. The spirit snake youth looked at Lin Xian. The two of them said, "Take a seat." Suddenly, he realized that the two of them had already sat down. They didn't seem to be nervous at all. These two guys were really strange. However, they probably didn't know what was going to happen. Although Lin Xian was a Dao sect disciple, he had just joined the sect not long ago. He probably didn't even know what the stars list was. When his senior brother revealed his identity, this guy would probably be scared silly. He couldn't wait to see Lin Xian and Lin Xian's shocked expressions. Thinking of this, the spirit snake youth ran over and asked, "Senior brother, this time we have a chance to fight for the top spot, right?" Xianxiao said, "Yes. This time, I'm stronger than before." However, he didn't know how many experts would appear this time. The spirit snake youth said, "I heard that Fairy Zayu is very powerful. She will definitely be able to enter the top 10 this time. She might even be able to enter the top 5. I'm afraid that when she grows up, she will be able to dominate the world." Xianxiao nodded. Fairy Zayu was indeed very talented. It wouldn't be a problem for her to enter the top 5. However, to dominate the world? I'm afraid not. Right now, your eyes are only on the Dao sect. Other than the Dao sect, there are 2 other orthodoxies. There's even the scarier glory list. That's where the real experts compete. Countless great sage cultivators look forward to it. If you can enter the glory list, even if it's the last place, you'll be able to dominate the world. So powerful. The spirit snake youth and the others were stunned. They didn't know that the Lin Xian they looked down on was the 3,000th person on the glory list. If they knew, they would probably be scared silly. Someone was coming. Suddenly, Xianxiao raised his head and looked outside. A group of people walked in majestically from the outside. Their auras were extremely majestic. Many people moved aside. It was the people from the Dragon Palace. The spirit snake youth looked over and exclaimed. Fairy Zayu was among them. At this moment, Lan Zayu was dressed up meticulously. She looked like an ice goddess. The cold aura around her frightened many people. Fairy Zhu, outside, many disciples of the Tao sect had already started shouting and becoming her followers. They couldn't help it. Fairy Zhu was beautiful and talented. A fairy like her would naturally be pursued by many. Xianxia raised his head and looked over. His eyes were burning with passion. However, he then looked at Yanruyu. He thought to himself, Fairy Zhu is also a genius. However, compared to this woman in white, she's still lacking. Moreover, this woman in white was obviously inexperienced. Hence, he felt that he had a higher chance of winning Yanruyu. Thinking of this, he decided that he would perform well later. Not only Lanjiu, but many experts from the Dragon Palace had also come. Even Lan Zilu had come personally. He occupied the best palace and led everyone to their seats. Many people exclaimed. Xianxia's pupils constricted. Did Lan Zilu come personally? He might not care about Lanjiu as he thought that Lanjiu was weaker than him, but he was terrified of Lan Zilu. Lanjiu was ranked 24th on the Jade list. His strength was terrifying. If Lan Zilu wanted to kill him, he could do it in one move. How could he not be terrified of such a person? However, this was a gathering of the stars list. Lanjiu was here to hold the fort and would not attack. The only person he had to pay attention to was Bu Pingfan, who was ranked first on the new list. That person was unfathomable. He had fought with Bu Pingfan a few times and had lost. However, he would definitely win this time. The Dragon Palace was indeed the most terrifying force in the Tao sect. Their appearance frightened and envious the surrounding people. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon and the others had also arrived. They looked ahead and snorted. Why are you so arrogant? One day, we will trample all of you under our feet. Lu Yuan, who was at the side, asked. I wonder if little martial uncle is here, the dark red divine dragon said, he should be here. Lin Xian did not meet up with them, so they were not sure. However, they knew that Lin Xian would not miss this opportunity. Suddenly, they frowned as they felt a sharp gaze from the Dragon Palace shrouding them. It was filled with killing intent. The people around the dark red divine dragon immediately made way. A vacuum appeared in the originally crowded area. Who are these people? How did they offend the Dragon Palace, don't you know? He is Lin Xian's friend. What? These are Lin Xian's friends? Where is Lin Xian? Is he here? Countless people were shocked. So, the Dragon Palace was dealing with this group of people. In the palace, Lanjiu stood up and looked ahead. She saw the dark red divine dragon, the toad, and two unfamiliar men. However, she did not see Lin Xian. She frowned and asked coldly, where is Lin Xian? Did he not appear? The toad snorted coldly. Even without him, I can teach you a lesson. The crimson divine dragon sneered. You want him to appear? Let's see if the Dragon Palace has the ability. How arrogant. The people of Dragon Palace gnashed their teeth. Someone snorted coldly. I think he's a coward. He doesn't dare to come at all. The others were also discussing spiritedly. They had never seen Lin Xian fight before, except for the fact that he was ranked first in the test. After coming in, they never heard anything about him again. In their opinion, the other party had either run out of ideas or used despicable means to enter. He did not have much strength at all. Alright, there's no need to talk nonsense with them. Let's begin. Lan Zilu said. Indifferently from behind. He sat there like a supreme emperor, controlling everything. The people of Dragon Palace nodded. A man walked out and said loudly. Today, all the masters on the stars list of Dragon Palace are gathered together. It was all for the sake of holding a grand event. At the same time, he also felt that there were many geniuses who had become Tao sect disciples. Was the stars ranking going to be updated? As soon as these words were spoken, countless people were in an uproar. As expected, they wondered what kind of exciting battle was going to happen next. As for the rules, everyone should be clear about it. According to the rules of Tao sect, no killing was allowed. Alright, I wonder who would like to challenge first. As soon as these words were spoken, many people's eyes lit up. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. Some of the masters had been training hard so that they could be ranked on the stars list and become famous. At this moment, someone stood out. "I'll do it." This person had terrifying thunder on him. He challenged the person ranked 92nd on the stars list right away. Both of them fought fiercely and this man with thunder actually succeeded. This made the atmosphere even more heated. In an instant, many people stepped out to challenge the new masters on the stars list. Two figures stood on a mountain peak far away. They were Qing Feng and Bai Li Fei. Both of them looked at the battle in front of them with flickering eyes. Although they were not interested in such a battle, they were very concerned about it. Although these people were weaker than them, they were all top-notch masters and geniuses in the outside world. This was enough to show how terrifying the three main orthodoxies were. The Tao sect was not ordinary. Qing Feng said that the Dragon Palace was terrifying. They had the Dragon Prince and the Dragon Prince. The Dragon Prince had the ancient desolate body and was extremely terrifying. The Dragon Prince was even more terrifying. The Emperor's son, the only one who could compete with him was Kuan Pingzi. It seemed like the Princess of Phoenix territory would have to fight with them. As an emperor race, Phoenix Ridge also had a princess. Now that the princess had awakened, her strength might not be weaker than Kuan Pingzi and the Dragon Prince. However, she did not come to Saint Distant Ancient City to cultivate. Bai Li Fei said. Although the Sky Rock clan is not an emperor race, this time, the number one person of the Sky Rock clan could definitely compete with the emperor's son. He might even be able to slay a dragon. He had absolute confidence in the number one genius of his clan. His opponent was much stronger than him. He might even become a great emperor. In the third palace, Lin Xian looked at the scene outside and nodded slightly. His eyes flickered as he watched every battle seriously. Although these people were not as strong as him, each of them had their own merits. Lin Xian wanted to play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. He would not underestimate the people of the world. The spirit snake youth beside him shook his head when he saw Lin Xian watching so seriously. He was indeed a newcomer. Such a scene had already shocked him. If his senior brother made a move later, he would be scared to tears. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen battles had passed. Some people challenged experts on the stars ranking and succeeded, becoming famous. Some people were seriously injured and would not be able to recover in a few months. At this moment, Lan Jiyu stood up from the Dragon Palace. She felt that there was no need to wait any longer. It was time to start. Lan Jiyu's figure flashed and she came to the arena. Countless people exclaimed. "Look, it's Fairy Jiyu. Is Fairy Jiyu going to fight? Go Fairy Jiyu, Fairy Jiyu, you will definitely make it to the top 10 this time." Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Lan Jiyu looked at the person and said, "Get down. You are not my opponent." That person left the arena obediently. Lan Jiyu looked around and said coldly, "Who wants to challenge me?" She looked around and no one dared to respond. "Then I will challenge you personally." She was currently ranked 29th. She looked at the person ranked 20th and said, "Come over." The person ranked 20th was also a woman. She was dressed in red and her body was covered in flames. She turned into a flaming vermilion bird. She flew between heaven and earth, her terrifying aura made people despair. Lan Jiyu looked at the other. She did not care at all. She smiled. Hearing this, the surrounding people were in an uproar. The woman in red was no ordinary person. She was ranked 20th. How terrifying was she? The woman in red snorted. "Lan Jiyu, don't you think you're too arrogant? I want to see how strong you are to make me admit defeat." With that, she rushed over. Terrifying flames shot out of her palms, turning into a vermilion bird that danced in the air. Lan Jiyu snorted and threw out 3 palms, freezing the entire world. The vermilion bird's flames and the woman in red were all frozen. The surrounding people were stunned. Was it over? In just 3 moves, Lan Jiyu had won. This method was too terrifying. Some people exclaimed. Fairy Jiyu's strength had indeed increased by leaps and bounds. She had a chance to enter the top 10. Too powerful. As expected of my goddess. In the ice, the woman in red used all her strength to say, "I admit defeat." Lan Jiyu waved his hand and the ice melted. The woman in red landed on the ground, her face pale. Her internal organs had all been severely injured. She looked at her opponent with a terrified expression. It had only been a little over a year, and the other party had already become so powerful. Lan Jiyu didn't forget about her and continued to challenge her. Come at me, ranked 15th. In an instant, the battle erupted again. Countless people were shocked. In the third hall, the spiritual snake youth clenched his fists. Senior brother, Fairy Jiyu is too powerful. How did she grow so quickly in a year? When can I reach her level? Xianxia said. She was Lan Jilu's younger brother and a genius of the Blue Clan. Plus, she entered the Dragon Palace and cultivated the aura of the Tao of Dragon. How could she be slow? But compared to me, she's still far behind. I can defeat her in 10 moves. Xianxia's eyes were filled with confidence. Then he glanced at Yan Ruyu, hoping to attract her attention. But he found that Yan Ruyu didn't care at all. Instead, she was chatting and laughing with Lin Xian. This made Xianxia's eyes turn cold. Damn it. He couldn't wait any longer. In front, the battle continued. The person ranked 15th was defeated. Then, Lan Jiyu challenged the person ranked 9th. They exchanged 300 moves. Lan Jiyu won. At this moment, her face was somewhat pale and she was also injured, but she had finally succeeded in entering the top 10. Lan Jiyu's lips curled into a smile. He had achieved his goal this time. Countless people cried out in surprise, frantically shouting Lan Jiyu's name. This was because they knew that Lan Jiyu had created a miracle and directly charged his way into the top 10 of the stars ranking in slightly more than a year. There were very few of them in history. In the future, his achievements would be limitless. He would definitely be able to enter the Xian ranking. Those from the Dragon Palace were also excited. Lan Jilu nodded his head in satisfaction. Said Qing Feng and Bai Li Fei on a mountain peak in the distance. They were all geniuses from the Blue Clan. From the looks of it, her talent wasn't any worse than Lan Zilu's. In the future, she would be the second Lan Zilu. The two of them nodded and commented. They didn't seem too surprised. Because in their opinion, such a genius was very good, but he was still unable to compete with them. In the arena, Lan Jiyu looked down after achieving her goal. She stared at the dark red dragon and the others and asked coldly, I'll ask again. Is Lin Xian not here yet? There's no need for Lin Xian. I can teach you a lesson. The toad jumped out. The dark red dragon also said, Do you think you're very powerful? You're only ranked 9th. We don't put you in our eyes. Indeed, the two of them hadn't used their full strength in the previous battle. At this moment, they were ready to attack. However, Lan Jiyu snorted coldly, You're not worthy for me to attack. She didn't put a toad in her eyes. She only wanted to challenge Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian didn't appear. She could only say, Humph, coward. From now on, he's not worthy to be my opponent. The surrounding people were in an uproar as they discussed. This Lin Xian was definitely a coward. On a mountain peak in the distance, Qing Feng and Bai Li Fei frowned when they heard the name Lin Xian. Qing's taste wasn't good. She actually chose such a man. Bai Li Fei sneered. After this, he would definitely find that Lin Xian. He was trash. It would be better to just kill him. Qing Feng nodded, He's just an ant. On the arena, Lan Jiyu didn't attack the toad and the dark red dragon. Instead, she looked at the people closer to her. She wanted to continue challenging them. In the third palace, Yan Ryu looked at this scene and smiled. He seems to be challenging you. Aren't you going to go out? Lin Xian shook his head. He's too weak. I'm not interested. The nimble snake youth was stunned when he heard this. Too weak? This guy dared to say that Fairy Ziyu was weak. Did he have eyes? Xianxia frowned. How arrogant. However, when he saw Yan Ryu's expression, he couldn't believe it. Damn it, a peerless fairy was actually deceived by a kid, he couldn't stand it. He wanted to go out and prove his strength. He wanted to let Yan Ryu know that he was the real expert. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but stand up and walk out. The nimble snake youth was excited. Great, his senior brother was going to fight. He looked at Lin Xian proudly. Just you wait. I'll show you my senior brother's strength. I'll show you what a peerless expert is. After Xianxia went out, he walked into the arena and said, Fairy Ziyu, you must be tired after so many challenges. Why don't you go down and take a rest? I'll fight you next. Countless people exclaimed. It was Xianxia who was ranked third. Was he going to fight too? Everyone was excited. In their eyes, he was a godlike existence. Lan Ziyu frowned. Ranked third? He was giving her a lot of pressure. However, she was proud. How could she go down so easily? She said, if you want me to go down, let's talk with our strength. The ice energy on her body became even more terrifying. It swept forward. If that's the case, then I'll offend you. Xianxia roared. His body swayed and he dashed out like a bolt of lightning. Although he knew that defeating Lan Ziyu would offend Dragon Palace, he couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to prove himself in front of Yanruyu. In front of him, everything was frozen. However, Xianxia was nowhere to be seen. So fast. The surrounding people were shocked. Their eyes couldn't catch a trace of Xianxia. In the next moment, Xianxia appeared behind Lan Ziyu and struck out with his palm. Lan Ziyu felt her hair stand on end. It was so fast that she couldn't react. When she turned around and wanted to fight back, it was too late. This palm strike sent her flying. The void shattered. Lan Ziyu's body landed outside the arena. Her blood was boiling and her face was pale. Was she defeated? Countless people exclaimed. They didn't expect that Ziyu, who was so powerful, couldn't block Xianxia's palm. Damn it. Lan Ziyu gritted her teeth and wanted to charge forward. Lan Jilu said, Stop, sister. You're not his opponent. I know. Lan Ziyu gritted her teeth. Although she was ranked 9th, there was still a gap between her and the top 3. But she didn't care. She had just entered the sect for a year and was already able to achieve such results. She was definitely the genius who improved the fastest. Her future was limitless. The stars list was only her current ranking. Her final goal was the Xian list. Only by getting on that list could she be proud of the sect. In the third hall, the nimble snake youth clapped happily. He looked at Lin Xian and Lan Ziyu proudly and said, See, my senior brother is very strong. Even Fairy Ziyu couldn't block his palm. This time, he will definitely get first place on the stars list. Not bad. Lin Xian said calmly. To be honest, he didn't care. The nimble snake youth gritted his teeth. Not bad? Brat, do you know what an expert is? On second thought, Lin Xian probably didn't know how powerful his senior brother was. Alright, let's see if you still dare to be arrogant when my senior brother gets first place. At that time, you'll probably faint from fright. Lan Ziyu retreated to recover. Lan Jilu said coldly, he dared to defeat my sister. I have to teach him a lesson. Chonglu, you go. At the command, a tall man from Dragon Palace walked up and came to the arena in a few steps. At the same time, he brought along a terrifying force. The spectators were in an uproar. Wang Zhongluo, ranked second on the stars list. This was going to be a good show. It was going to be a fierce battle. One was ranked second and the other was ranked third. Both of them were equally matched. Xianxia squinted his eyes. Wang Zhongluo? Alright. I wanted to challenge Buping Fan directly. But I'll defeat you first. Then, I'll challenge the first place on the stars list. It's useless. Wang Zhongluo snorted. You're not my opponent. As he said that, he threw a punch at him. On the other side, Xianxia also charged forward. The two of them fought fiercely. Countless people widened their eyes. This was a rare fight between top experts. Gasps of surprise could be heard one after another. Even Lan Ziyu kept nodding her head because she realized that these two people were indeed stronger than her. She did not lose unjustly. Inside the third palace, Spirit Snake stood up excitedly and said, Did you see that? My senior brother is so powerful. Lin Xian glanced over and shook his head. He was going to lose this round. Lost? Everyone in the palace was stunned. Spirit Snake was furious as well. Kid, what do you know? Can you see my senior brother's figure clearly? Do you know how powerful my senior brother is? You don't know anything, yet you dare to say that my senior brother lost. Just you wait. Senior brother is going to win. Let's see how he will punish you. The Spirit Snake teenager gritted his teeth and observed again. The battle ahead was extremely horrifying. Xianxia was a member of the crane tribe and his speed was extremely fast. His white crane divine palm could split open heaven and earth. However, Wang Zhongluo was even more terrifying. He was like a demonic god, suppressing heaven and earth. Every punch was like a demonic mountain that swept across the world. Both sides exchanged 100 moves and were evenly matched. However, Xianxia's face was extremely ugly. He originally thought that his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He would be able to defeat his opponent in 100 moves. However, he did not gain the upper hand at all. This gave him a bad feeling. It seemed that he had underestimated his opponent. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds, but so had his opponent. How strong was Bu Pingfan, who was ranked first? Now, he did not dare to think about it. At this moment, Wang Zhongluo grinned. Alright, I'm not interested in fighting with you anymore. Let's end this in one move. Buddha palm. He struck out a palm that covered heaven and earth. The entire void shattered. This was Wang Zhongluo's ultimate skill. Countless people exclaimed. Who could compete with this ultimate skill? Oh no, that Xianxia is in danger. Xianxia felt immense pressure. He did not dare to be careless and performed his own ultimate skill. White crane divine palm. When the two palms collided, it was as if there were thousands of claps of thunder. The void in the entire arena turned into chaos. Everyone tensed up when they saw a figure retreating and landing directly below the arena. He vomited blood. Who was it? Everyone looked over and exclaimed. Xianxia, he was defeated. Xianxia was defeated. Countless people were shocked. Previously, Xianxia had displayed incredible strength, and everyone thought that he would be able to compete for the first place this time around. However, he could not even defeat Wang Zhongluo, who was ranked second, let alone Bu Pingfan, who was ranked first. How could it be? In the third palace, Xianxia was stunned as if he had been petrified. His senior brother was defeated. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. This was within his expectations because he had already analyzed the situation of the battle. The people of Dragon Palace were smiling proudly. How could the experts of Dragon Palace be defeated by the opponent? How could it be? I was defeated. Xianxia gritted his teeth in disbelief. Had his efforts all these years been in vain? Wang Zhongluo looked at Xianxia and said. Your strength has improved greatly. Unfortunately, after I joined Dragon Palace, my strength improved much faster than yours. Your strength is not bad. Why don't you join Dragon Palace? Humph, Xianxia snorted. Dragon Palace might be a good choice, but he had to think about it carefully. I lost this battle. My skills were not as good as his. Xianxia gritted his teeth, cupped his fists, and returned to his palace to treat his injuries. Senior brother, are you okay? Xianxia and the others saw this and quickly went to support Xianxia. I'm fine. I failed this time. Young master must have been careless. Young master, if you were serious, you wouldn't have lost this time. The battle servants said quickly. The Spirit Snake youth also said that his senior brother's defeat was definitely because of that fellow. That guy was cursing his senior brother. He said that he would be defeated from the beginning. Xianxia heard this and turned to look at Lin Xian. His opponent said that he would be defeated from the beginning. A cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Lin Xian said indifferently. I'm not talking about a curse. It's the truth. Your strength is weaker than his and you were so arrogant from the beginning. It's normal for you to lose. Kid, what did you say? Xianxia was furious. Xianxia's face darkened. Are you criticizing me? What right do you have to criticize me, because I'm stronger than you? Lin Xian stood up, looked at the two and said indifferently. Wang Zhongluo in your eyes is invincible. But in my eyes, he's like an ant, I can suppress it with a wave of my hand. The people in the hall were all dumbfounded. Wang Zhongluo was an ant? He could easily suppress him, what a joke. Spirit Snake jumped to his feet. Xianxia's face also turned cold. He felt that Lin Xian was too reckless. Kid, what's the point of saying that here? Go and say it in front of Wang Zhongluo. I think he can kill you with one slap. That's right, you're the ant. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, the Spirit Snake youth clamored. Lin Xian glanced at the two of them and said. So what if I say it in front of him? After saying that, Lin Xian walked outside. Xianxia was stunned. He thought that Lin Xian was just being arrogant in front of him, but he did not expect that. He actually dared to do that. Is this guy an idiot? Do you think you can survive in the challenge competition just because you can't kill someone? He deserves to be seriously injured and crippled. I want to see how this kid will die. Xianxia sneered. Even though he had lost, he was still third. He could do whatever he wanted on the stars leaderboard. If this kid dies, doesn't that mean that the white fairy will be mine? Thinking of that, he looked at Yan Ruyu. He was looking forward to Lin Xian going out to die. Outside, in the arena, Wang Zhongyang stood there and laughed loudly. Third place? You're too weak to withstand a single blow. Who dares to fight me? At that moment, he was extremely powerful. Countless people exclaimed. Other than Bu Pingfan, who was ranked first, no one could suppress him. Dragon Palace is indeed powerful. Look, someone is coming out. At that moment, someone exclaimed. They saw another figure walk out of the third hall. Is he Yunxiao unwilling to give up and wants to challenge him again? The people from Dragon Palace sneered. Even if he challenged Wang Zhongyang 10,000 times, he would not succeed. However, when they saw the figure, they were all stunned. Because they realized that it was not He Yunxiao, but an unfamiliar young man. Who is he? Discussions broke out one after another. The people from Dragon Palace were also stunned. Lan Ziyu's pupils constricted. She stood up and exclaimed. It's that kid. He actually came out. What does he want? Does he want to challenge Wang Zhongluo? What kind of joke was this? One had to know that Wang Zhongluo was much more powerful than He Yunxiao. He Yunxiao only needed one strike to defeat her. In other words, if Wang Zhongluo wanted to defeat him, it would only be a matter of one palm. If she didn't dare to challenge such a person, would the other party dare to? What a joke. The other party couldn't even defeat her, yet he wanted to challenge Wang Zhongluo. He didn't know what death was. Brother, let me go up. I want to suppress him with my own hands. Lan Ziyu wanted to attack. However, Lan Zilu stopped her. Little sister, no need. Let Demon Lord make a move. It's best if he can cripple this kid. A sharp look appeared in Lan Lujia's eyes. It wasn't just Lin Xian. They wanted to suppress everyone related to Lin Xian. This was the consequence of challenging the Dragon Palace. Here it comes. In the crowd, the dark red divine dragon and the others smiled when they saw Lin Xian. Fu Hongye and Lu Yuan clenched their fists. It was their little martial uncle. They were worried that little Uncle Master would be alright, right? They had seen how terrifying Wang Zhongluo was before. Toad said, don't worry, there won't be a problem. Wang Zhongluo is dead meat. Hearing this, the surrounding people went crazy. They looked at Toad and exclaimed. Someone actually thought that Wang Zhongluo would lose? Did water get into his brain? Wang Zhongluo looked at Lin Xian's figure and sneered. Kid, you want to challenge me? You didn't even enter the stars list. An ant-like existence isn't qualified to challenge me. Get lost, he shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder. The surrounding people laughed. The people from the Dragon Palace snorted. Indeed, in their eyes, Lin Xian was no different from an ant. He Yunxiao, Spirit Snake, and the others sneered. However, Lin Xian didn't care. He calmly walked to the arena and looked at his opponent. You're the second on the stars list, right? In other words, you're the strongest in the Dragon Palace. However, in my eyes, you're just SOSO. In my eyes, you're no different from an ant. If I want to suppress you, I only need one hand. Lin Xian's voice wasn't loud, but it spread clearly. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The entire place was silent. In the palace, Spirit Snake's eyes almost popped out. Xianxia also gasped. Damn, he really dared to say that. That's Wang Zhongluo, someone even more terrifying than me. Isn't he afraid of being killed with a slap? Kid, what did you say? You're courting death. Wang Zhongluo took a step forward. His eyes were emitting a biting cold-killing intent. The surrounding people felt their hair stand on end. Their souls were about to split open. At the back, Lan Jiyu sneered. Is this guy an idiot? Lan Jilu snorted. Trash indeed. Such a person deserves to die. Facing the terrifying killing intent, Lin Xian didn't care. He said indifferently, make your move. Use your strongest attack. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. This kid was too arrogant. Everyone felt that he was crazy. Where did this unfamiliar young man get the confidence to challenge Wang Zhongluo? Tell me your name. I won't kill nameless people. Listen carefully. My name is Lin Xian. Lin Xian, the surrounding people were stunned. Then, they exclaimed. Isn't this the person who came in first in the test a year ago? Isn't he a coward? It was said that he disappeared after coming in. Who would have thought that he would appear now? Countless people were in an uproar. This guy must be crazy. Does he really think that this is a test? What a joke. Wang Zhongluo could kill him with one finger. Everyone sneered and shook their heads. Over the past year, the people of the Dragon Palace had been saying that Lin Xian was a coward. So much so that they thought that Lin Xian didn't have much strength. On the mountain peak far away, Qing Feng and Bai Lifei were stunned. Lin Xian? This was the person they were looking for. How could he be so reckless? I want to see what such an idiot looks like. Their eyes shone brightly as they looked over. To be honest, after the battle between Wang Zhongluo and Xianxia, they were no longer interested. The top experts on the stars list were only SOSO. They could kill them with one slap. So, they didn't pay attention. When Lin Xian appeared, they couldn't be bothered with him. They felt that he was like a fly. Now that they took a closer look. In the next moment, their bodies shook. Bai Lifei was dumbfounded. His eyes were about to fall out. Damn it. How could it be him? Qing Feng also sucked in a breath of cold air. Impossible, he was Lin Xian. The two of them recognized that the young man in front of them was the mysterious man in the Spirit Void Valley. He was the person who had defeated Bai Lifei. Qing Feng also thought that she wasn't his match. They were very curious about the mysterious young man and wanted to know who he was. But after looking around, they couldn't find any clues. Who would have thought that they would meet him again? Moreover, he was the person they were looking for. Lin Xian. This wasn't the first time they had heard of this name. They had come to the ancient city for him. However, they had never seen him before. The rumors about Lin Xian were that he was a coward. They didn't think much of him either. They even mocked Murong Qingqing for having bad taste. However, they realized that they were wrong. It wasn't Murong Qingqing who had bad taste, but them. It wasn't Lin Xian who was an idiot, but them. Damn it, how could it be this kid? Bai Lifei gritted his teeth. He felt that his pride had been crushed by Lin Xian. He had been defeated twice by Lin Xian. Qing Feng also couldn't believe it. To be honest, she didn't know Lin Xian's identity when she first met Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's temperament and strength had convinced her and made her fall in love with him. However, she couldn't accept it when she found out that Lin Xian was Lin Xian. For a moment, both of them were stunned. At the front, Wang Zhongluo was similarly stunned. In the next moment, he sneered. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be a coward. Since it's you, I don't mind sending you to hell. Since Lin Xian had challenged the Dragon Palace, he would suppress him now. He wanted to let everyone know the consequences of challenging the Dragon Palace. As he thought about this, the nomological laws on Wang Zhongluo's body started to converge on his fist. This punch could destroy heaven and earth. Nothing could stop it. Feeling this power, everyone was in despair. They knew that the kid in front of them was dead meat. Even if this punch couldn't kill Lin Xian, it could seriously injure him. It wouldn't be a problem for him to be bedridden for a few hundred years. This was the fate of an idiot. Xianxia and the others sneered and shook their heads. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian smiled. Given your strength, to be able to gather energy to such an extent is truly not easy. However, let me show you what true power is. He stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. There was a divine flame dancing on it. How dare an ant fight with me? Go to hell. Wang Zhongluo's fist, which was covered in monstrous demonic flames, rushed over. Buddha fist, demon god strike, a peerless fist technique, a peerless killing move. Everyone was shocked. This Wang Zhongluo already had the qualifications to ascend the jade role. Sure enough, the eyes of some of the experts on the jade list lit up and they frowned. The Dragon Palace had produced a talent. Too weak. Let me show you what a real fist technique is. Lin Xian's fist also flew out. Everyone was disdainful, but when they saw the punch, they were all stunned. That punch was like a sun descending into the mortal world. Monstrous divine flames swept out in all directions. At this moment, everyone felt like they were about to melt. What kind of flame was this? How could it be so terrifying? Everyone retreated in fear. Although there was a defensive array in the ancient arena, it could not stop the flames. How could this be? People from Dragon Palace exclaimed. Lan Ziyu's scalp went numb. Even though they were so far apart and she was an ice attribute martial artist, she could still feel it. The ice continued to shatter. If she got any closer, wouldn't she be reduced to ashes? The third palace. The spirit snake youth was so scared that he knelt on the ground. Xianxia's scalp was also numb. Was this the ant he looked down on? This punch was enough to kill him. Perhaps Wang Zhongluo was just an ant in his opponent's eyes. Wang Zhongluo could not believe it. Feeling the heat, endless cracks appeared on his body, and blood dyed his body red. How could this be? So strong, moreover, he could not resist. At this moment, his opponent gave him the feeling of a god, an existence he could not defeat. He knew that he was wrong. Everyone was wrong. The other party was not a coward. The other party was a genuine expert. And he was extremely low-key, only showing his fangs now. No. Block it for me. He roared with all his might. He channeled his power to the extreme, and even the precepts on his body burned. No matter what, he had to block this attack. But could he block it? With one punch, his divine demon strike was shattered. His arm was broken and turned into a bloody mist. His body kept cracking and turning into countless pieces. Was he going to die? Wang Zhongluo's face was filled with despair. It was the first time he experienced the feeling of death. Boom boom. At this moment, the apocalyptic crisis shrouded him. Then, it turned into a large palm and slapped him to the ground. Wang Zhongyang was defeated with one blow. The entire scene was silent, and everyone felt like they were dreaming. They could not believe it. Wang Zhongluo was so terrifying. He was ranked second on the stars ranking. But he was slapped to the ground like a fly. Was he dead? The people from Dragon Palace were nervous. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and snorted. If it were not for the rules of Path Sect, you would be a dead man now. However, with this punch of mine, you can forget about standing up for a year. Lin Xian did not kill him because Path Sect had rules. Unless it was a life and death battle. However, he did not care. Wang Zhongluo was like an ant in his eyes. It did not matter if he was dead or alive. He wanted to shock. Today, he was here to slap Dragon Palace's face. Unable to stand up for a year. This was no different from crippling Wang Zhongluo. The gap between geniuses could be a world of difference in a year, let alone a year. After a year, how high would these people stand? Wang Zhongluo was completely crippled. Wang Zhongluo's face was filled with despair. He vomited blood and fainted. At this moment, Lin Xian looked around and asked calmly. Who dares to fight with me? Everyone lowered their heads. What a joke. They could not even take a blow from Wang Zhongluo, let alone the others. Even Bu Pingfan, who was ranked first, was no match for him. How could this be? How could he be so strong? The people from Dragon Palace were in despair. Lan Ziyu's body was trembling. She looked down on Lin Xian and thought he was a coward. Now, she felt like she had been slapped in the face. Lin Xian looked down on her. She was probably no different from an ant in Lin Xian's eyes. Previously, she was proud of being ranked 9th on the stars list. But now, she was in despair. So what if she was ranked 9th? The expert ranked 2nd could not even take a blow from Lin Xian. If she went up, she would definitely die. In the 3rd palace, the young man from Spirit Snake had fainted. What kind of person did he offend? Xianxia was also trembling. His face was filled with fear. No wonder Lin Xian dared to say such things. Lin Xian had the strength to do so. He dared to have designs on Lin Xian's woman? Wasn't he courting death? Fortunately, he did not show it. Otherwise, he would definitely be dead. At the thought of this, his scalp went numb. From now on, he would never offend this terrifying existence again. That's great. Well done. Toad, Dark Red Divine Dragon, and the rest cheered. On the mountain peak, Bai Lifei gritted his teeth. Damn it, it was indeed this guy. The other party's strength was unfathomable. Wang Zhongluo was carried down, and the people from Dragon Palace looked gloomy. Lan Jilu said coldly. Aren't you a little too ruthless? It was just a challenge. Why did you have to injure him so severely? Why, do you think I'm ruthless? How did the Dragon Palace treat me during the test? More than a dozen hunters tried to kill me. At that time, you were trying to kill me. If it wasn't for the rules of Dao sect, he would be a dead man now. Lin Xian's cold voice was heard, and the surrounding people were in an uproar. There was actually such a thing. Most of them didn't know what happened at the test ground, and they were shocked when they heard it. No wonder this person wanted to challenge Dragon Palace. He was almost killed by Dragon Palace. Are you sure you want to be enemies with Dragon Palace? Lan Jilu walked up, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. No one had ever dared to go against Dragon Palace, no matter how strong the genius was. Why, you're not convinced? If you're not convinced, you can make a move. Even if it's you, I can suppress you with one palm. The surrounding people were going crazy. After defeating Wang Zhongluo, this guy wanted to challenge Lan Jilu. The people from Dragon Palace shouted angrily. Lan Ziyu even stood up and said, Kid, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I admit that you're strong. You defeated Wang Zhongluo and can even become number 1 on the stars ranking. But so what? My brother is an expert on the Jade ranking, and he's ranked 24. Do you know the difference between the stars ranking and the Jade ranking? Anyone in the top 0 of the Jade ranking can suppress the number 1 on the stars ranking with one hand. What qualifications do you have to challenge my brother? The surrounding people were also discussing spiritedly. Indeed, there were 2 rankings. One was in the sky while the other was on the ground. It was difficult for the people on the stars ranking to compete with the people on the Jade ranking, let alone the one ranked 24. How would a frog at the bottom of a well know my strength? Lin Xian glanced at him and shook his head slightly. Lan Ziyu was mad. Was he looking down on him? Damn it. Lan Jilu also laughed. So you're challenging me? Lin Xian shook his head. You're wrong. I'm not challenging you, but suppressing you because you're not qualified to be my opponent. This guy was too arrogant. Countless people were shocked. Xianxia's pupils shrank. He felt that the other party was a little too arrogant. If Lan Zilu really attacked, this Lin Xian would most likely be dead for sure. Everyone was once again worried about Lin Xian. On a mountain peak far away, Bai Lifei snorted coldly. What do a bunch of ants know? Forget about Lan Zilu, even the number 1 on the Jade list was also unable to hurt this brat at all. This was because the other party possessed the battle prowess of the great sage. Just you wait, that Lan Zilu will definitely die. Bai Lifei snorted coldly. In the arena, Lin Xian stared at Lan Zilu. He said, you were the one in charge of the test, weren't you? You allowed your subordinates to try and kill me. Today, it's time to settle the score. How do you want to calculate it? Call your companions over. I will suppress you all by myself. Lan Zilu sneered. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You're thinking too much. There's no need to go through so much trouble to deal with you. Let's have a battle to the death. After this battle, only one person could survive. Countless people were in an uproar, feeling as if they had gone crazy. Battle to the death. Did this guy really not want to live anymore? The people from the Dragon Palace were also stunned. Lan Zilu sneered coldly. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He was really furious. He admitted that the other party was strong, but compared to him, there was still a huge gap. Today, he would take this opportunity to kill this potential enemy. After all, the other party's talent was too strong. If he was given 10 years, he might really be able to threaten him. Since he had decided, let's sign the battle to the death. Lin Xian had already heard about the battle to the death from Yuren. Naturally, he knew what to do. He bit his finger and used his blood to write the battle to the death in the air. The battle to the death was up to fate. No one was allowed to interfere. I'll fulfill your wish. Lan Zilu also walked out. He also wrote the battle to the death. 2 battle to the death were imprinted in the air. Countless people gasped. A battle to the death was about to begin. The 2 battle to the death quickly merged and flew into the sky. In the 3rd palace. Xianxia looked at the scene and felt his scalp go numb. The battle to the death had already begun. It was impossible to escape. The nimble snake youth had fainted previously. Now that he had regained consciousness, he fainted again when he saw that Lin Xian was about to fight to the death. Lan Zilu walked up and snorted. Originally, I wanted to let you have a few moves first. But since it's a battle to the death, I won't be merciful. Show me all your powerful trump cards. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even be able to block one of my moves. As his voice fell, an icy aura surged from his body. It was extremely terrifying. It formed a few ice dragons that bared their fangs and claws. The 7 ice dragons seemed to have been resurrected. Previously, Lan Jiyu was able to form 2 ice dragons and was already ranked 9th. Lan Zilu's strength was much stronger than Lan Jiyu's. In fact, he wasn't someone on the star's ranking could compare to. Take my ultimate move, 7 killing ice dragon fist. Lan Zilu raised his fist high and pushed it forward. Endless ice laws and 7 ice dragons roared between heaven and earth as they charged forward with this punch. It's over. It's a sure kill. This was Lan Zilu's ultimate move. It seemed like he wasn't going to hold back. The people from the Dragon Palace sneered. This kid is an idiot. How dare he offend senior brother Liu? Let's see how he'll die. More people sighed. Lin Xian was a top-notch genius. If he was given 10 years, he would have grown to a terrifying extent. However, Lin Xian was too arrogant. They were afraid that he would fall today. Even Nalan Liang, Lu Yuan, Fu Hongya, and the rest were nervous. Lin Xian shook his head slightly when he sensed the attack. Is this the best you can do? You've really disappointed me. It's much worse than I expected. Your attack isn't even worthy of me taking action. I can destroy it with a look. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back as he spoke indifferently. A golden radiance flickered in his eyes. What is this guy saying? Does he know how terrifying this punch is? Could it be that he's scared silly? The people from the Dragon Palace laughed loudly. This kid knows that he's going to die, so he gave up resisting. Lan Zilu snorted coldly. His strongest attack was weak? What a joke. When Lin Xian goes to hell, he'll know what despair is. Thinking of this, the power in his body became even more terrifying. This punch arrived in front of Lin Xian. A golden radiance condensed in Lin Xian's eyes. Reincarnation lightning. Buzz. With a glance, it could see through everything. Lan Zilu's pupil shrank. In the next moment, he felt a terrifying soul force entering his mind. The storm between heaven and earth was still dancing, but the punch had stopped. It was less than a meter away from Lin Xian. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. Why did it stop here? Could it be that an accident had occurred? The people from Dragon Palace snorted. What could have happened? Senior brother must have wanted to suppress him first before torturing him to death. Lan Ziyu's lips curled up into a smile. Her brother was much more powerful than the other party. There would definitely be no problem. But soon, the smile on her face froze. Everyone was stunned. Some were even dumbfounded. In the arena, the light in Lan Zilu's eyes disappeared and turned gray. His body landed on the ground. With a plop, the ground shook. The 7 ice dragons turned into ice and snow and disappeared. God, what's going on? Everyone was stunned. Xianxia was stunned too. He secretly used his soul to check. Then, he roared in horror and knelt on the ground. Dead, he felt that Lan Zilu's soul aura had disappeared without a trace. There was no sign of life. He was going crazy. Dead. That's impossible, the others were discussing and checking. Then, they roared in shock. God, I can't feel any signs of life. His soul has disappeared, who can tell me what the hell is going on? The people from Dragon Palace went crazy. They rushed forward and checked carefully. Their bodies shook, and some even spat out blood. Some even fainted. How could it be? Senior brother Zilu was really dead. At this moment, everyone's mind went blank. They couldn't imagine that someone could kill Lan Zilu with a look. On the mountain peak far away, Bai Fei snorted. A bunch of idiots. How could Lan Zilu be Lin Xian's opponent? One had to know that even he had been defeated twice by his opponent. This little martial uncle was too terrifying. Lu Yuan and Hong Yu were both stunned. What level had Lin Xian reached? They looked at the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon said, I don't know. You can say that he's unfathomable. These people are no match for him. No, brother, Lan Jiyu rushed over like a madman and threw himself at Lan Zilu's side. She had gone crazy. She had never thought that her brother, whom she was so proud of, would die. Moreover, he was killed by a single glance. She was on the verge of breaking down. Damn it, it's you. I'll kill you, she roared and sent out 2 ice dragons to attack Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood there without dodging at all. When the 2 ice dragons hit his body, they were directly burned to ashes by the 9 yang divine fire. The rebounding force also sent Lan Jiyu flying, his entire arm turning into a bloody mist. How could this be? Lan Jiyu was horrified. Her full-powered attack couldn't even break through the opponent's defense? The difference was too great. The others were also terrified. They all looked up to Lin Xian. He was simply a godlike existence. It was laughable that they had previously thought that Lin Xian was a coward. Now, they understood that Lin Xian was just too disdainful to make a move. Most likely, there weren't many people on the Jade list who could make this fellow take action. Could it be that this guy was going to directly enter the Xian ranking? Countless people went crazy. Previously, Lan Jiyu had reached the Xian ranking in a year. The 9th on the stars ranking was already shocking enough. However, Lin Xian now had the combat strength of the Xian ranking, and he had also reached the Xian ranking in a year. This was simply heaven-defying. In the history of the Path sect, there were probably no more than 3 people who had such combat strength. One of them was the Dragon Prince. Could this guy have the talent of an emperor? Countless people exclaimed. It seemed that the Path sect would not be too peaceful in the future. With such a heaven-defying powerhouse, and an enemy of the Dragon Palace, they could imagine how many battles would break out in the future. Damn it, this guy killed senior brother Zilu. Kill him and avenge senior brother. The people of the Dragon Palace went crazy. In an instant, many people charged towards Lin Xian. Behind them, the dark red dragon roared. Do you think we don't exist? He rushed out and waved his dragon claws. At the same time, he slashed forward with his dragon saber. The toad also jumped out. Poison them to death. He shot out poison that filled the sky. Nailan Liang, Yu Ren, Fu Hongya, and Lu Yuan also attacked. They stood beside Lin Xian and fought in all directions. Lin Xian did not attack. He stood with his hands behind his back. Everyone was shocked. If Lin Xian did not attack, the Dragon Palace would not be a match at all. However, they soon realized that they were wrong. Other than Lin Xian, the dark red dragon and the toad could definitely sweep through everything. Even Nailan Liang, Yu Ren, and the 2 newcomers were on par with the Dragon Palace. Damn it, how was this possible? Were the people around Lin Xian all monsters? Lan Ziyu flew over again and charged towards Lin Xian. However, he was sent flying by the dark red dragon's saber, and his body was almost split in half. Was she crazy? She couldn't even defeat a single dragon. Haha, I said I would teach you a lesson. Now, have a taste of my power. The toad also flew over. Divine Toad Fist. In the end, Xianxia was beaten until he vomited blood again. Everyone was going crazy. The goddess in their eyes was being beaten up by a toad. Xianxia even wanted to die. She was ninth, and she had her pride. What kind of joke was this? She felt that she was pitifully weak. She was no different from a worm. At this moment, Lin Xian snorted coldly. A pair of golden eyes appeared between heaven and earth, looking down at everyone. The people of the Dragon Palace felt their souls burning. They screamed and knelt on the ground. They struggled frantically. It was too terrifying. Just one look from the other party was enough to sweep them away. No one dared to attack again. The dark red dragon and the others also came back and sneered. What Dragon Palace? It was just SOSO. The surrounding people were stunned. The people on the stars list were also frightened. Even the experts on the jade list were shocked. More and more people rushed over. They knew that from now on, a powerful force would rise in the Path sect. And this force was something that everyone had to respect. Lin Xian looked down and said loudly. From now on, I will establish my own force, the Divine Abode. I welcome all geniuses to join the Divine Abode. Lin Xian's voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. Countless people were shocked. Was he going to establish his own force? It was unbelievable. Some people gasped. No wonder he wanted to attack at this time. He was trampling on the Dragon Palace's face. Then, he would use this advantage to establish his own divine abode and attract countless geniuses to join. In an instant, many people were tempted. Such a newly risen genius, and it had just been established. If they joined, they would definitely be senior figures in the future. The voice from the 9 heavens was abnormally terrifying, causing the surrounding people's blood to churn. Their bodies were about to split open. Their scalps went numb. Who was it? It was too terrifying. Toad and the others also raised their heads. Lin Xian also frowned. He could feel a powerful force descending. An expert had arrived. A figure descended from the 9 heavens. He was tall and sturdy, surrounded by dragon chi, and turned into 9 true dragons. There were tens of thousands of dragon blood spiraling under his feet, as if the dragon god had been resurrected. Was it the Dragon Prince? Toad gritted his teeth. Lin Xian also frowned. But soon, he realized that it wasn't the Dragon Prince. He had seen the Dragon Prince during the coronation, but the person in front of him was different. But even if it wasn't the Dragon Prince, it was still a dragon, an extremely terrifying existence. The people of the Dragon Palace also struggled to stand up at this moment. Seeing the figure descending, their eyes regained hope. Crown Prince, please help. Crown Prince, he's too arrogant. Not only did he injure us, but he also killed senior brother Zilu. Crown Prince, you must suppress him. Tear him into pieces. Roars came one after another. The surrounding people also exclaimed. He was the Dragon Prince of the Dragon Palace. Who was the Dragon Prince? Lin Xian frowned. He only knew of the Dragon Prince. Why was there another Dragon Prince? Yuren said. The Dragon Prince was the son of the great emperor. He had been sleeping for countless years and had just awakened. And this Dragon Prince was the son of the Dragon Sea Lord. He was a genius of the current era. Lin Xian understood. This Dragon Prince was equivalent to the top geniuses of the light and Yi Wudao. Perhaps the bloodline of dragons was also very terrifying. The dark red dragon also gritted his teeth. The Dragon Sea Prince? I've heard of him. There were dragons in the Dragon Sea. The Black Sea naturally heard of them and even had dealings with them, but they had never seen him. Now, it was the first time they saw him. A cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. The Dragon Sea Prince, Long Ao, also turned his head and stared at the dark red dragon in an instant. His pupils shrank. The other party's dragon blood didn't seem to be weaker than his. Who was this person, then? He snorted and said loudly, no matter who you are, you will die if you dare to challenge the Dragon Palace. Now, kneel on the ground obediently and wait for us to deal with you. You, the dark red dragon snorted coldly. His roar shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Countless people were terrified. Only now did they realize that they had underestimated this dragon. This guy's dragon blood seemed to be weaker than the Dragon Crown Prince's. What kind of divine being was this? The Dragon Crown Prince snorted coldly. My bloodline? He took a step forward. The 9 true dragons roared together. Their dragon blood clashed between heaven and earth, and everyone felt as if their souls were about to be destroyed. It was too scary. The dragons were indeed worthy of being the legendary race of divine beasts. Just the power of their bloodline alone was enough to make everyone despair. At this time, Xianxia walked out and looked ahead. Dragon Prince, right? It seems that other than Long Wu, you have the final say in the Dragon Palace. Alright, I'll inform you now. I am about to open up my spiritual mansion. From now on, wherever my spiritual mansion is, Dragon Palace will disappear. Do you understand? The surrounding people went crazy. Was this guy going to continue being arrogant? This time, he was challenging the Dragon Crown Prince. This Dragon Crown Prince was completely different from Lan Zilu. Regardless of status or strength, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. The Dragon Crown Prince was ranked first on the Jade board. He had the top bloodline of the dragons and was extremely powerful. Although he was ranked first on the Jade board, it was rumored that his strength was enough to kill the Xian board. However, he was unwilling to do so. Such a person's strength was extremely terrifying. No matter how strong Xianxia was, it was impossible for him to fight against the Dragon Crown Prince. Kid, do you want to die? Long Ao snorted coldly and stared coldly at Xianxia. The sky was filled with killing intent and dragon blood. He wanted to use his bloodline power to kill Xianxia. Xianxia's body was burning with divine fire. He was like a god of war, blocking all the power outside. He said coldly. If it was Long Wu, it might be possible. But you? You don't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me. Get lost. Kid, I didn't expect such an arrogant person like you to come out from the True Path sect. I want to see if you can block one of my attacks. Long Ao roared. He stretched out a finger, and the 9-headed true dragon beneath him coiled around his face, pointing his finger forward. Although it was just a casual attack, it had the power to destroy heaven and earth. At this moment, all the experts present felt their hair stand on end. Even some of the experts on the Xian board kept retreating. Too powerful. Xian was simply unfathomable. It's over. This kid is dead. He Yunxiao closed his eyes. This time, there would be no more accidents. Lan Ziyu revealed a sinister smile. Alright, she wanted to see Xian fall with her own eyes. The others were in an uproar. They felt that it was unwise for Xian to challenge the Dragon Crown Prince now. Fight with me? Alright, I'll give it a try. How strong is the Dragon Crown Prince? Xian snorted coldly when he felt the power of the dragon blood in his opponent's body. A dragon shadow appeared behind him. It was a sword dragon. It stood facing the sky and the scales on its body turned into divine swords. They pierced through the clouds. Xian raised his right hand and shouted coldly. The sword came. The sword dragon shadow behind him roared to the sky. The dragon scale sword on its body soared into the sky and fell into Xian's hand. With a clang, Xian held the sword and slashed forward. It collided with the 9-dragon finger. Thousands of lightning bolts fell, and the entire void was completely shattered. At this moment, it was like the end of the world. The 9-headed dragon roared. Everyone's blood was boiling, and the weaker ones had already vomited blood. Even the experts' faces were pale. The 9-headed dragon and one finger were enough to destroy everything. However, under this sword, it suddenly split open. Xian's sword was biting cold. Like lightning, the sword slashed open. The 9-dragon finger was shattered, and the whole world was split into two. Impossible. Countless people were shocked. The people of the Dragon Palace were even more shocked. This sword turned into an eternal memory in their hearts. After that sword, the Dragon Crown Prince's figure was split into two. Not only that, the earth continued to spread into the distance, forming a huge canyon with no end in sight. The power of that sword was terrifying. Was he dead? The Dragon Crown Prince was dead. Someone exclaimed. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the broken body in front of him in disbelief. How was this possible? In his knowledge, the Dragon Crown Prince was a godlike existence. With a stomp of the other party's foot, countless experts would fall. But now, he was killed in an instant. Xianxia directly knelt on the ground, her body trembling. Her face was full of despair. Even someone as strong as the Dragon Crown Prince couldn't block a single sword. The toad laughed. What Dragon Crown Prince? An ant-like existence. How dare he compete with us? The dark red dragon snorted coldly. Our divine abode will rise. This scene shocked countless people. Is the Dragon Prince really dead? On a distant mountain peak, Bai Lifei also frowned. The Dragon Prince underestimated his opponent too much. Qing Feng said, it's an avatar. Bai Lifei was stunned, then said, no wonder. I don't think he's that weak. However, an avatar was different from a clone. It was very difficult to form an avatar. Now that he had destroyed an avatar, his heart must be bleeding. Qing Feng also said that he underestimated his opponent. The two of them were talking about what was ahead. Lin Xian frowned, so it's just an avatar. He looked at the sky and said coldly, a mere avatar dares to fight against me? Wait until your real body comes. The toad sighed. The dark red divine dragon also snorted, it's too easy for this guy to die like this. Don't worry, we'll play with him slowly in the future. The others also exclaimed, so it's an avatar. However, it was much stronger than a clone. The avatar was equivalent to the opponent coming personally. Even so, it was still killed. Moreover, the Dragon Prince must have been injured by the destruction of his avatar. This Lin Xian is really terrifying. His true combat strength is definitely not weaker than the Dragon Prince. He has only been here for a year and he already has such power. Could it be that his target is the Dragon Prince? He could very well become the second Dragon Prince. The people of the Dragon Palace also heaved a sigh of relief. The Dragon Prince didn't die, that's great. However, they still gritted their teeth. The person in front of me is a peerless enemy. Our Dragon Palace will be in trouble in the future. Leave quickly. The people of the Dragon Palace have lost a lot of face this time. A stars-ranking genius was crippled, Lan Jilu was killed, and even the avatar of the Dragon Prince was killed. They would probably become a laughingstock. Therefore, they were too ashamed to stay here. The group quickly packed up and fled in panic. Ha 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 ha, get lost. The toad laughed behind them. Lin Xian led the group back to the third palace. In the third palace, the spirit snake youth woke up again. When he saw Lin Xian return, he immediately prostrated himself on the ground. Young master, please spare my life. Xianxia also said respectfully. Previously, I had eyes but failed to see. I didn't know how strong young master was. I hope young master can give me a way out. There was nothing he could do. Although he was also a proud genius, in front of Lin Xian, he had no choice but to lower his head. Lin Xian didn't care about this at all. These two people were like air to him. He looked at Yan Ruyu, smiled, and said, how is it? Are you tired from sitting? Yan Ruyu stood up with a smile after watching a wonderful performance. The people outside were also preparing to leave. At this moment, a roar came from afar. Amidst the endless changes in the wind and clouds, a powerful figure charged over. There was still blood on this person's body. It was obvious that he was injured. After he arrived, he roared angrily. Despicable ant, you dare to kill my incarnation? I'm going to send you to the 9 layers of hell. Everyone's blood froze. Had the Dragon Prince come in person? Could it be that a great war was about to break out? Countless people stopped and looked up at the sky. Inside the palace, Xianxia and the others nearly fainted from fright. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He strode out and said coldly, why? Do you want to be killed by my sword, ant, with just you? He roared angrily, and with a stomp of his feet, thousands of dragons roared, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Wasn't your incarnation killed by my sword? How much stronger can your incarnation be? It's easy to kill you. Lin Xian's words completely angered the dragon prince. Long Ao rushed down. Then come, I'll suppress you. Killing intent surged from his body. At the same time, he held a dragon hammer in his hand. The terrifying aura made countless people's scalps go numb. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Xian took a step forward. His body also emitted a terrifying killing intent. There was a terrifying dragon shadow sword chi circling around him. Countless people were shocked. Is a battle really going to happen? Even Qing Feng and Bai Lifei in the distance became nervous. The dragon prince's true body wasn't weaker than them. In fact, he was even stronger. Long Ao, stop. At this moment, a voice rang out. Who dares to stop me? Long Ao roared and turned his head to look. In the next moment, he was stunned. He saw a woman in a robe whiter than snow standing beside Lin Xian like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Who are you? He frowned. He felt that the other party was unfathomable and mysterious. The woman in white said, I'm Yan Ryu, I told you to stop. Who is this woman? How dare she speak to the dragon prince like this? The surrounding people were shocked. Even He Yunxiao was stunned. Could it be that this woman has a great background? Previously, he only thought that Lin Xian was powerful. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. This was the first time they had heard of this name, but when this name fell into the dragon prince's ears, it was like thunder. Long Ao's pupils constricted. It's you. Although he had never seen her before, he had heard of the name Yan Ryu. When he came out to train, his father had told him that there were some people that he couldn't provoke. Among those names, one of them was Yan Ryu. He didn't know her true identity, but it was said that she was not weaker than the emperor, so he couldn't provoke her. He didn't expect that she would appear here and stand beside Lin Xian, which made him gnash his teeth. Although he really wanted to attack, his father's warning kept echoing in his mind. He snorted coldly. Kid, you're very lucky. This time, I'll give face to the fairy. But the next time we meet, I'll personally send you to hell. You're the one who's lucky. Lin Xian sneered. I'll let you live for a while longer. Damn it, just you wait. Long Ao shouted coldly. He soared into the sky and disappeared. Is he going to leave just like that? Countless people were shocked and looked at Yan Ryu. Who is this woman? Can she scare the dragon prince away with just a few words? He Yunxiao fell to the ground with a plop. How dare I have such thoughts about such a person? He's too reckless. Thinking of this, he wished he could find a hole to hide in. That woman and Lin Xian were listed as existences that he couldn't provoke in his life. In the future, he would respect them as if they were gods. Lin Xian looked around and said loudly again. The spiritual abode had been opened, and he looked forward to all the powerhouses and geniuses joining. The spiritual abode will definitely not mistreat you. After saying that, he led Yan Ryu, the dark red dragon, and the others into the sky and returned to the spiritual abode. Both sides left, but the matter didn't calm down. Instead, it quickly spread. For a moment, the entire Path sect was incomparably shocked. Everyone was talking about this battle, especially about Lin Xian's 3 shocking moves. The people on the star list were stunned. They could only look up to such a person. The people on the jade list felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian and the others couldn't fight against him. However, the people around Lin Xian made them feel like they were facing a great enemy. Even the people on the Xian list personally came out to investigate. It wouldn't be long before such a person challenged the Xian list. After returning, Lin Xian, Lu Yuan, and Hongya had a good gathering. After all, they hadn't seen each other for a long time. A small banquet was held in the divine abode. Lin Xian and the others took out supreme-grade spirit fruits and spirit wine. Even the dark red divine dragon went out to hunt a few beast overlords for barbecue. Good wine, good food, and peerless fairies. Yan Ryu sat there like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. Nothing could be more beautiful. There was a smile on her lips as she quietly watched Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was talking with Fu Hongya and the others. How long have you been out? Where are the others? Are they still in the Shantian pavilion? Fu Hongya said that the two of us came out to train first. We haven't been to the Shantian pavilion for a long time. However, we agreed that when we were strong enough, we would leave the Shantian pavilion to train. It's about time. They should have left too. By the way, Martial Uncle, is there any news about Master? Fu Hongya asked. Lin Xian said that there wasn't any news for the time being. However, with senior brother's mastery of the laws, he could protect himself. That was indeed the case. Unparalleled Sage King cultivated the law of devour and inherited it from Wine Lord. Ordinary Sage Kings were no match for him. He probably had a fortuitous encounter. Who knew how strong he was now? Lin Xian believed that there would be a day when they would meet again. Next, everyone discussed some matters of the divine abode. Lin Xian planned to let Lu Yuan and Fu Hongya run it. He was mainly in charge of cultivation to fight against the Dragon Prince and the Dragon Prince in the future. The dark red divine dragon and the others were in charge of the challenge. Nailin Liang, Yu Ren, and the others would also fight with all their strength. Although there weren't many people now, the divine abode would definitely grow into a towering tree in the future. They would even trample everything under their feet. The divine abode was in a joyous mood, but the Dragon Palace's atmosphere was oppressive. They didn't dare to speak. In front of them, there were two figures. One was the crippled Wang Zhongluo, and the other was the fallen Lan Zilu. This was something that had never happened since the establishment of the Dragon Palace. More importantly, there was a crazy roar coming from the palace in the valley ahead. That voice made everyone feel as if their bodies were about to split open. They knew that the Dragon Crown Prince was angry. There were a few crystal dragon palaces in the valley. They were magnificent. However, cracks had appeared on them. Even the void in the valley was shattering into nothingness. The Dragon Prince stood in the crack and roared towards the sky. He was really mad. In his opinion, other than the Dragon Prince, he was not afraid of anyone. Even the experts on the Xian ranking did not dare to challenge or offend him. But now, a person who had just joined the True Path sect a year ago had slapped Dragon Palace in the face and killed his incarnation. He even had Yan Ruyu's help, he couldn't do anything. He was about to go mad with anger. He swore that one day, he would personally capture the other party and let him know what despair was. Not only did the news spread widely among the disciples, even the elders were alarmed. The place where the elders were at was the core area of the Dao sect. At this moment, several elders were playing chess. A red-clothed elder said that he heard that an incredible little fellow had appeared recently. He had even killed Long Ao's clone. From the looks of it, he was also a heaven-defying genius. Another elder put down a chess piece. He wore a black robe and smiled faintly. Now, martial Dao is flourishing. Our Dao sect has produced talented people. A green-clothed elder who was watching the game said. However, this person's talent was only on par with Long Ao. He was still a little lacking compared to Long Wui. The future of our Dao sect still depends on Long Wui. As soon as he said that, the other elders nodded. Indeed, a prince was enough to suppress everything. The red-clothed elder smiled. With Long Wui as the leader, together with the Dragon Prince and Lin Xian, they would form a powerful young team. They would have a chance to surpass others. Don't underestimate others. Kuanpingzi is very strong. I heard that the other two orthodoxies had also recruited many amazing people. For example, the Yi family's sacred body. And the ancient desolate body of the other ancient families. Those people were all very talented. This is a world of great competition. The black-clothed elder said. I heard that in Taiching ancient city, after the recovery of the Purple Mansion, the geniuses from thousands of years ago were also revived. There were even experts from tens of thousands of years ago who appeared. It was said that it was related to the opportunity to become an immortal. No one knew if it really appeared this time. Hearing this, the elders all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were burning with passion, and they began to discuss again. On the other side, Qing Feng and Bai Lifei came to the outside of the divine mansion again. They wanted to see Lin Xian. In the end, they were directly rejected. Their faces were ugly. Bai Lifei gritted his teeth. Damn brat, why are you so arrogant? Although he lost to him, so what? This time, the one who favored Murong Qingqing was the most powerful genius of the Heavenly Pun clan. He was comparable to a prince. It would be a piece of cake for him to defeat his opponent. Just wait, you will regret it. Bai Lifei gritted his teeth and left. Qing Feng also snorted coldly. She had never been rejected before. Their faces darkened and they left. Lin Xian didn't care at all. He looked at Yan Ruyu and asked, "Are you leaving?" "It's about time. I have to go back." "Don't worry, we can meet again if fate wills it. I'm at Demon Emperor Mountain, and I know that you're in the Dao sect. If there's anything, I'll let you know." "Okay, take care." Lin Xian nodded. Then, Yan Ruyu left. Lin Xian also left. After absorbing the Khanate spirit fire, his strength had increased again. He was ready to go to the Sacred Abyss Tower to cultivate again. However, before he left, Nalan Liang and the others came back to talk about something, so they had to start accepting missions. If they didn't take the initiative to accept, they would be assigned a mission by the Dao sect. Lin Xian said, "Okay, you do as you see fit. Let me know when you've chosen a mission." With that, he left and went to the Sacred Abyss Tower. There weren't many people in the Sacred Abyss Tower, but everyone who could come here was a peerless expert. At this moment, the discussion about Mad God gradually subsided. Firstly, they had investigated everything but found no clues. Secondly, after Mad God reached the 3000th rank, he didn't make any more moves. Therefore, everyone thought that Mad God wouldn't be able to increase his ranking in a short period of time. Therefore, the discussion died down. However, there were still a few people talking about him. When Lin Xian entered the hall, he heard two people talking beside him. They were guessing who Mad God was. Lin Xian smiled slightly. These people probably wouldn't have thought that the famous Mad God had walked past them. Not long after Lin Xian entered the Sacred Abyss Tower to cultivate, a cry of surprise came from the hall. "Look, there's a change in the honor roll." "And it's a huge change," countless people exclaimed and looked over. Someone had rushed to the 2300th rank. The change in the glory leaderboard made them want to go. They realized that it wasn't Mad God but Six Paths. They were not unfamiliar with this name. Previously, the other party was ranked around 2500. Now, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. It was truly shocking. This Six Paths must be the great sage of the Six Paths Gate. He was the young great sage. This person was very strong and might become a sacred leader in the future. Many people were talking about him. Someone said, "Look, his ranking is still changing. Is he trying to get to the top 2000? Countless people were shocked. On the 40th floor, a man used the Six Paths Divine Fist and fought in all directions. Around him, the sky shook and the earth shook. There were 6 shadows around him as if they were connected to 6 worlds. His fists were unstoppable. Finally, he successfully reached the 40th floor. On the 40th floor, he lost and was ranked 2000. The scattered cultivator of Six Paths smiled. This was beyond his expectations. He was very happy that he was ranked 2000. He walked out proudly. When he came to the main hall, he saw countless people looking at him in admiration. The scattered cultivator of Six Paths was very satisfied, but he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he asked for a private cultivation room and began to recover. At the same time, Lin Xian appeared on the 40th floor. He left here last time. Now, he wanted to fight again. Lin Xian was stronger than before, so he quickly broke through. Floor, floor, floor. The higher he went, the more shocked he was. One had to know that. In the past, Lin Xian would break through 10 floors at a time. But now, he was breaking through 1 floor at a time. His speed was very slow. He didn't know how terrifying the top few floors were. Even so, his speed was enough to shock everyone. In the main hall, countless people were shocked. "Look, the leaderboard is changing again." "What? That's impossible." Another expert has appeared? Who is it? They all looked over. Then, they exclaimed, Mad God, it's that mad god again. How did his ranking rise so quickly? He was breaking through to the 40th floor. Oh my god, how long has it been since the last time? This guy has improved so much. Did he advance by leaps and bounds during this period? Or did he hold back last time? No one knew. But this kind of rapid change in the rankings was really shocking. It was even faster than when the 6 pass loose cultivator broke through. He was already in the 2300s. Was he going to aim for the top spot as well? It was too unbelievable. Look, he's ranked first. Countless people became nervous. Then, their eyes widened as they realized that Mad God's ranking had finally risen again, reaching number 1. The original name of the 6 pass cultivator was squeezed out. He became a teacher. This Mad God was simply too heaven-defying. They all knew how powerful the 6 pass loose cultivator was. After all, he practiced the 6 pass fist and had a terrifying physique. But even so, he was still squeezed out by the Mad God. They were getting more and more curious. Who was this Mad God, the 40th floor? Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he heaved a sigh of relief. This time, he was under a lot of pressure, especially above the first floor. It was even more shocking. Lin Xian did not continue. He had already seen that his ranking had risen by 1,000, which was enough for now. This time, he would be able to exchange for even more resources. If he were to take out these resources, even the great sage would be jealous. But for Lin Xian, it was only enough for him to maintain his normal cultivation. Both the 9-yang divine body and the great dragon sword soul required too much. If he could not obtain so many resources, his cultivation speed would be greatly reduced. But fortunately, with the Sacred Abyss Tower and some cultivation resources from the True Path sect, Lin Xian could handle it for now. After collecting all the resources, Lin Xian left. There was a huge difference between the 2000th place and number 1. Every 1,000 places was a gradient. Lin Xian's 2000th place was the beginning of a gradient, so he received an additional reward. He could use his identity token to exchange for the reward at the Sacred Abyss Tower. Sure enough, he exchanged for a generous reward. Ancient movement technique, Celestial Stride. After cultivating it to greater mastery, one's speed would be extremely fast. Lin Xian was surprised. Good stuff. After deactivating the Celestial Stride, Lin Xian arrived at the main hall. At this moment, countless people in the main hall had gone crazy and were discussing everywhere. They all felt that Mad God was definitely a great sage, and an extremely terrifying great sage, so, when Lin Xian's young face appeared, they all ignored him. It was impossible for him to be a young man. Lin Xian shrugged. Well, let these people guess. It would save him some trouble. He used the Saint Crystals to exchange for a cultivation room and began to recover while cultivating the Celestial Stride. At the same time, in another cultivation room, the 6 pass itinerant opened his eyes and stood up. He had finished recovering and was ready to go out to exchange for a reward. He was ranked 2000, so he could exchange for a special reward. He wondered what it would be. He was looking forward to it. After coming out, he frowned slightly because he realized that the people in the main hall were very crazy and were shouting something. Was it because of the change in his ranking? The 6 pass itinerant was pleased. But when he heard it, he realized that they were not shouting for him, but for Mad God. Who was Mad God? The 6 pass itinerant frowned. He felt that Mad God could not be compared to him. A bunch of ignorant people. He sneered and went to the Holy Gulf Tower to exchange for a reward. But when he arrived, he found that the reward had already been claimed. How is that possible? The 6 pass itinerant exclaimed. I didn't claim the reward. Did someone pretend to be me and claim the reward? You must look into it. The person in charge of the reward was also a divine general. He frowned slightly and waved his hand. The glory leaderboard appeared. The divine general said, "You are not qualified to exchange for a reward, so there is no need for us to investigate." Not qualified? How is that possible? I am ranked 2000. Logically speaking, I am qualified to receive a special reward. Divine General Xingyuan shook his head. No, you are ranked 2000. Alright, leave now. Continue to work hard. One day, you will reach 2000. When the time comes, you will be rewarded. With that, the Divine General closed the door. How is that possible? I am ranked? The Six Paths itinerant was stunned. He remembered that he was ranked before he went into seclusion. There was no mistake. Could it be that the Divine General was lying to him? He wanted to enter, but he did not dare to. Divine General Xingyuan's strength was too terrifying. If he offended the Divine General, he would offend the Holy Gulf Tower. I want to see who it was that made a mistake on my name list. The Six Paths itinerant turned around and rushed to the main hall below. There was a complete list there. At that moment, countless people were still exclaiming and discussing. They could not believe what had happened. Get out of my way! Six Paths roared as soon as he arrived in the hall. His murderous aura surged. The people around him felt their scalps go numb. They automatically made a path for him. At the same time, they were surprised that Six Paths had arrived. They knew why he was angry. He was originally in the 2000th place, but now he was pushed down by someone else. How could he not be angry? The Six Paths scattered cultivator came to the front and looked at the glory board. He looked around and soon stopped at the 2000th place. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. He realized that the 2000th place wasn't his name. It was someone called Mad God. And he was pushed down by that person. He was now in the 2001st place. Damn it, what's going on? He turned around and grabbed someone beside him. Can someone tell me what's going on? That person's scalp went numb. He said in horror, Mad God became the 2000th place not long after you left. Damn it, who is he? When did he appear? That person said in horror. This Mad God. He appeared about a year ago. He went from the last place to the 2000th place. Now, a year later, he went from the 2000th place to the 2000th place. Six Paths' pupils constricted when he heard the shocking change. Who is this person? He was too shocked. He had never heard of such a speed of improvement before. No one knew. Some people said that he was a disciple of another monarch race. Some people said that he was the mysterious great sage. But no one knew who he was. That person's scalp went numb. He said, "Can you let me go? You can't fight here." Six Paths snorted and threw him to the side. Then, he said, "I don't care who this Mad God is. I don't care who he is. Whoever can find him, tell me where he is. I will reward you greatly." After that, Six Paths gritted his teeth and left. Lin Xian didn't know about this. He was still practicing the heaven walk steps. It was a very fast movement technique. It was passed down from the ancient times. Every step he took caused a terrifying Tao pattern to flash. After that, Lin Xian started to cultivate in the cultivation room. However, he felt that the room was too small to unleash such power. He entered the mysterious world in his body and cultivated there. The pressure in the mysterious world was different from the outside world. It was about 100 times stronger. Therefore, Lin Xian had a hard time in there. But under such circumstances, the effect of cultivation was surprisingly good. Lin Xian's body. This time, he finally made a discovery. Other than the withered old trees, there were also some withered plants. There were even some plants that bore fruits, but they had already withered and could not be eaten at all. Lin Xian. This world. Of the world. This place was definitely filled with spirit fruits, but for some unknown reason, this world had withered. However, these spirit fruits weren't completely dead yet. Lin Xian wondered if they could recover if they were given enough power. He was not sure, but he felt that he could give it a try. He was an abandoned immortal. Every time he broke through in the outside world, he would be punished by the heavens. Therefore, this mysterious world would become more and more important to him in the future. At the thought of this, Lin Xian took out the resources he had obtained in the sacred abyss tower and placed them in the mysterious world. He buried a large amount of dragon marrow and divine crystals in the ground to provide energy to the withered spirit fruit. He stood there and waited quietly. He wanted to see if there were any changes. Finally, there were changes. Lin Xian saw that about half of the withered spirit fruit had begun to recover. It was even glowing. He was shocked. It was indeed effective. This was not a real death. It was just a fake death. It had been drained of energy. If he provided it with energy, it was very likely to recover. However, he was shocked. What kind of fruit was it? It required too much energy. After giving so many resources to it, it only recovered a little. Lin Xian felt that it would not be enough even if he gave it all. Therefore, they were trying to find more precious resources and spirit veins in the future. Lin Xian's eyes shone. He was looking forward to the day. How terrifying would this world be after it recovered? After retreating from the mysterious world, Lin Xian left the cultivation room. When he arrived at the hall, he found many people in the hall discussing. Most of them were about Mad God and the unrestrained six paths. Lin Xian listened for a while and understood. It turned out that something had happened before. He had pushed the unrestrained six paths down. The unrestrained six paths did not get the reward, which caused the unrestrained six paths to hate him. The unrestrained six paths was now looking for him all over the world. The unrestrained six paths and the six paths gate. Lin Xian snorted. He better not meet them. Otherwise, he could guarantee that the unrestrained six paths gate would suffer. The six paths gate had tried to kill him before. Back then, he was unable to fight against the great sage. The unrestrained six paths gate had sent the great sage to the Xiantian pavilion. Fortunately, the pavilion master of the Xiantian pavilion had helped him. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. Lin Xian was also very cautious about the six paths gate. After all, it was an inheritance left behind by the great sage. It had the six paths body. Lin Xian had the heavenly secret god eyes, which could evolve into the six paths eye. Perhaps there would be a battle in the future. Shaking his head, Lin Xian ignored them and returned to the Dao sect. When he returned to his god residence, the dark red dragon and the others were waiting for him. Nalan Liang walked over and said, "Brother Lin, we've inquired about the missions. We've chosen 2 missions. We don't know what to choose. You decide." Lin Xian looked at them and was greatly shocked. These 2 missions were not on the buried Emperor star. They were on other worlds. However, he soon understood. At this stage, the things controlled by these family orthodoxies were not limited to just 1 or 2 worlds. Moreover, even if they were to do missions, they would have to search through the various worlds. Of the 2 missions, one was to find a precious spirit vein and bring it back. The other was to go to the medicine star and find 3 stalks of 10,000-year-old herbs. The toad said, "We originally wanted to go to the medicine star. The extra spirit herbs can be ours." However, Nalan Liang received news. This time, not only us, but also many people from the Dao sect will go to the medicine star. In addition, the Heaven sect, Earth sect, and other remote antiquity families will also go. At that time, there will probably be a great battle. Why? Lin Xian was shocked. Logically speaking, such a mission should not have caused such a commotion. Nalan Liang said, "It's said that a medicine king will appear on the medicine star." Medicine king, the king of medicine, extremely rare. Lin Xian thought about it and said, "How about this? You guys go do the first spirit vein mission, and I'll go to the medicine star alone to see if I can get anything." The dark red dragon nodded. They naturally recognized Lin Xian's strength. If he went alone, it would be convenient for him to retreat. They weren't worried. Just like that, the 2 sides agreed. The dark red dragon and the others would do the first mission, while Lin Xian prepared to go to the medicine star. The medicine star was another star world. Therefore, to go there, one had to use a world-grade teleportation formation. Fortunately, the Dao sect had such a teleportation formation. Moreover, some missions were carried out in other spheres. There were quite a few of such teleportation formations. Along with the flickering of a formation, Lin Xian felt the world spinning. He saw spatial channels forming on both sides, and he was quickly teleporting. When he came back to his senses, he discovered that he was surrounded by a boundless starry sky. There was a star world in front of the universe. Lin Xian took a deep breath and flew towards the medicine star below. He landed in a forest. Upon arriving at the medicine star, Lin Xian felt the blood and qi in his body boil. This world was truly too strange. There were spirit herbs growing everywhere. The entire world was filled with spirit Dao aura. Walking in the forest, Lin Xian discovered that other than him, there were many people who had descended from the sky. Thinking about it, they should have been teleported over from other worlds. These people were vigilant of each other. They were separated by a long distance as they set off forward. However, when they were about to leave the forest, they discovered that there was an endless amount of ice in front of them. It formed a frost cage that firmly trapped them. Outside the frost cage stood a few figures. The cold qi on their bodies was incomparably terrifying. They said coldly, "This area is under the control of the blue race. If you want to leave, everyone has to hand over 500 drops of dragon marrow." Hearing this, the expressions of the descenders in the forest became extremely ugly. Damn it, the blue race is too arrogant. Some people also said that this was the medicine star, not the buried emperor star. What right do you have to take it, in front? An expert of the blue race sneered. What, you're not convinced? Let me tell you, the blue race has always had a cooperative relationship with the medicine star. This time, there was nothing wrong with helping them collect some dragon marrow. Also, don't think about leaving in another direction. The entire exit is divided between the four of us. Our blue clan is only one of them. If you go anywhere else, you will also be followed by the dragon search. Damn it, those who had descended were gnashing their teeth. Some of them had extraordinary statuses and were extremely powerful. But she's alone. If the situation was slightly better, it would be a small team, but generally, it would not exceed 10 people. At the front, the blue clan formed a powerful Saint battle team. The difference in numbers between the two sides was simply too great. Lin Xian also frowned. He was no stranger to the blue clan. He had just killed Lan Zilu. These people shouldn't be able to recognize him. Thinking of this, their auras changed slightly. After all, he had just arrived and did not want to fight with these people. It was better to find out more about the King of Medicine first. The others couldn't do anything about it. Although 500 dragon marrow wasn't a lot, the other party's tough attitude made them furious. But at this moment, they had no choice but to lower their heads. All of them were prepared to hand over 500 dragon marrow and enter. After all, once they could enter completely, they would be able to find a lot of spiritual herbs. At that time, the loss of 500 dragon marrow would be quickly recovered. Lin Xian naturally hid in the team. He also planned to enter first. If there was a chance in the future, he would not let the other party go. Finally, they left the ice prison. These people flew in all directions. Lin Xian also rose into the air and came to a mountain peak in the distance. He looked around and summoned Whitey at the same time. "Little guy, it's up to you." Whitey's eyes lit up. "Yeah, this is a good place." He was so happy that he wanted to stay here forever. "Let's go, let's do it." With Little White's treasure hunting ability and Lin Xian's extreme speed, he executed the skywalk steps and was like a deity traveling. His speed was so fast that no one could see him clearly. All they felt was a flash of lightning. Everyone was shocked. The entire medicine planet was filled with spiritual herbs, but Lin Xian and Whitey were not interested in ordinary ones. The ones they were looking for were incomparably precious. Such things were very rare. After searching for a few days, they only found 2. Whitey was furious. He grabbed a bunch of spiritual herbs and placed them in the treasure basin. Below, the hand of fortune began to condense and refine them. Soon, thousands of spiritual herbs melted and formed a drop of spiritual liquid. This drop of spiritual liquid was definitely much more effective than those spiritual herbs. However, it was still not enough. After all, spiritual herbs that could be seen everywhere did not have much value. As for places with precious spiritual herbs, they were all occupied by powerful clans and families. There were many clans and sects on Medicine Planet. Among them, there were 2 largest ones. One was the Medicine Sect, and the other was the Alchemy Kingdom. Sure enough, there were experts who descended and started a battle with the clans and sects on Medicine Planet. The battle was earth-shattering. Lin Xian did not take action. Instead, he relied on the treasure basin and Whitey's power to secretly find a few spiritual herbs. Gradually, they collected more and more spiritual herbs. In a valley, a formation flickered. Lin Xian sat there. His body emitted a terrifying light. In the next moment, he entered a mysterious world. He placed some of the spiritual herbs he obtained into the mysterious world. Lin Xian wanted to see if these spiritual herbs could grow in the soil here. He found that they could not. Because a 5,000-year-old spiritual herb instantly withered and turned into dust as soon as it was planted. Was its power absorbed? Was there a problem with this land? Lin Xian's eyes emitted an extremely terrifying aura. However, this land was really terrifying. There was a mysterious force that directly blocked his detection. It even threatened him. Lin Xian retracted his gaze with a look of surprise. It was so strange. However, he found that the land where the spiritual herbs were planted had some changes. Even the withered spiritual herbs in the surroundings had recovered a little. From the looks of it, this piece of land lacked too much power. If he wanted to completely recover, he would probably have to provide an endless supply of power. Thinking of this, he walked out of the mysterious world. At the same time, Whitey also returned. This time, it had collected quite a lot. The little guy was very happy. In front of Lin Xian, it kept cheering. At this moment, Lin Xian furrowed his brows as he discovered a shocking scene. In the treasure basin, of the dozens of spiritual herbs that were originally collected, one of them jumped up, turned into a stream of light, and ran away. Lin Xian was stunned. This guy could run? Had it become a demon? Whitey also angrily waved its little claws. Stop, don't run. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in the distance with the celestial steps. The 5 elemental laws shot out a 5 elemental mountain and pressed down. It formed a cage, and the spirit herb was knocked back. It returned and directly drilled into the ground. Lin Xian's eyes shone. With a wave of his hand, a sword chi flew down and directly cut off the other party's path of retreat. The spirit fruit instantly escaped and flew to the other side. In the next moment, he disappeared. In front of him, in the forest, countless spirit herbs were everywhere. There were all kinds of colors, but there was no longer the black spirit herb from before. Little White flew over with a face full of confusion. Why was it gone? Its little claws kept scratching its head as it looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light again, piercing through everything. He was also stunned. Even with his heavenly secret divine eyes, he couldn't see which one was the one he was looking for. This made him puzzled. Did it run away? Forget it, I'll just burn it. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the 9 suns divine fire appeared, covering the entire world. This was a divine fire. It was as if the sun had descended. The surrounding spirit herbs instantly withered, and one of them directly jumped up. It kept shaking at Lin Xian, as if to say, "Why are you so crazy? You're too ruthless." Then, it fled into the distance again. This time, how could Lin Xian let it escape? He used the yin-yang image, but it didn't work. Lin Xian had no choice but to take out the heaven-devouring jar, and a black vortex appeared. Finally, the black spirit fruit was frightened. It swallowed the tablet into the heaven-devouring jar. Lin Xian grabbed it and formed a seal with his dragon-shaped sword chi, sealing it within. Mine, mine. Xiaobai jumped over and hugged the spirit fruit tightly. He had never seen such a fun thing before. Don't worry, no one will snatch it from you. Lin Xian smiled. They prepared to return. At this moment, there were many figures around. Someone said, "Young master, don't worry. The transformation fruit is nearby." Someone was coming. Lin Xian brought Little White and prepared to leave, but a mirror fell from the sky. At the same time, someone in the distance snorted coldly, "Who are you? Stay here." A terrifying aura appeared in the surroundings. There was even ice that sealed the world. The speed of these people was very fast, and they arrived nearby in an instant. When they saw Lin Xian, they immediately frowned. "Kid, did you find any other elixirs here before?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He realized that the person in front of him was covered in ice. He was obviously from the blue race. What was the fruit of transformation, did you hear us? The person on the other side was surprised. The leader of the group snorted coldly. Don't you need to know what the fruit is? I only asked you if you saw it. Lin Xian smiled. You didn't even tell me what it was like, so how would I know if I saw it or not? The man frowned. He felt as if he had dug a hole and jumped into it. His expression was cold and gloomy. Someone walked out from the side. That woman wanted to explain. But in the next moment, she caught sight of the black spirit fruit in Whitey's hands. Her eyes turned red instantly. The fruit was in his hands. Countless gazes were fixed on little White in an instant. The space around Whitey started to shatter. Whitey jumped in shock and hurried to Lin Xian's side. Kid, hand over the fruit. The man in blue robes shouted coldly. The woman's eyes were also shining. She said, that little monkey is not bad. I want it too. A bunch of bad people. Whitey made a funny face at these people. Lin Xian was surprised. So the black spirit fruit was the fruit of transformation. But he had never heard of it. What was the use of the fruit of transformation? Lin Xian asked. Seeing how nervous these people were, it seemed to be very useful. The man in blue robes snorted. Can't you do anything about it? The woman in red laughed. I advise you to hand it over obediently. Do you know who we are? I am the daughter of the fire dragons, and he is the young master of the blue race. Be it the fire dragons or the blue race, they are not people you can offend. So, hand over the fruit obediently. The man from the blue race snorted coldly. Kneel down and hand over the fruit. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place. Lin Xian laughed. Blue race, are you courting death? Is the fire dragon race that powerful? If you want the fruit, let's see if you have the ability to do so. You are courting death. Men, kill him for me. The man in blue robes waved his hand. Behind him, 3 figures rushed over. They were 3 late-stage Saint Kings. They had already checked that Lin Xian was just a Saint King. They could kill such an existence in an instant. But the result was completely different. Lin Xian glanced at the 3 late-stage Saint Kings, and their souls were destroyed. They fell from the sky. Then, Lin Xian used the hand of creation to draw the 3 of them into 3 drops of blood essence. This method stunned the people on the opposite side. He is so strong. The dragon lady said that he should be an expert who can fight those above his level. The man in blue robes snorted coldly. Who are you? Tell me your identity. Trash like you are not qualified to know. You dare to say that I am trash? The man in blue robes was angry. Attack immediately. Behind him, 8 people walked out. Half of them were Saint Kings at the peak of the Saint Plain. They attacked aggressively and froze the world. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The divine eye condensed in the sky. It was like the eye of a god, looking down on the world. At the same time, he used the heavenly walk. His speed was extremely fast. Even though the sky was filled with ice and snow, he was still as fast as lightning. Rock seal, every attack was like a rock spreading its wings, shattering a Saint King. In the blink of an eye, 6 of the 8 figures were beaten into a bloody mist. The other 2 also fled in fear. He was too strong. They were no match for him at all. The man in blue robes had an ugly expression. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so strong. He gritted his teeth and snorted. Good boy, just you wait. After saying that, he turned around and wanted to leave. You want to leave now? Lin Xian sneered. The Tai Chi diagram flew out. The yin and yang aura descended, forming a yin-yang world that enveloped everyone. You dare to stop me? The man in blue robes was angry. Do you know who I am? Also, let me tell you, my 6th uncle is nearby. He is a great sage and is on the Holy Gulf Glory Board. Can you fight against him? Kneel down obediently and accept your death. Otherwise, when my 6th uncle comes, you will definitely die. Oh, someone on the Holy Gulf Glory Board? Is he very powerful? Lin Xian sneered. Fire Dragon Girl was also stunned. Then she said, didn't you come from the buried Emperor Star? Don't you know how terrifying the Holy Gulf Glory Board is? Lin Xian said, so what if I know? What is your sixth uncle's ranking? The man in blue said proudly, my sixth uncle is ranked 10,000. Aunt. Lin Xian snorted coldly with his hands behind his back. Boy, are you an idiot? When the man in blue heard this, he roared crazily. Fire Dragon Girl sneered. It seems that you really don't know anything. Although he is ranked 10,000, that is the Holy Gulf Glory Board. This board is enough to suppress everything. The man in blue was going crazy. Fire Dragon Lady could not believe it either. How could someone say that the people on the Xingyuan honor roll were trash? This guy was definitely dead. Dragon Lady Fairy, help me restrain this guy. I'll get my sixth uncle to come. As the man in blue spoke, he took out an array and started to transmit his voice inside. Sixth uncle, come quickly. There's a guy who doesn't know what's good for him. He said you're trash. You must kill him. Fire Dragon Lady also walked over. Her eyes shone with a cold light. She was also at the peak of the Saint King realm. She was also a genius who could fight with the great sage. She would definitely be able to restrain this guy. However, Lin Xian had no intention of doing anything. Fire Dragon Lady was the only one who didn't want to run away. When the blue-clothed man saw this, he sneered even more ferociously. Once his sixth uncle came, this guy would be dead. He was not lying. His sixth uncle was nearby. And he would be here soon. A middle-aged man descended. The ice power on him froze the entire area. Even the spiritual herbs below were frozen. The area seemed to have turned into a world of ice and snow. Who dared to challenge the Blue Clan? Who was so reckless as to question me? There was a cold snort. Even the flames on Fire Dragon Lady's body dimmed. She was a genius who could fight with the great sage. But compared to the people on the honor roll, she was much weaker. She was no match for them. Sixth uncle, it's him. This guy who doesn't know what's good for him. When the man in blue saw this, he shouted happily. He pointed to the front. The Blue Clan's sixth uncle frowned and looked forward. In the next moment, he was surprised. The other party was only a mid-stage Saint King. Such a young man dared to question the Xingyuan honor roll. You're his sixth uncle, right? Someone on the Xingyuan honor roll? Lin Xian looked at him and said calmly. That's right. The middle-aged man said proudly. Lin Xian shook his head. You're indeed trash. You're even weaker than I thought. What did you say? Lan Mingtian's eyes were filled with terrifying ice. Challenge the honor roll, kill, as a master on the Holy Gulf Glory roll, he was so proud that he did not even take the great sage seriously, let alone a young man. He stretched out a finger, bringing along a storm that filled the sky as it pressed down on Lin Xian. The people from the blue race sneered. Their opponent was dead for sure. Lin Xian also snorted coldly and threw out a punch. The golden fist was like a golden crow, dancing between heaven and earth. The terrifying flames instantly melted the ice in the sky, turning the world of ice and snow into a world of the sun. Boom! Lan Mingtian's finger was broken and he retreated. His face was full of shock. Fire Dragon Lady and the blue-clothed man were stunned as well. They widened their eyes in disbelief. What did they see? Lan Mingtian was injured. This was a powerhouse on the honor roll. How could he be injured? Even the great sage was no match for him. Who are you? Lan Mingtian's eyes were filled with horror. The other party was able to injure him so easily. He was definitely not a nobody. Lin Xian took a step forward and said proudly. Are you asking me? I have a title, Mad God. Mad God, what an arrogant name. The people from the blue race were surprised. Even Fire Dragon Lady frowned. This guy dared to call himself a god. In their eyes, this name was just arrogance. However, when Lan Mingtian heard it, it was like being struck by lightning. His body trembled, and shock appeared in his eyes. You are Mad God, this is impossible. He roared in horror as if he had heard the most unbelievable thing. Sixth uncle, what's going on? Is he very powerful? The blue-clothed man asked. He is more than powerful. Lan Mingtian was shocked. Impossible, how can Mad God be so young? Don't try to lie to me, he roared and threw out his strongest attack. Apocalyptic ice dagger axe, endless frost condensed into an icy dagger axe and slashed down as if it could destroy a world. At this moment, the entire medicine planet shook violently. Countless people were terrified. What happened? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Dapeng seal, Dapeng wings spread. Endless divine fire merged with the Dapeng phantom. It was as if a divine beast had been resurrected and swept across the world. The dagger axe was shattered in an instant. Lan Mingtian retreated and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. It's true. You are really Mad God. He shouted in horror. Only Mad God could defeat him so easily. Fire Dragon Lady gasped in disbelief. The people from the blue race were even more frightened. Even their great sage was defeated, the blue-cloaked man even said, "Sixth uncle, who is this kid?" He was also terrified. Even his sixth uncle was no match for him. The other party was too terrifying. Could he be an old monster? Do you believe it now? Lin Xian said indifferently. After Lan Mingtian heard this, he stood up and bowed respectfully to Mad God. The people from the blue race went crazy. What did they see? Their great sage was bowing respectfully. And the other party was just a young man. Sixth uncle, you didn't lose. You were just careless. You killed him. You can still kill him, Lan Mingtian frowned. He raised his hand and slapped the blue-clothed man to the ground. He shouted coldly, "Stupid thing, how dare you provoke Mad God? Do you want to die?" How could it be? The blue-clothed man was stunned. The other people from the blue race were so frightened that they knelt on the ground. "No, sixth uncle, why didn't you help me?" The blue-clothed man roared crazily. Fire Dragon Lady also frowned. She said, "Senior, who is this person?" Lan Mingtian sighed. "Dragon Lady, you really made a wrong decision. Mad God is ranked 2000 on the Holy Gulf Glory list. I am ashamed of my inferiority. How would I dare to fight with him?" What? Huolinger was stunned. The people from the blue race were even more shocked. The blue-clothed man trembled in fear and knelt on the ground. He finally knew why his sixth uncle didn't help him. Because the other party's background was too great. His sixth uncle was ranked 10,000 on the glory list, so he could show off. But the other party was ranked first on the glory list, far above his sixth uncle. He couldn't provoke such a person. "Mad God, please spare my life. I didn't recognize you. Please spare my life." The blue-clothed man hurriedly knelt and begged for mercy. The people from the blue race kept kowtowing. Even Fire Dragon Lady was stunned. In the next moment, she said respectfully, "I didn't know you, sir. Please forgive me." Lan Mingtian also said, "Mad God, my nephew is too useless. He has offended you. The blue race is willing to pay any price. Please forgive me." "Any price?" Lin Xian smiled. "Are you sure? Even if it's your life?" Lan Mingtian's pupil shrank. He took a deep breath, and a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. He said, "I know." After he finished speaking, he slapped the blue-clothed man and turned him into a bloody mist, destroying his soul. In addition, the 3 people from the blue race who were kneeling were also killed by him. Looking at this scene, Fire Dragon Lady sucked in a breath of cold air. Her face was full of shock. She really didn't think that Lan Mingtian would actually kill someone directly, and it was against someone from his own clan. She quickly retreated and put up a defense. Lan Mingtian didn't attack again. Instead, he said in a low voice, "My nephew and clan have offended you. Mad God, you deserve to die. I will personally send them to hell. As for this dragon lady, she is from the Fire Dragon clan. I have no right to attack her. How to punish her is up to Mad God. Goodbye." With that, he turned and wanted to leave. To be honest, he didn't want to attack, but the other party was too strong. If he didn't give him a satisfactory explanation today, he was afraid that the other party wouldn't let him go. Therefore, he could only kill these people. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that this person was really ruthless. He could even kill his own people and nephew. If such a person returned, he would definitely be a disaster. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. Stop, did I let you go? Lan Mingtian stopped and turned his head. His face was cold. Mad God, what else do you want? He was also angry. He had already killed his own people and apologized. What else did the other party want? What else? Lin Xian snorted coldly. There was an extremely terrifying light in his eyes. He said, what did you say when you faced me before? Those who challenge the honor, kill. Lan Mingtian's pupil shrank. These words were said to the others. No one could challenge the Holy Gulf honor list. Now, he was also on the honor list. Did the other party want to kill him? He snorted coldly. Mad God, don't be too arrogant. You are strong, but you are too young and inexperienced. If we really fight, you can't do anything to me. If I want to leave, you can't stop me. Is that so? It seems that you still don't understand the honor list. Let me tell you the difference between us. Lin Xian walked forward. At the same time, a sword appeared in his hand. It was the unparalleled sword. Damn it. Lan Mingtian was angry and quickly fled into the distance. Mad God, I will remember you. No matter how strong you are, you can't compete with the entire Blue Clan. When I return, I will let you know the strength of the Blue Clan. He naturally didn't dare to fight with Lin Xian, but if he wanted to escape, no one could stop him. Lin Xian slowly raised the sword in his hand as he spoke in a cold voice. Those who challenge glory, kill. Along with the voice, the sword chi also descended, turning into an azure dragon, splitting the sky and splitting the earth. The sky was cleaved in two, and the earth split open. Lan Mingtian fled into the distance. However, he could still sense how terrifying this sword was. He went berserk and unleashed countless ice shields to block it. However, after that sword strike, he despaired. His body was split into two halves. Not only that, his broken body was unable to heal. This sword contained an extremely sharp aura. It was too terrifying, as though it was undying and indestructible, making it difficult for him to recover. Damn it, his soul flew out, fleeing into the distance. This time, he really did suffer serious injuries. However, it also let him know how terrifying the other party was. The 2000th place on the glory roll was too terrifying. He was no match for him. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian. Even though he used the broken sacred blood in his body to perform a secret technique and ignite his bloodline, allowing his soul to move at an extremely fast speed. However, he still couldn't escape Lin Xian's gaze. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms, and the heavenly secret god I released the power of reincarnation. The fire of reincarnation. The terrifying eye technique flames instantly enveloped the other party's soul. Lan Mingtian's soul burned in the flames, roaring crazily. No. Lord Mad God, please spare me, I was wrong. He was finally terrified. Lin Xian looked at this scene expressionlessly and said indifferently. Since you were wrong, go to hell and repent. In the end, Lan Mingtian's body was burned to ashes. Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed the other party's storage ring. At the same time, the storage rings of the blue-clothed man and the others were all collected by him. In the next moment, Lin Xian looked at Fire Dragon Lady. Fire Dragon Lady was so scared that her body trembled and she knelt on the ground. Even someone as powerful as Lan Mingtian had fallen. If the other party wanted to kill her, it would be a piece of cake. Please spare my life, I'm willing to pay any price. Any price? Lin Xian smiled. Raise your head. Fire Dragon Lady raised her head, and a touch of red appeared on her face. She seemed to have thought of something. However, she gritted her teeth and nodded. Anything. Even if she had to serve the other party, she had to admit that such an expert was worthy of her lowering her head. Lin Xian said in her ear, "All right, give me a world. I'll spare your life." What? Fire Dragon Lady was stunned. She didn't expect the other party's request to be different from what she had thought. He wanted a world. She sucked in a cold breath. Why, can't you do it? A trace of killing intent appeared on Lin Xian's body. Fire Dragon Lady hurriedly said that she could do it. Although giving a world to someone else made her heart bleed, she had to do it in order to save her life. However, she said, "Young master, a world belongs to our family. I don't have the strength to control it, so the world is not in my hands. Come back to the family with me. I'll give it to you with both hands." "There's no need. A month later, wait for me outside the sacred abyss tower. I hope to see the heart of the world then. Also, don't think about escaping, and don't think about using your family's power to fight against me. I'll only give you one chance. If you dare to betray me, I'll let you know what despair is." "Don't worry, I won't." Fire Dragon Lady was terrified. The other party was too terrifying. At such a young age, with such a cultivation, he was ranked 2000 on the glory roll. The other party's strength and cultivation would increase in the future, and his ranking would be even higher. She knew that this was an existence comparable to a prince. How could she dare to provoke him? Therefore, she could only agree quickly. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and said coldly, "Get up. Remember to respect me in the future." "Yes." Fire Dragon Lady became extremely obedient. "Yeah, it tastes terrible." At this moment, Little White spat out. It turned out that during the fight just now, Little White had already unlocked the seal and began to eat the fruit. Lin Xian was stunned when he saw it. Even Fire Dragon Lady's expression changed. It ate it just like that? Seeing the other party's surprised expression, Lin Xian asked, "Tell me, what is the use of the fruit?" Fire Dragon Lady said respectfully. This kind of spirit fruit was very rare. It only appeared once in tens of thousands of years. Once it appeared and was obtained by someone, it would be divided into many portions and refined into pills to be consumed. It was said that as long as one ate the fruit, they would have the ability to transform. Some people could turn from humans into demons, and some beasts could turn into humans. It didn't even have the aura of a demon. It could be said that it was very strange. However, he had never heard of swallowing the whole fruit. Lin Xian finally understood. The transformation fruit, as its name implied, allowed one to transform into different forms. He looked at Little White and asked, "How is it?" Little White was confused. He said, "I feel like I have wings and I'm about to fly." In the next moment, he waved his hands and they really turned into wings. He flew up and turned into a butterfly. The white butterflies kept fluttering in the air. "Oh no, I can't take it anymore. I want to drink water." Little White flew into the distance. There was a lake there and he turned from a butterfly into a giant. He was like a huge mountain. He lowered his head and drank all the water in the lake in one gulp. Then, he turned into a bee, ant, leopard, all kinds of forms. In the end, the little guy fell asleep in a daze and returned to his monkey form. "Is there a problem?" Lin Xian frowned. Fire Dragon Girl said carefully, "There shouldn't be. Maybe it's because the medicinal effect is too strong. It'll be fine after it's digested. Alright, go and prepare the heart of the world. Don't miss it in a month." After Lin Xian finished speaking, he waved his sleeves and left with Little White. Outside the forest, in the huge ice barrier, an elder frowned. He might have lost a great sage. How is that possible? The people beside him were shocked. Who dares to attack the blue race? Go and investigate. They all moved. This was because not only had a great sage perished, but a young master had also perished. This was a big deal. Lin Xian didn't know that the blue race had already started to investigate. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At this moment, he was searching in another forest. Since he was here, he was prepared to complete the mission. He would give the 3 10,000-year-old herbs to the Taoist sect and let the great sage refine them into pills. When the pills were refined, he would give him a third. This was a very good deal. At the same time, he was also looking for some spirit veins and putting them into the mysterious world in his body to see what effects they had. Boom, boom. A spirit vein rose into the sky like a dragon. Countless people were shocked. There was even a 10,000-year-old herb that flew out. It attracted a lot of attention. Some people were shocked. Who is this? His methods are too terrifying. Isn't he afraid that the people of Medicine Star will fight back? The majority of the people who came to Medicine Star were looking for spirit medicines. However, they didn't dare to do such a thing directly. They were afraid that they would gang up on them. Countless gazes looked over. In the next moment, they saw a figure in the distance. He was walking through the air and charging towards the 10,000-year-old medicine. Humph. Many people around snorted coldly and attacked one after another. A 10,000-year-old medicine was also a necessary cultivation item for them. How could he let him go? Some people reached out with large palms, some brought out precious stones, some condensed into a large cauldron, slaughtering their way over. However, they all missed. A figure was even faster than them, directly arriving in front of the 10,000-year-old medicine. His 5 fingers formed a seal, directly enveloping it. Who was it? This speed was too fast. Countless people were shocked. Were they from the Light Clan? They took a closer look and realized that it was the guy who had collected the spirit vein. How arrogant. You won't even let the old medicine go? These people were enraged. Up above, Lin Xian didn't pay any attention to these people. He turned around and left. Suddenly, a cold light streaked across the sky and turned into a heavenly saber that descended from the sky, cutting off Lin Xian's path. Lin Xian came to a stop. He narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. In the next moment, someone walked out and said coldly, "Kid, you've gone too far. Hand over that 10,000-year-old spirit medicine." This man was wearing armor and holding a saber. He had short hair and a biting cold aura. It was as if he wanted to tear the world apart. There was an order in his words, and he didn't take Lin Xian seriously at all. He was from the Heavenly Saber sect. Lin Xian instantly recognized him. The other party's saber technique was very similar to that of the person from the Heavenly Saber sect, except that he was more powerful. "Get out of here before I get angry, or you'll die a terrible death," the surrounding people exclaimed. Who is this person? How dare he be so arrogant in front of Saber Saint Tianfeng? The man in front also had the same expression as Chen Xiao. "Since you don't know what's good for you, there's no need for you to exist." An extremely terrifying killing intent bloomed from his body, but at this moment, another cold snort was heard. He's right. You don't have the right to take the 10,000-year-old spirit medicine, because it's mine. Someone stepped in the air, and it was very scary. Countless people turned around and exclaimed. It's him, Mo Duxing. This is a genius on the Taoist sect stars ranking. He's an expert who can fight above his level. Countless people were terrified. Saber Saint Tianfeng also frowned. Mo Duxing, do you dare to fight with me? So what if I fight with you? Mo Duxing snorted, then looked around and said coldly, the rest of you, get out of here. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. Those who could be on the stars ranking were extremely powerful figures in the 3 orthodoxies. Oh, you want me to get out? Are you sure? At this moment, a cold sneer was heard. Lin Xian asked with a smile. The others were shocked. Does this guy want to fight with Mo Duxing? Mo Duxing was also angry. Who dares to go against my orders? He turned around. In the next moment, his scalp went numb. It's you. As if he had seen a ghost, he was so scared that he almost fell from the sky. Lin Xian sneered. Yes, it's me. What did you just say? Say it again? I don't dare. I didn't know you were here. Please spare my life. I'll leave now. After that, he bowed deeply, then turned around and left. He looks like he's afraid of something? The surrounding people were all stunned. They looked at Lin Xian with faces full of shock. Who is this guy? How can he make Mo Duxing so scared? Could it be that he's an even more powerful expert from the Dao sect? That can't be. He's a stranger. I don't know him. The surrounding people were discussing. Saber Saint Tianfeng was also stunned. Then, he sneered. Mo Duxing is a genius on the stars ranking, but he's just a coward. He ran away just like that. Kid, hurry up and hand over the 10,000 years elixir. Otherwise, you'll end up badly. Lin Xian looked at him and sneered. Even Mo Duxing doesn't dare to attack me. You dare to attack me? Saber Saint Tianfeng laughed. Do you really think he's afraid of you? He's afraid of me. It's just that he's too embarrassed to say it out loud. You're really an ignorant ant. Lin Xian sneered. Then, he slapped his palm forward. You dare to attack me? Sky Shaking 8 Saber. Saber Saint Tianfeng was furious. He attacked crazily. The saber in his hand split into 8 and slashed down. It's Saber Saint Tianfeng's unique skill. Countless people exclaimed and retreated quickly. They also wanted to see if Lin Xian was really powerful enough to make a stars ranking expert fear him. Facing the 8 heavenly sabers, Lin Xian didn't care. His palm swept across and arrived in front of Saber Saint Tianfeng. A slap landed on Saber Saint Tianfeng's face. Then, Saber Saint Tianfeng flew out with half of his face smashed. The surrounding people were stunned. What did they just see? The powerful Saber Saint was sent flying with a slap. Mo Duxing, who was watching from afar, also narrowed his eyes and felt his scalp go numb. Fortunately, he had a good attitude and apologized in time. Otherwise, he would be the unlucky one. A crazy roar came from the front. Saber Saint Tianfeng roared at the sky, and his broken face quickly recovered. However, his face was terrifyingly black. Damn it, you dare to hit my face? I will make you wish you were dead. His killing intent swept out, and countless heavenly saber runes appeared on his body, forming a heavenly saber totem. When the others saw this, their scalps went numb. They knew that Saber Saint Tianfeng was going all out. Kill, Saber Saint Tianfeng roared, and a saber light pierced through the sky, turning into thousands of light beams, slashing forward. It enveloped Lin Xian. A terrifying aura burst out, and the entire sky shattered. 1,000,000 miles turned into a whirlpool, and there was no place left intact. It's over. That person was hit. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Saber Saint Tianfeng laughed at the sky. Ha 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 ha, kid, what do you have to fight me? He walked over proudly. He wanted to take the 10,000-year-old ancient medicine from Saber Saint Tianfeng with his own hands. Is this your strongest attack? It's pitifully weak. In the sky full of saber light, a figure walked out. His body was covered in golden light, and there was not even a crack. How could it be? Countless people were dumbfounded. Saber Saint Tianfeng stopped, and his face was full of fear. Saber Saint Tianfeng was not injured at all. Could it be that he dodged all the attacks? Impossible. Saber Saint Tianfeng was just a mid-stage Saint King. How could he have dodged all the attacks? Unless he was the great sage, in other words, Saber Saint Tianfeng had used his body to block all the attacks. Saber Saint Tianfeng's attacks could not even break Saber Saint Tianfeng's body. Thinking of this possibility, he broke out in cold sweat. Saber Saint Tianfeng's body was not something he could provoke. Who exactly are you? Saber Saint Tianfeng only remembered to ask about Saber Saint Tianfeng's identity now. At the same time, he also knew why Mo Duxing wanted to escape. It was not because he was afraid of Saber Saint Tianfeng. Lin Xian waved his hand forward, and smashed Saber Saint Tianfeng's face again as if he was swatting a fly. Saber Saint Tianfeng crashed into a few mountains and fell to the ground, screaming crazily. Lin Xian stepped on Saber Saint Tianfeng's head, and sneered. Now you want to know who I am. Don't you think it's too late, Saber Saint Tianfeng, Saber Saint Tianfeng, you, Saber Saint Tianfeng. If you kill me, he won't let you off. Can I understand that you are threatening me? A cold killing intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Damn it. Blade Saint Tianfeng was terrified. He could no longer move his body. He could feel death approaching him. Show mercy. At this moment, a cold shout was heard. Then, a palm fell down and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. He raised his hand and punched out. A golden fist shot up into the sky and knocked the palm back. After that, the golden fist did not disappear. Instead, it went straight for the figure. That figure was horrified. He executed a secret technique and instantly dodged. However, his face soon turned pale. Stop, she shouted angrily, I have no intention of attacking you. I just want you to hold back and not kill him. Who are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Lin Xian glanced at him. The surrounding people cried out in alarm. Heavens, if it was Nalan Yenran, this guy could actually make Nalan Yenran retreat. It was unbelievable. Blade Saint Tianfeng's eyes were filled with hope. He cried out, "Sister Nalan, save me." Lin Xian frowned. Nalan Yenran, someone from the Nalan family? That's right. I am from the Nalan family. Nalan. Yenran nodded. He offended you before. You can teach him a lesson. But please don't kill him. The surrounding people were shocked. Blade Saint Tianfeng was stunned too. He knew how prideful Nalan Yenran was. She was like a queen who ordered others around. But now, Lin Xian used the word please. One could imagine how terrifying this young man was. He knew that he had kicked an iron board this time. Hence, he could only lower his head. Young master, please spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. Lin Xian ignored him and looked at Nalan Yenran. I will give you face and spare his life for Nalan Liang's sake. But if there is a next time, don't blame me for being merciless. With that, Lin Xian waved his hand and left with the 10,000-year-old ancient herb. No one dared to obstruct him anymore. The power that Lin Xian displayed was truly shocking. They were all stunned. Nalan Yenran was a Heaven Sect expert and a Xian ranking expert. Yet, she couldn't do anything to him. One could imagine how terrifying Lin Xian was. Sister Nalan, thank you for saving me. Blade Saint Tianfeng stood up and cupped his fists in gratitude. Nalan Yenran looked at him and said, don't cause trouble in the future. There are too many experts here. There might be some top experts. Don't think that your brother, Small Knife God, can protect you forever. Take care of yourself in the future. After that, Nalan Yenran turned and left. But she was still confused. Lin Xian didn't stop because of her or Small Knife God. It was because of Nalan Liang. She and Nalan Liang were from the same family. But in the family, she was the most dazzling genius. And although Nalan Liang was talented, he couldn't be compared to her. She was a Xian ranking expert in the Heaven Sect. Nalan Liang participated in 2 tests but didn't enter the Dao sect. The difference was huge. One was in the sky and the other was on the ground. Since when did Nalan Liang know such an expert? She had to go back and ask. On the other side, Lin Xian also left. It seemed that these big families were indeed not ordinary. Their disciples were sent to the 3 major orthodoxies. And the 3 major orthodoxies were probably inextricably linked to these ancient families and great sections. If the Nalan family was like this, the nest of 10,000 dragons must have an even more terrifying background. Lin Xian wondered how many terrifying forces and families would be involved if he touched the Dragon Prince. Lin Xian took a deep breath and a look of determination appeared in his eyes. No matter what, he had to get rid of the other party. Even if he had to become enemies with all the worlds in the universe, he wouldn't hesitate. For the next period of time, Lin Xian continued to look for ancient herbs. In the end, he collected the 3 10,000-year-old ancient monsters. In addition to the storage rings he had obtained before. He collected everything that could be used in them. The other resources were all thrown into the mysterious world. Now, he used all his strength to open up a small piece of land, which was the size of a flower pot. He wanted to see what kind of changes would happen to the soil with enough power. Inside the mysterious world, Lin Xian quietly watched as the energy surged into the soil the size of a flower pot. Then, it bloomed with a trace of light and fell silent again. The spiritual herb he planted also became dim and lifeless. Lin Xian was surprised. What kind of things had happened in this world to have become so strange? However, although he couldn't do anything, Lin Xian could cultivate himself here. He could even use it to avoid danger. He could only walk 1,000 meters now. If he wanted to go further, he would have to wait until his strength increased again. Returning to the withered god tree, Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. The surrounding laws gathered around him. With a wave of his hand, 10 spiritual herbs appeared. Then, Lin Xian used the hand of creation to condense them and swallowed them into his body. He started to dissolve the medicinal effects. The immortal indestructible technique started to operate. Outside, a huge battle broke out. It seemed like everyone was fighting for something. Nailin Yanran attacked aggressively. Her palm turned into a sky as she attacked continuously. Behind her was the illusory image of an orchid, standing tall and upright. The leaves turned into divine knives and swords, stabbing at her continuously. The person fighting with him was also a woman. She was dressed in black and held a thin sword in her hand. The woman in black was forced to retreat. It seemed like she was no match for Nailin Yanran. Other than here, there was another battle in the distance. The woman in black escaped quickly. Nailin Yanran snorted coldly. Put down the 10,000-year-old ancient herb. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. She chased and finally came to a valley. The two fought and half of the valley was destroyed. Moreover, this was because they were far away. Otherwise, with a single sword strike, the entire land would have been reduced to ashes. In the mysterious world, Lin Xian opened his eyes. In the next moment, he walked out. When he saw the broken valley, his face darkened. Who was it? Who dared to disturb his cultivation? He snorted coldly and the 9 heavens' divine thunder trembled. The two people fighting were stunned. Nailin Yanran frowned. It's you. She met this mysterious guy again. The woman in black looked over and exclaimed. You're a disciple of the Tao sect, right? Come and help me. The people of the Heaven sect bullied us. You're from the Tao sect? Lin Xian was shocked. How did you know that I'm the same? The woman in black said. You have the Tao sect token. Of course, I can sense it. Come and help me. Lin Xian looked at Nailin Yanran and said. I gave you face before. Now, give me face too. Let him go. All right. Nailin Yanran turned and left. The woman in black was shocked. You can let her leave? Who are you? Is there someone like you in the Tao sect? Nailin Yanran was a heavenly sect master. She was on the Xian ranking. If she was on the same level as her, she should be on the Xian ranking. However, she had never heard of such a person in the Xian ranking of the Tao sect. Lin Xian laughed as well. You're so weak, yet you still dare to provoke him. Aren't you afraid of being killed? The black-cloaked woman replied, Who said I'm weak? Wasn't he looking for news about the Medicine King? So I spread out my power. No. You haven't told me who you are. How come I didn't know that an expert like you had appeared in the Tao sect? My name is Lin Xian. So it was you. The black-robed woman was surprised. So you are the brat who slapped the Dragon Palace's face. Although I didn't see the battle with my own eyes, I heard about it. You heavily injured Wang Zhongluo, killed Lan Zilu, and even killed one of Long Ao's incarnations. No wonder Nailin Yanran had to give you face. Lin Xian shrugged and looked at him. What's your name? I'm Bai Susu. Lin Xian was stunned. It couldn't be related to Bai Jin, right? You know my brother? Bai Susu was shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked. You're Bai Jin's sister? His expression became strange. One must know that he had beaten up Bai Jin before. Moreover, Bai Jin was from the Dragon Palace. Didn't that mean she was also from the Dragon Palace? Bai Susu didn't know that Bai Jin had been taught a lesson by Lin Xian before. However, she could tell that he was worried. Bai Jin said, Don't worry. Although Bai Jin joined the Dragon Palace, I'm not from there. I'm not interested in the Dragon Palace, so I won't participate in the battle between you and the Dragon Palace. Bai Jin, is he your brother? Lin Xian asked. Bai Susu rolled her eyes. What kind of joke is this? How can trash like that be my younger brother? He's just a disciple from the Bai family. He's a distant relative. After he came to the Tao sect, I gave him a mansion. Since then, we haven't interacted much. However, I heard that after he joined the Dragon Palace, he bullied the weak and feared the weak. He's not a good person. If I meet him, I'll teach him a lesson. That's good. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He had nothing to do with the Dragon Palace. He hated Bai Jin. That was enough. At least Bai Jin wouldn't be hostile to him, let alone seek revenge. Bai Susu didn't plan to attack Lin Xian. Instead, she looked at Lin Xian with interest. You're a middle sage king, but you're so powerful. Not bad. Are you interested in getting the king of herbs? Do you know where the king of herbs is? Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't have any information at all. Bai Susu said, of course, the king of herbs is staying at 3 places. 2 of them are fake and 1 of them is real. I know where it is. Why don't we work together? If we really get it, we'll split it equally. Sure. Lin Xian nodded. However, he added, I want the root part. Bai Susu didn't mind. Could it be that you want to replant it? Such spiritual herbs of heaven and earth were all nurtured by the heavens and earth, and formed by chance and coincidence. It was not easy to plant them, and the time required was really too long. The Taoist sect had specially opened up a medicinal field for spiritual medicine. It was very effective, but it couldn't grow the king of herbs. I want it to be useful. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't elaborate. He wanted to see if he could provide enough energy to the soil of the mysterious world to restore it. What would happen if he planted the king of herbs? By the way, where did you say the king of herbs was? Lin Xian was curious. Bai Susu said she was waiting. Give me half a day. She should be here soon. Lin Xian didn't know what she was waiting for. However, half a day later, he was stunned. He saw another young lady dressed in black jade flying over. Her appearance was identical to Bai Susu's. A clone? Lin Xian was surprised. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. It wasn't a clone, but an avatar. An avatar. Moreover, her avatar seemed to be even more terrifying than Long Ao's. The 2 Bai Susu walked together, and their bodies fused together to form one. Their power also increased exponentially. How is it? Are you surprised? I have more than 1 avatar. Otherwise, do you think Nailin Yenran would be able to hunt me down, and more than 1? Lin Xian was stunned. How many avatars did this girl have? Let's go. Bai Susu waved her hand and said. The 2 of them flew into the distance. Along the way, they flew past countless mountains and rivers. Finally, they heard the sound of an intense battle in front of them. Is it here? Lin Xian asked. Bai Susu shook her head. It's fake. Follow me. As she said that, she flew to the right. After flying for a while, they saw a valley. There were people fighting there too. However, Bai Susu shook her head. It's fake. It's at the last place. The last place was a canyon. There were people fighting there too. It seemed that someone had found all 3 places. However, they couldn't be sure where the king of herbs was. On the last day of 2017, I'm about to break 10 million words. Thank you for your company. The new year is coming. I'll continue to work hard and write better stories. I wish all my readers a healthy and happy new year. Bai Susu pointed at the canyon and said. It's in there. That shouldn't be the case. If it's in the canyon, these people would have found it long ago. Lin Xian frowned. Bai Susu did not say anything. She flew out of the canyon and a figure that looked exactly like her flew out. It was also a clone of Bai Susu. After Bai Susu merged with her clone, a cold light flashed in her eyes. The king of medicine was protected by several spirit veins. Those spirit veins had already cultivated into demons and were extremely terrifying. It was normal that these people could not find their aura because they had hidden it. If it weren't for the fact that I could create multiple clones to investigate carefully, I probably wouldn't have found them either. Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret god eyes and looked at the canyon. He realized that there was a mysterious force shrouding the canyon, preventing him from investigating. He snorted coldly. An extremely terrifying light of reincarnation appeared in his eyes as he finally passed through the mysterious aura. He saw that there were 4 spirit veins protecting the king of medicine below. The king of medicine was crystal clear and was even more terrifying than a 10,000-year-old herb. Roar! Suddenly, a spirit vein threw its head back and roared like a dragon as it charged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian was shocked. This spirit vein has really cultivated into a demon and has such intelligence. Where did this dragon come from? The people fighting in the surroundings were also puzzled. They looked in all directions. Lin Xian stretched out his hand. His 5 fingers turned into 5 divine swords and charged to the ground, tearing the canyon apart. Aren't you going to investigate further? Baisusu was shocked. She originally wanted to discuss how to lure the people here away and then take action in secret. She did not expect Lin Xian to be so direct. Lin Xian said as he attacked. For spirit veins that have cultivated into a demon are terrifyingly powerful. No matter how they hide, they will be discovered. Since that's the case, why don't we attack directly? We'll get the King of Medicine and leave quickly before the people in the other 2 places react. All right. Baisusu gritted her teeth and attacked quickly. At this moment, she was much stronger than before. She was not inferior to Nailin Yanran at all. With a palm strike, it was as if it had turned into a waterfall, charging towards one of the spiritual veins. The spirit vein turned into a spirit tiger and charged over. The 4 spirit veins turned into a spirit dragon, a spirit tiger, a spirit turtle, and a spirit sparrow. Just like the 4 great spirit beasts, they were extremely powerful. What is this? Demonic beast? The surrounding people were shocked. They looked carefully. Suddenly, they were shocked to find that the 4 spirit veins were protecting a stock of spiritual medicine. It was releasing a terrifying radiance. The laws on the tree had materialized and were hanging on the tree trunk. King of Medicine. It was the Medicine King. Countless people cried out in alarm, their eyes turning red. They didn't expect their luck to be so good. The King of Medicine was right beside them. Attack! In an instant, these people rushed forward. The spirit turtle walked forward, its body continuously expanding until it turned into a towering mountain that cut off everything. The divine abilities that filled the sky slammed into its tortoise shell, creating a deafening sound. However, he was unable to break it. Was this guy really just a spirit vein? Everyone was shocked. This was even more terrifying than a top-notch demonic beast. Lin Xian also frowned. He could tell that the spirit turtle was indeed a spirit vein. Moreover, this spirit vein was very bright and spread for tens of thousands of miles. In other words, the power of the entire world had been absorbed by this spirit vein. The power condensed by the other party was so terrifying that it couldn't be resisted head-on. Little guy, it's up to you. Lin Xian summoned Little White again. Little White was still a little confused, but it nodded. Alright, what should I do? Lin Xian said, I'll take that spirit dragon away later. You can transform into the spirit dragon and go back. They shouldn't suspect anything since you've eaten the transformation fruit. Find an opportunity to take the King of Medicine away. When the time comes, we can leave. Okay. Little White nodded. Lin Xian slapped the spirit dragon. His 5 fingers formed a claw and enveloped it, bringing it into the distance. The spirit dragon roared at the sky, its body transforming into tens of thousands of miles long. As it swayed, the sky and earth cracked, but it couldn't break through Lin Xian's palm. Kid, where are you going? Baisusu was shocked. Lin Xian sent a telepathic message. When Baisusu heard the plan, she was stunned as well. She looked at Little White and exclaimed. Can this little monkey really do it? That's a spirit dragon transformed from a spirit vein. Who can impersonate it? Lin Xian chuckled. Don't worry. Others can't, but this little guy can. Alright then. Baisusu could only wait on the spot. She was nervous as she fought against the spirit tiger. On the other side, Lin Xian brought the spirit dragon and charged into the distance. None of the people around him chased after him. Lin Xian took the opportunity and swallowed him into the mysterious world. The spirit dragon was still arrogant and wanted to fight back. But after entering the mysterious world, its body suddenly trembled. It was pressed down onto the ground by an invisible force. It held in pain, its expression turning into one of fear. Damned human, where is this place? Let me go. It spoke in human language and roared in a frenzy. Lin Xian was shocked. You can speak? Seems like you've been born with intelligence. Since that's the case, it's easy. Stop struggling because you won't be able to escape. Do you think that your sacred domain can trap me? The spirit dragon roared into the sky. It waved its terrifying dragon claws and tore the world apart. But in this place, it couldn't tear the void apart at all. This made it terrified. What kind of sacred domain is this? Lin Xian laughed. This isn't a sacred domain. This is a world, a very mysterious world. How is this possible? How can there be such a world? The spirit dragon was terrified. Even the buried emperor star is terrifying. Suddenly, he roared in horror, because he realized that his body was shrinking, and his power was disappearing. The ground below was absorbing its power. No. The spirit dragon begged. Spare me. I won't dare to do it again. I don't want the king of herbs anymore. I'll give it all to you. Let me go. It was truly terrified. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. The spirit vein was terrifying, but it couldn't fight against this mysterious world. This world is too terrifying. At the same time, he was overjoyed. The spirit dragon was so powerful. The other 3 spirit beasts were also formed from spirit veins. If he devoured them all, would he be able to change this world? Would there be some changes? Thinking of this, he was very excited and couldn't wait to go back and try. When this spirit dragon disappeared, Little White transformed into a similar dragon and flew back. It came to the king of herbs' side. The king of herbs didn't notice it, and the other 3 spirit beasts didn't recognize it either. Bai Susu was stunned. This is really possible. How did this little monkey do it? She didn't know that Little White had eaten the transformation fruit. Moreover, it had eaten the entire fruit. In the past, when the transformation fruit appeared, those people would be able to transform after getting a bit. Not to mention now, Little White had eaten the entire fruit. Little White approached the Medicine King and suddenly attacked. The treasure basin covered the Medicine King. The Medicine King wanted to escape, but he was sealed in an instant. The treasure basin was extremely mysterious. He could not escape after entering. Last time, the transformation fruit was also covered by Little White with the treasure basin. Later on, when he took out a large number of spiritual herbs in the valley, the transformation fruit was able to escape. Otherwise, he would not have been able to steal it. With the spiritual herbs in hand, Little White was happy and flew into the distance. Roar! Roar, roar! The other 3 spirit beasts realized that the Medicine King was gone and immediately roared. They stared at the spirit dragon and roared non-stop. At the same time, they charged over. Oh no, the Medicine King disappeared. The others also charged over. Someone said, "Hurry up and inform our people to hurry over." Array formations were formed one after another. These people were notifying the others. The spirit dragon turned into Little White and flew into the distance with the treasure basin. At the same time, Lin Xian also walked out of the void. Little White jumped in front of him and handed the treasure basin over. In the next moment, the void fluctuated. A palm blocked it and directly enveloped Little White and the treasure basin. Then, it disappeared. What was going on? Bai Susu was stunned behind him. Lin Xian's pupils also constricted. A terrifying light burst out from his eyes. He saw a figure fleeing into the distance. Gu Feng, he was instantly furious. Only Gu Feng could use such a spatial ability in the younger generation. With a wave of his hand, a dragon-shaped sword chi with the power of the dragon sword soul slashed the void. The world shattered, and the figure was forced out. However, he soon disappeared. Want to leave? Lin Xian locked his gaze on the other party. At the same time, he summoned the void beast and traveled through space. The 2 opened a space tunnel and disappeared. In front, Gu Feng's palm formed a space that completely enveloped Little White and the treasure basin. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Lin Xian, no matter how powerful you are, you still fell into my hands. He was too proud. Previously, the ancient race helped Lin Xian and he was imprisoned. Later, he was able to leave. Then, he came here. He joined the Earth sect. This time, when news of the Medicine King spread, he naturally came with the people from the Earth sect. As a genius of the Ground Clan, Gu Feng's space bloodline was extremely terrifying. After he arrived, he hid himself and waited in secret. Finally, the day he had been waiting for had arrived. Although he didn't know how Lin Xian managed to fool those spirit beasts, it wasn't important anymore. Little White struggled, wanting to resist. Gu Feng snorted coldly. It's useless, you can't escape at all. Suddenly, he frowned and looked behind him. Damn it, he was actually able to catch up. It was a void beast, damn it. Since the other party had snatched the heavenly void beast away from him, he would definitely be able to use many spatial abilities. However, no matter how strong the heavenly void beast was it comparable to the heavenly void scripture of his martial monarch clan, spatial exile? A large crack opened up in extra-dimensional space and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He had been exiled, but not long after, he broke through the air and arrived. A terrifying dragon-shaped sword aura surrounded his body. Gu Feng frowned. Damn it, the great dragon sword. If it was someone else, he could have been exiled, and he might not even be able to return for hundreds of years. However, the other party was the successor of the great dragon sword. The great dragon sword's attack was unparalleled, and it was simply his nemesis. He attacked with his sword. The yin-yang image covered heaven and earth, and the yin-yang aura carried an extremely terrifying power. Among them, the power of death erupted. Gu Feng felt his hair stand on end. At the same time, Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Little White. After Little White received the news, she quickly resisted. Boom! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Xian slashed out with a powerful sword. Gu Feng was furious. He used the Great Void Transference. He also attacked aggressively. An illusory image appeared, and his real body appeared on the other side. As he moved back and forth, the combination of illusory and real made it impossible for others to kill him. However, this sword strike had shattered the entire void, and the ceiling barrier in his hand had also shattered. Little White fled. Her figure flashed and disappeared. Gu Feng didn't care. The little monkey grabbed the treasure bowl in the air. The treasure bowl shook violently, and the medicine king rushed out from inside. Lin Xian reached out, and a large golden hand enveloped the medicine king. Gu Feng's pupils shrank, and the void changed. In an instant, his body and the medicine king switched places. At the same time, the void finger attacked the golden palm, blocking Lin Xian's attack. Gu Feng used the great void transference again, and disappeared. He grabbed the medicine king and laughed proudly. Lin Xian, you did have the upper hand before, but now I have begun to cultivate the void scripture. This is the ultimate technique created by the great emperor. You are no match for me at all. From now on, the gap between us will only increase. After saying that, his figure completely disappeared. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, but he didn't chase. This Gu Feng's strength had become much stronger than before. It turned out that he had learned the void scripture. The ancient scripture created by the great emperor was indeed extraordinary. He knew that in addition to Gu Feng, Yu Wudao also cultivated the heavenly emperor scripture. It was equally terrifying. These two people weren't imperial princes yet. He didn't know how strong the dragon prince and Kuan Pingzi, who had the imperial bloodline and the great emperor's ancient scripture, would be. It was probably unimaginable. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists. There was still a long way to go. Behind him, Baisusu flew over and said, "Why aren't you chasing? There's no need to chase." "What do you mean? Don't you want the medicine king?" Lin Xian smiled. He didn't take the medicine king. As he said that, he waved his hand. The void split open, and the treasure bowl appeared. A medicine king appeared in it. Baisusu's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the medicine king. What did he take? He took it. Lin Xian smiled. Baisusu was stunned, but she soon understood that it was the little monkey. Previously, Little White could transform into a spirit dragon, and it wouldn't have a problem transforming into the medicine king at a critical moment. No wonder Lin Xian wasn't nervous. That's right, he took Little White. Don't worry, he won't let it run away. However, let's put on a show first. Lin Xian split heaven and earth with his sword. At the same time, he shouted angrily, "Gu Feng, you actually defeated me and took the medicine king. Damn it." Baisusu also roared crazily at the side, "Gu Feng, don't be arrogant. The people of the Path sect will be here soon. You definitely won't be able to escape. Their voices were like thunder. In addition, Lin Xian's sword shattered the sky within 1,000,000 miles. Gu Feng's figure also appeared. Although it was only for an instant, he disappeared without a trace. However, everyone in the surroundings heard it. Some of them even saw that figure. All of them were shocked. Gu Feng had obtained the Medicine King. Who was he? Was he very powerful? Someone said, I know. He's from the Earth sect. He's a disciple of the ancients. Was he from the Gu family? Then he must know spatial magic. No wonder he could obtain the Medicine King. So what if he was from the Gu family? Are we the weak ones? In an instant, countless figures rushed out. At the same time, the people from the other two battlefields also charged over, covering the sky and earth as they chased after Gu Feng. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian smirked coldly. He was still far from being able to fight with him. Go. Go and devour the 3 spirit beasts. Turning around, he dashed towards the other 3 spirit veins. The 3 spirit beasts wanted to give chase as well. They had been guarding the King of Medicine for so many years, all for the sake of devouring him and turning him into a living being. But who would have thought that the King of Medicine would be snatched away by someone else? Intolerable. The 3 spirit beasts soared into the air and chased after Lin Xian. But just then, a figure stopped them. The 3 of you, stay. Humans are ants. Get lost. Those who block my way will die. The 3 spirit beasts were enraged. Bai Susu was terrified as well. What was Lin Xian trying to do? Lin Xian's body shone brightly. Endless flames covered the entire world, forming a furnace that covered everything. In the next moment, he dashed towards the 3 spirit beasts. Opening the mysterious small world, the 3 spirit beasts roared and slashed their claws. But in an instant, they were swallowed into the space. When they appeared, they were immediately pressed to the ground by an invisible force. Damn it, who dares to plot against me? Damned human, what kind of despicable method did you use? Get out here, the 3 spirit beasts roared. Why are the 3 of you here too? Just then, a voice rang out. The spirit tiger was stunned. Then, it roared, Spirit dragon, damn it, how dare you come out? You're the one who snatched the King of Medicine. You've broken our rules. The spirit dragon gritted its teeth. It wasn't me. I was trapped by this human brat. Hurry up and break out. This place is terrifying. A lot of my energy has been sucked away. I don't have much left. The spirit turtle looked around and asked, Where are you? He looked around. It was a desolate scene. There didn't seem to be any spirit dragon. I'm here. The voice rang out. The spirit sparrow spread its wings and flew. It could only fly a few meters high, which shocked him. The spirit tiger exclaimed. It looked at a small mound in front of it and asked in shock, Is this you? The spirit dragon's voice rang out. That's right, it's me. How is this possible? The 3 spirit beasts were stunned. Their bodies were supreme-grade spirit veins that spanned millions of miles and contained endless energy and spirit chi. How could it be a small mound? They felt like they had been tricked. This was an illusion. The 3 of them roared. Lin Xian walked over and said. There was no need to be shocked. He was indeed your companion. Not only that, the 3 of you will also have to obediently turn into 3 mounds here. Lin Xian waved his hand. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the space in front of him. The 3 spiritual beasts wanted to resist, but their powers were already being devoured by the earth. It was rapidly weakening. All 3 of them had spirit beasts that had turned into spirit veins. When they landed on the ground, they let out terrified cries. No, Lin Xian smiled and placed the 4 spirit veins in a square, which could be used as a valley. From now on, all of his experiments could be carried out in this valley. The valley wasn't big, but it was formed by 4 supreme-grade spiritual veins. The soil in the valley should have changed a little. Lin Xian chuckled before turning around to leave. You guys can slowly get used to this place. He turned to Bai Susu and said, Let's go and chase after that fellow. Bai Susu was stunned. What was going on? Where were the three spiritual beasts? She was surprised. She couldn't see through the furnace of heaven and earth. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. They had gone to where they should go. The two of them rose into the air and flew into the distance. On the other side, Gu Feng was in a bad situation. His face was dark. Damn Lin Xian. He gritted his teeth at the thought of Lin Xian. He had already defeated Lin Xian, but Lin Xian revealed his identity at the last moment, causing countless people to chase after him. He was a genius of the Gu family. He had mastered spatial magic and cultivated the void scripture. He was extremely powerful and should be able to defeat everyone. Unfortunately, none of the people here were weak. They were all top powerhouses of the three great orthodoxies and the clan of the ancients. Fortunately, he had cultivated the void scripture. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to a pulp long ago. Leave the king of herbs here. At this moment, a cold shout was heard. A figure flew over from afar and turned into a peerless saber. He slashed down with a force that could destroy heaven and earth. The power was so strong that it made Gu Feng's hair stand on end. He thought that Lin Xian had come. However, it wasn't Lin Xian. It was a peerless saber wielder. Gu Feng used the great void shift and dodged the attack. His face turned cold. He was already surrounded by people. The peerless saber wielder in front of him was extremely terrifying. It was Small Saber God. He was here too, countless people exclaimed. Gu Feng frowned. He had heard of Small Saber God before. He was a peerless saber wielder of the heavenly saber mansion. He was titled Saber God, so one could imagine how terrifying his saber techniques were. Void exile. He created a terrifying spatial crack and banished himself into a dimensional space. He wanted to leave. Small Saber God shouted angrily and displayed a few sabers. At the same time, another person attacked from the other side. A golden fan made of intertwined feathers burned like the sun and shrouded the area below. You want to leave? Leave the king of herbs here. A cold voice sounded. Gu Feng's face turned ugly. This person was an expert from the Golden Crow race. Damn it. The weapon he used was refined from the wings of an ancient golden crow. It was extremely powerful. He used the great void shift and moved the terrifying flame to the other side. Seal him. He couldn't be allowed to escape. Nalan Yenran also walked out. The orchid behind her froze the area. Orchids were incomparably tough. Ordinary orchids could grow on mountains, let alone such a natural phenomenon. The entire area seemed to be sealed. In addition, the people from the Tao sect and the Heaven sect also came. There were also the clan of the ancients and the great factions. There were many people. Gu Feng's face darkened. With so many people attacking together, even if he could escape, he would be injured. It was very likely that he would be surrounded by everyone. This was because these people had very strong identities and methods. If he brought out a few more powerful trump cards, he would be in danger. He looked into the distance and said, "Fellow disciples of the Earth sect, help me." Someone from the Earth sect walked over with a smile. Junior brother Gu, we are from the same sect. Naturally, we have to help. However, after this, will we share the Herb King? Of course. How can I take such a thing for myself? I will definitely share it with my senior brothers. Gu Feng smiled. However, he gritted his teeth in his heart. Who cares about the oath? He had to get through this first. All right. The people from the Earth sect laughed. They waved their hands and walked over. Everyone, Gu Feng is from the Earth sect. We have already obtained the Herb King. Could it be that you want to snatch it? Cut the crap. Everyone who saw the treasure has a share. Nalan Yenran snorted coldly. The others also had cold expressions. They were going to give away the treasure just like that, they were unwilling. At this moment, someone screamed. Countless people turned their heads in shock. In the next moment, they saw an expert from the Earth sect being beaten into a bloody mist. Who was it? The people from the Earth sect were furious. They saw a figure that looked like a god of war walking over. The power on his body was so terrifying that it brought about a vision of heaven and earth. Yi Wu Dao, seeing this, Gu Feng's face turned cold. The others exclaimed as well. Was he the Yi family's saint body, so strong? On the other side, endless light flashed as someone roared. Everyone was shocked. What speed? Could it be someone from the Light Clan? How strong? These were all people with the ancient body. It seemed that the Heaven sect had become even stronger. Countless ancient families and sects were shocked. Even the people from the Earth sect looked cold. Attack, the man in the lead roared, and then a great battle broke out. Light was extremely fast. He charged towards Gu Feng and arrived beside him in an instant. Gu Feng's pupils shrank. It was indeed fast. It was almost like teleportation. But so what if it was fast? Could it be compared to his space mystique? His body turned illusory as he dodged the attack. Then, he slapped out. On the other side, Yi Wudao also charged towards an expert. It was an expert from the Earth sect who had been famous for a long time. However, Yi Wudao was equally terrifying. A great battle broke out in an instant. It was terrifying. In the void far away, two figures stood, looking into the distance with flickering eyes. Bai Susu said. She couldn't believe that so many experts had come this time. Even two people with the ancient body were here. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Old friends, then, he looked at the experts from the Earth sect and Heaven sect. His eyes were also shining. He looked at Bai Susu and said, "Wait here. I'll go and meet them." "Are you going to fight?" Bai Susu was shocked. Lin Xian nodded. In the next moment, a terrifying flame burst out from his body, illuminating the entire world. He charged forward. The people fighting in the front were stunned. They sensed the arrival of a powerful figure. Who was it? Many people looked over, but they couldn't see the face. All they saw was a golden fire god charging towards them. Boom, he threw a punch at one of the figures. That person tried his best to resist, but he was still sent flying by the punch. A black hole appeared in the sky. Countless people were shocked. How terrifying. Who was it, who wants to fight me? After Lin Xian arrived, he was incomparably domineering, like a god. Gu Feng's expression was cold. Was this guy here again? His body became dim as he prepared to teleport. Leaf Dao Denier's eyes glittered as he could sense Lin Xian's physique. No one dared to? Lin Xian looked around and stared at a figure. The saber light on that person's body was biting cold. Small Knife God also frowned. His eyes shone with a cold light. Did the other party want to fight him? This was especially so after Xiaochen discovered that the other party had the aura of the Heavenly Saber Mansion's blood. You've killed people from the Heavenly Blade sect. He slashed out with his saber. They quickly retreated. Countless people were terrified. Although there were many geniuses here, including those with the ancient desolate body, Dagger God was probably the most terrifying one. Although he didn't have the ancient desolate body, he had been famous for a long time and his saber technique was extremely powerful. If the saber slashed down, the flaming figure would definitely die. What a sharp saber. Lin Xian laughed. This time, he was here to fight to his heart's content. The Nine Suns' divine fire on his body condensed into a flaming divine sword. He held it in his hand and slashed forward. With a clang, the saber and sword collided. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Boom, saber light and sword shadows flashed between heaven and earth. Lin Xian sneered, "Show me your full strength." He slashed out again. It was like 9 suns opening the sky. Boom, Dagger God was furious. His eyes shone with a terrifying light as he held the saber with both hands. The peerless saber. He was really angry. Did the other party dare to challenge him? A sky-shattering sound was heard, and the void shattered. The destructive power swept through the 9 heavens. After the attack, a figure was sent flying. Countless people were shocked. Their faces were filled with horror because they realized that it was Dagger God who was sent flying. Dagger God's face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Who was this flaming figure? It was unbelievable that he could injure Dagger God. Interesting. Let me try. At this moment, another person walked out. It was the same person from before. The leader was a powerhouse from the Earth sect. He had fought with Yi Wudao before. Now that he saw Lin Xian, he turned around and strode over. With every step he took, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless people exclaimed. The Overlord. Was he going to attack too? The Overlord's eyes were filled with a terrifying light. Take my punch. His fist bloomed with an unparalleled light as if it had turned into the fist of the war god. Wherever it passed, the entire world was shattered. The flaming sword in Lin Xian's hand disappeared. At the same time, he clenched his fist and punched out, turning into a golden crow that roared between heaven and earth. With an earth-shattering sound, the two fists collided. Then, they each took 3 steps back. Millions of miles below, the mountains and rivers were shattered into nothingness. What was going on? Not only was this guy's sword technique powerful, but his physique was also so strong, he could actually fight against the Overlord. One had to know that only Yi Wudao, a sacred physique, could fight against the Overlord. However, the person in front of him did it. What kind of physique did he have? Behind them, Bai Susu was stunned. Wow, this guy was actually so powerful. No wonder he dared to challenge the Dragon Palace. The Path sect would probably not be peaceful in the future. In front, the Overlord was also stunned. In the next moment, an extremely bright light burst out from his eyes. I thought you were a peerless swordsman, but now it seems that your physique is also very powerful. It's not weaker than the Yi family's sacred physique. I don't know where your limit is. I was just being casual just now, but I'm going to be serious now. At this point, he laughed loudly. The mountains in the distance kept shattering. No one could withstand his power. He had the strength to lift mountains and his aura was unparalleled. At this moment, the Overlord was really powerful to the extreme. As one of the 3 great orthodoxies, the Earth sect did not have princes like the Dragon Prince and the Kuanping Child. However, the experts in the sect were not weak at all. This Overlord was one of the representatives. He was very terrifying. On the other side, Lin Xian's blood was boiling. He did not expect to meet an expert with such a terrifying physique other than Yi Wudao. This made him very happy. Good, I didn't use my full strength just now. Now let's see if you can make me use my full strength. Lin Xian laughed and waved his fists. The entire sky turned into a sea of fire, forming an endless sun that descended. It was too terrifying. Countless people looked at this scene with shock. This mysterious man in flames was very powerful, far beyond their imagination. Some people said, "What are you thinking?" Of course, the Overlord was stronger. Didn't you see how Yi Wudao was suppressed in his battle with Yi Wudao? Others said that Yi Wudao was young. Otherwise, his sacred physique would definitely be very strong. Humph, the Overlord was also from the tyrants. Although the tyrants had never produced a great emperor, they could be called the uncrowned king in terms of strength. Even if Yi Wudao really had a greater mastery sacred physique, a greater mastery Overlord physique was definitely not weak. As soon as he said that, everyone nodded. Indeed, in the past, there had been a greater mastery sacred physique and a greater mastery Overlord physique. Both sides had won and lost. Now, the Overlord was taking it seriously. The flaming man. He was afraid that he was in danger. The Overlord's fists had the power to split open the sky, making Lin Xian feel the pressure. Lin Xian also shouted wildly. His fists turned into the only thing in the world, and he kept waving them. Every time the two of them collided, his arms would go numb, and his blood would boil. However, his strength was getting stronger and stronger. An expert, Lin Xian admitted that his opponent was definitely a top expert. His blood was boiling. Only by fighting such a terrifying expert could he improve faster. The two of them fought from the sky to the ground, like the earth to the sea. Everywhere they passed, everything turned to ashes. Countless people retreated, their faces filled with fear. The flaming man was too extraordinary. He could exchange 1,000 blows without being at a disadvantage. What kind of physique did he have? It must be the physique of the legend of the universe. Who was it? Sounds of discussion could be heard. At that moment, the Overlord roared angrily. His aura could swallow mountains and rivers. He struck out with a peerless attack. The victor was about to be decided. Lin Xian roared as well, using the 9 Yang divine physique to the extreme. Phantoms of 9 suns appeared around him, surrounding him like a sun god. Fury of the 9 suns, both palms struck out together, and a sea of fire filled the sky. Countless rays of light intertwined in front of them, and everyone could not open their eyes. They could feel that the power was about to tear them apart. Quickly, defend. Countless people opened their saint domains to defend themselves. Some people who did not have time to escape vomited blood. Some people even turned half of their bodies into a bloody mist. The two's attacks were terrifying. Damn it, has this guy become so terrifying? In the sky, a dimensional space appeared. Gu Feng's face was cold. 9 suns circling around him was the 9 yang divine body, Lin Xian. Damn it, the other party's growth had exceeded his expectations. Did you see that? The others also cried out in alarm. 9 suns surrounded him. This was the legendary 9 yang divine body. This kind of physique had disappeared for many years. And now, he had appeared in the buried Emperor Star again. The great success of the 9 yang divine body was not weaker than the sacred body or the overlord body. No wonder he could compete with the overlord. Countless cries of surprise rang out. Many people's eyes turned red. The reputation of the legendary physique was not in vain. How is the battle going? Everyone looked over carefully. Amidst the shattered mountains and rivers, a figure retreated, leaving countless cracks in the ground. The tyrant retreated. His clothes were torn and some parts of his body were torn. One of his hands was also trembling non-stop. Although he tried his best to control it, it seemed that he could no longer control it. The overlord's eye erupted with a cold radiance as he gritted his teeth. The 9 yang divine body had reappeared in the world. What a surprise, I didn't expect you to be able to cultivate the 9 yang divine body to such an extent. You're actually able to suppress me. Countless people went into an uproar. Did this mean that the overlord was at a disadvantage in the battle just now? This was too inconceivable. Numerous shocked gazes looked at Lin Xian. You're very strong. Lin Xian nodded. I can only suppress you with just my physique. Indeed, if he only used the 9 yang divine body to suppress his opponent, it would be easy to injure his opponent. However, it would not be easy to kill his opponent. Of course, if it was a life and death battle, it would be different. Lin Xian had many trump cards. His opponent must also have trump cards. These geniuses could not be underestimated. Therefore, no one would know until the final moment. However, in terms of physique, Lin Xian had won. 9 yang divine body? What a surprise. Let me experience it as well. Another ice-cold voice sounded out. In the distance, endless frost condensed, forming an ice river that hung in the sky. In the land of the ice river, a figure quickly streaked across the sky. Then, she stood at the top of the ice river and looked down. The ice wings on her body caused everyone to freeze. Bing Ling, she's here too? Nailin Yenran frowned. Yi Wudao, the overlord, and the others squinted their eyes. This woman was from the Blue Clan. Her bloodline was terrifying. It was said that she had a great opportunity. When she was training outside, she met a Nirvana Ice Phoenix and obtained the Ice Phoenix Divine Fruit. This made her ice bloodline even more terrifying. Bing Ling waved her hand and endless frost flew out, trying to freeze the world. Shadows of the sun circled around Lin Xian's body as boundless divine fire fought against it. The two of them collided in a silent confrontation. They melted and then froze. This was a strange scene. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect the Blue Clan to have such a genius. Lan Ziyu, Lan Zilu, and the others were much stronger than them. No wonder the Blue Clan could stand tall in Saint Origin Ancient City and become one of the top clans. Frost Sword. In the sky, Bing Ling waved her hand and the frost in the sky turned into divine swords and fell. Heaven and earth were sealed in ice, and then shattered into pieces. Lin Xian snorted and waved his hand. The fire of 9 suns turned into the 9 heavens. Flames danced in the sky and turned into a fire dragon, roaring between heaven and earth. The collision between the ice sword and the fire dragon spread out in all directions. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. Since you want to experience my 9 suns divine body, it won't be as simple as just flames. His feet moved and the skywalk step burst out. Together with the strength of his body, he turned into a peerless divine sword. In an instant, he split open the void and rushed forward. Not good. Countless people exclaimed. Bing Ling was in danger. The Nine Suns' divine body had endless life and a terrifying body. In close combat, Bing Ling did not have the advantage. Lin Xian advanced courageously, crushing everything in his path. Bing Ling roared and froze. She stretched out her hand and slapped forward. In the palm of her hand, an icy light pillar flew out and froze everything. Thousands of layers of ice appeared around Lin Xian and froze him in the void. But in an instant, those layers of ice shattered. Lin Xian charged forward like the sun again. What a terrifying power! Bing Ling frowned. She stepped lightly and floated backward. At the same time, she waved her hand and a snowstorm gathered. Once he entered her domain, everything would slow down. As expected, Lin Xian's speed was not as fast as before. But he still charged forward with a terrifying aura. Finally, he arrived in front of her and punched. Bing Ling did not panic. Instead, a smile appeared on her face. Ice barrier. She opened her palms and a barrier instantly enveloped Lin Xian. She was sealed. Countless people were shocked. It seemed that the ice spirit sect was better. Bing Ling laughed. Looks like you're the one who lost. But in the next moment, she was stunned. She realized that the enchantment was breaking quickly, and a figure was gradually becoming clear. Then, a fist came towards her. Retreat. With a bang, the enchantment was broken, and Bing Ling was pushed back by the punch. Crack, crack, crack. She retreated far away, and then countless cracks appeared on Bing Ling's body. With a crack, she broke into countless ice cubes. Countless people were shocked. Did she lose? No, it was an ice clone. In another place, Bing Ling's figure appeared. Her face was a little pale. Although she used the ice clone to dodge the fatal blow, but it still hurt her a little. Should she continue? The ice on Lin Xian's body melted. He stood there, shining in all directions like the sun war god. There's no need. Bing Ling said coldly. She felt that the opponent was very strong. If she didn't pay a price, she wouldn't be able to defeat him. Moreover, the main target now wasn't Lin Xian, but Gu Feng. The others were also silent. Lin Xian had shown his strong physique and terrifying swordsmanship 3 times. For a moment, no one dared to come forward. Everyone, ignore this kid. Our target is the Medicine King. Bing Ling raised her head and looked at Gu Feng in the distance. Over there, it was frozen. The others were also moving. Attack. The battle broke out again. The great conqueror led the people of the Earth sect to fight back crazily. At the same time, he shouted, Gu Feng, go first. Gu Feng gritted his teeth and formed a space tunnel. His body disappeared. However, there were many experts here. He was chased all the way and fought with them. It had to be said that Gu Feng was also very strong. Although he had just started cultivating the void scripture, he could already display great power. The Great Void Shift and Void Conversion were 2 absolute arts that allowed him to escape every time he was in danger. He was surrounded by more than 10 top experts, but he still let them escape in the end. However, more and more people came later. In the end, dozens of people came. Gu Feng's scalp was numb. No matter how strong he was no match for these dozens of experts. In the end, he exiled himself. At the same time, a mirror appeared on his body. He shattered the world and escaped. Replica void mirror, countless people gnashed their teeth. This was a replica of an extreme Dao weapon, and its might was not any weaker than the great sage's weapon. Damn it, did he let him escape? They hurried to look for him. Soon, countless people were on the move. Within the vast snowy mountains, a figure appeared. He then spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Detestable. Gu Feng clenched his teeth. Fortunately, he had a treasure to protect him at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have been in real danger. But soon, he began to laugh proudly. So what if there were dozens of top-notch experts? Didn't he still manage to escape? At this moment, a voice behind him laughed. It seems that you are very happy. Who was it? Gu Feng's hair stood on end. He had already escaped, so how could there still be someone who could catch up to him? He turned around and attacked with a finger in the air. A terrifying sword light came from behind, shattering the void around him. It's you. Gu Feng gritted his teeth. He did not expect it to be Lin Xian again. Beside him was a woman in white. It seemed like he was an expert from the Dao sect. Brat, how did you find this place? Gu Feng was really shocked. It would have been very easy to find him. Did he think that he could hide from everything with his void divine ability? It was useless. Gu Feng gritted his teeth and took out a replica of the void mirror. If I want to leave, you can't stop me. Lin Xian said, I don't want to stop you. I'm just here to take back something. Do you want the medicine king? Don't think about it. You're dreaming. Lin Xian shook his head. Are you sure that you got the medicine king? After saying that, Lin Xian waved his hand, and a spirit medicine appeared in his hand. It was surrounded by the great Dao. It was abnormally terrifying. How was that possible? Gu Feng's pupils constricted. That was the medicine king. Then what did he get? He took out the medicine king that he had obtained. However, in the next moment, the medicine king in his hand turned into a little white monkey that made a face at him. Its body flickered and disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already beside Lin Xian. Damn it, it was actually a damn monkey. How was that possible? He knew Little White. It was the monkey by Lin Xian's side. But how could it turn into the medicine king? How could it fool him? Damn it. Gu Feng roared angrily. He wanted to attack. However, Lin Xian retreated with Little White, and Bai Susu had already flown into the distance. Lin Xian used all his strength and roared, Gu Feng, don't even think about escaping. As he said that, he shot out a bolt of lightning that turned into a lightning dragon that tore through the sky. Quick, don't let them escape. Those people in the distance quickly charged over. Seeing that scene, Lin Xian smiled. He came to Bai Susu's side and summoned the dimensional beast. The two of them gradually disappeared. Damn it, where do you think you're going? Gu Feng shot out a spatial canyon that enveloped Lin Xian and Bai Susu. However, he was still a step too late. The two of them disappeared. In the distance, a few figures came over. It's really Gu Feng. Come quickly. I can't let him escape this time. Gu Feng's expression was ugly. He turned around and disappeared. What followed next was a huge pursuit. Finally, Gu Feng was surrounded by more than 10 people again. This time, Bing Ling personally took out a frost enchantment barrier. This barrier was even more terrifying than the one that sealed Lin Xian in ice. Bing Ling took out the scepter of ice. This was a great sage artifact formed from the bone of an ice phoenix. It was extremely powerful. Damn it, the king of medicine isn't with me. I've been deceived. It's useless for you to look for me. Gu Feng snorted. Are you kidding me? You've been deceived? Then who has the king of medicine? The ice phoenix asked. Lin Xian had the king of medicine. Who is Lin Xian? The others frowned. They had never heard of him. Lin Xian had defeated everyone in the Path sect before, but that was only the Path sect. People like Bing Ling and the Overlord had already spread their aura to other sects and families. Lin Xian had not reached that stage yet, so it was normal that these people had not heard of him. It was the flaming figure from before. Gu Feng gritted his teeth. He was the mastermind. It's him. Countless people were shocked. They thought of the flaming figure. The other party was indeed very strong. Was he also a new genius? It was really too shocking. Bing Ling snorted coldly. Stop lying. If he was the mastermind, why didn't you say so then? Do you think we're easy to fool now? Attack. After a great battle, Gu Feng was so angry that he vomited blood. He was telling the truth, but he could not explain. Because everyone saw that he had taken the king of medicine. But the king of medicine was fake, but he could not produce any evidence. Small Knife God charged over and slashed out. He said, if you want us to believe you, sure, take out your storage room. We want to search your soul. Impossible. Gu Feng roared. There were many treasures in there, and even his family's secrets. How could he allow others to search? If that's the case, then you're lying. Attack. Those people attacked again. Gu Feng was in a miserable state. He was injured not long after. Especially Bing Ling and Dagger God. Those two were too terrifying. Damn it. Just you wait. I'll remember this grudge. Gu Feng gritted his teeth. In the next moment, his bloodline burst out. The void mirror replica above his head shone brightly, creating a void passage. Not good. Don't let him escape. Dagger God roared. Bing Ling also used the icebound scepter to the extreme. However, it was useless. Gu Feng's void scripture that he had used to ignite his bloodline had disappeared. Damn it. Everyone shattered the void for millions of miles, but they still couldn't find the other party's figure. He escaped. Bing Ling gritted her teeth. Dagger God also frowned. As expected of someone from the monarch race. That was a spatial ability. It was too terrifying. It was easy to injure him, but difficult to kill him. On the other side, Lin Xian and Bai Susu appeared on a plane. Their lips curled up. Lin Xian set up a formation that covered the sky. Then, he took out the Medicine King and split it in half. He gave the upper half to Bai Susu. As for the lower half, he kept it. What should he do next? Bai Susu asked. She was very happy after obtaining the Medicine King. She felt that Lin Xian was very reliable. She suggested that they should make another move and continue searching. Lin Xian shook his head. No, the mission is over. I plan to go back. Although there were many spirit veins on the medicine planet, Lin Xian didn't dare to take them. If he took them again, the peerless experts on the medicine planet would make a move. At that time, there might even be sacred masters. It would be very difficult. Therefore, the most important thing was to obtain the world core. Only then could he completely control a world. The power of the entire world would be under his control. He had a world core. It was the Rain Clan's Pisces star. However, it was too far away from the buried Emperor star. Lin Xian couldn't go back now. When he returned to the true spirit world to save Xia Jiuyo, he would go to Pisces star. But now, he had to find a new world. Alright. Bai Susu nodded as well. We tricked Gu Feng, that guy. That fellow definitely won't let this matter rest. We better not be surrounded by the Earth Sex people. The two of them prepared to leave. However, a day later, they were stopped by someone. A few silhouettes walked out from afar. They were brimming with killing intent. One of the elders' eyes emitted an extremely terrifying radiance as he stared at Lin Xian. It's you. I can feel the blood of the Blue Clan's disciples on you. You've killed people from the Blue race. There was an ancient altar in the old man's hand. It was extremely terrifying. There was a broken jade tablet on it. Clearly, the other party had used a secret technique to look at him. What's going on? Bai Susu frowned. She had no idea what had happened to Lin Xian. Lin Xian said that there were a few people who didn't know what was good for them and I killed them. They should be here for revenge. Do you need me to do it? Bai Susu asked. Lin Xian said, no need. I don't care about these people. How dare you underestimate us? Attack. The leading elder waved his hand, and 4 blue race experts charged over. They turned into ice dragons and covered the sky. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm, and the Taiji diagram appeared in his hand. Slash, the Taiji diagram flew over and turned into a ray of light, splitting the bodies of the two. At the same time, Lin Xian used the skywalk step and charged in front of the other two. He used the man ruler seal and the great rock seal to turn them into blood mist. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them were dead. Damn it. The elder on the other side was enraged for a moment. Did the 4 people he brought die just like that? They were all peak Grand Sage Kings. They had hopes of becoming a great sage in the future. Now that they were dead, his heart was bleeding. You're courting death. He personally charged over. Be careful. This is a veteran great sage. Behind him, Baisusu's eyelids twitched. She felt a shocking sense of danger. Lin Xian also frowned. The other party was indeed very strong. He was a veteran great sage. The elder charged over with a blue divine sword in his hand. He pointed it at the void, and endless cold light flew out from the sword. The sword pierced the world. With a single strike, the entire plain was completely sealed. It even spread further into the distance. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He did not dodge. Instead, he charged over. He used the 9 suns divine fire to the extreme. It turned into 9 suns that shone brightly around him. The ice around him melted. Then, he slapped the blue divine sword with his palm. With a clang, the divine sword shook. The elder's palm went numb, and the sword almost flew out of his hand. His pupils constricted. What a terrifying physique and strength. He did not expect the person in front of him to be so terrifying. No wonder he could kill so many people from the blue race. Now, he was sure that the fallen great sage of the blue race was Lan Mingtian. He was an expert on the saint origin ranking. He had the chance to become a great sage or sacred lord in the future. However, he had fallen. Kill! He roared crazily. The kid in front of him was too terrifying. Since they were enemies, there was no need to keep him alive. Thinking of this, the elder roared angrily. The coldness in his body exploded. The law of ice wrapped around the divine sword, and it kept shaking as it pierced through the sky. Lin Xian used the 9 suns divine body to fight back. Both sides fought fiercely. He felt a great threat. The elder was indeed a veteran expert. His strength was even more terrifying than the overlord's. The ice was even scarier than the icicles. Let me show you what a real sword technique is. Lin Xian was furious. The 9 suns divine fire gathered and formed a flaming divine sword. He slashed out with the sword like a fire dragon. Clang, the ice sword and the fire sword collided. The entire sky was shrouded in 2 different forces. Ice Soul Sword, the sword in the elder's hand burst out with a dazzling light. Obviously, it was not an ordinary weapon. It was a great sage artifact. Kid, I admit that you are very strong. You can fight above your level. You have the strength of a great sage. However, your foundation is too weak. Let me tell you what kind of strength a true great sage should possess. He slashed out with his sword and froze the divine fire in the sky. Then, the sword swept out, turning into sword shadows that filled the sky. Lin Xian kept retreating. Not good. Baisusu became nervous. The great sage artifact and the great sage artifact were too terrifying. She wanted to go forward and ask for resources, but Lin Xian said that there was no need. He would do it himself. Lin Xian's face was cold. The elder opposite him laughed. Do it yourself? Kid, even with your companion, the 2 of you are no match for me. What do you have to fight me? Do you know the power of a great sage artifact? As he spoke, he slashed out again. The flames on Lin Xian's body almost dimmed. Was the great sage artifact very powerful? Lin Xian waved his hand, and the great destruction spear flew out. He grabbed it and slashed down like a divine sword. With a boom, the frost in the sky shattered. Boundless demonic energy swept across the land. You actually have such a trump card? The elder on the other side was shocked and his face turned cold. Kill! He roared and a terrifying sword chi swept across the area. He would not give Lin Xian another chance. The biting cold sword chi rushed towards Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was even more terrifying. Like a demon, he shattered all the sword chi. He charged over and beat the elder until he was forced to retreat. Behind him, Baisusu was shocked to see this. It seemed that Lin Xian had not used his full strength previously. This guy was too terrifying. He always shocked him. Lin Xian looked ahead and said loudly. You're just SOSO. It seems that you won't be my match even if you live a few thousand years. Show me what other trump cards you have. Otherwise, I'll send you to hell. On the other side, the elder's face turned ugly. He was a great sage of the older generation and had a great sage weapon. Even so, he was not Lin Xian's match. He did not believe that there was such a powerful person in the younger generation. He had to get rid of this peerless enemy. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. Then, the azure ice divine sword in his hand bloomed. The terrifying radiance suddenly became 1,000 meters long and slashed down like a heavenly sword, sealing the sky and earth. Not good. Behind him, Bai Susu's face changed. She did not expect this elder to use such a terrifying power. It seemed that the older generation was indeed the older generation. He could not be underestimated. Die. The elder on the other side laughed sinisterly. His face turned pale instantly. It was obvious that this sword had used up all his strength. However, the power of this sword was extremely terrifying. Even a great sage of the same level would die without a doubt. Lin Xian's face darkened too. It seemed that the older generation was indeed powerful. It would be difficult for the younger generation to block such a killing move. However, it was a pity that the other party had met him. He waved his hand and the black heaven-devouring jar appeared. Then, it turned into a huge vortex and swallowed the sky and earth. A black hole appeared in front of him as if it was going to swallow everything. It's useless. You can't block it at all. That elder laughed coldly. His sword descended in a frenzy, capable of sealing everything. This elder was truly overjoyed. He knew that Lin Xian was a top-notch genius. His talent, strength, and trump cards were all very strong. If Lin Xian grew up, he would be a huge threat to their family. However, it would be great if he died here. He had gotten rid of a danger for his family. Moreover, he was also interested in the great sage artifact in the other party's hands. Thinking about it, the other party must have other treasures. If that was the case, Yi Futian's harvest would be bountiful. It could be said that he had killed many birds with one stone. As for what that black vortex was, he didn't care. How could the other party contend against him? However, when the sword landed on the black vortex, he was stunned. He realized that the effect he had imagined did not happen. The black vortex seemed to be able to swallow everything. What was that? He really couldn't believe it. Bai Susu also widened her eyes in shock. She had already intended to tell Lin Xian to run away, but before she could even utter a word, Lin Xian's voice suddenly sounded. Then, a strange scene occurred. The peerless, sure-kill sword had been swallowed. I told you, you're just SOSO. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he walked forward. The heaven-devouring jar released a terrifying aura. Damn it. The elder opposite him turned around and left. That sure-kill attack had used up most of his strength. He was no match for Lin Xian at all. He had to hurry back to inform his family that such a peerless enemy had appeared. You want to run? Do you think you can? Lin Xian waved his hand, and the spear of destruction released a terrifying demonic sword chi that directly pierced through the elder's body. Elder Zhang screamed in agony as his blood dyed the sky. Damn it. He ignored his injuries and used all his strength to escape. At the same time, 16 pills flew out of his storage ring and were swallowed by him in one gulp. However, that was not enough. His eyes were bloodshot because he realized that the second sword had been slashed out. The sword transformed into a black dragon that grabbed down from the sky. His back was badly mutilated. Damn brat, I'll remember you. I'll never let you go. The elder roared crazily. Buzz, just as he finished speaking, he spat out a large mouthful of blood and almost fell from the sky. Damn it, my soul. He was terrified. In that instant, an extremely terrifying soul power surged into his mind. It almost tore his soul apart. Although he didn't die, he was seriously injured. Lin Xian used the skywalk step and quickly chased after him. Old thing, aren't you very arrogant? You still want to use a sure-kill attack to kill me. Have you ever thought about the outcome after using a sure-kill attack? Elder Zhang's face was ugly. Indeed, if he couldn't kill the enemy with a sure-kill attack, his outcome would be very miserable. For example, he could only be beaten up. However, he was the great sage after all, and a veteran great sage at that. He used the Ice Frost Divine Sword to block in front of him, protecting his vitals. As for the other injuries, he endured them. He swore that he would definitely take revenge. However, he underestimated Lin Xian. The heaven-swallowing jar flew up and directly froze the Ice Frost Divine Sword. Then, Lin Xian attacked forcefully. Rock Seal. The golden palm condensed into the shape of a giant pung. It carried a sky full of divine flames as it charged over and enveloped the elder. There were even more cracks on the elder's body. He was charred black, and the smell of barbecued meat wafted out. He was about to be roasted. Damn it. He gritted his teeth and spat out blood, but he didn't dare to fight back. Great desolate sky-splitting hand, Lin Xian opened and closed his hands, and a large crack tore out, turning the elder's legs into a bloody mist. Ah. Damn ant, I won't let you off. Just as he finished speaking, the primordial demon mountain descended from the sky. This attack shattered his head, and there was no place on his body that was intact. He was really crazy. He wanted to sweep through thousands of years. When did he get beaten up like this? And by a young man. It was over. Lin Xian's expression was cold, and the power in his body erupted again. The great spear of destruction flew out with an extremely terrifying aura of death. No. The elder was finally terrified. He felt that his life was in danger. He tried his best to dodge, but this attack still tore his body into pieces. Fellow Taoist of the medicine sect, please save my life. The Blue Clan will be eternally grateful. The elder's soul roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted and attacked again. This attack was definitely enough to kill the elder. However, at this moment, a cold shout came from the sky. Such a vicious attack at such a young age. A large hand appeared out of thin air and directly shattered the black dragon sword chi. Lin Xian also felt as if he was struck by lightning. His pupils constricted, and he used the skywalk step to retreat instantly. The place where he was originally standing was shattered. Who is so terrifying? Lin Xian was shocked. It was an attack that completely exceeded the power of an ordinary great sage. It was definitely not something that an early-stage great sage could do. It was an even more terrifying existence. Bai Susu, who was behind him, was also stunned. Did someone in the mid-stage great sage make a move? This was too terrifying. Ordinary geniuses could fight those of a higher level, but they could only rely on the early-stage great sage. However, it was too difficult to fight against someone in the mid-stage great sage. It was basically impossible. The flaming hand circled in the sky. At the same time, a flaming human face appeared and stared at Lin Xian. He was like a god looking down on the ants of the world. Lin Xian looked like he was facing a great enemy. The elder cheered wildly. He said, "Fellow cultivator, help me kill that kid. The Blue Clan is willing to give you a world." The great sage's eyes flashed, then he smiled. "Don't worry, the medicine sect has always cooperated with the Blue Clan. Helping you is not a problem." A strange flame formed in his eyes as he stared at Lin Xian. The young man below was a genius, but so what? He was much stronger than the elder of the Blue Clan. He was a realm higher than him. No matter how talented the young man was, he was no match for him. Moreover, the fact that the young man could defeat the great sage of the Blue Clan meant that he had many trump cards. He was interested in the young man's weapon and the strange flame on his body. It would be very helpful to him. The great sage thought of many things in an instant. Killing Lin Xian was very beneficial to him. He could also earn the gratitude of the Blue Clan. Why not? Young man, you're too vicious. Let me suppress you. The flaming hand in the sky shone brightly. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He snorted. Old thing, do you have the right to lecture me? Earlier, he relied on his lifespan of thousands of years, and his great sage cultivation base to unleash a deadly attack on me. Wasn't that vicious? You rely on the fact that your cultivation base is much higher than mine to attack a young junior like me. Aren't you vicious? What right do you have to lecture me? What a sharp-tongued kid. However, it was useless to say anything. In the face of absolute power, everything was futile. The giant palm in the sky fell. Lin Xian, run! Bai Susu shouted angrily. She formed 3 avatars. They attacked together to unleash a peerless attack. However, they could not block it. Lin Xian snorted. A murderous intent appeared in his eyes. So what if the young man was a mid-stage great sage? It was impossible to kill him. He activated the sky-devouring jar with all his might, forming a terrifying vortex to block the attack. At the same time, he summoned Whitey and channeled the power of the great dragon sword spirit into Whitey's body. Go ahead. With the support of the dragon sword spirit, Whitey flew off into the distance and came before the elder of the blue race. The broken body of the elder of the blue tribe was slowly recovering. When he saw that it was a little monkey, he laughed coldly. An ant dares to fight against me? An extremely terrifying soul-killing intent burst out from his eyes. He turned into a soul sword and charged toward Whitey. The dragon-shaped sword energy on Whitey's body destroyed everything. At the same time, he took out a purple gourd. The power of the great dragon sword spirit that Lin Xian had given him had all entered the purple gourd. Oh, baby, please turn around. Whitey's voice resounded in the air as a purple flying sword flew out of the gourd. With the power of the great dragon sword spirit, it seemed to have transformed into a purple dragon that instantly pierced through everything. Puff, heaven and earth froze at this moment. The soul of the elder of the blue clan stopped in midair and gradually extinguished. This was impossible, even until his death. He could not believe that he would be killed by a monkey. Damn it, how dare you! The great sage of flames roared. Another flaming palm scratched Whitey. Whitey retreated quickly. Where are you going? He stared at the purple gourd with bloodshot eyes. To be able to destroy the soul of the great sage with a single move, this gourd was definitely a heaven-defying treasure. It might even be the legendary item. He had to get his hands on it. Whitey returned to Lin Xian's side and slapped at Lin Xian with its two palms. The boundless vortex continued to shatter. Although the heaven-devouring jar was half an extreme weapon, it was dependent on the strength of the user. The strength of the old man in front of him was too terrifying. Even the heaven-devouring jar could only protect itself. Lin Xian retreated with a pale face. He gritted his teeth and said, "Old man, tell me your name. I'll kill you one day." You? The old man in the sky sneered and gradually condensed into a figure. Remember, I'm the great sage of flames. Don't tell me the wrong name when you go to hell. After saying that, he grinned and slapped at Lin Xian again. The medicine sect, the great sage of flames. I'll remember you. One day, I'll send you to the 18th level of hell. After saying that, a void beast appeared beside Lin Xian and formed a space tunnel. In an instant, he disappeared. The flaming palm slammed down, shattering heaven and earth. However, he was already nowhere to be seen. Space transportation? You can't escape. The great sage of flames roared angrily. Boundless laws of fire gathered and charged into the distance. Blazing red lotus, the laws of fire in the sky gathered and formed countless flaming lotuses. They bloomed between heaven and earth. The void shattered, and even the spatial passageway that Lin Xian had created cracked. One could only imagine how terrifying the other party was. What should I do? Bai Susu, who was beside him, looked terrible. Lin Xian said, "Protect me." He used all his strength to summon the great dragon sword soul and slashed at the 9 heavens. The blazing red lotus in the sky shattered like a mirror and scattered on the ground. How is that possible? The great sage of flames was stunned. Did the other party still have a trump card to contend with him? When he wanted to chase after him, he realized that the other party had already disappeared. Detestable. Brat, I won't let you escape from Medicine Planet. He was prepared to mobilize the power of the medicine sect to search for him and even seal the entire stellar realm. Buzz, in the starry sky, a few figures appeared. It was Lin Xian and the others. Bai Susu looked at the stars in the sky in surprise. Did he leave? She couldn't believe it. To be honest, she had already prepared for the worst. Even if she was captured, she would risk her life to protect Lin Xian. Because her parents' identities were not ordinary, she thought that the other party would definitely give her face. However, before she could do anything, Lin Xian had already left. She was surprised. What was that attack just now? Could it block the blazing red lotus that filled the sky? On the other side, his face was pale. He took out a 10,000-year-old spirit herb and swallowed it. He said, let's go. They entered the black earth and flew quickly. Bai Susu's heart ached. That's a 10,000-year-old spirit herb. How could you just eat it like that? Lin Xian said, so what? It's a dead elder of the blue tribe anyway. It's a waste not to eat it. When Little White killed the elder's soul, it also brought the elder's storage ring. It was a pity that the great sage weapon had a spirit and flew away. Otherwise, they could have gotten another great sage weapon. Xiaobai nodded too. She took out more spiritual fruits from the elder's storage ring and started eating them. It was very happy. Bai Susu's heart ached even more. That little monkey was eating too extravagantly. Even she didn't have such treatment. But Little White was too cute. She looked at Little White and smiled. Little guy, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You've done a great job this time. Little White's eyes narrowed into crescents. It stretched out its little paw. I'm good. Give me some spirit fruits. Bai Susu was so angry that she found it funny. Alright, I'll give it all to you. They heaved a sigh of relief. Inside the spirit boat, Gufang's face was cold and there was blood on his body. He gritted his teeth and said, the king of medicine I got is fake. The real one is with Lin Xian. I can swear on my family's reputation. Beside him were the experts of the Earth sect, including the Overlord. Their faces were cold. The Overlord frowned. You're saying that the flaming figure I fought with is Lin Xian? That's right, it's him. Gufeng gritted his teeth. The others sucked in a breath of cold air. According to Gufeng, Lin Xian and Gufeng were of the same age. He was younger than the Overlord and the others. Such a person was too heaven-defying. Has the nine-yang divine body become so terrifying? Gufeng gritted his teeth. Not only did he have the nine-yang divine body, but he also had many fortuitous encounters. He was also the descendant of the great dragon with unparalleled combat power. The legendary great dragon sword? The people of the Earth sect gasped. Even the Overlord's eyes shone with a cold light. No wonder. No wonder he was suppressed in the competition. Once you become the descendant of the great dragon, every move you make has unparalleled combat power. Interesting. I'll remember this, Lin Xian. But so what if he's the descendant of the great dragon and the descendant of the nine-yang divine body? The Overlord's prodigy can sweep through everything. He has many trump cards, but after my cultivation grows stronger, if I continue to pull apart my cultivation, it won't be a problem to suppress him. Now these prodigies, other than competing in talent and trump cards, they are also competing in cultivation speed. Once you break through a realm, you will be above the other prodigies. It's even possible to completely trample the others under your feet. Alright, you're so badly injured this time. You'd better recover quickly. The Overlord looked at Gufeng with flickering eyes. Although they were from the same sect, he was also secretly wary of Gufeng. After all, he was from the Earth sect and cultivated the Emperor's scripture. Once he had the chance to grow, he might surpass him. Gufeng swallowed a pill while preparing to cultivate in seclusion. But at this moment, he suddenly looked at the starry sky outside. What's wrong? The Overlord was puzzled. Gufeng said that there's a spirit boat in front. Let's go take a look. With a wave of the Overlord's hand, the spirit boat changed its direction and sped up. When they got closer, Gufeng suddenly stood up and said, that spirit boat belonged to Lin Xian. They are also on their way back. Catch them quickly. Everyone was in an uproar. The tyrant looked forward, and a cold radiance burst out from his eyes. Are you sure? Gufeng nodded. He couldn't be wrong. He had met Lin Xian more than once or twice, so he was very familiar with Lin Xian's trump cards and the weapons he often used. That spirit boat belonged to the other party. Interesting, we can make our move now. The Overlord's eyes lit up, and the others' eyes turned red as well. In this vast universe, if he were to kill the other party and steal the other party's treasures, the people of the Dao sect would probably not know about it. These people moved out quickly. In the spirit vessel ahead, Lin Xian frowned. He abruptly looked behind him. Someone was catching up. Run. He sped up the black earth. Bai Susu wondered if they were from the medicine sect. Or were they from the Earth sect? He also looked carefully and said that it was the Overlord's spirit vessel. They were from the Earth sect. The two parties, one in front and one behind, started a chase in the universe. Behind them, Gu Feng gritted his teeth. "Oh no, we were discovered." The Overlord said, "So what if we were discovered?" "Attack." The spirit vessel emitted a terrifying radiance, turning into a divine sword and moving forward. The array formations on the black earth flickered as it continuously shuttled through space. The two of them chased one after the other. Behind them, Gu Feng gritted his teeth and took out a few 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs and ate them. He said, "Everyone, I'm going to use my spatial mystique to bring all of you through space. However, my power is limited. When we get closer, I'll need all of you to attack." The Overlord nodded. "Let's move out then." The spatial aura on Gu Feng's body became more and more terrifying. He directly shattered the void, forming a spatial tunnel, and charged forward. In an instant, he arrived near the black earth. The Overlord and the others reached out and grabbed. The black earth shook, and Bai Susu's expression changed drastically. She waved her hand, and a small umbrella flew out from between her eyebrows. The power of wind and thunder surrounded it. The wind and thunder umbrella flew out of the black earth and continued to expand, covering a part of the world to block the palms of the Overlord and the others. Lin Xian was surprised. This wind and thunder umbrella was not ordinary. It was also a great sage artifact. It seemed that Bai Susu's identity was more terrifying than he had imagined. However, at this moment, other than the Overlord, there were also many experts from the Earth sect. Even if Bai Susu used the Great Sage artifact, she would not be able to withstand it. Moreover, those people would probably use the Great Sage artifact soon. Gu Feng and the Overlord definitely had it. As expected, the Void Mirror flew out and fought against the Wind and Thunder umbrella. The Wind and Thunder umbrella seemed to be frozen. The power of wind and thunder on it directly shattered the void, and the two fought against each other. On the Overlord's side, a huge cauldron appeared. It seemed to have turned into a sky and pressed down. It was also a great sage artifact. It seemed that it wanted to completely suppress the black earth. At the critical moment, Lin Xian took out the heaven-devouring jar and created an endless black vortex to block the heaven transformation cauldron. Moreover, the heaven-devouring jar became more and more terrifying. The black vortex completely turned into a black hole. "Damn it, what is this thing? It actually blocked my heaven transformation cauldron." The Overlord was surprised. Gu Feng, who was beside him, also gritted his teeth. He wanted to use a divine ability, but he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. Previously, he was besieged by so many experts and was seriously injured. However, the black hole in front of him was boundlessly terrifying. It cut off the world. Finally, the black earth disappeared. Behind, the Overlord and the others gritted their teeth and continued to search. Great. Bai Susu heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she took out the array formation. Our void gate is nearby. Entering the void gate and teleporting back to Holy Abyss City should be much easier. Next, they used the array formation to communicate with the coordinates in the universe. A spatial gate opened. The black earth began to teleport. Then, it disappeared. Not long after, the Overlord and the others also opened the spatial gate and disappeared. When the two spirit ships appeared, they had already arrived at Holy Abyss City and were still chasing. Bai Susu gritted her teeth. Damn it, these guys are too arrogant. They're already back and they still won't give up. But fortunately, Lin Xian and she both had trump cards, so the other party couldn't do anything. When they arrived at the True Path sect, Bai Susu sneered. Then, she flew out and shouted coldly. People of the Earth sect, you're too arrogant. Do you want to attack us? Do you really think the True Path sect is just a decoration? Her voice traveled into the True Path sect. The people of the True Path sect were shocked. Someone dares to attack the people of the True Path sect. And it's the people of the Earth sect. What's the meaning of this? Are they trying to overturn the world? It's Senior Sister Bai. Senior Sister Bai is back. Senior Sister Bai is being hunted down by the Earth sect. Damn it, those people rushed over and stared at the spirit boat. The Overlord frowned. Gufeng gritted his teeth. Damn it, I was so close. Can I attack? Who's that woman? He stared at Baisusu. If there's no other way, I'll kill her. The overlord shook his head. Don't touch her. If you dare to hurt her in front of the Dao sect, you'll die a horrible death. Her name is Baisusu. Her parents are great sage. They're elders of the Dao sect and live in the core area. If you kill her, you'll be challenging the Dao sect's authority. The overlord shook his head. Then, he walked out and said, You're lucky this time. You won't be so lucky the next time we meet. Let's go. He turned around and left on the spirit boat. Baisusu heaved a sigh of relief. With this king herb, her strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. The next time they meet, it's hard to say who will be the unlucky one. She looked at the people behind her and said, Thank you, senior brothers and junior brothers, for your help. Now that the danger is over, everyone can go back. With that, she entered the spirit boat with a smile. Let's go, kid. Lin Xian controlled the spirit boat and flew in. Everyone thought that it was Baisusu's spirit boat. They didn't know that the person inside was Lin Xian. Otherwise, it would cause another uproar. The people from the Dragon Palace might even come and attack. When they arrived at the spiritual abode, Baisusu walked out and said, All right, I have to go back and cultivate. Let's work together next time. Susu waved her hand and was about to leave. But soon, she flew back. Oh right, I forgot to ask you. I plan to use this king herb with other spirit herbs to make a cauldron of pills. Of course, I won't do it myself. I'll let my parents do it together. They're great sage. Do you need it? If you need it, I'll take your share with you. When the time comes, I'll refine the pill and send it to you. As for the fee, there's no need. This time, it's all thanks to you that I was able to obtain half of the king herb. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect her parents to be the great sage. Moreover, it seemed that they were most likely from the Dao sect. This little girl's identity was not ordinary. He smiled and said, There's no need. I don't want to use this king of medicine to refine pills for the time being. However, if I need it, I won't be polite. Also, are you interested in joining the Divine Palace? If Lin Xian's guess was right, the other party's parents could very well be elders. If they were to add the other party into their lineup, they would definitely be able to deal with the other party. In that case, it was equivalent to them gaining an elder-level backer. This was extremely beneficial for the three of them to develop in the Dao sect. Baisusu smiled and said, Are you inviting me? But I have to think about it. I'll answer you next time we meet. She waved and left. Lin Xian kept the black earth and entered the mansion below. After entering, Yuren walked out and exclaimed, Big brother Lin, you're back. Lin Xian nodded. Are there still any empty cultivation rooms? Give me one. Soon, he entered the cultivation room and sat down cross-legged. First, he recovered his strength to its peak. Then, he entered the mysterious world in his body. At this moment, there were 4 spirit veins in the mysterious world. The small valley formed by them was also changing. The 4 supreme-grade spirit veins had become very small, turning into small hills, dim and lifeless. The 4 spirit beasts were roaring crazily. Damn it. When they saw Lin Xian walking over, they could not wait to kill him and tear him to pieces. However, they did not have the strength to do so now. Lin Xian stood on the hill and looked at the soil in the valley. His lips curled into a smile. He realized that the soil was starting to glow. Not bad. Although the area was small, if he could really restore the soil, it would be very useful. Lin Xian had kept half of the king of herbs and was going to plant it here. Damn brat, let us out if you have the guts. Let's fight one-on-one. The spirit tiger roared. Lin Xian looked at them and said, Looks like you won't die anytime soon. Don't worry. Although I'm borrowing your strength now, once this world completely recovers, you'll be the ones to benefit. I promise that after you follow me, I can let you absorb the power of this world and turn you into divine beasts. Brat, who are you trying to fool? The spirit dragon roared. This world was so desolate. It could not be restored even in 10,000 years. The spirit turtle snorted. Even if the four of us were sucked dry, we could only restore a small piece of land. There are countless worlds in this world. How many spirit veins do you plan to use? How many worlds do you want to conquer with your strength? It should be known that even on the medicine star, there were not many supreme-grade spirit veins like theirs. After all, they had existed for countless years and had formed souls. It was definitely rare. If not for this brat in front of them, they would not have been suppressed. Lin Xian's eyes shone. How would I know if I don't try? He entered the small valley. After checking the situation of the ground under his feet, he nodded. It had indeed recovered a lot. At least it would not absorb the power of the spirit herbs anymore. He took out half of the herb king and planted it in the small valley. Because half of the herb king was lost, it was originally dim. However, after planting it, it shone brightly and the Tao on it lit up. This made Lin Xian very satisfied. The spirit tiger was called Roar. Damn, brat, what do you take us for? Flower pots? Do you want us to cultivate spirit herbs for you? Damn it. The spirit sparrow gritted its teeth. It wanted to eat the herb king. Lin Xian did not care. He had set up a formation around the herb king. Once it was attacked, he would know immediately. He said, "The four of you have worked hard. If you cooperate with me, I'll restore it for you one day. Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying your souls." The four spirit beasts stopped talking and fell silent. With his means, it would be easy for him to destroy them now. After all, they had no power. Seeing that the four of them had fallen silent, Lin Xian smiled. Stay here. Oh right, I'll give your valley a name. It's the Four Spirit Mountain. Lin Xian left the valley and began to cultivate outside. There was 100 times more pressure here. Whether it was training his physique or cultivating the heavenly walk step, it was very effective. Just like that, Lin Xian began to cultivate again. When he was resting, he took out many storage rings and began to organize his spoils of war. This time, he had gained a lot from his trip to Medicine Star. In addition to the Herb King, Lin Xian also obtained a lot of spirit herbs. There were many 10,000-year-old spirit herbs. In addition, he also obtained the storage rings of some experts that he had killed, including the Great Sage. The Blue Clan. The atmosphere was unusually cold. They had suffered heavy losses on this trip to the Medicine Star. Not only had many young geniuses died, but even a few great sage had died. One of them was Lan Mingtian, an expert on the honor roll. The people of the Blue Clan were mad with anger. Who was the culprit? They weren't doing well in Holy Abyss City either. The death of Lan Zilu from the True Path sect also made them look gloomy. Lan Jiu returned to her clan and asked them to send experts to assassinate Lin Xian. She had to avenge her brother. However, the Blue Clan members frowned. That kid is from the True Path sect. We can't go there. Unless you lure him out, then we can make a move. I understand. Lan Jiu nodded. She could only do it outside the True Path sect. She prepared to leave. As she was leaving, she saw Bing Ling return. Bing Ling looked down at Lan Jiu and said coldly, "I heard that your useless brother died." What a joke. You're a disgrace to the clan. What did you say? Lan Jiu roared, her eyes red. Bing Ling glanced at her and said coldly, "I heard that the one who did it was a newcomer like you. Don't you think that you and your sister's talents are a little too lacking?" Damn it. Lan Jiu gritted her teeth. She stared at Bing Ling and said, "I'll prove it to you. One day, I'll surpass you. I'll be the #1 in the clan." What a joke. Ignorant ant. Bing Ling shook her head and left, ignoring her. Compared to her? They were too far apart. If the other party had the ancient body, it might be possible. Lan Jiu's talent was strong, but it wasn't as good as hers. So Bing Ling didn't care. Lan Jiu, on the other hand, left with a dejected expression. She couldn't compare to Bing Ling in the clan. It seemed that she could only ask for help from the True Path sect. The Dragon Prince, she thought of someone. He had the ancient body and was also the son of the Dragon Sea Lord. He was also one of the leaders of the Dragon Palace. If he could walk to the other party's side, then the resources and power he would obtain would be unimaginable. Lan Jiu gritted her teeth and went to find her father to discuss it. His father was a middle-aged man. At this moment, his expression was gloomy and cold. He said, "Our bloodline will fully support you. This is a world core, and I'll give it to you now. You can use the resources inside to find connections in the Dragon Palace. If we can get the Dragon Crown Prince's support, all our efforts will be rewarded." Lan Jiu obtained the realm core and left. She swore that she would definitely kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't know about these things. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. Not to mention Lan Jiu, the entire Dragon Palace was his target. When the time came, he would trample everything under his feet. The blue race was no exception. When he came out of the mysterious world, he realized that it had been almost 2 months. This made him cry out in alarm. Oh no, it was too late. He remembered that he had made an agreement with the Fire Dragon Lady to have her wait in the Sacred Abyss Tower for a month. I wonder if he's still around. Lin Xian hurried to the mission hall and took out 3 10,000-year-old herbs to complete the mission. This way, when the time came to refine the pills, he would get a third of it. Then, he hurriedly left the Dao sect and went to the Sacred Abyss Tower. There weren't many people in the Sacred Abyss Tower, but there was a fiery red figure nearby. It was a woman with shocking flames and a terrifying bloodline. The passers-by all looked over. Was this a new challenger? But what was surprising was that this fiery woman never seemed to enter the Sacred Abyss Tower. Every day, she would stand outside the Sacred Abyss Tower for a period of time before leaving. Just like that, it had been more than half a month. No one knew who she was waiting for. This figure was naturally the Fire Dragon Lady. After the Fire Dragon Lady left the Medicine Star, she came with a World Star according to the agreement. However, it had been almost 2 months and she still hadn't seen Lin Xian. This surprised her. Had he forgotten? Impossible. It was such an important matter. There was another possibility, which was that he had fallen in the Medicine Star. Thinking of this possibility, she was even more shocked. She knew how terrifying the other party was. Who could make such a person fall? Could it be that a terrifying veteran great sage had made his move? She didn't know. She decided to wait for another half a month. After half a month, if the other party still didn't appear, she would leave. You're waiting here every day? At least you keep your word. At this moment, a faint voice came from behind her. The Fire Dragon Lady's hair stood on end. This familiar voice belonged to the other party. The other party had come. She turned around and saw a man in a black robe walking over with a smile. It's you. The Fire Dragon Lady was shocked. Lin Xian smiled. You were waiting for me. Why are you so surprised? You didn't think that I had fallen after waiting for so long, right? The Fire Dragon Lady's face turned pale. She felt that her thoughts had been seen through in an instant. She quickly shook her head. How could that be? I was just surprised. Why did you come so late? You don't need to know. Lin Xian asked, Did you bring the thing? The Fire Dragon Lady nodded. She took out a treasure box and handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian opened it and found that it was a world core. He asked, Which world is it from? It shouldn't be too far from the buried Emperor Star, right? The Fire Dragon Lady said, It's not far. If we use the Great Sage's speed, we can reach it in 10 days. Since we don't have much time, come with me. Lin Xian waved his hand and enveloped the Fire Dragon Lady. The two of them soared into the sky and left the buried Emperor Star. They entered the Black Earth ship and started to fly at full speed. The Fire Dragon Lady was very nervous. After all, Lin Xian had easily killed the Great Sage. How could she not be worried when she was with such a person? But luckily, after a few days, she found that Lin Xian's life was very simple. Apart from cultivating, it was cultivating. No wonder he was so strong. He was already so heaven-defying, but he didn't give up on cultivating. Thinking about that, she took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. She started to cultivate. 10 days later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He looked at the flame planet outside. His eyes flickered. It should be here. That's right, this was the Dragon Flame planet. The flames on it were very terrifying. There were some precious metal veins, god crystals, spirit veins, and so on. It wasn't suitable for humans or beasts to live in. Are you satisfied? Lin Xian landed. Feeling the terrifying flames around him, his lips curled up. He was very satisfied. If there were martial artists and beasts living here, he wouldn't know what to do. But if there were only resources, it would be great. After circling around this world, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. He wondered what would happen if he swallowed the power of this world into the mysterious world. Next, Lin Xian let Fire Dragon Girl leave. He stayed in this world alone. Lin Xian felt that he had perfect control of the Dragon Flame world after fusing with the world core. In the next moment, he sat cross-legged on the ground and opened the mysterious sword world. Boom, this time, he wanted to completely fuse the Dragon Flame world into the sword world. The Dragon Flame world shook violently, and cracks appeared in the surrounding space. The sword world was extremely calm, but the sky suddenly darkened. For Spirit Valley. The 4 spirit veins were shocked. They raised their heads and exclaimed. What happened? Was the sky falling and the earth splitting? Haha, that's great. We can use this opportunity to leave. They were incomparably happy. However, not long after, they realized that it was not the case. A huge force was still acting on their surroundings. They could not escape at all. The black shadow in the sky shocked them. They saw that it seemed like a world was pressing down from the sky. No way, what was that kid doing? Could it be that he swallowed a world? Boom, the entire process was very slow. In the end, there was no way to continue. Lin Xian was surprised. It seemed that it was impossible for him to swallow a world with his current strength. He took a deep breath and took out the heaven-swallowing jar. He wanted to borrow the power of an extreme weapon. The heaven-swallowing jar could even swallow heaven and earth. Swallowing a world was not a problem. As expected, the heaven-swallowing jar kept growing. Lin Xian controlled it with all his might. This time, the Dragon Flame world was slowly swallowed up. But even so, it still took nearly a year. For the past year, Lin Xian had been controlling the heaven-swallowing jar to swallow the Dragon Flame world. The Dragon Flame world was swallowed and then entered the mysterious world. The entire Dragon Flame world was incomparably red. It turned into a flaming star that hung above the 9 heavens. The aura that fell down scattered all over the earth. Of course, Lin Xian was only targeting the vicinity of the 4 Spirit Valley. Therefore, the 4 spirit veins instantly felt a powerful force coming from the sky. Everything became different. Damn, is this a star? He really refined a world into a star. Was this kid crazy? What was he trying to do, standing on the buried Emperor star and looking up at the stars? Those stars were worlds, but they were all based on the universe. Now, this guy had placed all the worlds in a mysterious world. Was this guy trying to create a new universe? Who cares? In any case, we can absorb the power that falls from the flames above. The 4 spirit veins were delighted, but compared to this mysterious world, the amount they absorbed was pitiful. Most of the power was absorbed by the mysterious sword world. In the valley below, the King of Medicine had gained power. Suddenly, the great path technique above it shone even brighter. Even the upper half of his body that had been cut off began to regrow. Sure enough, it worked. Lin Xian was very happy after he came in. Next, his goal was to collect the other worlds and turn them into stars. If there was a day where he could completely restore the vitality of this mysterious world, then it would be of great use to him. If this continued, it wouldn't take long for the King of Medicine to recover. When the time came, he would swallow the King of Medicine and see if he could break through. Lin Xian needed too much power. Even after such a long period of cultivation, he was still unable to break through. Logically speaking, even with the King of Medicine, it might not be certain. However, if it was a King of Medicine grown in the mysterious world, then it would be different. It had been more than a year. How was the Dao sect? Lin Xian walked out of the sword world and returned to the buried Emperor star. When he arrived at the Dao sect, he discovered that there were more people in the Dao sect. Clearly, the test this time had begun. A few more geniuses had come in. Among them, he discovered 2 familiar faces. Dan Feng, Mortal Star. The 2 of them had indeed come from the Taiqing ancient city. Lin Xian was very happy. Not only were the two of them powerful, but they were also top-notch alchemists. In the future, they could become the exclusive alchemists of the Divine Union. This way, the strength of the members of the Divine Union would increase even faster. Now, there were more people in the Divine Union. After all, Lin Xian had fought a great battle and even killed a clone of the Dragon Prince. This had shocked countless people. Therefore, some people had joined. However, there were only about 20 people in total. This was much less than expected. After all, the current Dragon Palace was still a huge entity. Anyone who dared to join the Divine Union would be challenging the Dragon Palace. Furthermore, these 20 people had different motives. Some were curious. Some wanted to obtain the support and resources of the Divine Union. There were even some spies who had joined. They were probably spies sent by the Dragon Palace. Indeed, on this day, someone had come to cause trouble. He said coldly, "We are the first batch to join the Dragon Palace. No matter what, we should be given a lot of resources. Why don't you give us more?" The person who had spoken was a man with a long spear on his back. His eyes were piercingly cold. He said, "Aren't the two leaders very powerful? One of them claimed to be a genius of the dragons, while the other was a heaven-defying powerhouse. The two of you have mastered so many mystic abilities. Why don't you give us some?" That was right. The other person had also arrived. He was carrying a huge axe on his back. Clearly, he was a powerhouse with strength. "Hand over the mystic abilities of the dragons. If we are powerful, the Divine Union will be powerful too." Damn it. Were these people crazy? What wishful thinking. Nalan Liang clenched his teeth. Hong Yi, Lu Yuan, and the others also had cold looks on their faces. The dark red divine dragon walked out and sneered. "You want my mystic abilities? What contributions have you made to the Divine Union? We are also top-notch geniuses." "Is this how the Divine Union treats geniuses?" The two of them sneered before looking at the other 10 people. "I think we should leave. There is no future in the Divine Union." "That's right. We might as well join the Dragon Palace. Even the lowest level of the Dragon Palace is better than here." Damn it. Lu Yuan and the others gritted their teeth. The dark red divine dragon also had a cold look on his face. It was obvious that the people from the Dragon Palace were here to cause trouble. "I will slap you to death. Do you believe it?" The toad jumped out. The two of them sneered. "Why? Does the Divine Union want to suppress us? It seems like we can't stay in the Divine Union anymore." The dark red divine dragon and the others' expressions changed when they heard this. What should they do? These people were very anxious. If even the first batch of people left, who would come to the Divine Union in the future? At that moment, Lin Xian walked over and looked at the two of them. "How dare the two of you call yourselves top-notch geniuses? What a joke. Even if you want to stay in the Divine Union, I don't want you." "Scram, what did you say? Do you dare question our strength?" The two of them were furious. The surrounding people were also in an uproar as they discussed. If the Divine Union did not value them, what was the point of them being here? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The Divine Union naturally needs geniuses. However, the two of you are just trash. How dare you call us trash? The two of them were furious. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Why? Do you want to fight me? The two of them narrowed their eyes. The man with the giant axe on his back said. We all know how strong you are. It's impossible for everyone to be on par with you. The man with the long spear on his back also said. That's right, could it be that you want to use your power to bully others? Lin Xian smiled. Why? Are you afraid? Don't worry, the two of you are not worthy of me taking action. Don't you call yourselves geniuses? I don't think you are even ants. I don't need to take action. I can find 2 newcomers who have just joined the Path sect to deal with you. Are you looking down on us? The two of them were furious. Lin Xian waved his hand and sent a message to the people in the mansion. Not long after, 2 figures walked out. It was Dan Feng and Fan Xing. Some of you should know these two. They are newcomers who have just passed the test. Indeed, someone in the crowd nodded. I have heard of these two. They have shown extraordinary strength. They are indeed newcomers. In front, the man with the huge axe said, "You want two newcomers to fight me?" What kind of joke was this? They felt that they had been underestimated. The powerhouse with the long spear said, "We will be merciless. Although we won't take their lives, it won't be a problem to make them lie in bed for 8 to 10 years. Are you sure you want to take action?" Dan Feng walked out and said, "Cut the crap. Let's see who will lie in bed for 8 to 10 years. She waved her hand and charged towards the man with the long spear. "Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." The man snorted and his spear shot out like a dragon. However, the red phoenix's palm turned into a furnace that suppressed the heavens and the earth and burned everything. It directly suppressed the long spear. The heat from the long spear caused the man's palm to burn and turn into a bloody mist. Damn it, how could this be? This flame? The powerhouse's face turned ugly. The red phoenix palm formed a seal once more and slapped a palm onto the furnace. Clang, the divine furnace opened, and the fire laws danced in the air like a surging volcano, enveloping the world. In front of him, the man roared madly. His entire body was melting. "Stop, I admit defeat," Dan Feng snorted coldly and sent him flying with a palm strike. "Top genius? How laughable." Her voice shocked countless people. Was this really a prodigy who had just entered? It was too terrifying. Or could it be that the spear-wielding man was too weak? At this moment, Fan Xing walked over and stared at the man with the giant axe. "Let's do it." The man with the giant axe had a gloomy expression on his face, but he knew that there was no way for him to retreat when he was being stared at by more than 10 people. He would fight with his honor. Kill, he gripped the axe with both hands and chopped down forcefully. Within the manor, the endless storm split apart. The entire world shook. Inside the divine dwellings, there were countless formations that protected everyone's lives. Otherwise, someone would have been seriously injured by this attack. The axe could split the heavens and earth, and it contained the power of thunder. The expressions of the two types of people changed. It had to be said that the other party was really strong. The others also started to worry for Fan Xing. In the face of this attack, Fan Xing's expression was calm. His palms glowed, and he kept forming seals. Countless astral flames condensed into a furnace. The sky instantly darkened, and it was as if the stars were flickering. Each of them was like lightning. The laws on them were very terrifying, and they pierced through heaven and earth. Boom, boom. A strand of astral fire landed on the giant axe, and it was split apart by the giant axe with a deafening sound. However, there were too many astral flames, and there were tens of millions of souls. In the end, the giant axe was drowned. This giant axe, a terrifying saint artifact, was actually burning and melting at this moment. The burly man was pierced by the astral flames, and more than 10 wounds appeared on his body. He vomited blood and flew backward. Fan Xing retracted his palm, and the astral flames disappeared. He said, "You're just SOSO. I think you're not qualified to enter the divine dwellings." The surrounding people were shocked. The battle was over so quickly. These two people were powerhouses who had joined for several years, and their strength was terrifying. But were they really unable to defeat two newcomers who had just entered? The toad jumped out and laughed loudly. "Did you see that? You two ants, do you think you're qualified to come here? Go back and tell your master that if he dares to send more spies, I'll destroy you." The two of them fled like stray dogs. Lu Yuan and the others laughed loudly. The others were shocked. Spies? Could these two people have been sent by the Dragon Palace? A few of them narrowed their eyes. Had their identities been discovered? Lin Xian stood up and looked at the remaining people. If they wanted to join the Divine Union, they had to at least have the strength and talent of these two newcomers. Furthermore, although the Divine Union did not restrict them, they had to be loyal once they entered. Those who dared to betray the Divine Union would be killed without mercy. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and it was filled with killing intent. Everyone felt as if their souls were about to split apart, and many of them broke out in cold sweat. Lin Xian's eyes emitted a golden radiance, and it enveloped the dozen people like a magic lamp. He said, "I know there are more spies than these two. There are more among you. I'll give you a chance. If you want to leave now, leave immediately. Those who stay will be members of the Divine Union in the future. Once you enter the Divine Union, you will be brothers forever. You can't betray us. The moment Lin Xian finished speaking, another 3 people left. They were very fast and escaped in an instant. Obviously, the 3 of them were also spies. Lin Xian ignored them and looked at the remaining 9 people. He asked, "Are you guys not leaving?" The 9 of them replied, "No, we are willing to follow you." "Great," Lin Xian nodded and laughed heartily. "The 9 of you are the first batch to join the Divine Union, regardless of your current talent or strength. The Divine Union will do its best to train you. We will let you fight for the top 0 on the stars list in a short time." "Thank you, young master." They were overjoyed. They knew that they had made the right decision this time. Lin Xian looked around again and said loudly, "Although the Divine Union is in urgent need of recruitment, not everyone can join. From now on, the Dragon Hall will be established, and the Dark Red Divine Dragon will be in charge. The Unparalleled Hall will be established, and the Fu Hongya will be in charge. The Elixir Hall will be established, and the Red Phoenix will be in charge. I will also be the temporary hall master of the Sacred Hall. When each hall recruits, it will be divided into ordinary members and core members. There will be a corresponding promotion system. The core members of each hall will be able to enter the spiritual palace." At the moment, Lin Xian had finally laid out all the plans of the Divine Union. The Dragon Hall would be handed over to the Dark Red Divine Dragon. He would be in charge of gathering demonic beasts, strange beasts, and the 10,000 ancient tribes. The Unparalleled Hall would naturally be in memory of Unparalleled City. Lin Xian was a member of Unparalleled City. One day, he would make Unparalleled City appear again. At the moment, the Unparalleled Hall would be handed over to Fu Hongya and the others to recruit outstanding human disciples. As for the Sacred Hall, it would naturally be in the quintessential world. Lin Xian felt that the quintessential world and the buried Emperor Star were very mysterious. One day, a passage would be opened. This would allow the traffic between the 2 sides to be smoother. He had established the Divine Union not only to resist the Dragon Palace, but also to resist the 10,000 Dragon Court and the Purple Mansion. One day, the Divine Union would stand above all the other realms. The news of Lin Xian getting rid of the spies spread through the Path sect and caused quite a stir. Some people said that this kid was quite ambitious. Others said that it was useless. As long as the Dragon Palace was around, they would never allow the Divine Union to grow. Sending spies was just the beginning. There would be more and more powerful attacks to deal with the Divine Union. The people from the Dragon Palace looked gloomy. However, they did not have the time to deal with the Divine Union. After all, there was going to be a grand banquet in the Path sect. When the time came, they would have to challenge and fight. The Patriarch of the Path sect would also attend the banquet. If they could catch the eye of the Patriarch and be accepted as a disciple, they would definitely soar. Then, they would be able to soar. They would obtain 10 times or even 100 times more cultivation resources than they currently had. They would be able to receive the personal guidance of the Sacred Master and even enter the core area of the Path sect to cultivate. When that happened, it would be easy for them to annihilate the Divine Union. The Divine Union continued to proceed in an orderly manner. After a few halls were established, the Dark Red Divine Dragon, Fu Hongya, and the others started to recruit members. Lin Xian had nothing to do. When he had nothing to do, he would enter the Sword World to see how the Medicine King was doing. He would also take on a few missions in exchange for the right to enter the Mystic Ability Valley and cultivate some of the Path sect's ultimate mystic abilities. On this day, Lin Xian received news that the 3 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs he had taught had already been refined into elixir pills by the great sage. He would get a third of them. Lin Xian went to the mission hall and retrieved the elixir pills. After swallowing them, he started to cultivate. Before long, he heard a voice outside. "You're finally back. After disappearing for more than a year, I thought you had perished outside." A grumbling voice was heard. Lin Xian opened his eyes and smiled. It was Miss Bai. Bai Susu said, "Are we not that unfamiliar with each other? I'm about to join the Divine Union. Is this how you address me? Call me Susu from now on." Lin Xian smiled when he heard this. Did this mean that she had agreed to join the Divine Union? This was really good news. I do have this idea. However, you have to come with me before that. Where? Lin Xian was puzzled. Bai Susu said, to see my parents. Lin Xian was stunned. He had only asked her to join the divine union, not to marry her. Was he going to meet her parents so soon? Bai Susu's face reddened as she glared at Lin Xian. You're spouting nonsense, my parents are both elders of the Dao sect. They also want to see exactly who you are, the person who has recently caused a storm in the Dao sect. Who knows, he might even give you some pointers. Really? That's great. Let's go. Lin Xian was also overjoyed. He could finally meet these elders. The two of them rose into the air and flew towards the Dao sect. After flying for a while, they finally arrived in front of them. Up ahead, there were already very few people, and a terrifying aura could be felt. This was the core of the Dao sect. It seemed to have formed a world of its own. Lin Xian felt that if he didn't have a special method, he wouldn't be able to enter. Bai Susu took out a token that emitted an endless radiance. Only then did she open the spirit boundary entrance ahead. After entering, Lin Xian sighed. This was indeed the place where the elders cultivated. The inside of this space was no different from an independent world. Furthermore, it was much stronger than the great path and heaven and earth energy he possessed outside. He didn't know how many worlds had merged to form this. At that moment, a pair of cold eyes appeared in the sky ahead. It was a pair of blue eyes. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian and Bai Susu were shrouded within it. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. His hair stood on end. This gaze was too terrifying. It was scarier than any great sage he had ever seen. The great dragon sword soul in his body let out a low growl. 9 sun illusions appeared on Lin Xian's body to block it. Bai Susu, who was beside him, said, Grandpa Firmament, it's me. So it's the little girl from the Bai family. Why did you bring someone from outside here? An old voice with a hint of authority rang out. Bai Susu said, my father wants to see him. This is my father's handwriting. Bai Susu opened a scroll. There were great paths dancing on it. It was a letter. After reading it, the pair of blue eyes slowly disappeared. All right, let's go in. However, he can only enter your father's residence. He can't enter the territories of the other elders. Thank you, Grandpa Firmament. Bai Susu kept the scroll. She pulled Lin Xian and Bai Susu in quickly. Lin Xian was shocked. The aura of this old man was really terrifying. Moreover, the rules here were really strict. After Lin Xian and Bai Susu left, an old man in blue robes appeared in the sky. His eyes shone with a deep blue radiance. 9 sun illusions. Could he be the successor of the 9 suns? No wonder he could be together with the little girl from the Bai family. The Dao sect was getting stronger and stronger. The old man smiled and disappeared into the blue sky. On the other side, Bai Susu said. That was Grandpa Firmament. Her cultivation had reached the late stage of the great sage. She was known as the Firmament Saint. The late stage of the great sage? Lin Xian was shocked. They flew past many immortal mountains. Finally, they landed in a mountain range. There were a few pavilions in the mountain range. There weren't many, but they were all above the spirit eye of a supreme-grade spirit vein. On a mountain peak in the distance, there was a man. He seemed to have turned into heaven and earth and was cultivating. At the foot of the mountain, there was a lake. There were a few bamboo houses. There was a middle-aged woman beside the lake. She was cultivating there too. She seemed to have turned into the lake water. Lin Xian was shocked after seeing it. The understanding of Dao between the two of them was too deep. It had reached an unbelievable level. Bai Susu also stopped and said softly, she's my mother, and she's my father. Lin Xian stood there and watched silently. He felt his Dao and was enlightened. After a long time, the middle-aged man walked down from the mountain peak and came to Lin Xian in an instant. The middle-aged woman opened her eyes and said with a smile, Susu, you are back. Susu walked up and said, he is the Lin Xian that I was talking about. The middle-aged couple turned and looked at Lin Xian. Their eyes were filled with kindness. However, their cultivation levels were high after all, and Lin Xian still felt an immense pressure. The 9 yang divine body automatically defended. The illusion of 9 suns appeared. The middle-aged man, the levitation saint lord, nodded. As expected of the successor of the 9 yang divine body. Young man, you are lucky to have the 9 yang divine body. After reaching the greater mastery, your strength is far above mine. Senior, you are too polite. Lin Xian said humbly. The levitation saint lord smiled, you don't have to be humble. The 9 yang divine body that reached the greater mastery. It swept through everything. It was even above the saint realm. However, it was too difficult to reach the greater mastery. Lin Xian's eyes glowed with a golden radiance as he said, give me time and I will surpass everything. How bold. The levitation saint laughed. This is the most interesting answer I've heard in a few thousand years. Young man, you are very confident. However, this path will only get harder as you progress. You might not be able to break through in a few thousand years. You have to be prepared. I also heard that you have a conflict with the Dragon Prince. How do you plan to face the Dragon Palace in the future? Obviously, the levitation saint was also very concerned about Lin Xian's attitude. After all, Bai Susu was also someone who wanted to join the Divine Union. Lin Xian said that even if they weren't enemies, they would fight for the throne in the future. There would definitely be a battle. Even if it wasn't the Dragon Prince, I might have a battle with the Dragon Prince. Lin Xian's eyes glowed even more fiercely. It was as if he had turned into 2 suns. The middle-aged woman was shocked. Even the levitation saint was stunned. To be honest, he hadn't expected Lin Xian to be so confident that he would dare to fight with the Dragon Prince. That was the Emperor's son. When he grew up, he would dominate the world. Even a greater success 9 yang divine body might not be able to compete with the Emperor's son. After all, the Emperor's son had the bloodline of the Arch and the Emperor's scripture. He might even have an extreme weapon by his side. Such an existence would be an uncrowned king in an era where thearchs didn't appear, Lin Xian said as if he could sense their doubts. From what I know, the Emperor's son has a unique bloodline and the ancient scripture. His future is limitless. However, I have read the ancient records of the Tao sect. It is recorded that the Emperor's son will dominate the world when he grows up. He is even more terrifying than a divine body or a sacred body. However, he will never become an emperor. His bloodline is his advantage, but it is also his shackle. In other words, anyone who can become an emperor isn't an emperor's son. Why don't I have this opportunity? Young man, you are very good. I have high hopes for you. The levitation saint smiled. He seemed to be witnessing the rise of a young emperor. He said, Susu can join the Divine Union. Besides, I don't have much to give you. Let me give you a greeting gift. As he spoke, he stretched out 2 fingers and tapped on Lin Xian's forehead. Countless great daos intertwined between Lin Xian's brows. Lin Xian was stunned. A wisp of an illusion appeared in his eyes, and a voice rang out by his ear. This is the scene of me comprehending the grand Tao in the past. How much you can comprehend will depend on your fortune. Lin Xian stood there as if he had fallen into an epiphany, as if he had turned into a statue. Bai Susu was worried. The middle-aged woman smiled and said, don't worry. He's comprehending. The levitation saint waved his hand and left with Bai Susu and the other 2. A cool breeze blew by, stirring up the surface of the lake. Only Lin Xian remained standing there. 2 months later, Bai Susu came by and found that Lin Xian was still meditating there. She left. On the 3rd month, she sat by the lakeside again. At this time, Lin Xian's body shook and he let out a long cry. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were shaking, and there was even thunder in the sky. Bai Susu stood up and said, how was it? Did you comprehend anything? Lin Xian said, thank you, father. I feel like I'm about to break through. I need strength. In the Sage King realm, resources alone were not enough to break through. Even if you were given more resources, your standard was limited, and you wouldn't be able to break through. For example, a wooden bucket could only hold a certain amount of water. Even if you were given an ocean, you could only hold a bucket of water. As for the neck, you needed to comprehend the Grand Tao and break through to a higher level. Only then could you expand your capacity for strength. Lin Xian had obtained a great opportunity. His understanding of the Grand Tao deepened, and he felt that he could hold more strength. Now, all he needed was strength. Susu, bring me out. I want to return to the god's residence. Bai Susu brought Lin Xian quickly and they left the core area. Then, they returned to the god's residence. After entering, the thunder in the sky seemed to be faintly descending. Bai Susu frowned and felt a sense of fear. Lin Xian said, go back first. I'll look for you after I break through. Bai Susu nodded. She said, why do I feel that something is wrong? Do you need my father to protect you? Lin Xian looked up and said, it's just a heavenly punishment. It's not the first time I've seen it. It's fine. Bai Susu was shocked. Heavenly punishment, this was the punishment from the heavenly Tao. It was even more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation. Why would Lin Xian face heavenly punishment? She didn't understand. The dark red dragon flew over and advised that this kid had a way to deal with it. Alright, Bai Susu went back to ask her father. Actually, when Lin Xian was about to break through, the levitation Saint Lord already felt it. Not only him, but the entire core area was alarmed. Why would heavenly punishment descend? In just an instant, Lin Xian disappeared, and heavenly punishment slowly disappeared. What's going on? They went to investigate. Many powerful elders sent their subordinates down to investigate. The levitation Saint Lord also called Bai Susu back and asked, how is that kid related to heavenly punishment? I don't know. Bai Susu shook her head. Next, they investigated and finally got some news. After all, Lin Xian was very famous in Taiching ancient city. Soon, they got news about Lin Xian. How did this happen? Immortal tomb physique. Bai Susu was shocked and didn't dare to believe it. The levitation Saint Lord also frowned. Someone from Immortal Tomb could reach this step? And he could even break through now? This is too unbelievable. Susu, his future doesn't look good. The levitation Saint Lord frowned. I don't care. Father, you have to help him. The levitation Saint Lord sighed. With his talent and the 9 sons descendant, I can recommend him to the old ancestor during the Dao Sex ceremony. Some of the old ancestors will be interested and might even take him in as a disciple. But now, the chances are slim. No one will nurture someone who has no hope in the future. Impossible, there must be a mistake. How can Lin Xian be someone from Immortal Tomb? You know that he is very powerful. Bai Susu didn't believe it. The levitation Saint Lord said, forget it, I will still recommend him to the old ancestor. But I don't know the details. The other elders also got news about Lin Xian. Some sighed. What a pity. Most people didn't pay attention to it anymore. Lin Xian was powerful and could compete with the Dragon Prince. But how far could someone without a future go? The Dao sect was also in an uproar. They felt their hair stand on end. At this moment, everyone looked up. The red thunder seemed to be able to destroy everything. Even the people from Dragon Palace were shocked. What is going on? Go and investigate. Countless people went to investigate. The people from the God Manor were also on guard. Because above them, the thunder was the most terrifying. This was the legendary heavenly punishment. Nalan Liang was shocked. Why would it come to their God Manor? Damn it, if the heavens want to strike, they should strike the people from Dragon Palace. The dark red divine dragon was equally surprised. Damn, is there anything wrong with this kid? After all, the current sky punishment was too terrifying. Lin Xian's face was cold. He said to the dark red divine dragon, Fu Hongya, and the others that he would start the seal now. No one was allowed to enter the entire divine abode. I'm going to go into seclusion to break through. You don't have to worry. After he finished speaking, he walked towards a large hall and activated the array formation after entering. Then, he entered the sword world. When he entered this world, he felt that the sky punishment's aura that threatened him had disappeared. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. This sword world was too mysterious. It could even block the sky punishment of the heavenly Tao. I wonder who created this world. He didn't care so much anymore. After entering, he took out the spiritual herbs that he had obtained before and the pills that he had rewarded. He swallowed all of them. Energy quantification spread out in his body and surged. Lin Xian roared towards the sky. Not enough. Not enough. At this moment, the great dragon sword spirit and 9 yang divine body required too much energy. Lin Xian flew towards the 4-spirit valley. When he arrived, the spirit vein was also surprised. This kid's aura was growing at an extremely fast speed. Could it be that he was about to break through? Lin Xian arrived at the valley and looked at the Medicine King. At this moment, the Medicine King had recovered quite a bit under the illumination of the 4 spirit veins and the dragon flame star in the sky. Half of the Medicine King should be enough for him to break through. After all, he had eaten a lot of heaven and earth treasures before. Seeing this scene, the spirit dragon roared. Kid, leave it behind. Maybe it can grow again. They had been guarding this Medicine King for many years. They couldn't bear to destroy it just like that. Lin Xian nodded to show that he understood. With a wave of his hand, he put away all the spiritual herbs on the ground, leaving only a root in the soil. Perhaps it would grow out in the future. After swallowing half of the Medicine King, he felt as if a million volcanoes were erupting in his body. His body was about to split open as he roared towards the sky. Boom! Boom! At the same time, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Thunder was descending. Was there lightning tribulation here too? The 4 spirit beasts were shocked. Lin Xian's eyes also lit up as he charged towards thunder. As long as it wasn't heavenly punishment, he wasn't afraid. No matter how strong the lightning tribulation was, he had the confidence to contend against it. Thunder fell from the sky, and it was even scarier than the thunder outside. Lin Xian fought fiercely. His body was shattered, but his eyes were even brighter. After this battle, he would become a late-stage Saint King, and his power would be much stronger than before. Outside, those people were waiting anxiously, especially Fu Hongya and the others. I wonder how he is doing. However, what made them heave a sigh of relief was that the sky punishment in the sky had gradually disappeared. In the Tao sect, the other people were rapidly gathering information. They already knew that the heavenly punishment was coming from the divine dwellings. It must have something to do with Lin Xian and the others, so they specifically collected information about them. Not long after, Dragon Palace received the news. When they saw the news, they laughed complacently. So that brat was from the immortal burial ground. He had no future. He was a dead man. Is a person who is not tolerated by heaven and earth qualified to compete with our Dragon Palace? He is courting death. The other people in the Tao sect were also in an uproar. Some people sighed. Lin Xian was so heaven-defying. I thought he would be the second Dragon Prince. I didn't expect that he couldn't be compared to the Dragon Prince. That's right. Dragon Palace was founded by the Dragon Prince, and the Dragon Prince was only the second. If he couldn't even compete with the Dragon Prince, how could he compete with Dragon Palace? He is strong now, but his strength will only reach this level in his lifetime. And we have a limitless future. These people discussed fervently. Dragon Palace sneered. A mere divine dwellings was nothing to be afraid of. When Lan Jiu heard the news, his eyes shone with a sharp light. Great. If Lin Xian continued to grow, she wouldn't have much of a chance. But the other party was from the immortal burial ground, and his strength wouldn't grow any stronger. This way, she would have a chance to strike. In an instant, the divine dwellings were looked down upon again. Originally, Fu Hongya had contacted many geniuses to join the dark red divine dragon. But these people had all rejected them. Even Lin Xian didn't have a future. The divine dwellings couldn't grow at all. What should I do? Half a month had passed. Fu Hongya frowned. I wonder how little Uncle Master is doing. Lu Yuan also said that those geniuses from before didn't plan to join. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth. Let's not care about that for now. Let's wait for this kid to come out of seclusion. After waiting for another half a month, the sealed hall finally opened. Lin Xian walked out with a smile on his face. After a month of battle, he finally resisted the lightning tribulation and successfully broke through. At this moment, he had reached the late-stage Grand Sage realm. Kid, you broke through. The dark red divine dragon was surprised. Lu Yuan, Fu Hongya, and the others' eyes also lit up. Great. Not only was Lin Xian not in danger, but he had also broken through. This allowed a huge rock in their hearts to finally be lifted. Great. Who said that we were from the immortal burial ground? We could have broken through, okay, the dark red divine dragon snorted. The toad also roared. Yes, let's go out and let those people see. How dare they say that our divine dwellings have no future? They must be blind. Lin Xian also learned about the situation a month ago. It turned out that during this period of time when he was in seclusion to break through, a lot of news about him had already spread outside. Even some geniuses who had originally agreed to join the divine dwellings had rejected them. Lin Xian knew that he had to go out and show his strength. Let's go out and take a look. Lin Xian and the others walked out. The Dao sect was becoming more and more lively. After all, the Dao sect's grand ceremony was about to begin. It was a grand event. The people of the Dao sect were all busy, but when they saw Lin Xian and the others, they were all stunned. It was this kid. Wasn't he from the immortal burial ground? He actually dared to come out. A person with no future was not worth paying attention to. Many people shook their heads. But soon, they were stunned. They discovered that an extremely terrifying aura was coming from Lin Xian's body. This was the cultivation of a late-stage grand sage realm. That's not right. I remember that this kid was a mid-stage grand sage realm before. How did he become a late-stage grand sage realm? Could it be that he broke through? For a moment, countless people were in an uproar. When the news spread, everyone rushed over to watch. Heavens, are my eyes playing tricks on me? He really broke through. How was this possible? Wasn't he from the immortal burial ground? He couldn't break through at all. There was no future. What was going on with him? Could it be that he broke the curse? What kind of joke was this? How terrified were the two people from the immortal burial ground in history? They were called young great emperors, but weren't they the same? But what was going on with this kid's cultivation? Could it be that he wasn't from the immortal burial ground? Was the news fake? The people from Dragon Palace were also stunned when they heard the news. You said that the kid had broken through? How was that possible? They sneered. Who spread the fake news? However, their subordinates shook their heads. No, that kid had come out personally. He was in the square of the True Path sect and there were already countless people watching. Damn it. Let's go and take a look. The people from Dragon Palace walked over. Lan Ziyu also shook her head frantically when she heard the news. Impossible, it must be fake. She gritted her teeth. She also wanted to see what the other party was doing. A group of people walked over. Get out of the way, a cold voice came from the back of the crowd. Everyone was unhappy. Who was so arrogant? However, when they saw that it was the people from Dragon Palace, they all obediently made way for them. The people from Dragon Palace walked over and said. That person from the immortal graveyard was a piece of trash. How dare he be so arrogant? Cripple your ass. The toad ran over. Grandson, kneel down and kowtow to your grandfather. Damn toad, do you want to die? Damn grandson, do you want to die? The toad's mouth could anger people to death. The people from Dragon Palace were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. They ignored the toad and stared at Lin Xian. In the next moment, their pupils shrank. They originally wanted to see a joke, but they found that Lin Xian seemed to have really broken through. How was that possible? Lan Ziyu also exclaimed. No, illusion. You must have used an illusion. This is a smokescreen. You are a person with no future. It is impossible for you to break through. She looked like a lunatic. Lin Xian glanced at her and said indifferently. You don't have the strength, but you want others to decline? You are really like an ant. My cultivation is a smokescreen? I am afraid your cultivation is too low to see it. There were experts present. They could tell whether it was an illusion or not. Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back. His aura spread clearly in all directions. It must be an illusion. The people from Dragon Palace roared. There were indeed experts in the crowd. They were shocked because they found that it was not an illusion at all. However, no one dared to explain at this time. Whoever helped Lin Xian was going against Dragon Palace. Lin Xian's face darkened as he stared at the people from Dragon Palace. was this an illusion? Why don't you personally test my strength? He looked at the people in front of him and said, you guys are too weak. Come at me together. If you can block a slap from me, I will admit that it is an illusion. Everyone gasped. At this moment, there were more than a dozen people from Dragon Palace. All of them were top experts. Now that they were being looked down upon, they wanted to fight together. This Lin Xian was probably too arrogant. You dare to look down on me? The people of Dragon Palace roared. Lan Jiu also roared angrily. Despicable, don't be so arrogant. Lin Xian laughed. Me? Arrogant, who was the one who kept saying that I had no future? Suppressing the divine union? How dare you say I'm arrogant now? So what if I'm arrogant? If you're not convinced, come at me. Lin Xian stood there, ready to challenge all the experts of Dragon Palace. However, Lan Jiu pulled a long face. Even if his opponent hadn't broken through, so what? When his opponent had been a middle saint, he had been able to kill his brother. He had even destroyed the incarnation of the Dragon Prince. These people, were no match for them at all. Sure enough, the rest of the people of Dragon Palace didn't dare to step forward. They gritted their teeth and said, Brat, you can be arrogant. Now, the experts of Dragon Palace are preparing for the grand ceremony of True Path sect. They don't have time to deal with you. Otherwise, do you think you can contend with any expert on the profound role? That's right. Last time, you were just lucky and the incarnation of the Dragon Prince was careless. That's why you succeeded. Otherwise, the Dragon Prince could have killed you with a finger if he had come personally. The people of Dragon Palace roared. Lin Xian said indifferently. What's the point of talking so much? Let's fight. Let's fight to the end. A battle to the death is fine. Having said that, he drew a life and death contract. Dragon Palace, who dares to sign a life and death contract with me? The people of Dragon Palace were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. They wanted to roar, but Lin Xian drew the life and death contract. His voice spread throughout the entire True Path sect. I'll wait for you here for 3 days. Within 3 days, I'll fight any expert from Dragon Palace to the death. When the news came out, everyone was in an uproar. One had to know that 3 days was enough to invite any expert. It was even possible to invite the real body of the Dragon Prince. Kid, just you wait. The people of Dragon Palace went back and prepared to invite the experts who were in seclusion. However, those people didn't come at all. They only had one goal, which was the grand ceremony of True Path sect. Therefore, they didn't have time to care about Lin Xian. Just like that, 2 days passed and no one dared to come. The dark red dragon sneered. So this is Dragon Palace? What a coward. The toad snorted. Let's see who's the ant. They started to recruit talents. Sure enough, some people went up. They had no choice. Some of them wanted to join before, but they gave up because Lin Xian was from the immortal graveyard. Now that Lin Xian had broken through and broken the curse, they saw hope. In addition, Lin Xian's strength in the life and death battle made the entire Dragon Palace unable to raise their heads. In other words, no one in Dragon Palace dared to go against Lin Xian. If they followed such a person, their future would be limitless. In a short time, many people went up. The dark red dragon and Fu Hongya went through the assessment hurriedly. Those who met the requirements would join their main hall and become ordinary members. Then, they would become core disciples according to their future contributions and missions to the spiritual abode. Many geniuses joined the spiritual abode. On the other side, the people of Dragon Palace gritted their teeth. Damn it. They wanted to suppress the other party, but they didn't expect to benefit them. Damn it. They couldn't let them be arrogant. The group went back again. Humph. Whoever joined the Divine Union would be an enemy of Dragon Palace. They emitted a cold aura. Many people felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian stood up. Who dares to fight me to the death? Those people retreated in fear. Get lost if you don't dare. After saying that, Lin Xian drew a sword mark in front of him. Anyone who crossed the line would die. Lin Xian alone intimidated the heroes of Dragon Palace. Countless people were shocked. This was a true powerhouse. One word from him could suppress everyone. In a short time, more people wanted to join the Divine Union. The people of Dragon Palace were furious. They couldn't beat the other party here, so they might as well go back. After the ceremony ended, any expert from Dragon Palace would be able to destroy the other party. At that time, would the people of the Divine Union still dare to be arrogant? 3 days had passed and Lin Xian withdrew the life and death contract. He said faintly. The Dragon Palace was really disappointing. How could such a person suppress the Divine Union? What a joke, he looked around and said, join the Divine Union and I'll bring you to the top of the world. Countless people yearned for it. Seeing that many people wanted to join, Lin Xian smiled. He left the details to Fu Hongye and the dark red dragon. He didn't need to care. Bai Susu was also there. When she saw that Lin Xian was fine, she was so excited that she almost cried. That's great. I was really worried about you. Bai Susu said, I have also joined the Divine Union. Why don't you give me the title of Hall Master as well? Lin Xian smiled. You are late. The distribution is already done. You rascal. Bai Susu was fuming. Lin Xian said, however, how could I treat you unfairly? I will let you be the Grand Elder of the Divine Union. That was more like it. Bai Susu snorted. Those two are not famous. Let me help you recruit people. Indeed, the dark red divine dragon and Fu Hongye had been busy for a long time but had only recruited a few dozen people. When Bai Susu left, hundreds of people immediately surrounded her. It couldn't be helped. Bai Susu was very famous, and some experts knew that her parents were elders of the Dao sect. They lived in the core area. The Divine Union could only grow if it had the support of the elders. After all, even the Dragon Palace had the support of many elders and even patriarchs. The founder of the Dragon Palace was the Dragon Prince, who was an emperor. Those patriarchs attached great importance to it. Actually, it wasn't just the Dragon Palace. Anyone who wanted to establish a faction in the Dao sect had the support of an elder. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to maintain it. Things here had finally settled down. Lin Xian was more relaxed. He continued to consolidate his cultivation base in the remaining days before entering the Sword World. He went to the Four Spirit Valley. He had already swallowed the Medicine King and only the roots were left. He picked out a few precious spirit herbs and planted them again. Lin Xian didn't even plant 10,000-year-old spirit herbs. He had planted 20,000-year-old ones. There were a total of 3 of them. These hadn't been easy to come by. Previously, he had collected all sorts of spirit herbs for Xiaojiu. These had all been collected during that time. However, he didn't know if these could save Xiaojiu and extend her lifespan. Lin Xian hadn't been confident before. However, after the nurturing of the Sword World, this might not necessarily be the case. Lin Xian had discovered when he had swallowed the Medicine King. Although he hadn't planted it for long, the effects were indeed much better than before. In other words, the mystery of the Sword World was far beyond his imagination. When he had time, he would make a trip to the spirit domain to see if there were any precious spirit herbs there. If he could obtain them, he was prepared to return to the true spirit world immediately. He gave these spiritual herbs to Xiaojiu to prolong his life. With the addition of Bai Susu, the celestial palace grew stronger and stronger. The people of Dragon Palace gnashed their teeth. Damn it! Did the elder's daughter join as well? Lan Jiu's eyes were red. Why was the other party so lucky? She gritted her teeth. It seemed that she had to take action herself. He would try his best to get rid of the other party before the ceremony. Otherwise, if the other elders or old men took a fancy to him during the ceremony, he would not have another chance in the future. Thinking of this, she took her heart of the realm and went to find an expert from the Dragon Palace. Long Jingfeng. An expert of the Wind Dragon clan. He was an expert on the Profound Board. Both their strength and status were extremely high. At this moment, he was also in seclusion for the Dao sect's grand ceremony. On this day, Lan Jiu came to his residence and asked for an audience. A battle servant walked over and said, "My young master is cultivating with all his might and won't see any guests. Please return." Lan Jiu clenched her teeth. She knew that with her current status, she simply didn't have the qualifications to see him. She said, I know that young Master Jingfeng is at a critical moment in his cultivation. I'm willing to give him half a world's worth of resources just to see him. The battle servant was taken aback. Then he said, wait here, I'll go inform him. Half a world's worth of resources? How much was that? He couldn't imagine it at all. Therefore, he couldn't make the decision on this matter. Soon, he returned. My young master invites you. Lan Jiu was invited in. In the main hall in front, a man in a green robe stood up. Dragon scales flashed on his body, and the law of wind revolved around him. So it's Jiu. Why are you looking for me? Long Jingfeng smiled. Lan Jiu said, I want you to introduce me to the Dragon Crown Prince. If you can do it, I'll give you an entire world, let alone half a world. Long Jingfeng was taken aback. Then he said, it should be because of your brother. You want to take revenge, but you don't have the strength, so you're prepared to rely on the Dragon Crown Prince's power. That's right. Lan Jiu nodded. She didn't intend to hide this. Long Jingfeng smiled. Someone like the Dragon Crown Prince was too arrogant. He had countless women by his side. You might not be able to get him to help you take revenge. Why don't you stay by my side? I'll help you take revenge. Long Jingfeng was also a member of the dragons, the Wind Dragon clan. He was also very strong. Lan Jiu thought about it and gritted her teeth. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, but I still want to see the Dragon Crown Prince. Even if I become dust by his side, I'll accept it. This is my world core. I'll give it to you. I hope you can help me. After it's done, I won't forget your benefits. An entire world's worth of resources. Even the great sage would be envious, let alone her. Long Jingfeng took it and said, okay, I'll introduce you. I can even help you stay by the Dragon Crown Prince's side and get what you want. But you have to help me. What do you want? Lan Jiu asked. Long Jingfeng said, resources. More cultivation resources. I'll introduce you to the Dragon Crown Prince, and you give me a world. If I help you become the Dragon Crown Prince's Dao companion, you give me 3 worlds. How about that? 3 worlds. Lan Jiu's pupils shrank. She couldn't take it out, but it would be different if she really became the Dragon Crown Prince's Dao companion. Her status and the resources she needed would all undergo earth-shattering changes. She gritted her teeth and said, okay, as long as I can become the Dragon Crown Prince's Dao companion, I'm willing to give you 3 worlds. Very good. Long Jingfeng smiled. He said, go back and dress up. I'll take care of the rest. Lan Jiu left. She had hope in her heart. As long as she could get the Dragon Crown Prince's support, killing Lin Xian would be easy. Lin Xian didn't know any of this. He was currently refining pills with Dan Feng. Lin Xian was also an expert in the pill Dao. And he had already promised the first batch of 9 people. He wanted these 9 people to fight for the top 30 on the stars ranking. He was a man of his word. These 3 people's strength was average. It was impossible for them to enter the top 30 on their own. But he wanted to go against the heavens. If these impossible people could do it, what would the others think? They would probably go crazy and want to join the divine union. That was the effect he wanted. Lin Xian was already very good at refining pills. Together with Dan Feng and Fan Xing, the 2 of them were top experts. Therefore, cauldron after cauldron of pills were refined. After the 9 people received them, they were so excited that they cried. They said, young master, we swear to follow you to death. Lin Xian smiled and said, hurry up and consume them. As for martial arts, I'll let the Dark Red Dragon and Fu Hongya teach you. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask. I'll definitely make you the first batch of experts. End of chapter. Under the guidance of a large amount of elixir pills and martial arts, the strength of the 9 of them improved by leaps and bounds. Finally, under the leadership of the Dark Red Dragon, they started to challenge the experts on the star ranking. These 9 people had not been able to make it onto the star ranking before. However, they had done it this time. They first challenged the 85th person on the star ranking and succeeded. Subsequently, the 70th and 60th star ranking got closer and closer. In an instant, there was an uproar. F***ck. Someone had risen. Their ranking had risen so quickly. Furthermore, it wasn't just one person, but 9 people. Were these 9 people crazy? Could they have had a fortuitous encounter? They asked around and finally found out that these 9 people were actually from the Divine Union. Furthermore, they had only joined recently. The Divine Union had only been established for a few years and these people had only joined for 1 or 2 years. Were they already so terrifying? The dark red dragon said, "That's right. Do you see that? If you join the Divine Union, your strength will improve by leaps and bounds. What are you guys hesitating for?" In an instant, there was an uproar. The people from the Dragon Palace gritted their teeth. Stop them. They had also mobilized the experts on the star ranking. However, in the end, these 9 people successfully made it to the top 30 of the star ranking. In an instant, the Path sect was in an uproar. The top 30 of the star ranking had changed completely. Apart from the people from the Dragon Palace, the Divine Union had the most people. Almost 1/3 of them were in the top 30. Many people were envious. They had no hope of making it onto the star ranking. Even if they did, they would be suppressed by the Dragon Palace. If they did not join the Dragon Palace, they would be severely suppressed. However, they now saw a glimmer of hope. The Divine Union was here. Go quickly. This time, the results of challenging the star ranking were very good. Hundreds of people rushed to the Divine Union in an instant, wanting to join. The dark red dragon was so happy that his mouth was crooked. This was great. This would be a very effective group of experts. With more people, they would be able to carry out all sorts of actions. For example, they could form teams to accept missions from the Path sect and conquer other worlds. All of these required manpower. Some worlds were desolate with only demonic beasts and no humans. However, there were large amounts of spirit veins, mineral veins, and various precious metals. If one wanted to seize these resources in such a world, they would have to go through countless battles. They would have to fight demonic beasts and contend with experts from other worlds. All of these required manpower. With the addition of these geniuses, not only did the Divine Union have a large number of experts, but these geniuses also had families and sects behind them. That was also a limitless amount of resources. Therefore, the Divine Union was extremely lively right now. Nalan Liang and Yuren were both excited. They had joined earlier than the other 9 people, so they had obtained more pills and resources. At this moment, the 2 of them had already charged into the top 10 of the stars rankings. He had also become one of the top experts on the stars list. Neither of them dared to believe it. One had to know that Nalan Liang had not joined the Tao sect twice. Although Yuren had joined, he was only an ordinary disciple. But now, they were standing in a dazzling place, receiving the worship of countless people. All this was given to them by Lin Xian. As for the Crimson Divine Dragon, the Toad, Fu Hongya, and Lu Yuan, they had already begun to compete on the Jade board. The Divine Union was getting stronger and stronger. The people of Dragon Palace gritted their teeth and began to secretly prepare and gather strength. They wouldn't allow the Divine Union to continue growing. However, there were also some who sneered. It was useless. Everything the other party did was futile. When the Tao sect's grand ceremony came, everyone would know how powerful Dragon Palace was. That would be the place where they would display their strength. Lin Xian and Nalan Liang's side was going very smoothly. However, the Nalan family was in a crisis. Nalan Yanran furrowed her brows tightly. This time, she was facing a life and death choice. It had already been more than 2 years since she had returned from the Medicine Star. However, she had provoked a formidable enemy. After returning from the Medicine Star, she had gained a lot. However, she had not obtained the Medicine King in the end. She could only feel depressed. However, on the way back, she had discovered a unique beast under the starry sky. This had made her feel very excited. This unique beast was very young. If she could capture it, it would be a heaven-defying treasure. It would be even more precious than the Medicine King. One had to know that, besides her strength and talent, she was so terrifying because she had previously encountered a fortuitous encounter. She had obtained the great opportunity of the Ice Phoenix Nirvana. This time, she had encountered another good thing. It was a demonic dragon. It was a unique species of dragons. It was very precious. Its entire body was a treasure. Nalan Yenran felt that her good luck had come again. Therefore, she chased after it with all her might. Although the demonic dragon was small, it had all kinds of powerful dragons. In the end, it escaped. Nalan Yenran felt that it was a pity. Such a great opportunity had been lost for no reason. How could she not feel heartache? However, there was nothing she could do. She thought that this matter was going to be settled. However, a year ago, the demonic dragon returned and brought an expert with it. The other party came for revenge and found Nalan Yenran. In that battle, Nalan Yenran was very frightened. She and the experts of the Tianzong sect went to carry out a mission and were killed. Except for her, who was seriously injured and had to flee, the others had all died. Moreover, the ones who chased after her were the demonic dragon and a demonic man. Nalan Yenran's face became incomparably ugly. She knew that the other party had returned for revenge. She could only hide. In the following year, she lived very nervously, afraid that the other party would come to her door at any time. Half a year ago, she finally quietly returned to the family and breathed a sigh of relief. With the strength of the Nalan family, so what if the other party came for revenge? However, the matter was not over. It was much more serious than she had imagined. She found that after returning to the family for a month, the people around her died every day. Those people had the aura of the demonic path and were abnormally ferocious. Nalan Yenran would never forget this aura because it was the same aura as the injuries on her body. In other words, the other party had found her and could come and go freely in her family. This caused her to become extremely terrified. She went to her father and grandfather for help. There were even several great sages protecting her. However, it was useless. Nalan Yenran did not die. The great sage did not die. However, the Nalan family had people dying every day. For a time, the Nalan family was in a state of panic. The elders of the Nalan family also frowned. Previously, they valued Nalan Yenran in all kinds of ways, but now, the other party had caused such a great loss to the family. If it was not resolved properly, their family would suffer heavy losses. For a time, the status of the Nalan family rapidly declined. The people of their bloodline went crazy. They used all kinds of methods to contact the other party and decided to make up for it. However, it was useless. The other party replied that he only wanted Nalan Yenran's life. Damn it, the people of Nalan Yenran's bloodline went crazy with anger. The other party was obviously a great sage expert who was good at all kinds of concealment and assassination. He came and went without a trace. They could only passively defend in the open. Damn it. Nalan Yenran gritted her teeth. Would she have to stay in the family for the rest of her life? Was this a joke? Nalan Yenran's grandfather's eyes flickered. It seemed that they had to find a way to get rid of this danger. Grandfather, what should we do? The old man said. Invite the experts here. We'll gather a group of experts and wait for him to come. Then, we'll fight him to the death. This is the only way to get rid of the danger. Otherwise, you'll be living in the shadows for the rest of your life. Nalan Yenran gritted her teeth. Alright, this time, no matter the cost. Yenran's father said, I'm afraid we can only provide resources. After all, the family is not optimistic about us. If we can get through this crisis, Yenran, you'll still be the number one in the family. Otherwise, the number one in the younger generation will change hands. The old man said, this is easy. Invite the experts on the Holy Gulf list. We can use some of our resources. Nalan Yenran's side acted quickly. She went to invite the experts, including the experts from the Heavenly Sect and the experts on the Holy Gulf list. Nalan Yenran promised a lot of resources, which made the great sage jealous. However, when those people learned about the strange things that happened to the Nalan family, they all refused. There were experts who died mysteriously in the Nalan family every day. This kind of thing could not be hidden at all. It had already spread. In an instant, countless people were talking about it. Most of them knew that Nalan Yenran had offended a mysterious expert. That was why she was being hunted. The experts from the heavenly sect immediately shook their heads and refused. Although there were top geniuses among them who thought that they were extraordinary, they did not want to provoke such a terrifying expert for no reason. Even some of the people who were ranked lower on the Holy Gulf list refused. Nalan Yenran continued to increase her bargaining chip. Sure enough, someone came. Even Nalan Yenran's grandfather personally went out and invited an incredible expert. That's great. Nalan Yenran's father was overjoyed. Yenran, we're saved. The 6 paths itinerant has agreed. The 6 paths itinerant. Nalan Yenran also exclaimed. She naturally knew that the 6 paths itinerant was an expert from the 6 paths sect. At the same time, he was also a super expert ranked 2001 on the Holy Gulf list. Nothing would go wrong if he helped. Great. Nalan Yenran clenched her fists. She saw hope. She said, why don't we invite more people? It's always safer with more people. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Next, Nalan Yenran spent a lot of money to invite a group of experts. With such resources, there were finally people who were envious and went for it. At the other side. In the Dao sect, Nalan Liang was shocked when he received the news. How could he not pay attention to the matters of the Nalan family? Thus, he soon found out. Especially when he learned that Nalan Yenran had taken out the bright moon returning clouds painting. His eyes were red. This was a treasure that he had always wanted to obtain. However, no matter how he begged Nalan Yenran, she wouldn't give it to him. After all, his status wasn't as high as hers. Now that the other party had actually taken it out, he immediately went to find Lin Xian. He smiled and said, Boss Lin, I have something good that you have to help me with. What's going on? Lin Xian was surprised. Nalan Liang said, it's about our Nalan family. He told her everything that had happened before. Lin Xian also frowned. Nalan Liang said, Boss Lin, don't worry. That mysterious expert has already been challenged. It's the unrestrained 6 paths. He's ranked 2001 on the Holy Gulf list. He's very strong, so we shouldn't be in any danger. Let's go and support him. When the time comes, I'll beg that sister. Maybe she'll give me the bright moon returning clouds painting. Boss, this is a good thing. It contains great Tao. When the time comes, we can comprehend it together. There's no need to comprehend it together. We're brothers. Since you need it, I'll naturally agree. The Nalan family was also a big family. Lin Xian also wanted to make friends with them. Furthermore, he had met Nalan Yenran before. If he could make friends with the other party, the Nalan family would completely stand on his side. The Divine Union would have another strong ally. How could Lin Xian miss out on such an opportunity? Alright, go and tell the family that we'll be there when the time comes. That's great, Boss Lin. Nalan Liang was very happy. He hurriedly sent the news to the family. At the same time, Nalan Yenran also started to make preparations. She wasn't with the family. Instead, she went to the White Crane Tower and booked the 5th floor. At the same time, she set a time to sit on the 5th floor and invite the other experts over. At the same time, she sent out a challenge. The Nalan family spread the news that they were going to challenge the mysterious expert. The other party would definitely come. 5 days later, Nalan Yenran sat on the 5th floor of the White Crane Tower. Beside her were some disciples of the Nalan family. There were also many people. There were people from the Sky sect, as well as other families and sections. They had all come to support her. She didn't care about these people. These people were just there to support her. The most important one was the scattered 6 paths. That powerhouse was the most important person to her. Outside the White Crane Tower, Lin Xian and Nalan Liang stopped. Lin Xian had a strange expression. He hadn't expected to come to the White Crane Tower again. It couldn't be helped. The White Crane Tower was too famous. Even if there was a big battle, it wouldn't be damaged. After all, it was an ancient tower formed by the great sage's body. Boss Lin, let's go. Nalan Liang was very happy. He led the way in front. When they reached the 5th floor, they saw many experts. Those people also turned to look at them. Nalan Yanran saw Nalan Liang. She glanced at him and was about to ignore him. However, when she saw the person beside him, she was stunned. She said in surprise, "It's you." "Yes, it's me. Fairy Nalan, long time no see. But you've lost a lot of weight." Nalan Liang was surprised. It seemed that they knew each other. He didn't know. His sister was the most powerful person in the family. When did Lin Xian know her? The people around were also surprised. Who was this person who dared to talk to Fairy Nalan in such a tone? Could it be that he was also a top expert of the younger generation? Nalan Liang walked over with a smile and said, "Sister, so you know each other. I won't introduce you. This is my boss." The experts around were even more surprised. The person in front of them was also a genius of the Nalan family. Although his status wasn't as high as Nalan Yanran's, he couldn't be underestimated. He actually recognized someone else as his boss. Who was this young man? For a moment, countless people came and went. When they felt that Lin Xian was only a late-stage holy king, they frowned slightly. Such a cultivation seemed to be a little weak. However, Nalan Yanran was surprised. "You've broken through." She was really too shocked. One had to know that when she fought with Lin Xian before, Lin Xian was only a middle-stage holy king. Now that he had broken through, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Maybe he had already surpassed her, isn't it? You didn't expect it. Please recommend, vote, subscribe, collect, reward. Nalan Yanran looked at Lin Xian and said, "I didn't expect you to be acquainted with my useless younger brother. How surprising." Then, she looked at Nalan Liang. "Alright, since you managed to get young Master Lin here, I can give you the Bright Moon Cloud map after this matter is over." "Really? That's great." Nalan Liang was excited. When Lin Xian saw this, his eyes lit up. He was shocked. It seemed that the difference in status between the two disciples of the Nalan family was huge. Nalan Liang seemed to be afraid in front of him. It seemed that he had to think of a way to raise Nalan Liang's status in the family. After all, he and Nalan Liang were brothers. "Mr. Lin, please take a seat." Nalan Yanran sat down and smiled. She recognized Lin Xian's strength. He was not weaker than her. However, she did not think that he would have the chance to fight this time. After all, the mysterious expert was too terrifying. Even a great sage would die if he met him. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he was not a match for him. So this time, he was only here to help. At the same time, she smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, you made the right choice this time. There will be a senior coming later. I will introduce him to you. He was a top expert on the Abyss ranking." When she said this, a fiery red light appeared in her eyes. She looked up to the person on the Abyss ranking. The other people's eyes were also shining. Finally, he could see the legendary Almighty Master. Indeed, before long, a person walked in from outside. Everyone felt that the world had frozen. Their blood was boiling and their bodies were about to split open. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This pressure was really too terrifying. Nalan Yanran's eyes lit up. She stood up and walked outside. "Senior Six Paths, you are finally here." When Nalan Yanran saw the figure below, she smiled. With this smile, the pressure in the world seemed to disappear. Many people looked over with their eyes wide open. Even Nalan Liang was shocked. Did they really invite the 6 Dao cultivators? A tall old man walked over. He was wearing armor and his aura was terrifying. He was the expert on the Abyss ranking. The 6 Paths greetings, senior. The Saint Kings who had been invited all bowed respectfully. In fact, there were even 2 great sages who looked at him respectfully. They had no choice. The other party was too strong. Nalan Liang felt cold all over. So did he. He quickly bowed. Only Lin Xian did not seem to have much of a reaction. Lin Xian's expression was strange. Was this the 6 Paths? Was this the expert that he had just stepped on? One had to know that the 6 Paths loose cultivator was ranked 2000th, but in the end, he was forced to rank 2000th. But they did not know each other. He did not expect that they would meet here. Now, seeing that Lin Xian was sitting there unmoved, the expressions of the people around him changed. Even Nalan Yanran furrowed her brows. This Lin Xian was a little too reckless. Even though she had to admit that the other party was a top-notch genius who wasn't any weaker than her. But he could not be so arrogant. She was so respectful to the vagabond of 6 paths. How could he be so arrogant? Did he have a death wish? Forget it. She would not recommend him this time. Otherwise, it would be bad for her if he angered the 6 paths. Nalan Liang said, "Boss Lin, why don't you bow too?" He was afraid that Lin Xian would anger such an expert. Lin Xian did not care. He took a sip of the spirit tea on the table and narrowed his eyes. He was waiting for the other party to bow? What a joke. The other party's ranking was lower than his. There was no need for him to bow. However, the others did not know. They all thought that Lin Xian did not know what was good for him. Even Nalan Liang sighed. But then, he did not say anything. After all, they were only here to help. From now on, they might never see the vagabond of 6 paths again. If he was not respectful, then so be it. The 6 paths was like a god. Countless people looked up to him. When he saw that only Lin Xian was sitting there, unmoved, he frowned. But soon, he ignored him. Perhaps an ant did not know how powerful he was. However, a young man stepped forward from behind him. He looked at Lin Xian and coldly shouted, "Kid, don't you know how to respect a powerful senior?" This young man was the disciple of the 6 paths. He was also very powerful. He was a young top genius. When he saw that Lin Xian did not respond, he was angry. Was this kid looking down on his master again? "Forgive me for being blind, but who is your master?" Lin Xian said calmly. He still had no intention of bowing. Feng Han was very angry. He said proudly, "My master is the 6 paths." His eyes were filled with pride. That name was enough to shock the world. When Lin Xian heard it, he immediately knelt on the ground. However, he was disappointed. Lin Xian said calmly, "Oh. That's it?" Feng Han was going crazy. "Oh? That's it? Shouldn't he be trembling in fear and then bowing down? Damn it, is this kid an idiot? Did he come from some mountain? He doesn't know his master's name. Yes, that must be it. So he's an ignorant ant. No wonder he's so arrogant." Feng Han snorted. "You'll know how powerful my master is later." Nalan Liang was angry. "He's too arrogant." Lin Xian shook his head. "It's fine." He did not even put the 6 paths in his eyes, let alone his disciple. What he was interested in now was the mysterious expert. What kind of person could make the Nalan family so miserable? The 6 paths sat down and asked calmly, "Fairy Nalan, how powerful is the mysterious person you mentioned?" Nalan Yanran said that the person was very terrifying. He should be a great sage. However, ordinary great sages would not even be able to dodge 3 of his moves, and would fall. He came to the Nalan family without leaving a trace. "I had no choice but to ask for your help." "It doesn't matter. No matter who it is, I'll just suppress them." The 6 paths said calmly. He had unlimited confidence in himself. After all, there were some people who were stronger than him. However, he would not purposely make things difficult for a little girl. The person who made a move on a junior was probably not someone powerful. When the surrounding people heard this, they kept nodding their heads, feeling envious. Look, this is the demeanor of an expert. He's invincible. This is the realm that they want to reach in the future. Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. The 6 paths has underestimated his enemy. He doesn't even know who his enemy is. If he's careless, he might suffer a great loss. Since I'm so hardworking, please count my votes. Please recommend me. Monthly votes. Hearing 6 paths' confident words, Nalan Yanran smiled. Nalan Yanran also smiled. She was naturally aware of the other party's strength. She took out a treasure box and opened it. "Senior, this is a world core. Take it. I'll give you another world core after this is over. We won't go back on our word. Please don't worry about that." From now on, you'll be my benefactor. I'll report this to the family head, and we'll have more opportunities to work together. When he saw the world core, a smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand and put the world core away. This time, he didn't help Six Paths out of kindness for no reason. Six Paths had promised to give him 2 world cores after this was over. This way, he would be able to use 2 worlds. That way, he would be able to progress further on the path of martial arts. He even wanted to take revenge. This time, he was trampled on by a guy called Mad God. This time, he had to fight back. His name had to surpass Mad God's. With these 2 worlds as resources, his cultivation speed would be very fast. It wouldn't take long for him to achieve his goal. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their eyes turned red. That was a world core. They had the resources of a world. The Nalan family was really generous, even Nalan Liang was envious. Six Paths had just given him the returning clouds painting, but he had given Six Paths an entire world's worth of resources. How infuriating. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He didn't know that helping out was worth so much. If he had known, he would have accepted this task. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Perhaps this time, he would really have a chance to make a move. Now, they just had to wait. They wouldn't wait foolishly. Nalan Yanran took out the most exquisite delicacies and spirit tea as a treat. Everyone surrounded the Six Paths vagrant cultivator and treated him with respect. Only Lin Xian and Nalan Liang were exceptions. However, everyone ignored them. Instead, they distanced themselves from them. Halfway through the meal, the Nalan family's guards came to deliver a message. A strange figure appeared. Nalan Yanran put down her teacup. Her eyes were cold. She waved her hand, and 6 figures flew out to investigate. However, in the next instant, a miserable shriek was heard. Nalan Yanran's face turned ugly. He felt that the souls of the 6 people had disappeared. In other words, they were killed in an instant. The others also frowned. What a terrifying method. These 6 people were not weak. Humph, everyone heard a deep laugh. Then, footsteps came from the stairs and a man in a black robe appeared. You want to use such an ant to challenge me? Countless people looked forward. That was the mysterious man. Nalan Yanran's face also turned pale. That's right, it was this aura. She would never forget it. This tall figure was like a demon god. He stared at Nalan Yanran and said, You dare to chase after my junior brother? I'll give you a chance. Kneel down obediently and accept your death. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Nalan Yanran's face was pale. She gritted her teeth and said, I didn't know that he was your junior brother. Besides, I didn't succeed either. Your junior brother is safe and sound now. Why don't we resolve our grudges? You can name any conditions you want, and I'll agree to them all. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she did not want to offend such an expert. Don't know? The black-robed man laughed coldly. I can give you conditions. The price is your life. Use your life to apologize to my junior brother. Impossible. Nalan Yanran roared. She could give any conditions, but it was impossible for her to die. She said, Are there no other conditions? The black-robed man laughed coldly. Since you don't want to listen, don't blame me for doing it myself. His body emitted a terrifying demonic aura. Lin Xian frowned. This person was really strong. His demonic aura was so terrifying. Was he from the demon race? Nalan Yanran gritted her teeth. Since you're so heartless, don't blame me. She turned to the 6 Paths and said respectfully, Please help me suppress him. The 6 Paths nodded. He looked at the other party with a condescending look. The other party was indeed the great sage. But that was it. The other party's aura was not his match at all. He looked at the disciple beside him and said, Feng Han, I'll leave this to you. Feng Han stood out and said, Don't worry, master. I don't need you to deal with this trash. I can deal with him. Feng Han's eyes were filled with confidence. He was a Sage King pinnacle stage genius. Plus, he was from the 6 Path sect. Naturally, he had the strength to fight against those above his level. With his cultivation and the six paths fist, it was not a problem for him to fight against the great sage. This time, it was time for him to stand out. Seeing a young man walk out, the black-robed man frowned. "Ant, get lost. You're courting death. Take yours truly's power." Feng Han rushed out instantly. He waved his fists, and it was as though there were 6 worlds behind him. Six paths fist. Firstly, he used his strongest skill because he wanted to make a name for himself in a single battle. The surrounding people were shocked. This Feng Han was too terrifying. He did not seem to be weaker than them. In fact, he seemed to be stronger. Even the top disciples of the 3 orthodoxies could not compare to him. Countless people were shocked. However, Lin Xian sighed. This guy was really courting death. This black-robed man was obviously the terrifying great sage. If he went up against him, he would definitely die. Seeing this, the black-robed man sneered. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying storm enveloped the area. With a loud clang, the surrounding void shattered. Then, a blood-curdling scream could be heard. Everyone's scalp went numb. They looked forward in disbelief. They saw the six paths fist being grabbed by the opponent. Then, the black storm tore Feng Han's body into pieces. 1 hit, 1 kill. Was he dead? Everyone could not believe it. That was the top genius of the Six Paths sect. He used the Six Paths fist. Moreover, his physique was extremely terrifying. But even so, he could not even block 1 hit. These people were scared out of their wits. The Six Paths loose cultivator's pupils constricted. "Damn it, how dare you," he struck out with his palm. The terrifying palm covered the sky, trying to save his disciple. However, it was useless. Feng Han's soul had already been destroyed. He only caught a cloud of blood mist. "Damn it, no matter who you are, I will send you to hell today." The Six Paths loose cultivator's eyes were filled with killing intent. He had searched for this disciple for hundreds of years before he found a genius. He had also spent hundreds of years to nurture him. Now, his disciple had reached the peak of the Sage King realm, and the Six Paths fist had reached the small success stage. He was very satisfied. But now, his disciple had fallen. He could not accept it. At the same time, he was shocked. The person in front of him was more terrifying than he had imagined. The Six Paths was enraged. He took a step forward and his power exploded. The surrounding heavens and earth crumbled, and the entire 5th level shook violently. Countless people retreated in fear. The great sage's anger would dye the 9 heavens red. The Six Paths' eyes were filled with killing intent. He said, "This place is too small to fight. Come out with me. I'll make you regret it." The black-robed man sneered. "There's no need to go out. This place is enough because it won't be too troublesome to kill you." Arrogant. The Six Paths was enraged. He no longer hesitated and attacked with his palm. It was like the palm of a heavenly god, filled with shocking killing intent that shattered the void in front of it. Even a great sage would be reduced to a bloody mist in the blink of an eye. The black-robed man sneered. He waved his hand and a terrifying black storm rushed out. The two collided. It was as if 1,000 volcanoes had erupted. Luckily, the Tower of White Cranes was made from the body of the great sage. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed by this attack. After this attack, it seemed that they were evenly matched. The surrounding people had retreated far away. They were terrified. Was this the power of the great sage? Although they could fight above their level, in the face of such a great sage expert, they had no power to resist. Nailin Yanran was extremely nervous. She clenched her fists. Her life was all on the Six Paths. She would naturally watch the battle nervously. On the other side, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Although it was only the first attack, he could already tell. He sighed. This person seemed to be more terrifying than he had imagined. "You're just SOSO." The Six Paths sneered when he saw that his palm was blocked. The mysterious expert was shocked. Six Paths fist? So he was from the Six Paths sect. But you're too reckless. I'll kill anyone from the Six Paths sect. As he spoke, his eyes shone with a terrifying light. His aura became even more terrifying. He clapped his hands. His 5 fingers seemed to have turned into 5 demonic swords. They were filled with power. Then, he slapped down mercilessly. Boom, with a palm strike, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. His 5 fingers drew a black dragon that danced between heaven and earth. Everyone's scalps went numb. They were so scared that they almost fainted. How much stronger was his strength? The 6 Paths' pupils constricted. He knew that his opponent was stronger than he had imagined. He couldn't be careless. 6 Paths' fist, his hands danced non-stop as he threw out a punch. 6 phantoms appeared, accompanying his fist as it charged forward. Boom, today's earth-shaking collision was like 2 worlds clashing, as if 10,000 bolts of lightning were descending. Buzz, at this time, the black-robed man's other hand slashed down like a black crescent moon, shaking the mountains and rivers. 6 Paths unleashed his 6 Paths fist with all his might to fight against the palm. He didn't expect his opponent to still have a killer move. This attack landed directly on his body. His arm was broken, and he was sent flying. He roared and screamed miserably. His arm instantly recovered, and he attacked again. However, the other party's hands danced. Demonic light. Between his palms, there was an extremely terrifying black light being emitted. Heaven and earth trembled. Everyone was terrified. It was as if a demonic world had been opened. It was a peerless divine ability. Even Lin Xian was shocked. He took Nalan Liang and kept retreating. Heaven and earth cracked in front of them. It was a destructive aura. After the terrifying light disappeared, the 6 Paths' body swayed. His face was pale. Both of his arms were completely broken and hung limply by his side. There were hundreds of bloody holes on his body. Blood was flowing out. His face was full of fear. "You actually broke my 6 Dao fists, who are you?" He was too shocked. "When did such a demonic expert come to Holy Abyss City? Remember, my name is Mo Guang." As soon as his voice fell, another extremely powerful light of demon god rushed over. The 6 Paths fought with all his strength, but he was still sent flying. He landed in the distance and vomited blood. He seemed to be seriously injured. "No, impossible." Nalan Yenran was stunned. That was the 6 Paths. He was ranked 2001 on the Glory leaderboard. But now, in less than 100 moves, he was severely injured by the other party. The person in front of him was too terrifying. What kind of person did he provoke? "Senior, please attack. I know you still have a trump card." Nalan Yenran roared. However, the 6 Paths' expression was extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "I won't interfere in this matter anymore. I won't take the rest of your reward either." After that, he closed his eyes and ignored her. How could this be? Nalan Yenran was completely stunned. In her eyes, the 6 Paths was her biggest backer. In her opinion, he could definitely sweep away everything. But now, the 6 Paths said he didn't care about her. What should she do? She would probably end up in a miserable state. She looked at the people around her and said, "Hurry up and attack. I'll give whoever kills him a world." However, the people around her retreated in fear. The black-robed man in front of them sneered. He waved his hand, and a black storm flew out. It turned into dozens of black dragons and tore them to pieces. For a moment, all sorts of screams and blood rain could be heard. Everyone was dead. Other than Nalan Yenran and the 6 Paths, only Lin Xian and Nalan Liang were left. Nalan Liang was completely stunned. This was too terrifying. Could it be that he was going to fall here today? Nalan Yenran was so scared that she fell to the ground. Her face was filled with fear. The black-robed man walked in front of her and looked down at her. Nalan Yenran raised her head and said, "I'll give you a world as compensation. Please, spare my life." "A world?" The black-robed man sneered. "If you give me the Nalan family, I'll consider sparing your life." Nalan Yenran was in despair. What a joke. She wasn't the leader. How could she give the family to someone else? Even if she was the leader, she couldn't do it. Nalan Yenran knelt down. Although she was a genius, she didn't want to die. Even the 6 paths in front of her wasn't a match for the black-robed man. The black-robed man could kill her with just a finger. Hence, she didn't dare to resist. She said, "Senior, I was wrong. I shouldn't have attacked your junior brother. I beg to be your junior brother's battle servant as long as you spare my life. Also, you won't get any benefits from killing me. You won't get any resources. Also, I'm the strongest person in the Nalan family. If I die, the family will definitely take revenge for me. My Nalan family has top experts and the terrifying Great Sage. When they attack together, Senior will be in danger." The black-robed man laughed. "Are you threatening me?" Nalan Yenran was in despair. It didn't matter if she begged or threatened the other party. The other party didn't seem to be afraid of anything. This kind of person was the most terrifying. Nalan Liang looked at this scene and felt his scalp tingle. Was this the number one genius of their family? But now, he was kneeling like an ant and begging for mercy. How ironic. But if it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to raise their head. What he was most worried about was whether the other party would make a move on them after killing Nalan Yenran. If the other party made a move, none of them would be able to resist. Nalan Yenran wanted to die. Her face was filled with despair as she kept kowtowing. However, at this moment, a voice sounded. "Fairy Nalan, give me 2 world cores and I can save your life." Hearing this, Nalan Yenran's body trembled and hope returned to her eyes. It was the 6 paths rogue. Was he going to make a move again? Although he was defeated previously, he definitely had a powerful trump card. If he took out a terrifying sacred weapon or used the 6 paths gate's secret technique, he might be able to escape with her. But when she turned around, she saw that it wasn't the 6 paths rogue, but Lin Xian. The light in her eyes disappeared and she fell into despair again. Lin Xian was strong, but he was the same as her. If they met, wouldn't they have to kneel and beg for mercy? Nalan Liang, who was standing at the side, was also stunned. He was still thinking about how to escape, but he did not expect Lin Xian to directly ask to save his ancestral sister. But could Lin Xian do it? Although Nalan Liang knew that Lin Xian was strong, the black-robed man in front of him was too terrifying. Even the 6 paths rogue was no match for him. As expected, the 6 paths rogue opened his eyes and stared at Lin Xian as if he was looking at an idiot. Even he couldn't defeat the other party, let alone a young man. It seemed that the other party was tired of living. Lin Xian picked up the herbal tea on the table and took a sip. Then, he looked at the stunned Nalan Yenran. He faintly said again. "What's wrong, Fairy Nalan? Don't tell me you don't understand? Give me 2 worlds, and I'll save your life. You only have 1 chance, so consider it carefully." The black-robed man was thoroughly enraged. A young ant actually dared to say such words? Was he looking down on him? What an ignorant fool. An extremely terrifying killing intent erupted from his eyes, enveloping the surrounding void in front of him. The sky fell and the earth cracked. However, Lin Xian was safe and sound. The black-robed man was stunned. He was surprised that Yi Futian had some strength. No wonder Yi Futian dared to be so arrogant, but so what, it was just blocking his gaze. Could the other party block his true strength? Nalan Yenran was also stunned. To be honest, a bit of hope had returned to her eyes. However, her instincts told her that Lin Xian was no match for him. If she were to agree to Lin Xian's request now, she would completely infuriate the black-robed man. She would have no chance of survival at all. The black-robed man sneered. "Brat, I originally thought that after killing Nalan Yenran, I would slowly deal with you guys. If he was in a good mood, he could even let them go. However, you actually dared to jump out recklessly. Well then, no one here can think about walking out alive today." Hearing this, Nalan Yenran almost fainted. Even the 6 paths' pupils constricted. Damn it, he was going to be killed by this brat. Nalan Liang said, "Boss Lin, why don't we hurry up and run?" Lin Xian put down the spirit tea and stood up with a smile. "None of you want to live? Aren't you a bit too arrogant? You think you can't kill me? If you cultivate for a few thousand years, you might be able to. But not now." The black-robed man's face completely darkened. Demonic chi filled the sky, and demonic flames danced in his eyes. "Brat, you have completely angered me. I will make you suffer. I will let you experience what it means to live a life worse than death. He reached out a demonic hand and grabbed at Lin Xian. Everywhere it passed, there was no place that could resist it. Lin Xian stood there without moving. His eyes were filled with confidence. When the black hand reached him, he stretched out his fist. When he punched, it was like a golden sun that shone in all directions. Boom, with one strike, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Lightning filled the surroundings. The large black hand was blocked and even forced back. How was that possible? Nailin Yanran's pupils constricted. She couldn't believe that this young man was as strong as her. What kind of joke was this? The Six Paths' expression changed. What powerful strength, what terrifying physique. Could this young man have a legendary ancient desolate body? Nailin Liang was even more dumbfounded. It seemed that Boss Lin's strength was beyond her imagination. Everyone knew that they had underestimated Lin Xian. Nailin Yanran hurriedly said, "Young Master Lin, save my life and I will give you 3 worlds." She saw hope. Lin Xian was her savior. She had to grab hold of him. Lin Xian's lips curled up. "Very well, I will save your life. You are courting death." The black-robed man stood out. He was completely enraged. "If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." He slapped down again. His 5 fingers emitted a terrifying demonic aura that turned into 5 demonic dragons that swept across the sky. He wanted to kill Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's body was surrounded by 9 illusions of suns. His fist was even more terrifying than the ancient golden crow. One punch could shatter everything. Boom, the 5 demonic dragons were shattered. The black hand was torn into pieces. The black-robed man retracted his hand. His pale face became ferocious. How was that possible? He didn't hold back this time, but he was still no match for Lin Xian. It was unbelievable. The 6 Paths beside him was even crazier. He had fought with Lin Xian before and knew how strong he was. The young man in front of him was more powerful than him? What kind of divine being was this? After Lin Xian's punch succeeded, he attacked again. His fists were like thousands of meteors, forcing the black-robed man to retreat. The black-robed man roared. "Demon," he roared, an endless demonic aura appeared around him. Light of the demon god. Thousands of rays of black light turned into sharp black swords that pierced through the sky. Nailin Yanran was extremely nervous. This was Lin Xian's ultimate move. It was the same move that defeated the 6 Paths. The 6 Paths expression also became serious. Could the kid in front of him block it? Lin Xian snorted. He used the 10,000 dragon divine blood, and the illusion of a dragon appeared behind him. Sword. Lin Xian pointed at the sky. The sword dragon behind him roared. Its scales flew out and turned into divine swords that fell into Lin Xian's hand. One sword to slay the demon. This sword was like the light of the North Pole, becoming the only thing in the world. Everyone's soul trembled. After that sword, the light of the demon god shattered. One of the black-robed man's arms was cut off, and half of his body turned into a bloody mist. A cold voice sounded out, shocking countless people. Nailin Yanran was incomparably terrified. She had always thought that Lin Xian's strength was similar to hers, but how could it be like this? This person had completely surpassed her, reaching an unfathomable level. The black-robed demon Shine clenched his teeth and asked, "Just who are you?" "My name is Lin Xian, a disciple of the True Tao sect." Lin Xian. True Tao sect, good boy, I'll remember you. Demon Shine coldly snorted and then looked at Nailin Yanran. "You're lucky today to be able to keep your life. But in the future, I'll send you to hell." After he finished speaking, he turned to leave. Nailin Yanran let out a sigh of relief. This was great. Her life was saved today. Afterwards, she didn't want to leave her family for the next 100 years. However, Lin Xian coldly snorted. "Stop right there. Did I say you could leave?" Demon Shine was stunned. He turned his head, his eyes erupting with a biting cold killing intent. "Boy, what do you want?" Lin Xian smiled. "Before, you were high and mighty. If you wanted to kill me, you would kill me. But now that you can't beat me, you want to leave with just a few words? There's no such thing in this world." Do you want to kill me? Demon Shine was also angry. Leaving today was already giving this person a lot of face. Lin Xian smiled. That's right. He stepped forwards, his aura erupting as an even more terrifying strength appeared. Since he had already attacked, how could he easily hold back? Saving Nalan Yenran wasn't enough, he wanted to thoroughly subdue the Nalan family. Stupid thing, do you really think I don't have any more cards in my hand? Demon Shine's face was ice cold. He clenched his teeth and said, good. I originally didn't want to use some taboo martial arts, but since you want to die, I'll help you. His palms constantly formed seals as terrifying demonic runes appeared on his body. An incomparably terrifying aura appeared. Summon the Demon Lord. Behind him, endless demonic energy condensed into a vortex. From within, a dark shadow appeared, bobbing up and down. This dark shadow was tall, like a demon god. He stood there, overlooking all. In his hand was a black spear. It was also an illusion, but it exuded a destructive aura. This was bad. Nalan Yenran, frightened. Nalan Liang also retreated far away, and Six Paths' pupils shrank. Stupid thing. He cursed inwardly. The demonic shadow that he had summoned was enough to threaten his life. With a sway of his body, he tore the void apart and flew into the distance. There was no need to watch the battle before them. That brat was strong, but he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand this sure-kill attack. He would definitely die if he stayed here, so it was better for him to escape first. Calm Six Paths. A golden glow appeared in Lin Xian's eyes as he watched the fleeing figure. The seal of reincarnation struck the figure. The whole process was so quiet that even Six Paths didn't notice. That. Lin Xian was disdainful. You dare to underestimate Lord Devil Master? The weapon in his hand is the divine weapon of the demon realm, shattering spear. You don't understand anything. You dare to look down on the demon lord? Die. He took a step forward. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. The void around him shattered. The illusion behind him also walked out. The black spear in his hand swayed. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. An aura of destruction appeared. Nalan Yenran were frightened. They almost fainted. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. He even had a strange expression. Shattering spear? Could it be the shattering spear? You actually know about it. Then you should have heard of it. In the legends, the shattering spear could destroy the heavens and earth. Although it was only an illusion, it still had supreme power. Kneel down and accept your death. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't think that this illusion was related to the shattering spear. Could it be that? The demon lord was also from the great demon clan, but soon, he laughed. Stupid ant. If you took out something else, you might have been able to scare me. But shattering spear? You are too ridiculous. Let me tell you what true shattering spear is. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. He flicked his hand and a black light flew out from his storage ring. He caught it. Wang, this was a black spear. Lin Xian thrust it into the skies. The surrounding heavens and earth cracked. What was this? Nalan Yenran was shocked. That spear also had an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. Across from him, Demon Shine's pupils shrank. He roared out. Impossible, he seemed to have discovered the most terrifying thing of all. The weapon in Lin Xian's hand was far too similar to the illusion he had summoned. Even the aura was the same. Lin Xian was holding the shattering spear? But that was a divine tool of the demon world. How could Lin Xian have it? Just who are you? Are you also from the demon race? Lin Xian smiled. He said, I don't need to explain to a dead man. The shattering spear danced in the air, rushing forwards. This strike was enough to destroy everything. Damn it, Demon Shine was enraged. Kill, although he didn't know how Lin Xian had obtained the shattering spear, he had to bring it back. He had to kill Lin Xian, take it, and offer it to the demon lord. As the two sides collided, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. It had to be said that Demon Shine was extremely strong. He was far above scattered Six Paths. Moreover, Lin Xian had burnt his laws and bloodline to display his ultimate skills. This was even more terrifying. However, Lin Xian's shattering spear was already terrifying to begin with. In addition, he galvanized the great dragon sword soul with all of his strength. The great dragon sword's strength poured into the shattering spear, causing the demonic artifact to come to life. It turned into a shattering dragon, dancing between the heavens and earth. Bang bang, the illusion that Demon Shine had summoned instantly shattered. As for Demon Shine, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was torn apart. Damn it! His soul wanted to flee. He had to flee back and report this matter to the Demon Lord. Stay here. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a terrifying light. Samsara, heavenly steel. A terrifying eye technique erupted, forming two heavenly steels that directly suppressed Demon Shine. No, Demon Shine's soul had been severely wounded. This was the power of Samsara, spare my life. My master is the Demon Lord. If you kill me, he won't let you go. Demon Shine was panic-stricken. Against an ordinary great sage's soul, even if Lin Xian used an extremely powerful eye technique, he still wouldn't be afraid. But, with the power of Samsara, he really couldn't block it. Lin Xian didn't stop. With a cold snort, the two Samsara heavenly steels shattered Demon Shine's soul. Lin Xian's hand reached out and grabbed onto a soul fragment. His eyes flashed as he read the information within. Then, he crushed this soul fragment. With this, Demon Shine's soul vanished into thin air. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian took Demon Shine's storage ring. Then, he looked at Nailin Yanran in the corner. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Nailin Yanran's body shook. Was it over? She didn't dare to believe it. Looking at the bloody mist that Demon Shine had turned into, her face was pale. Before coming, she had thought of countless possibilities. She had even thought that Six Paths wouldn't be able to defeat Lin Xian and would escape with her. However, she never thought that Demon Shine would be killed by Lin Xian. And Six Paths had escaped ahead of time. She could only say that this world was too mysterious. Nailin Yanran stood up and said, "Thank you, Sir Lin, for saving my life." She looked at Lin Xian with a trace of fear in her eyes. After all, he was a supreme existence that could kill Demon Shine. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. What about the thing you promised me before? Nailin Yanran was stunned. Then, she remembered that in order to save her life, she had promised to give him 3 world cores. Thinking of this, she took a deep breath and said, "Since I promised you, I naturally won't go back on my word. I'll go back to my family and gather them." "Sir, please give me some time." Lin Xian nodded. He wasn't afraid that she would run away. After all, she was from the Nailin family. Lin Xian smiled and said, "I'll send Fairy Nailin back." Then, he waved his hand and sent a surge of energy into Nailin Liang. Nailin Liang was so scared that he couldn't stand up. Now that he was enveloped by Lin Xian's energy, he recovered his strength. He said, "Boss Lin, you were too cool just now. You were like a god." He knew that following Lin Xian was the right choice. From now on, he would follow him for the rest of his life. Nailin Yanran was also shocked. She didn't think that Nailin Liang would find such a backer. She quickly took out a scroll from her storage ring and said, "Take it. This is the moon returning to the cloud painting. Take it. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. As your sister, I'll definitely agree." "Okay, then I won't be polite." Nailin Liang directly took it. He had wanted this scroll for a long time. Of course, he also knew that this was all because of Lin Xian, which was why the other party was so polite to him. Next, Lin Xian sent Nailin Yanran back to the Nailin family. At the same time, he asked Nailin Liang to stay. As for the explanation, let the other party handle it. On the other hand, Lin Xian's figure flashed and flew into the distance. Many people of the Nailin family were waiting nervously. They didn't know how Nailin Yanran was doing. Nailin Yanran's father said, "With the help of the 6 Tao cultivators, there would be no problem." An old man nodded in agreement. "That's for sure. This time, we've paid a huge price to give them 2 realm cores." Just like that, after a long and anxious wait, they finally saw a figure walking back. "Yanran, you're back?" The middle-aged man walked up happily. "Where is the vagabond 6 Paths?" the old man said. I want to thank him personally. In their opinion, the only reason Nalan Yenran was able to come back alive was because of the Six Paths vagabond. Father, grandfather. Nalan Yenran was also crying. Her eyes were red. However, when she heard the middle-aged man's words, she said, "It's not the vagabond's Six Paths. That guy was defeated and ran away halfway." What? The two people in front of her were stunned. It's not the vagabond's Six Paths? Why did Nalan Yenran come back? Could it be that she had reconciled with the enemy? No, Nalan Yenran told him what had happened before. Then, her grandfather and father were shocked. You're saying that a young man killed Demon Shine? That's impossible. The middle-aged man also shook his head. Even the vagabond's Six Paths was defeated. How could a young man withstand it? Nalan Yenran said, I saw it with my own eyes. Moreover, he's a disciple of the Tao sect. How do you know such a young expert? The old man asked. Nalan Yenran said, I didn't invite him, but Nalan Liang. Nalan Liang has already recognized Lin Xian as his boss. He wants the cloud returning painting in my hands, so he invited him. It's actually Nalan Liang. The middle-aged man was shocked, but the old man's brows were tightly knitted together. This didn't seem good. Nalan Liang was also a member of the Nalan family, but his status in the family was far worse than Yenran's. But now, Nalan Liang had found such a powerful backer. The situation in the future was uncertain. He frowned and said, Yenran, go find Nalan Liang. We have to thank him properly. Nalan Yenran left. The old man's face sank. It seemed that the family situation had changed. They had to be careful of this Nalan Liang. At the same time, do your best to find out who this Lin Xian is. Father, are you saying that Nalan Liang will threaten Yenran's status? How is that possible? The difference in talent between the two was too great. The old man shook his head. We weren't worried before, but with this Lin Xian, anything is possible. Don't worry, when he comes over, we'll find out who this Lin Xian is. They made up their minds and began to move. On the other side, Lin Xian was flying quickly. Previously, when the vagabond's Six Paths escaped, he left a soul mark on him. Now, he was going to find him. In the east of Holy Abyss Ancient City, there was a cliff. It was very steep, as if it was split open by a heavenly sword. On the cliff, people below the great sage did not dare to come. At this moment, there was a figure sitting cross-legged there. Endless light flickered on his body, and there were 6 light figures around him, as if they were connected to 6 worlds. He was the vagabond's Six Paths. His palms were constantly forming seals, and there were pills and treasures beside him. Not long after, he opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! The demonic aura was too terrifying. Previously, when he was pierced by the light of the demon god, the demonic aura was left in his body. Now, he was removing it bit by bit. This time, he was too careless. He did not expect to meet such a terrifying demonic expert. But fortunately, he was able to escape. It seemed that the little girl from the Nalan family would not be able to escape. Even that Lin Xian would definitely die. Thinking of this, he sneered. Fortunately, he was smart and ran quickly. At this time, a faint voice sounded behind him. What are you so happy about? Tell me. The vagabond's Six Paths was horrified. Who was it? He suddenly turned around, as if he was facing a great enemy. He thought that Demon Shine had come to kill him. But soon, he realized that it was not him. Behind him, a man in a black robe walked out. It's you? He was shocked. You are that Lin Xian? You didn't die? Could it be that Demon Shine spared you, spared me? Lin Xian laughed. You really don't have any imagination. Can't you imagine that he has already been killed by me? Demon Shine was dead. Or was he killed by the other party? The vagabond's Six Paths was stunned. Then he shook his head. Impossible, kid, don't try to lie to me. He knew how terrifying Demon Shine was. How could he die? What an ignorant ant. Lin Xian shook his head and sneered. You think that just because you can't beat me, no one in this world can't beat me? Boy, I admit that I am not invincible under the heavens, and there are many people stronger than me. But, you absolutely cannot be one of them. The reason you were able to contend with Demon Shine before was because you swallowed some sort of secret pill in advance to forcefully increase your strength. This sort of pill is extremely harmful and will damage a martial artist's foundation. You're dead. Do you think that you can fool me with this kind of insignificant skill of yours? Lin Xian was left speechless. This fellow was far too arrogant. Forget it, he was too lazy to explain. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Think what you want, but I came to find you for an important matter. What is it? Do you want to join forces with me to contend with Demon Shine again? In his opinion, Lin Xian should have escaped and wanted to invite him back. Lin Xian sneered. You really are an idiot. I came to find you to tell you that I want to borrow your 6-path fists. What did you say? Scattered 6-paths was thoroughly shocked. This fellow wanted to borrow his 6-path fists, what a joke. This was his ultimate skill. Moreover, it was the 6-path sect's ultimate skill that he could not pass on to outsiders. This fellow wanted to see it? I'm not crazy, am I? But soon, his mind stirred. Could it be that this fellow wanted to take him as his master? Young people all had their pride as geniuses. This fellow must have been too embarrassed to directly say this, so he changed his words. Thinking of this, his heart burned with passion. It had to be known that a genius he had raised had already perished, leaving him with deep regret. If he could take this person as his disciple, that would also be an extremely good thing. He could even use this chance to explore some secrets on this fellow's body. After all, if this fellow was able to jump ranks and contend with Demon Shine, he must have had some sort of fortuitous encounter. When the time came, he could hide and become even stronger. Boy, do you want to learn the 6-path fists? Sure, kneel down and take me as your master and I will teach you the 6-path fists. Lin Xian smiled. This fellow must have hurt his head in that battle. Take him as a master? I think you've misunderstood. I'm not here to take you as my master. I'm here to order you to hand over the 6-paths fist. This 6-paths loose cultivator was from the 6-paths gate. Lin Xian had been hunted down by the 6-paths gate, and there was a chance that he would continue to be hunted down in the future. After all, he had obtained the power of reincarnation. Both sides would become enemies sooner or later, so Lin Xian wouldn't hold back against the people of 6 Dao School. The 6-paths vagabond was furious as well. Not only did he not want to become Yi Futian's disciple, he even wanted to force his way in. What a joke, do you think that just because I'm injured, you can behave atrociously on top of my head? Even if you were given another 5,000 years, you wouldn't be qualified. Stupid thing. Since you don't want it, I'll take it myself. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Then, the giant hand reached out. The golden palm descended like the sun, bringing with it terrifying flames. The scattered cultivator of 6-paths dodged the attack. His face was gloomy. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish, I'll show you what the true 6-paths fist is, he roared and punched out. The power of the 6-paths seemed to be able to engulf reincarnation. It had to be said that the scattered cultivator of 6-paths was really strong. This was a peerless fist technique. Lin Xian wasn't afraid. He used the skywalk step, constantly swaying. A peerless fist technique. It's a pity that it was used like this by you. Damn brat. The scattered cultivator of 6-paths clenched his teeth. His opponent's movement technique was too strange. He clenched his teeth and said, "What? You don't dare to fight me head-on, look at my ultimate technique, eternal destruction." His fist carried with it the phantom of 6 worlds, directly enveloping Lin Xian. Go to hell, brat, he hadn't used this attack when he faced Demon Shine. In his opinion, he just didn't want to risk his life against Demon Shine. Otherwise, even if he used eternal destruction, it would be difficult for him to resist. This brat in front of him was even more impossible to resist. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The 6 phantoms swallowed everything. The scattered cultivator of 6-paths laughed with satisfaction. Is this your eternal destruction? It's only SOSO. A calm voice came from the front. What? The scattered cultivator of 6-paths pupils shrank. You're not dead? How is this possible? Is he not afraid of samsara? His eyes widened. A light cut through the void. He saw Lin Xian standing in the middle of the six phantoms, opening up an independent space. The scattered cultivator of six past power couldn't even get close to him. A golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes, and a terrifying phantom appeared. Let me show you what the true power of samsara is, samsara steel. The eye technique in Lin Xian's eyes completely erupted. The power of samsara swept out, directly tearing apart the phantoms of the six worlds. They turned into two steels, suppressing forward. In an instant, the scattered cultivator of six past soul was severely injured. He spat out blood, his face full of horror. The power of samsara, damn it, how can you have this power? He had gone crazy. This was something only the six paths gate had. No, his face was full of shock. Lin Xian used his eyes to release the power of samsara. Could it be that he had Rinnegan? Thinking of this possibility, his scalp went numb. He finally understood why Lin Xian attacked him. The six paths gate was known as the six paths body. As for the Rinnegan that was related to the soul, it was a different branch. After all, the great sage of Kuan and the great sage of Qian had different developments, and they were mortal enemies. Both wanted to take the others. Now, he was a member of the Six Paths Gate, and Lin Xian had a terrifying eye technique and a power of samsara. He was obviously a descendant of the great sage of Qian. Damn it, the eye of samsara has appeared. He had to quickly inform the sect and hunt down Lin Xian. Thinking of this, he turned around and fled. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Lin Xian stood on the cliff and looked into the distance. Terrifying flames erupted from his eyes. He formed a hand seal and activated his heavenly secret technique. The fire of samsara. Buzz, the terrifying soul fire floated out and instantly enveloped the other party. The next moment, the scattered cultivator of six paths screamed in the air. His body was twisted. His body was not injured, but his soul was severely injured. Damn it! Lin Xian used the power of samsara. He could only use the power of samsara to block it. Although his soul was not as strange as Lin Xian's, he had cultivated the six paths fist. The fist technique could be used to create six worlds. It turned into Lin Xian, trying to save his life. As expected, the power of Lin Xian blocked Lin Xian's soul fire. The scattered cultivator of six paths' face was pale, and his expression was ferocious. You almost killed me. I didn't expect you to have cultivated the power of samsara to such a level. Unfortunately, you're too young. If I give you another few hundred years, I won't be able to escape. Can't stop you? Lin Xian laughed. You're too naive. Do you think I only have the Rinnegan as a trump card? Six Paths' pupil shrank. Could it be that Lin Xian had an even more powerful trump card? He didn't believe it. What a bluff. Lin Xian said, you were already no match for me when I had yet to break through, let alone now. Back then? Six Paths was stunned. Did he know Lin Xian before? Right, you still don't know who I am. My name is Lin Xian, and I have another title, Mad God. What? You're Mad God? Six Paths exclaimed. He couldn't believe it. How could he not know this name? Back then, he had been suppressed by Mad God. He had thought of countless possibilities. Mad God should be an expert of the older generation, but he had never thought that he would be a young man. Damn it, I don't believe it. Six Paths roared and flew into the sky. He wanted to escape. Lin Xian was too terrifying. You want to leave? Lin Xian waved his hand, and the heaven-devouring jar flew out. A terrifying black vortex swept down from the sky. Get lost. Six Paths roared and punched out, trying to break the vortex. However, he found that he couldn't do it. What is this? He was shocked. Lin Xian had a trump card, and it was extremely powerful. Could it be that he was really Mad God? Thinking of this possibility, he despaired. This was his nightmare. He felt as if his entire body was about to be swallowed by the black jar. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Before he broke through, Six Paths was already no match for him. Now that he had broken through, how could Six Paths resist him? Devour. With a roar, the heaven-devouring jar's power erupted, and the sky darkened. With a whoosh, Six Paths was swallowed. Lin Xian waved his hand and recalled the sky-swallowing jar. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. His figure flickered, and he returned to the sect. He went into seclusion in his spiritual abode. This time, he had killed 2 powerful great sages in a row, which gave him a lot of rewards. With a wave of his hand, he first took out Demonshine's storage ring. There were many magic crystals and magic stones, all of which were used to cultivate the Devil Dao. Then, Lin Xian's eyes shone with understanding. When he had destroyed the other party's soul, he had investigated at once. It was all for the sake of collecting the light of the demonic gods, the cultivation method of this divine ability. When he saw the light of the demon god, he was also greatly surprised. It was a very powerful divine ability that Lin Xian could cultivate. Logically speaking, the further one progressed, the harder it would be to cultivate. Many powerful saint kings, and even the great sage, would cultivate a small number of specific laws. Because his energy was limited. However, Lin Xian didn't care at all. He had the great dragon sword spirit, so he didn't need to worry about energy. He frowned slightly. He did not know who this demon master was. Originally, he thought that it should be a mythical figure, a totem-like symbol. But later, he found out that it wasn't the case. Before he died, he said that he was the Devil Lord's disciple. Then, was this demon lord still alive? Moreover, he was probably an extremely terrifying existence even among the great sage. Could it be that he had reached the peak of the great sage, or was the demon lord just a title that was inherited by the strongest demonic cultivator in history? He didn't know any of this, he couldn't be bothered to care. After tidying up the light of the demon god, Lin Xian took out the heaven-devouring jar again and checked inside. The scattered 6-path's body had been swallowed long ago. Only his soul was left, and it was weak. If Lin Xian hadn't intentionally left his soul intact, he would have been dead long ago. The heaven-devouring jar was half an extreme weapon, and its power was definitely not something that the great sage could imagine. Seeing Lin Xian come in, the scattered 6-path soul quickly said, "Assistant, don't kill me. I'm willing to hand over the 6-path's fist." "Very good." Lin Xian nodded. The scattered 6-paths heaved a sigh of relief, but in the next moment, his soul roared crazily. "You dare to attack me?" Lin Xian's expression was cold, and an extremely terrifying reincarnation vortex appeared in his eyes. "I can let you live, but from now on, you'll only be my slave. You'll always respect me." He activated an extremely powerful reincarnation power and placed the seal of life and death. The scattered 6-path soul became extremely weak. The way he looked at Lin Xian changed. He became extremely respectful. Because now, Lin Xian could take his life with a single glance. His soul knelt down on one knee to greet his lord. Lin Xian waved his hand and released the scattered 6-path soul. Then, he said, "Go and recover on your own. I'll let you know if there's anything." Yes, the scattered 6-path soul was extremely respectful. He turned around and disappeared as a stream of light. Lin Xian didn't kill him because he was still useful. Letting him live meant that he would be his slave in the future. There were many things that he could let him do. It was equivalent to having a powerful battle servant. Then, a smile appeared on his face. The 6-path's fist was also in his hands. He had wanted this fist technique for a long time. The power of the 6-path's fist was extremely terrifying. The scattered 6-paths had been famous for many years because of this peerless fist technique. Lin Xian believed that this fist technique would become even more terrifying in his hands. Because his physique was far from what the scattered 6-paths could compare to. Moreover, the reincarnation power that he possessed was not something that the other party could imagine. Next, Lin Xian also went into seclusion. He entered the sword world and cultivated these 2 techniques with all his might. For Spirit's Valley. The 4 spirit beasts were also surprised to see that Lin Xian had cultivated 2 powerful divine abilities. How could this kid cultivate all kinds of laws and divine abilities? Could he cultivate them all? A few of them were doubtful. However, not long after, they were shocked. They found that Lin Xian had actually cultivated 2 different techniques to a certain extent. Could it be that this guy was also an expert of the demonic path? On this day, Lin Xian stopped. He felt that he could no longer improve by cultivating in seclusion. He had to find someone to practice with, but who could he find? With his current strength, It was not easy to find an opponent who was on par with him and was not in life-threatening danger. But soon, he smiled. The Sacred Abyss Tower. That place was very suitable. Lin Xian immediately set off for the Sacred Abyss Tower. Previously, he had already reached the 40th level, but he did not continue to break through to the next level. Instead, he started cultivating from the first level again. This time, it was not to increase his ranking, but to cultivate the light of the demon god and the Six Paths Fist. The Sacred Abyss Tower only recorded the highest ranking, so Lin Xian's recultivation would not affect his ranking. Just like that, he did not rest for a moment in the next few months. He did not know how many battles he had experienced. He was even covered in scars. However, Lin Xian did not use any other techniques. He used the Six Paths Fist and the light of the demon god to block. The light of the demon god could penetrate everything. The Six Paths Fist was even more terrifying as it pressed forward. Finally, Lin Xian once again relied on these two divine abilities to reach the first level. He had mastered it. Lin Xian continued to move towards the first level. When he stood on the first level, he smiled. He had completely mastered these two divine abilities. Next, he would continue to break through. This time, he had advanced by a realm. Presumably, his ranking would also increase greatly. In the main hall outside, everyone was either busy or resting. Very few people paid attention to the ranking list again. That was because the ranking on the Holy Gulf Glory ranking was stable most of the time and rarely changed. After all, it was extremely difficult to increase one's ranking. However, on this day, someone exclaimed again. Look, that mad god's ranking changed again. What? How long has it been? He's going to increase his ranking again? Is Mad God really a person? Why do I feel that it's impossible? They had never heard of Lin Xian's improvement speed. Even a young great emperor was nothing special. Mad God's ranking rose again, causing another uproar. They realized that his name had risen from the first place to the 1000th place. Heavens, he couldn't have reached the 1000th place, right? How did he do it? These people were crazy. One had to know that the vagabond Six Paths had spent a lot of effort to go from the first place to the first place. It was already so difficult to increase one's ranking, let alone the 1000th place. It was simply unimaginable. However, Mad God did it so easily. This guy was definitely an emperor's son. Someone asserted. Others nodded. Some said that it might not be so. He might be an old monster. It's very likely that he's trying to pressure us. As soon as that was said, many people nodded. They found it hard to believe that a young man could have such heaven-defying strength. All kinds of guesses about Mad God surfaced again. The vagabond Six Paths was shocked when he heard that. Mad God? He now knew that this was his master, the one who had stepped on him back then. However, he no longer felt any hatred towards the other party, only endless respect and admiration. This increase in ranking not only alarmed the surrounding challengers, but also the divine generals of the Holy Gulf Tower. Such a large increase in ranking had not happened for many years, except for the Dragon Prince and Kuan Pingzi. Could it be that he was really an emperor's son? One of the divine generals frowned. Another divine general said, "Go and investigate." However, they found that there seemed to be no clues at all. Focus on investigating. We must find him. Perhaps he's the person we're looking for. Do you want him to participate in the challenge? That's right, it's almost time for our appointment, but we don't have enough manpower. It's best to find him and let him participate in the challenge. This way, our chances of winning will be much higher. A few divine generals were whispering in the hall. They had decided that they had to find the Mad God. However, they didn't know that Mad God, also known as Lin Xian, had already received his reward and left. Just like that, he left in front of everyone. Lin Xian returned to the divine palace and entered the sword world once again. He was now filled with curiosity towards this world. In his opinion, since spiritual herbs could be planted here, could spiritual ores be planted here as well? He made various attempts. It was possible, but it could only be done within the 4 spirit mountains. After all, the earth here had already recovered its power, and there was also the dragon flame astral world in the sky. Other than that, the area around the valley was fine as well, but not outside. It seemed like the power of one world was not enough. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and took out a realm core with a wave of his hand. He had obtained this world core from the Vagabond Six Paths. Nalan Yanran had given it to the Vagabond Six Paths in order to save her life. Later on, the Vagabond Six Paths became his battle servant, and this world core also fell into his hands. It seemed that when he had time, he would have to make another trip to the universe and devour this world as well. Turn into a star. Lin Xian knew that this sword world was too mysterious. It was not something that could be restored by fusing one or two worlds. He was afraid that he would have to use countless worlds to turn into stars in order to restore the vitality of this world. Thinking of this, Lin Xian walked out. Previously, Nalan Yanran had promised him that she would give him 3 more worlds after the matter was done. Now that such a long time had passed, it should be enough. Thinking of this, Lin Xian found Nalan Liang and told him about this matter. Nalan Liang said, "Boss, don't worry, I'll take you there now." The two of them headed towards the Nalan family. Nalan Liang first brought Lin Xian to her own lineage to meet her father and grandfather. "Greetings, seniors." Lin Xian was polite. The people from the Nalan family also laughed. "Young Master Lin is too polite." Liang this child, was born slow-witted. Lin Xian laughed. "He and I are brothers, so we naturally have to advance and retreat together." Nalan Liang also said, "Grandpa, don't worry. Lin Xian is my boss. Under his leadership, I will definitely become stronger and stronger." The middle-aged man and the old man both knew about this, because the current Nalan Liang was already ranked 5th on the stars ranking. Without Lin Xian's help, it would be impossible to achieve such a ranking. "Oh right, Grandpa, young Master Lin has come for a big matter this time." Nalan Liang told him about what had happened. He had already told him about it. Now that the old man heard it, he sucked in a breath of cold air once again. Previously, he thought that his grandson was joking, but now it seemed that it was true. He said, "All right, I'll bring the elders of Yanran's family over." Nalan Liang's grandfather was the 8th elder, and Nalan Yanran's grandfather was the 5th elder. At this moment, the 1st elder held a banquet and sent people to invite the 5th elder and Nalan Yanran. Nalan Yanran's father and others were also invited. At the 5th elder's residence. The 5th elder heard the guard who came to report and nodded. "I understand. Go back and tell 8th brother that I will be there." After the guard left, a middle-aged man walked out from the back of the hall and said, "Father, why did the 8th elder invite us? Who knows what this 8th elder is up to? But other than inviting us, he also invited Yanran. Could it be related to that Lin Xian?" As for Lin Xian's matter, they had already investigated it previously. However, they realized that the results of their investigation were different from what Nalan Yanran had described. This Lin Xian was powerful, but not to such a terrifying extent. Perhaps Yanran remembered wrongly. Anyway, they were very suspicious about this matter. The 5th elder said, "Don't inform Yanran about this matter. The 2 of us will go. Should I call a few more people?" The middle-aged man was still worried, so he called a few more brothers. Just like that, a group of people headed towards the 8th elder's residence. At this moment, the 8th elder's residence was very lively. All kinds of lights lit up, and exquisite delicacies were served. He was going to welcome Lin Xian. "8th brother, your residence is so lively. Is there something big going to happen today?" A laugh was heard. Then, the 5th elder and others walked in. The surrounding young disciples, guards, and maids all bowed and retreated to the sides. The 8th elder also stood up and said, "5th brother, you are so slow." "Greetings, 8th elder." Behind him, Nalan Yanran's father and other brothers all bowed. Nalan Liang's people also bowed. "Greetings, 5th elder." "Well, we are all on the same side. Don't be so polite." The 5th elder laughed and walked forward. He held the 8th elder's hand and said, "Look at your red face. Something good must have happened." The 8th elder also laughed. He said, "5th brother, let me introduce you to someone. You will definitely be interested." 5th elder raised his eyebrows and asked, "What genius?" 8th elder smiled. "Fifth Elder, it's this young Master Lin. He's the top genius of the True Path sect." Fifth Elder pretended to be shocked and looked at Lin Xian. Then, he said, "Is that so? Seems like I'm really old. There's a new genius in the True Path sect. I always thought that the most famous people in the True Path sect were the Dragon Prince and the Dragon Prince." As soon as these words came out, Eighth Elder was stunned, and so was Nalan Liang. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Looking at the other party's attitude, there seemed to be something wrong. Nalan Liang walked out and said, "Fifth Elder, you don't know young Master Lin? How is that possible? Sister Nalan was saved because of young Master Lin." Fifth Elder was shocked again. "Oh, is that so? I really don't know. Yanran hasn't told me about it yet. If this is true, then I really have to thank this young master for his generosity." Eighth Elder's eyes lit up. Why did he feel that the atmosphere wasn't right? He quickly said, "Fifth Elder, let's talk while eating." The group of people sat down. Eighth Elder raised his cup and said, "Young Master Lin, the Nalan family wants to thank you. First, it's because of Nalan Liang. With your help, this kid's strength increased by leaps and bounds. Let me give you a toast." Then, he stood up and drank it in one gulp. Lin Xian said, "Eighth Elder, you're too polite. Nalan Liang is my brother. I should help him." Then, the Eighth Elder poured a second cup of wine and said, "The second thing is that you saved Yanran. Yanran is the #1 genius of the Nalan family. Previously, she was threatened by a mysterious expert and her life was in danger. If not for you, Yanran would have been in danger. So, Fifth Elder and I will give you a toast." Then, the Great Elder looked at Fifth Elder. However, Fifth Elder just sat there and didn't have any intention of raising his cup. This caused everyone to be stunned. Countless gazes landed on the Fifth Elder. The Fifth Elder was actually very clear in his heart. How could he not know who Lin Xian was? He had long since asked around and seen countless portraits of Lin Xian. However, he could not admit to this. Yanran agreed to give the other party 3 worlds. This was a huge amount of wealth, and the resources of these 3 worlds had to be provided by the people of their bloodline. If he gave it to the other party, his heart would bleed. Therefore, he was unwilling. Moreover, he didn't really believe that Lin Xian had the strength to kill the mysterious expert. The way he saw it, the unrestrained 6 paths and the mysterious expert were both injured, and this kid had suddenly jumped out to end the battle. In other words, the other party should be taking advantage of the situation. Another point was that Nalan Liang and this brat were brothers. Since that was the case, the stronger this brat was, the stronger Nalan Liang would be. If he grew to a certain extent, it was very likely that he would replace Nalan Yanran and become the first in the family. That way, their lineage would be greatly suppressed. He would not allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, after much consideration, he felt that he had to suppress Lin Xian. At the very least, he couldn't give them the resources of those 3 worlds. Therefore, when he heard the 8th Elder's words, he thought for a while and said calmly, "8th brother, you're being too impatient. As for Yanran's matter, I'll ask her properly when she comes back. If it's really like what you said, I'll invite young Master Lin to a banquet. It's a little too early now." "What?" The surrounding people were stunned. The 8th Elder's eyes lit up. As an old fox, he naturally knew that the 5th Elder was trying to go back on his word. The elders had always been in a competitive relationship. Previously, Nalan Yanran was the first in the family, and the 5th Elder's lineage was extremely powerful. They were so powerful that they couldn't even raise their heads. Now that Nalan Liang had found a powerful backer like Lin Xian, the 8th Elder would naturally stand on Lin Xian's side. Therefore, at this moment, he frowned and said to the 5th Elder, "5th Elder, that's not right." Nalan Liang was also there, and he saw it with his own eyes. "He can't possibly lie to you," the 5th Elder said calmly. How could he take the words of the younger generation seriously? He might be exaggerating. Moreover, how could they understand the strength of the great sage? "Are you doubting my boss's strength?" Nalan Liang was finally angry. He slammed the table and stood up. The 8th Elder shouted angrily, "Sit down, how can you speak to your 5th Elder like that?" Nalan Liang gritted his teeth and sat down, but his eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. Today, he was really too aggrieved. Fifth Elder's words are a little disappointing. Our Nalan family is a top family. If this matter is spread out, we will be laughed at. Who dares to challenge our Nalan family? Just kill him. The fifth elder exuded a domineering aura, shocking everyone. It seemed like the other party was determined not to admit it. At this moment, Lin Xian spoke. The smile on his face disappeared, and there was a trace of cold radiance in his eyes. He said coldly, "There's no need for a toast. I'm not familiar with you. However, I still have to fulfill my promise. Nalan Yenran promised to give me 3 world cores after this matter is settled. Now, hand them over." His words were incomparably cold. To be honest, he did want to make friends with the Nalan family, and even wanted the Nalan family to fight in his Divine Union camp. Before he came, he had been full of expectations. After all, he was the other party's savior. Even if the other party bargained and only gave him 2 world cores, Lin Xian felt that it was fine. However, the other party actually refused to admit that he had saved his life, and even showed a doubtful attitude. This made Lin Xian very angry. Since this was the case, Lin Xian naturally wouldn't try to rope the other party in. He would treat this debt of saving his life as a transaction. After this, there would be no more interactions. However, the fifth elder laughed when he heard this. 3 world cores? Could it be that this young master was joking? Why didn't I know about this? Could it be that you want to renege on your debt? Lin Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent once again. Not only did the other party not appreciate his kindness, but he also wanted to be ungrateful. The fifth elder said, "I've already said that Nalan Yenran didn't tell me about this. She's not in the family right now. When she returns, I'll ask her before making a decision. Young Master Lin, take your time eating. I still have some matters to attend to." With that, the fifth elder stood up. The few middle-aged men beside him followed suit. It seemed like they didn't intend to stay any longer. What? The people on the eighth elder's side were also stunned. They hadn't expected the fifth elder and the others to go back on their word. Damn it, this is too despicable. Nalan Liang roared. Was this his fifth grandpa? How embarrassing. Lin Xian also stood up and said coldly. Where's Nalan Yenran? Ask her to come and see me. The fifth elder stopped in his tracks, and Nalan Yenran's father also turned his head. Nalan Yenran wasn't in the family. She was out on a mission. She might return in a few months or a few years. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes became colder and colder. He said coldly. Nalan Yenran was the one who asked for the 3 world cores, and the price was to buy her life. I saved her life, so I have to get the 3 world cores. Otherwise, Lin Xian didn't continue. The people around him sucked in a breath of cold air. The middle-aged man in front of him shouted angrily, "Kid, are you threatening me? If you understand it as a threat, then it's fine. Since I can save her life, I can take it. That's all I have to say. I want to see 3 realm cores within a month." With that, Lin Xian waved his sleeve and rushed into the sky, turning into a sword light and disappearing. The people on the 8th elder's side were stunned, while the people on the 5th elder's side were furious. Nalan Yenran's father snorted, "You dare to threaten us? You don't know what's good for you." The 5th elder said coldly, "Let's go." They didn't care about the words of a young man. The Nalan family had seen many storms, but they had never been threatened by a young man. The 5th elder and the others left with cold smiles. Nalan Liang roared, "What elder? Embarrassing, how could the family have such a despicable person? Liang don't be rude." The 8th elder scolded. Then he said, "Fifth elder was indeed in the wrong, why don't I go and persuade him again? You should go and persuade young Master Lin, maybe Yenran really didn't say anything. How could he take it?" Nalan Liang said, "Grandpa, we're not fools, Nalan Yenran was saved, how could she not say anything? Back then, I was called over by the 5th elder for questioning. They asked me a lot of information about Boss Lin. Now they're playing dumb. I think they just don't want to give up the 3 world cores. But just wait, they'll regret it." Nalan Liang's father also frowned, "You think too highly of young Master Lin. He's powerful, but can he shake the Nalan family? Father, Grandpa, you don't know how powerful young Master Lin is. There are some things I can't tell you now. But let me remind you, don't ever offend him, take it as my grandson begging you. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial place. Just wait, Nalan Yenran will soon be out of luck. The 8th patriarch sucked in a cold breath. It seemed like he had to investigate this Lin Xian thoroughly. He looked at his grandson and said, "Don't worry, we will definitely support you. We will stand on young Master Lin's side." This made Nalan Liang heave a sigh of relief. He knew that Lin Xian was not only a disciple of the Tao sect. His opponent was the Mad God. That was someone who was ranked 1000 on the honor roll. It had only been a few years, and he had already reached that rank. His talent wasn't any weaker than the disciples back then. Would anyone who provoked such a person have a good ending? So what if the Nalan family is powerful? Nalan Liang was very clear about this. One had to know that he was also a young genius, so how could he not understand such a small matter? At the same time, he was also puzzled. Had the 5th Elder's people really gone mad? In fact, he couldn't be blamed for being puzzled because what Lin Xian had done was too shocking. Nalan Liang had stayed by Lin Xian's side for a long time. He knew a little about Lin Xian's background, which was why he trusted him so much. The others, including the 8th Elder and the others, were also skeptical. If Lin Xian was the emperor's son, it wouldn't be surprising for him to do such a thing. However, Lin Xian wasn't. That was why they were suspicious. Nalan Liang shook his head, said goodbye to his father, and hurried back to the Tao sect. After returning, he found Lin Xian and said, "Boss Lin, I didn't know this would happen. Please punish me." Lin Xian said, "It has nothing to do with you. Also, it's best for your family to distance themselves from Nalan Yenran. I know this. I've already told my grandfather, and they are all on your side. Also, my grandfather will persuade the 5th Elder. Maybe things will turn around. I hope so. However, I'll only give her 1 month. This is the final deadline." Lin Xian didn't have much hope. Thus, he started to contact the dark red divine dragon and prepared to set up the array formation. This time, they weren't dealing with 1 or 2 experts, but an entire family. Although it wasn't the entire Nalan family, the power of that lineage couldn't be underestimated. They might even become enemies with the entire Nalan family. Therefore, Lin Xian had to be well prepared. The current divine union wasn't just made up of the few of them at the start. It had already accommodated a few hundred people. These people weren't weak. They were good at fighting and had great strength. They also had the support of their families and sections. Once Lin Xian used all his strength, this power would be unimaginably strong. The dark red divine dragon and Fu Hongya had already started to gather power and provide powerful resources. They had even set up many array formations. Lin Xian waited patiently. Nalan Liang kept running back to the family to ask for news. More than 20 days had passed, but there was still no news from the 5th Elder. Nalan Yenran didn't seem to appear either. The 8th Elder, Nalan Liang, and the others sighed. They knew that there was no turning back. Finally, a month's time was up. Lin Xian stood up. Since the other party wasn't willing to give it to him, he would take back what belonged to him personally. On the other side, at the Nalan family, the 5th Elder and the others sneered. A month's time was up. What could he do? Nalan Yenran's father said. If he dares to make a move on us, we'll cripple him. Yenran has been cultivating in seclusion. Let her go out. The Sky Sect Xianxia has been looking for her for a gathering. He has already come several times. I've already rejected him. This time, I can't reject him again. The 5th Elder said. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. This Xianxia wasn't bad. He was from the Xianxia family, which was the ancient tribe. His status was enough to match Yenran. More importantly, he was stronger than Yenran and the Xianxia family. Moreover, he was the personal disciple of an elder. His status in the heavenly sect was extraordinary. If Yenran could become his cultivation partner, she might have a chance to become the disciple of an elder. By then, Yenran would definitely soar to the sky. Father, you might be the next clan leader of the Nalan family. The 5th Elder laughed. Proudly. However, he still said, "Don't talk about things that haven't happened yet." "Father, don't worry. I know. But I'll go and inform Yanran. We must get on Xingtian's good side." Moon Spirit Valley. Holy Abyss Ancient City was a very famous place. The scenery here was very beautiful, especially when it was late. There would be even more heaven and earth anomalies. Every night, one could see immortals flying under the moon. Therefore, this place was extraordinary. Countless experts and geniuses gathered for banquets. At this moment, there was a banquet in the Moon Spirit Valley. Those who came were all top-notch geniuses. Their identities and strengths were frighteningly high. The host of the banquet was Xingtian family, a top genius of the ancient tribe. At the same time, he was also an expert on the Xian ranking of the heavenly sect. More importantly, he was the personal disciple of an elder. With such identities added together, their appeal was terrifying. Nalan Yanran stood in front of the snow maple tree in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking about. Today, she was specially dressed. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens, causing countless people to look up to her. Many young geniuses had fiery eyes, but after asking around, they gave up. Not many people dared to have any ideas. This was because they knew that this event was specially organized by Sacred Sky for Nalan Yanran. "Little sister Yanran, what are you thinking about?" A few geniuses of the Sky sect walked over and asked with a smile. The snow maple tree swayed, and countless leaves fell, turning into the law of snow that swept through the world. This scene was exceptionally beautiful. Nalan Yanran turned around and smiled. "Senior sister, don't think too much. You don't have to worry about the family matters. You, young Master Xingtian, he spent a lot of effort for you, but you didn't even thank him." "That's right, don't let senior brother Xingtian wait too long." "Senior sister, don't make fun of me." Nalan Yanran blushed, but soon, she picked up a cup of spirit wine and walked forward. "Senior brother Xingtian." A tall man turned around. He was wearing battle armor that bloomed with multicolored light, looking extraordinarily mighty. It was the outstanding genius, Sacred Sky. He smiled. "Junior sister Yanran, how are you? Are you in a better mood? Thank you for your concern, senior brother." "I'm much better." "Oh right, senior brother, have you heard anything about that person?" The person she was talking about was naturally Lin Xian. Previously, Lin Xian had saved her life, and she had promised him 3 world cores. Later, when Lin Xian had come to her family, her grandfather had asked her to go into seclusion. Nalan Yanran also knew about the situation after that. Her grandfather had directly rejected Lin Xian, saying that he wouldn't give him 3 more world cores. And Lin Xian had said that he would come and get it himself a month later. This made Nalan Yanran uneasy. After all, she had seen Lin Xian kill Mo Guang with her own eyes. That kind of strength had frightened her. The scene of that day was deeply imprinted in her mind, and she couldn't forget it. Thinking of him, Nalan Yanran couldn't help but feel terrified. This was also the reason why she couldn't feel at ease. Xingtian smiled. "So that was the reason. Yanran, don't worry. That brat is nothing to be afraid of. Let me tell you." As he spoke, he pulled Nalan Yanran to sit under a tree on the snowy peak. Xingtian said. Lin Xian was a disciple of the Tao sect. He had joined a few years ago and had shocked the world. He had established the divine union in the Tao sect and even fought against the Dragon Palace. But from what I see, it's just that. He is a top genius, but he is too reckless. He challenged Dragon Palace. Do you think he will have a good ending? The Dragon Palace was founded by the Imperial Prince. At present, the Dragon Prince would not care about such ants. However, if he really got angry one day, he could destroy them with a single finger. Furthermore, I've also managed to find out more about him. He had come from Grand Clarity Ancient City, where he had also set off a storm. However, that was not his power. It was the power of the Heavenly Court. He only knew someone from the Heavenly Court. So what if he was from the Heavenly Court? The Heavenly Court had already been destroyed 10,000 years ago. Even if it wasn't dead, its vitality would be greatly damaged. Moreover, that was the Grand Clarity Ancient City, and this was the Holy Abyss Ancient City. The difference between the two was like night and day. More importantly, I heard that he was from the immortal burial ground. He was judged by the Purple Mansion sect to not be tolerated by the heavens and earth, and had no future. There was nothing to worry about such a person. Nalan Yenran knew some of the previous news, but she had never heard of the latter few. Someone from the immortal burial ground, was he really the kind of person that heaven and earth could not tolerate? How could my information be wrong? My Saint Heaven's clan is in Grand Clarity Ancient City, and there are even people who have interacted with him. The news came from the family, so it couldn't be wrong. Xianxia smiled. Nalan Yenran heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, Lin Xian had given her too much fear. However, when she heard that he had no future, she was secretly delighted. In other words, even though the other party was powerful now, she would be able to catch up to him in the future. She might even be able to trample on him. However, that was a matter for the future. Right now, she was still worried. Nalan Yenran said, "Senior brother, he killed an expert of the demonic path. That expert was stronger than the unaccompanied Six Paths junior sister, don't worry. I've thought about this matter. You were uneasy when you were being hunted down, so you lost your ability to judge. According to my conjecture, the unaccompanied Six Paths and the unaccompanied Six Paths were injured. However, the unaccompanied Six Paths was injured externally, while the unaccompanied Six Paths was injured internally. At that time, the unaccompanied Six Paths was forcefully holding on for the sake of deterrence. At that time, Lin Xian might have realized the problem, so he jumped out and used some strength to kill the unaccompanied Six Paths. He was just taking advantage of the unaccompanied Six Paths. If the unaccompanied Six Paths hadn't attacked first, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the unaccompanied Six Paths. If he met the unaccompanied Six Paths in a head-on battle, he would definitely die. Junior sister, you can even suppress him. Have some confidence. However, I'm still afraid." Nalan Yenran was nervous. Xianxia took the opportunity to grab Nalan Yenran's hand and said, "Junior sister, don't worry. If he really dares to come, I'll help you." There was a hint of arrogance in his eyes. His strength was terrifying. In addition, he was the personal disciple of an elder, and his master was an elder of the heavenly sect. He could do whatever he wanted in the heavenly sect. Therefore, he didn't care about Lin Xian at all. "Are you guys talking about Lin Xian?" Qing Feng walked over and asked in a deep voice. "So it was Fairy Feng." Xianxia stood up and smiled. "Fairy Feng, do you know Lin Xian?" Qing Feng shook her head. She didn't know him, but she had seen him a few times. "That's good. Since Lin Xian dared to threaten junior sister Yenran, I won't let him off." Qing Feng was stunned. Won't let Lin Xian off? She knew that Xianxia was strong, but how strong could he be? He was only on par with them. She had seen Lin Xian's strength before. He had completely suppressed her and Bai Lifei. How could Xianxia fight against such a person? She was also acquainted with Xianxia. Tian. Just as she was about to persuade him, a cry came from the front. Countless rays of light danced in the air. Xianxia smiled. "Junior sister Yenran, come quickly. This is the gift I prepared for you." There was an orchid blooming in front of them. It shone with a cold light. It was beautiful. Xianxia pulled Nalan Yenran to the front and said, "This is called the Dark Night Orchid. It blooms once a year. I found it especially for you. Today, we'll witness its blooming together." It was so beautiful. Nalan Yenran finally smiled. It seemed that the threat of Lin Xian had disappeared. Qing Feng shook her head and sighed as she looked at the scene. How could Nalan Yenran still be smiling? Did she really think that the sacred sky could protect her? At this moment, another tall figure walked to Qing Feng's side. It was Bai Lifei. Bai Lifei said. Lin Xian would not let this go. Qing Feng nodded. That was true. Lin Xian dared to challenge the Dragon Palace, not to mention the Nalan family. A storm was about to break out. "Aren't you going to persuade her?" Bai Lifei said. Qing Feng shook her head. "Do you think it would be useful for me to persuade her?" They had heard a little about Nalan Yenran. Since Nalan Yenran had seen Lin Xian's strength with her own eyes, How were they going to persuade her now that she was suspicious? Some geniuses laughed beside Xingtian and Nailin Yanran. Fairy Yanran, no matter what difficulties you have, just tell Xingtian. Xingtian would definitely be able to take care of everything. That was for sure. Xingtian's master was an elder of the heavenly sect. Moreover, we will support Fairy Yanran. Nailin Yanran was relieved when she heard this. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, would he be able to fight against the people around her? The smile on her face became even more beautiful. She was admiring the dark orchid in front of her. Dao sect, God abode. The toad jumped over and said, "Kid, I have news about Nailin Yanran." Where was she? Lin Xian opened his eyes. A month was up. There was no need for him to hold back. The toad said, "Moon Spirit Valley. This is the mark on the map." He sent out a ray of light and it turned into a map of the ancient city. Lin Xian looked at it and nodded. He then flew into the sky. His speed was extremely fast. He even summoned the void beast to open a space tunnel, allowing him to teleport. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Was the Moon Spirit Valley in front of him? Lin Xian stood high up in the 9 heavens and saw the scene of immortals flying under the moon. He was extremely shocked. It was truly a mystical place. It had been a month and they were still in the mood to play here without giving him the 3 world cores. It seemed that the other party had made up his mind not to give it to him. Lin Xian descended and walked towards the Moon Spirit Valley in big strides. "Stop, who are you? Do you have an invitation?" There were a few hundred figures outside the Moon Spirit Valley. These were the battle servants brought by the geniuses inside. They're outside, responsible for the safety of the whole valley. When they saw Lin Xian walking toward them, the 2 battle servants immediately went up to him and said in a cold voice, "I don't have an invitation, but I do have this." Lin Xian's eyes blossomed with an extremely terrifying radiance. In an instant, the 2 battle servants' bodies shook, and confusion appeared in their eyes. With a plop, he fell to his knees. "Not good, the enemy is attacking." Several hundred battle servants shouted angrily, wanting to attack. However, Lin Xian activated his eye technique with all his might. Samsara spring and autumn, between heaven and earth, a pair of golden eyes looked down. The battle servants felt a huge impact on their souls. "Not good. Close your eyes. Don't look." It was an illusion. They wanted to roar, but no sound came out. Even if they closed their eyes, it was useless. Lin Xian directly attacked their souls. The few hundred battle servants were all enveloped, and their souls entered an illusion world. There, they would be reincarnated 100 times. The battle servants stood there, turned into statues, and their eyes were filled with pain. Lin Xian casually walked past these people, and no one was able to stop him. Just like that, he entered the valley. There were quite a few people inside, and each of them had a powerful aura. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with a golden radiance, and he instantly stared at Nailin Yanran. The next moment, he smiled. "Fairy Nailin, you're in a good mood. Didn't your grandfather say that you were out on a mission? What, you have time to admire flowers here?" Lin Xian's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Immediately, many people were shocked and turned around. Nailin Yanran's pupils shrank, and her body trembled. The smile on her face froze. Did the enemy find her? Sacred Sky frowned when he saw this scene. He turned around, and a cold radiance burst out from his eyes. Dozens of large cracks appeared in the sky. He looked at Lin Xian. In an instant, everyone in the valley looked over. "It's this kid, who is he? Is he here to pursue Nailin Yanran? Does he want to compete with Sacred Sky?" Ridiculous. Lin Xian ignored these discussions and walked towards Nailin Yanran. "Stop. Who are you? You look unfamiliar, we didn't invite you." A man in purple armor shouted coldly. "You're quite bold, to dare to barge into the Moon Spirit Valley? Men!" He let out a loud shout. But after waiting for a long time, no one rushed in. This surprised him. The others were also in an uproar. What's going on? Where are the battle servants outside? They all summoned them, but found that not a single battle servant came in. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that this kid did it? They all stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "Don't be nervous, I'm not here for you, I'm here for her." Nalan Yenran, Fairy Nalan, do you still remember our agreement? What agreement? Brat, don't speak without thinking. Xing Tian also stepped forward and said coldly. Lin Xian ignored him. Nalan Yenran, you promised to give me 3 world cores when I saved you. Are you going back on your word now? 3 world cores. Countless people were shocked. This was a shocking amount of wealth. Everyone was stunned. To be honest, they knew that something had happened to Nalan Yenran, but they didn't know the details. So they had never heard of the agreement of 3 world cores. Now that Lin Xian said it, they were all shocked. No way, Fairy Nalan really agreed to give him 3 world cores? What a joke, who is this kid? Is he asking for too much? How could Nalan Yenran agree to such an unreasonable request? Nalan Yenran's face became incomparably pale. Ever since she found out that her grandfather had rejected Lin Xian, she had been worried that Lin Xian would come looking for her. She didn't expect that it would finally happen today. Would she really be able to stop him? At this moment, Sacred Sky held her hand and smiled. Don't worry, I'm here. He walked out with a gloomy expression. Kid, I don't know who you are, but with your status, how could you know Yenran? It's even more impossible for her to agree to 3 world cores. I suspect that you're just here to cause trouble. Do you think Yenran is someone you can provoke? Men, get him out. I don't want an ant here to ruin Yenran's good mood. The purple-robed man walked out and said coldly, Kid, did you hear that? Get lost. Today, young Master Xianxia invited all the top geniuses. You're just an ant and you don't have the right to be here. Lin Xian stared at the purple-robed man and laughed. Others might not know, but someone like you is worthy of being called a top genius. Since when were the top geniuses so cheap? Kid, are you challenging me? Do you want to die? Feng Mo's body emitted a cold killing intent, and the surrounding space cracked. Lin Xian looked at him and laughed. Are you from the Sky Sect? If Kuanpingzi was here, he would have the right to say that. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian's eyes exploded with a terrifying light as he used his eye technique. Feng Mo's pupils shrank as he felt his soul being torn apart. His entire face was contorted with rage. Damn it. He was too careless. He didn't expect Lin Xian's soul to be so strong. He wanted to resist, but it was too late. A powerful soul intent pressed down on his soul, causing him to kneel on the ground. The ground was shattered, and countless cracks appeared. Lin Xian's lips curled up as he looked ahead. Oh, aren't you a top-notch genius? Why are you kowtowing to me? Aren't you being too polite? Ah. Feng Mo was so angry that he vomited blood. He gritted his teeth and roared, Damn kid, you dare to sneak attack me with your soul, go to hell. He waved his hand, and a purple lightning bolt flew out from his sleeve. It turned into a purple qilin and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian laughed coldly and didn't move. When the purple lightning bolt arrived, he stretched out 2 fingers and pinched it. With a crack, the terrifying lightning bolt shattered. Lin Xian pointed forward. Light of the demon god. The black light seemed to have come from the demon world and directly pierced through Feng Mo's head. Feng Mo's body was torn apart, and his soul was nailed to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Feng Mo was severely injured. The expressions of the surrounding people changed, especially those beside Xingtian. They all roared in anger. Brat, are you courting death? Another figure walked out. This person was surrounded by terrifying flames. How dare you attack my Sky Sect? You must be tired of living. His palm turned into a flaming heavenly steel and pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian flicked his finger, and another ray of demonic light flew out of the flames. The heavenly steel shattered, and that person spat out large mouthfuls of blood as if he was struck by lightning. The reincarnation steel, Lin Xian used his eye technique, and a heavenly soul steel appeared to suppress him. With a plop, the man fell to his knees again, his body trembling. The others were shocked. Their bodies stopped in midair. The other party was too terrifying. Lin Xian didn't let the 2 of them off either. Wherever his gaze passed, their souls burned. One by one, they were sent flying while vomiting blood. The surrounding people were stunned. This kid was too strong. With just a few simple moves, he had seriously injured the experts of the Sky sect. Nalan Yanran's eyes narrowed. How strong? She felt that Lin Xian was even more terrifying than before. She was regretting it now. Perhaps she really should have given him 3 world cores. However, this was her grandfather's decision. Moreover, she had regretted it back then. She really didn't know what to do now. Lin Xian stepped on the people who were kneeling on the ground and walked over, stomping their heads into the ground. Then, he came in front of Nalan Yanran and smiled. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to give me 3 world cores or not? Me? Nalan Yanran was conflicted. She didn't want to give them, but she was afraid. Xing Kong, who was standing at the side, stood in front of Nalan Yanran and said. Brat, aren't you being too arrogant? Today is my banquet, and you came to injure my people. Are you looking down on the Sky sect? Now, kneel obediently and kowtow to me. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life. Also, you'd better disappear from where Yanran is in the future. She's not someone you can challenge. Xing looked down at Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at him and asked indifferently, Who do you think you are? Tell me, I don't kill nameless people. I'm Xing clan. Lin Xian frowned. How dare you? Someone beside him shouted. Xing is an expert on the Xian ranking. He's a top genius and the personal disciple of the Sky Sect's elder. How can an ant like you compare to his status? Someone snorted from afar. Lin Xian didn't even turn his head. He threw out the 6 Dao strikes. This punch seemed to be able to turn the world around. The person who spoke was turned into a bloody mist. This time, not even his soul was left behind. His body and soul were destroyed. The people around felt their scalps go numb. They were terrified. This guy is too arrogant. He killed a genius with a single punch. Lin Xian retracted his fist and shouted coldly. Some people don't understand what I'm saying. If you're not convinced, you can continue to be arrogant in front of me. I'll send you to hell. At this moment, Lin Xian was extremely domineering. How dare you kill him? Xing was completely enraged. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Lin Xian said coldly. So you're from the Xing clan. But you're not qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Even the patriarch of your Holy Heavens clan would have to give me some face when standing in front of me, let alone you. Get lost. If you dare to stop me again, I'll send you to hell. Countless people were shocked. Xing went crazy. How dare Xing look down on the clan leader of the Xing clan? Preposterous. Yanran, step back. I'll suppress him. Xing was really angry. Be careful. He's very strong. Nalan Yanran was nervous. The others also stepped back. Xing face was cold. Don't worry. No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to defeat me. With that, he waved his hand and slapped out a heavenly diagram. It was the heavenly diagram. It seemed like he was going to kill Xing. Lin Xian punched out with his left fist. 6-path fists, his fist was unstoppable. Not only did it have the physique of the 9-yang divine body, but it also had the terrifying power of the 6-path fists. Countless people were shocked. They didn't know what the outcome would be. Some people said that Xingtian's killing intent was the ultimate technique of their clan. The heavenly diagram could seal the heavens and earth. Xingtian couldn't resist it. In the next instant, the two collided. Xingtian thought so too. He thought that Xingtian wouldn't die if he attacked. However, he regretted it when his fist collided with Xingtian's. Xingtian's fist was too terrifying. It was like a fist god. Xingtian's entire palm trembled. It felt like his entire body was going to split apart. Damn it, I don't believe it. Suppress him, Xingtian roared. His right palm bloomed with dazzling light. Endless great Dao descended. The sage sky map shattered and sage blood dripped down. Many people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was completely different from what they had expected. Xingtian's face was even more ferocious. He quickly retreated and his palm returned to normal. Good lad, I have underestimated you. I did not expect you to have such a strong physique. However, you have underestimated me. Let me show you what a true expert is, Xianxia shouted angrily. Boundless light shone from his back and formed a sky map. Terrifying Daos danced on it. The entire area became oppressive. Everyone felt that their souls and blood were about to be sealed. It was terrifying. They tried their best to retreat. In the distance, Qing Feng and Bai Lifei's eyes flickered. Lin Xian is here again. Bai Lifei clenched his fists. That punch was too terrifying. Lin Xian's strength has increased too much. I have no confidence in winning. Previously, Bai Lifei had lost to Lin Xian twice. Naturally, he had to cultivate crazily. Now that his strength had increased, he wanted to challenge Lin Xian again. However, when he saw Lin Xian's punch, his confidence was shattered again. Qing Feng smiled wryly. Why did she feel that this guy was so strange? How did he increase his strength? Even as a member of the Phoenix race, she did not have the right to face Lin Xian. She sighed. The holy Sky sect was probably going to suffer. When the surrounding people heard Qing Feng's words, they were stunned. Xingtian was going to be miserable? How is that possible? Given Xingtian's strength, even if he was injured previously, it must have been due to carelessness. Now that he had used his full strength, how could he lose to Lin Xian? Xingtian turned into a bolt of lightning and carried the sky map on his back. He took a step forward and the earth shook. Seal, his palms formed a seal and the sky map on his back surged out. It carried an ancient and mysterious aura. Countless seals appeared around Lin Xian. He felt that the space around him was solidifying and was about to be completely suppressed. His body shook and he used the heavenly walk step. He disappeared in a flash of light. His original location was sealed and he had appeared in another location. The six paths fist attacked. It's useless. You're no match for me. Sacred Sky was emotionless, and the sky diagram behind him shone even brighter. He actually dared to attack head-on? When he saw Lin Xian charging straight at him, he didn't even try to dodge. His heavenly map descended and transformed into 16 heavenly steels. He wanted to suppress them in one fell swoop. Lin Xian brandished his fists continuously, displaying an indomitable will. Boom, the 16 heavenly steels shook violently. Cracks appeared on them, and they suddenly split apart. How could this be? Countless people were terrified. Xingtian Kong spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying, his expression extremely ugly. He had already done his best, yet he was still unable to do anything to the other party. Light of the demon god, Lin Xian spread out his 10 fingers, releasing a terrifying demonic light. Holy Sky used all of its power to block half of the attack. However, the other half pierced through his body. Half of his body shattered and turned into a bloody mist. Lin Xian took a step forward and arrived in front of Nalin Yanran like a bolt of lightning. I've already given you many chances, but you still don't repent. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. What do you want? Nalin Yanran was terrified. She didn't even have the courage to attack. Lin Xian said coldly. I saved your life back then, and I can take your life today. Your life is in my hands, not the heavens. With that, Lin Xian attacked with lightning speed. Damn it! Nalin Yanran roared and attacked crazily, striking out with a peerless attack. However, it was useless in front of Lin Xian. Boom, a piercing sword light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes, directly splitting apart all the divine abilities. A black jar appeared in his hand. It floated up and down and directly swallowed Nalin Yanran. No way, Nalin Yanran was suppressed in an instant. Countless people were shocked. Lin Xian's methods were too terrifying. Damn it, let Nalin Yanran go. Xingtian roared. He had already recovered his physique, and he attacked again. This time, he took out a scroll that emitted an extremely terrifying great Tao. Could it be the sacred weapon of the Sacred Heavens clan, the heavenly map? Countless people were shocked. No, it was a replica of the sacred weapon, and its power was no weaker than the great sage weapon. It seemed that this time, he had to use his trump card. With such a weapon, he wouldn't be defeated again. Xingtian's expression was ferocious as he used the heavenly map to attack. The power of the heavenly map was several times stronger than before. Lin Xian's face was completely gloomy. He put away the heaven-devouring jar, and his eyes were filled with extremely terrifying killing intent. I've already spared you several times because you're from the Sacred Heavens clan, but you still don't repent. Since that's the case, I'll send you to hell. Lin Xian waved his hand, and a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared. Slash, with a slash of the sword, the power in his body disappeared instantly, and this slash was enough to split the heavens and earth. The entire Moon Spirit Valley shook nonstop. Countless people were terrified. After this slash, the heavenly map was split into two. Xianxia's body stopped in place, and his eyes were wide open. The light was disappearing. He couldn't believe it. You dare to kill me? He spat out a few words with great difficulty, and then his body split apart. Was he dead? Countless people were stunned. That was Xianxia. He was a top genius of the Sacred Heavens clan, and the personal disciple of an elder of the heavenly sect. Even if the other great sage weapons could defeat Xianxia, they wouldn't dare to kill him. But now, this kid in front of them didn't hold back at all and directly destroyed Xianxia. Wasn't he afraid of the Sacred Heavens clan's revenge? Wasn't he afraid of the heavenly sect's elders? However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. He kept the dragon-shaped sword shadow and said coldly. He told the Nalan family's fifth elder that if he wanted Nalan Yanran's life, he would have to offer 0 world cores. After saying that, Lin Xian's body flashed, and he disappeared from the world. The surrounding people went crazy. Didn't he say 3 world cores before? Why did it become 0 world cores? Qing Feng sighed. Since he dared to provoke Lin Xian, he had to pay 10 times the price. Everyone's scalps went numb. Someone looked at Qing Feng and said, Fairy Feng, you seem to know this person very well. Who is he? How can he be so powerful? Countless people were terrified. Those from the heavenly sect gritted their teeth as they looked at Xianxia's body, and their scalps went numb. They knew that a huge storm was coming. They had to find out who exactly that brat was. Qing Feng said, Don't you know? He's Lin Xian of the True Dao sect. He was Lin Xian, who had challenged the Dragon Palace, killed the Dragon Prince's clone, and established the Divine Union to compete with the Dragon Palace. This guy had such a shocking battle record. Countless people sucked in a cold breath. Where did he come from? Why did it feel like he had appeared out of thin air? Lin Wudi. This name was too arrogant. Who in the world dared to claim to be invincible? However, when they thought of what Lin Fan had done, they were terrified. He even dared to kill the disciple of a Sky Sect elder. How could he not be arrogant? The people from the Sky Sect gritted their teeth. True Path Sect, Lin Wudi. We will remember this. They took Xianxia's body and left quickly. The others also left the Moon Spirit Valley and went their separate ways. The news spread quickly and many people were shocked. Someone dared to do such an arrogant thing. Was he tired of living? He killed the disciple of a Sky Sect elder. He suppressed the #1 genius of the Nalan family. What else did he want? In an instant, many people were investigating. When the Nalan family heard the news, they were stunned. Nalan Yanran was suppressed by Lin Xian? And he took her away, damn it. Nalan Yanran's father roared crazily. The fifth elder's face darkened. He had thought of countless possibilities. He had thought that Lin Xian would come knocking on his door. However, he had never thought that Lin Xian would dare to attack Nalan Yanran. Was he not afraid of his anger? This kid might just be threatening us. He wouldn't dare to do it. An expert beside him said. The others nodded in agreement. However, when they heard that Lin Xian had killed Xianxia, their faces turned green. They were all horrified. The fifth elder roared crazily. No, they had to find Yanran's whereabouts. Xianxia's status was even more terrifying than Nalan Yanran's. If Lin Fan could kill such a person, Nalan Yanran would not be able to do so. If they really angered Lin Fan, he would not show mercy. Therefore, they had to find Lin Fan quickly. When the eighth elder heard the news, he gasped. Wasn't this a little too unwise? Suppressing Nalan Yanran was understandable. However, killing Xianxia would offend the Sky Sect. Nalan Liang sighed. He did not say anything. However, he knew that Lin Xian had a nickname, Mad God. How could he be afraid of killing Xianxia? If he dared to challenge the Dragon Prince, why would he be afraid of an elder of the Sky Sect? All of a sudden, the entire Holy Abyss ancient city was talking about this matter. This was because Lin Xian was too shocking. The elders couldn't find Fairy Yanran. He couldn't find the kids' whereabouts. A series of reports could be heard coming from the fifth elder's residence. The fifth elder's face was gloomy and cold. He shattered the void with a punch. Damn it, Nalan Yanran's father asked. Were they really going to give that brat 3 world cores? What kind of joke was this? The experts at the side roared in anger. If they were threatened by a brat, they would obediently give it up. Would they still have the face to go out in the future? He would definitely become the laughingstock of the world. The fifth elder said through gritted teeth. Spread the news that we're willing to give him 3 world cores in exchange for Yanran. However, we will secretly mobilize our men and set up an inescapable net. I'll make a trip to the Sky Sect to see Elder Xianxia. Xianxia was his personal disciple, and now that he was killed, I refuse to believe that he wouldn't be enraged. If we can get Elder Xianxia to take action, it doesn't matter how talented he is. No matter how strong he is, he will still be suppressed. Hurry up and take action. The fifth elder waved his hand and the experts under him started to move. At the same time, he was also preparing to head to the Sky Sect. After the people from the Sky Sect returned, they spread the news. The entire Sky Sect was in an uproar. What a mistake, Lin Xian from the True Path Sect was too arrogant. How dare he kill a genius from the Sky Sect? Did he really think that the Sky Sect was a pushover? Let's go to the True Path Sect. They had to give him an explanation. The people from the Sky Sect were infuriated. Especially the people from the Tianshui Pavilion. The Tianshui Pavilion was backed by Tianshui Old Zhang. It was built by a group of top geniuses, including Xianxia. At the moment, these people were rushing to the True Path Sect. Lin Xian, come out and accept your death, kneel down and kowtow. Angry roars and shouts could be heard. The people from the True Path Sect were also in an uproar when they heard about this. How dare Lin Xian be so arrogant, the people from the Dragon Palace sneered. On the Divine Union's side, the dark red Divine Dragon, Fu Hongya, and the others frowned when they heard the news. However, they weren't afraid because they had already made preparations. Bai Susu also walked over and said, let's go and meet them. The people from the Divine Union walked out. When the people from the True Path Sect saw this, countless people followed. They wanted to see how this matter would develop. Bai Susu walked out and shouted coldly, what? How dare the Sky Sect be so arrogant to come to the True Path Sect and behave so atrociously? Do you think that the True Path Sect has no one? Where's Lin Xian? Tell him to come out and accept his death. He dared to kill Xianxia. He's dead meat. No one can save him. Bai Susu sneered. She asked, you said that Lin Xian killed Xianxia? Then let me ask you, did the two of them fight one-on-one? At that time, the elites from the Sky Sect didn't bully him with their numbers, right? The people from the Sky Sect snorted. How could that be? Of course it was a one-on-one battle. Bai Susu smiled. A one-on-one battle. Then what right do you have to come here? When 2 top geniuses fought, if one side fell, it would be because their skills were inferior. Why? Don't you find it embarrassing to come here? It wasn't as if an elder had killed him. This could only mean that Lin Xian was strong and Xianxia was an ant. Could it be that you want to touch the geniuses of the True Path Sect? Ask the elders of the Tao-seeking sect if they agree. The people around them were also in an uproar. How could this be? Lin Xian had actually killed Xianxia one-on-one? They were all stunned. At first, they had thought that Lin Xian would join forces with the people from the Divine Union. Now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. If that was the case, things would be different. Some people from the True Path Sect snorted. The Sky Sect was just SOSO. Xianxia was on the Xian roll, but he couldn't even beat Lin Xian. The Sky Sect must be on the decline. Damn it. The people from the Sky Sect gritted their teeth. They knew that they wouldn't get anything today. Thus, they gritted their teeth and said, just you wait. The Sky Sect won't let this matter rest. Bai Susu and the others also returned. She hurried to the core area to contact her father. She was afraid that the elders of the Sky Sect would secretly make a move. On the other side, the Nalan family also announced that they were willing to exchange 3 realm cores for Nalan Yenran. In an instant, countless people cried out in alarm as they searched for Lin Xian. After Lin Xian had killed Xing Tiankong and suppressed Nalan Yenran, he seemed to have disappeared. In the Moon Spirit Valley, there was a small black vortex inside. Within the vortex was an independent space where 2 figures stood. One of them was Lin Xian. No one expected that he hadn't left at all. He was still in the Moon Spirit Valley. This space had been opened by the Void Beast. The person standing opposite him was Nalan Yenran. Nalan Yenran's face was extremely pale. Lin Xian smiled. I just received news that your grandfather is willing to exchange 3 world cores with you. Hearing this, Nalan Yenran heaved a sigh of relief. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and exchange. She didn't want to stay by Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian sneered. How could it be so simple? Do you think I'm so easy to bully? First, you were grateful, then you betrayed me. If I was weaker, I probably wouldn't have gotten anything. 3 realm cores won't be enough to appease my fury. I'll make you pay back 10 times. Nalan Yenran's body trembled, and despair appeared in her eyes. 10 times? 0 world cores? How could her grandfather take that out? What else did she want to say? However, Lin Xian used the heaven-devouring jar to seal her, and then left the Moon Spirit Valley. Soon, Lin Xian appeared in front of the Sacred Abyss Tower. The news spread out in an instant, and countless people gathered. The people of Nalan Yenran's faction also hurried over. Nalan Yenran's father shouted angrily. Kid, where's Yenran? If you dare to hurt her, I'll destroy your soul. Lin Xian sneered. Where's the thing? Nalan Yenran's father, Nalan K, said coldly. The 3 world cores are with me. Let Yenran out first, or you can forget about getting it. Lin Xian laughed. 3 world cores? Not enough. How did you treat me before? I'll make you pay back 10 times. Hearing this, the surrounding people's faces changed. Nalan K's pupils shrank. Pay back 10 times? Is this kid crazy? Are you trying to take advantage of me? His eyes were filled with killing intent. The surrounding people were also filled with killing intent. Lin Xian sneered. Can't take it out? Since you can't take it out, why did you have to be so black-hearted? If you were a little kinder to me, today's situation wouldn't have happened. Of course, I can give you another chance. If you can't take out 10 times the world cores, then give me 3 world cores. At the same time, Nalan Yenran, you, and that 5th elder, all have to kowtow and apologize to me. Moreover, it was done in front of the entire world. Was Lin Xian a pushover? What kind of joke was this? How many terrifying existences had he battled along the way? Today, if the Nalan family didn't pay a painful price, his anger wouldn't be appeased. Brat, do you want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. Nalan Quechan stepped out and roared towards the sky. Whether it was the first condition or the second condition, he could not agree to either. Lin Xian said. Why? You want to fight? Sure, a battle of life and death, we signed a life and death contract. Nalan K gritted his teeth and prepared to fight to the death. To be honest, he couldn't figure out where the other party's confidence came from. Could it be that he was even more powerful than the 6 Paths cultivator? You don't dare? Lin Xian sneered. You're also an ant. Go back and tell the 5th elder to kneel down and kowtow to me in apology. Damn it, Nalan K was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. The people of the Nalan family were also roaring. However, no one dared to act rashly in this place. This brat was too cunning. They were incomparably depressed. They were already close to the Holy Abyss Tower. If they acted here, they would be challenging the Holy Abyss Tower and would be killed by the Divine Generals. However, they didn't leave. They couldn't let this brat escape again. There were other onlookers in the Holy Abyss ancient city. They were all discussing. This was the first time they saw such an arrogant and bold young man. At this moment, the sound of killing shook the sky in the distance. It was as if thousands of thunderbolts had descended. Lin Xian, die, the people nearby exclaimed. The people of the heavenly sect were here. This was going to be a good show. The heavenly sect was in existence even more terrifying than the Nalan family. They were one of the three great orthodoxies. The top genius of the heavenly sect, Xianxia, had died in the hands of Lin Xian. They would definitely not let this go. Brat, let's see how you're going to die. The people of the Nalan family gritted their teeth and sneered. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He didn't care at all. So what if you're from the heavenly sect? The people of the heavenly sect in front of him were filled with killing intent. They shouted coldly, "Little Zhang, get over here and die." Lin Xian sneered. Why? Can't the heavenly sect afford to lose? I'll fight Xianxia one-on-one. It's a fair fight. My cultivation is one realm lower than his. I killed him with my own strength. What's wrong with that? Those of the younger generation of the heavenly sect who have the strength to kill me, come out. If I die in battle, I won't complain. Who dares to fight with me? Lin Xian took a step forward. His voice was like thunder, shaking the surroundings. A terrifying sword intent rushed out of his body. His finger was like a sword light, pointing forward. You? 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 Dare? The people of the Sky sect were stunned and stood there in a daze. Dare they? They knew the strength of Xianxia. He was an expert on the profound ranking, the personal disciple of an elder, and had many trump cards. He even had the bloodline of the heavenly sect. Even so, he still died. Could they be a match for him? Although the person in front of them was arrogant, his strength was equally terrifying. You're really arrogant. You killed my junior brother. You can't escape death today. A cold voice sounded in the distance. But in an instant, a figure appeared in front of everyone. Countless people looked over and were shocked. It was actually him. The people of the heavenly sect also smiled. Senior brother Yi Chen, that's great. He's here. The people of the Tianshui pavilion of the heavenly sect walked up. Senior brother Yi Chen, please suppress that kid. Yes, he's too arrogant. The person who came was called Yi Chen. He was also a genius of the heavenly sect and a personal disciple of Elder Tianshui. Moreover, he was the senior brother of Xianxia. He was even stronger than Xianxia. After he arrived, he stared coldly at Lin Xian. Come out, kid. Unless you stay under the Holy Gulf Tower for the rest of your life, you can't escape death. Lin Xian sneered. You're the senior brother of Xianxia. Are you going to stand up for him? Well then, do you dare to have a life and death battle? Why wouldn't I dare? Yi Chen took a step forward. He also exuded an extremely terrifying killing intent. In a life and death battle, life and death were up to fate. It was best to kill him on the battlefield. The surrounding people exclaimed. It was unbelievable that the two sides were going to have a life and death battle. People like Yi Chen were rare geniuses. If one of them died, the loss would be unimaginable. Under normal circumstances, they would definitely not have a life and death battle, but now they had agreed. Okay, in 3 days, you and I will have a life and death battle. Lin Xian's sonorous voice spread in all directions. Yi Chen was not afraid. As you wish, I will personally avenge junior brother Xianxia. The news quickly spread. Countless people were in an uproar. Let's go and take a look. This kind of battle was incomparably shocking. Firstly, they wanted to see who the legendary arrogant Lin Xian was. Secondly, they had come because of his reputation. Yi Chen was more famous than Xianxia. He hadn't fought for many years. Now, what level had his strength reached? The news quickly spread to the Dao sect. The people in the Dao sect were also shocked and went to watch the battle. Lin Xian was now a famous person. The dark red divine dragon and the others in the divine union also received Lin Xian's message. Bai Susu went to the core area to invite her father. The levitation saint came to witness the battle. The levitation saint was also emotional. He had just met Lin Xian and had not expected this little guy to cause such a stir. To be honest, he was shocked. Both the Nalan family and the Sky sect were huge forces. Lin Xian was not afraid at all. This courage was very rare. He naturally would not refuse, so he immediately went to the sacred Gulf Tower. The Sky Sect also received the news. Countless people were shocked. When Leaf Dao Denier heard this, he was just as surprised as Xianxia. Smiling, he shook his head and prepared to watch the fight. On a mountain peak, under an ancient pine tree, there was a chessboard. Two old men were playing chess. One of them had brown hair and was wearing white robes. It was Elder Tianshui. Opposite him was Nalan Yanran's grandfather, the fifth elder. The fifth elder asked, "Brother Tianshui, are you really not going to do anything?" Elder Tianshui shook his head. "Although I am very angry, he is still a young junior. If I attack him directly, wouldn't I become the laughingstock of the world? However, don't worry, I won't let him off. I have already sent my other personal disciple, Yi Chen. He is the senior brother of the Sacred Sky Sect and is even stronger. He will be able to resolve everything." Indeed, before long, the immortal crane flew over and took human form. It knelt on one knee in the void and reported to its master that young Master Yi Chen had sent news. In 3 days, he and Lin Xian would have a battle to the death. Elder Tianshui sneered. He waved his sleeve and the immortal crane retreated. He looked at the fifth elder and said. There was no doubt that Lin Xian would die in a battle of life and death. It was obvious that he had great confidence in Yi Chen. The fifth elder also heaved a sigh of relief. With young Master Yi Chen taking action, there would be no problem. Daoist Tianshui, why don't we watch it together and be witnesses? A cold murderous intent appeared in Elder Tianshui's eyes. Even though Xianxia had just joined him not too long ago, he was still his disciple. Killing his disciple was equivalent to slapping his face. He also wanted to see how capable this Lin Xian was. How dare he be so arrogant? In 3 days, the news spread everywhere. Countless people rushed over. The people from the Dao Sect's Dragon Palace sneered and came to watch. Lan Jiu and other members of the Blue Clan also looked ferocious. They also had a grudge against Lin Sun, so they wanted to see him die with their own eyes. Needless to say, the people from the Sky Sect and the Tianshui Pavilion were also present. The Nalan family had also come. Even Nalan Liang, the eighth elder, and the others were watching anxiously. Was there really no problem? On the other side, the members of the Duga clan were also shocked when they received the news. Lin Xian was their benefactor. Dugu Xiaoyi, Old Man Dugu, and the others all rushed over. They wanted to see it with their own eyes. If Lin Xian was really in danger, their clan would definitely help. On the other side, the Fire Dragon clan and the Fire Dragon lady also came. Qing Feng, Bai Lifei, and the others all rushed over. In an instant, the winds and clouds gathered. Bai Susu, the Crimson Divine Dragon, Fu Hongye, and the others also came. The Levitation Saint came to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian stood up and cupped his fists. Greetings, Senior. Sorry for disturbing you this time. The Levitation Saint said. It's fine. This is nothing. But are you really confident? Lin Xian smiled. If Xingtian's master was here, he might be able to threaten me. But he's just a senior brother. I don't care about him. The Levitation Saint was also shocked. He had heard of Yi Chen's reputation. He was a terrifying young genius. Was Lin Xian too careless? However, he had also heard of some other legends about Lin Xian. Lin Xian could kill Xingtian, so he was definitely not weak. In the ancient city, there was a primordial battlefield that specialized in life and death battles. The Levitation Saint brought Lin Xian to the primordial battlefield. The others also followed. Countless people had already gathered around the primordial battlefield. Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back. He looked calm and didn't care about this life and death battle at all. Beside him, the people from Tianshui Pavilion and Nalan family sneered. They couldn't wait to witness this battle. Not only that, Elder Tianshui and the fifth elder also came. They sat high up in the clouds. On the other side, the eighth elder and the others frowned. Young Master Lin isn't here yet. At this moment, someone exclaimed. They're here. Countless people looked over and saw 2 figures walking in the air. It was the Levitation Saint and Lin Xian. After the Levitation Saint arrived, he said loudly, Today, I'm Lin Xian's witness. This is a life and death battle between Yi Chen and Lin Xian. No one else is allowed to interfere. If anyone secretly tries to kill Lin Xian, don't blame the Dao sect for being impolite. Countless people gasped. Some people already knew that Lin Xian was from the immortal graveyard and had no future. But for now, he was still a dazzling genius. The Dao sect would definitely protect such a person. Alright, little guy, go ahead. The levitation saint stood high up in the sky. Lin Xian's figure flashed and landed on the primordial battlefield below. He looked at Yi Chen and said, "Come. You can't wait to throw away your life, can you?" Yi Chen opened his eyes. There was a terrifying blue light in his eyes. "Then, I'll fulfill your wish." Yi Chen's body was surrounded by blue laws, forming terrifying seawater that tore through the void. The people in the distance exclaimed. Heavenly Spirit, holy water, heavens, he actually cultivated such a peerless superpower to such a level, even those older generation figures were sighing. This Yi Chen was truly incredible. Prepare to die, Yi Chen waved his hand. The Heavenly Spirit holy water turned into a huge blue sword and slashed down. "I'll kill you in one move." The Heavenly Spirit holy sword slashed down mercilessly. "Haha, that kid is dead for sure." The people from Tianshui Pavilion sneered. The people from the Nayland family were also excited. The people from the Blue family and Dragon Palace also widened their eyes. "You want to fight me with mere seawater?" Lin Xian didn't make a move. He roared at the sky. Golden flames suddenly rose from his body and swept in all directions. In an instant, the world turned into a golden ocean. It was as if thousands of suns had appeared at the same time. The light turned into golden crows and swept in all directions. The moment the holy water fell into the sea of flames, it instantly evaporated, turning into white mist that drifted in all directions. "Is this your strength? How pitiful. If you only have this level of strength, I'm afraid you can't even break through my defense." Countless people were shocked when they saw this. The Heavenly Spirit holy sword had been broken, and Lin Xian had done it without even making a move. He had done it with his aura alone. Heavens, what kind of physique is that? It's too terrifying. Yi Chen's face was full of shock. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Before he could come back to his senses, endless flames gathered on Lin Xian's body, forming a flaming sword that slashed down from the sky. "You, have a taste of my swordsmanship." 9 suns open the sky. The sword slashed down, splitting heaven and earth. How could it be so powerful? Yi Chen's face became extremely pale, and the seawater around him kept evaporating. "Damn it. I can't block it." His body abruptly retreated to the side, and it seemed that he had dodged the sword. However, he was already in an extremely sorry state, and his hair was charred black. On the other side, Lin Xian held the divine sword in his hand, looking like a peerless sword god with unparalleled divine might. With this comparison, it was obvious who was superior. The surrounding people were stunned. They had originally thought that it would be a fierce battle, and at least Lin Xian would be greatly suppressed. However, it seemed that the situation was completely different. Damn it, how could this kid be so powerful? Could it be that he was more powerful than the 6 paths itinerant cultivator? The 5th elder was dumbfounded. Elder Tianshui's face also darkened. "Chen, don't be careless." "Yes, master." Yi Chen turned his head and nodded solemnly. Then, he looked at Lin Xian. "I admit that I underestimated you. Next, I will use all of my strength. Prepare to go to hell." Heavenly water sword, he formed a blue divine sword again and held it in his hand. At the same time, a heavenly water armor appeared on his body. He looked like the god of the sea who had been resurrected. Heavenly water infinite, the entire battlefield was enveloped by the blue laws and turned into monstrous water. Other than where Lin Xian was, there were rumbling sounds everywhere. Lin Xian was like a god of war, blocking all the attacks. The flaming divine sword in his hand attacked again. The entire sea was rolling, and a vacuum appeared. Nothing could stop Lin Xian. Yi Chen retreated again, bleeding. Her face was pale. "Impossible, what kind of flame was this?" "Who are you?" he roared crazily. Even Elder Tianshui in the sky stood up. His physique, could it be? He was too shocked. This was because this scene was very similar to a legendary starry sky divine body. The others were also in an uproar. Even the Feather Saint was stunned. His eyes were emitting cold radiance. Could it be the 9-yang divine physique? His voice caused countless people to be shocked and their scalps to go numb. 9-yang divine body. Had the legendary Starry Sky divine body reappeared in the human world? This Lin Xian actually has the 9-yang divine body. No wonder he was so powerful. No wonder he was not afraid of the Skywater Saint sword. How could he have such a physique? Elder Tianshui's face turned pale. The heavenly water laws that he cultivated were most afraid of flames of extreme yang. However, those kinds of flames were extremely rare and difficult to encounter. Therefore, in his opinion, Yichen was not afraid of anything. However, he did not expect Lin Xian to have one of those extreme yang flames. The 9-yang divine fire could burn the heavens and destroy the earth. This time, Yichen met his nemesis. Stop, Yichen has lost this battle. Elder Tianshui said loudly. Countless people were in an uproar. It had not even started, but it was already over. The faces of the Nalan family members turned ashen. Below, Yichen's pupils constricted. He said, Master, I haven't lost yet. Please let me fight. As a top genius, how could he be willing to admit defeat in front of everyone? Master, have you forgotten that I still have another ultimate skill? Disciple, are you going to use that ultimate technique? No, it's too dangerous. Didn't you promise me that you won't cultivate anymore? Elder Tianshui seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils constricted. Destiny is like this. Even if I don't cultivate, it will still exist in my body. Yichen turned around. The heavenly water laws on his body disappeared and were replaced by an even more terrifying aura. It was abnormally terrifying. In the distance, the toad saw this scene and frowned. What a powerful poison. Could it be that he was a poison cultivator? The expressions of the surrounding people also changed, and they all retreated. Yichen was handsome like an immortal before, but now he was eerie and terrifying, like a demon king from hell. His handsome face began to rot, and his eyes became incomparably ashen. His fingers also grew sharp fingernails, and with a light wave, the world shattered. Elder Tianshui sighed and closed his eyes. The fifth elder and the others were shocked. What was going on? Elder Tianshui said that Yichen had won this battle. From now on, there would be no Lin Xian in the world. Countless people were shocked. Lin Xian had the 9-yang divine body. He had previously displayed a powerful aura and defeated Yichen in a few moves. Now, Elder Tianshui actually said such words. What was he relying on? Was it the strange scene in front of him, above the 9 heavens? The levitation saint also frowned when he saw this scene. He said in surprise, could it be that you have the Poison King's body? That's right. Yichen smiled sinisterly. The Poison King's body was made of 5 poisons fused into one. No one could withstand it. Kid, this is my biggest secret. I might not have revealed it in my entire life. But in order to kill you, I have revealed my greatest trump card. From now on, I am the Poison King, and you will fall into hell forever. The Poison King's body was very terrifying. It was not born, but condensed and formed. There were many strange beasts in this world. Some were powerful, some had strange magical powers, and some were extremely poisonous. The toad whispered to the dark red divine dragon and the others. The Poison King's body was the fusion of 5 extremely powerful poisons. Its power was extremely terrifying. Even the great sage would have to suffer if he encountered it. This Poison King's body was hard to come by in thousands of years because no one could withstand the fusion of 5 poisons. Only 1 in a billion could survive. They did not expect Yichen to have such a trump card. It seemed that things were not going to be easy. The dark red divine dragon, Red Leaf, and the others frowned. The Poison King's body? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This was interesting. This was interesting. You were too weak before, so I hope you won't disappoint me now. As he spoke, he stomped his foot and appeared in front of Yichen in an instant. He punched out. Buzz, Yichen's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind the left side. He stood there, the poison on his body dripping continuously. Deep pits appeared on the primordial battlefield one after another. Countless people were horrified. It was too terrifying. How did he dodge it at such a fast speed? In that instant, no one could keep up. It seemed that after becoming the Poison King's corpse, not only did he become stronger, but he also became stronger in all aspects. Useless brat. Although you have the divine Nine-Yang body, you haven't reached the great accomplishment stage yet. As for my Poison King body, even a saint would retreat when facing it, let alone you. Now, you can go to hell. Hand of 10,000 poisons. Then, Xian waved his hand and turned into a heavenly spider to attack. Lin Xian struck out with his golden hand and blocked the spider's arm. At the same time, he frowned as he realized that his flames were being corroded. Clang, a low sound rang out. The poison passed through the flames and reached his body, making an earth-shattering sound. The divine Nine-Yang body tried its best to resist, but the runes on it dimmed. How terrifying! Suchin waved his arm and forced his opponent to retreat. However, his opponent continued to attack. The spider's arm, the scorpion's tail, and the snake's venomous fangs. The centipede's body. The toad's skin. Every part of his opponent's body was highly toxic. Even the great sage would die if he took over. Therefore, his opponent didn't dodge at all. He charged straight at him. Brat, what are you going to use to fight me? Xian sneered. He suppressed Lin Xian. That's great. The people of Tianshui Pavilion cheered. The people of the Nayland family heaved a sigh of relief. There shouldn't be any accidents this time, right? Lin Xian was beaten until his body swayed. He retreated to the edge of the battlefield. A cold light appeared in his eyes. You have the strength. You can actually pressure me. You deserve my full strength. Hearing this, the surrounding people went crazy. Lin Xian hasn't used his full strength yet? Are you kidding me? His divine Nine-Yang body is already being suppressed. Does he have an even stronger trump card? But how is that possible? The divine body is already amazing. What else could be more amazing? Xian also laughed. Brat, don't deceive yourself. Even with the strongest physique, you can't beat me. What do you have to fight me? How can an ant know the vastness of the world? Lin Xian snorted. Next, I'll show you what it means to be stronger. Sharp killing intent burst out from his eyes, turning into lightning as he charged over. The divine Nine-Yang body is even more terrifying. It was useless. 10,000 poisons descended. Xian sneered. She moved her body, and the law of poison turned into a black fog that enveloped everything. It was enough to poison any great sage to death. Lin Xian was instantly enveloped. Not good. Bai Susu and the others immediately tensed up. The battle was over. Elder Tianshui stood up and prepared to leave. However, in the next moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The black fog was torn apart, and Lin Xian's fist turned into a ray of light. It was as if 6 worlds had appeared between heaven and earth. With a boom, Xian was sent flying, her body shattered. Her already rotten body became even more terrifying. How could this be? Elder Tianshui turned around abruptly in disbelief. Could the other party withstand the 5 poisons body? Damn it, what kind of power is this? Xian's face was ugly as his broken body slowly healed. His eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. It was obvious that this punch was much more powerful than the previous ones. Lin Xian strode over and snorted coldly. I've said it before. You're worthy of my full strength. He waved the 6-path fist again, and the entire world shook. Damn it, how dare you underestimate me? Xian was also angry. Since he had already used the Poison King's body, how could he stop? With a raise of his hand, he could kill all things with poison. However, Lin Xian's 6-path fist combined with the divine Nine-Yang body was really too powerful. He could sweep through the 9 heavens. One punch, godly. At this moment, countless people's eyes lost their light. They only saw a fist that turned into 6 worlds descending from the sky. What kind of fist technique was this? There was a boom. With a scream, Xian was sent flying. His body turned into a bloody mist, and only his head was still intact. However, he roared crazily. Impossible, I won't lose. Everyone went crazy. Even the Poison King's body couldn't block Lin Xian's punch? Did he still have any tricks up his sleeve? If not, I'll send you on your way. Lin Xian's body was filled with poison that kept dripping. However, the poison couldn't enter his body at all. Yi Chen's body condensed again, and his glabella suddenly split open. A blue treasure box flew out, and 3 drops of blue water fell from it. Each drop could crush the heavens. There were many people watching the battle, and the weaker ones turned into a bloody mist. There were also some people who directly retreated. The entire ancient battlefield began to tremble vigorously. What kind of trump card was this? Heavenly water, great technique. There was heavenly spirit divine water inside. Damn it. Why did Yi Chen have so many trump cards? Some people sighed. There was no other way. He was the personal disciple of an elder, so how could the trump cards in his hands be weak? Each of them could sweep through the world, but Lin Xian was even more terrifying. They didn't know how he would block the heavenly spirit divine water this time. The heavenly spirit divine water was like 3 mountains that surrounded Yi Chen's body. Boy, no matter how strong you are, you can't break through the divine water. Without your power, how can you contend with me? The reason why he was injured was because he fought in close combat with his opponent. Now, he had to distance himself. Not good. Lin Xian's advantage was suppressed. Bai Susu's face was pale. Lin Xian sneered. Who told you that I only had close combat? He didn't step forward, but his eyes bloomed with a mysterious golden light. Yi Chen's body was like a ghost, drifting erratically. The heavenly spirit divine water of the 3 lands was still surrounding him. As for him, he shot out poison that filled the sky. Everywhere it passed, it turned into a poison domain. It enveloped Lin Xian. No matter how many tricks you have, I'll destroy them with a glance. Lin Xian's voice became ethereal as if it came from another world. At the same time, the golden light in his eyes suddenly turned into flames and flew forward. They were like 2 golden dragons dancing between heaven and earth. The black poisonous fog was instantly torn apart. At this moment, everyone was stunned. What was this? What a terrifying technique, damn it, this was the power of reincarnation. It was the light of reincarnation. Lin Xian's gaze turned into the light of reincarnation and pierced through heaven and earth. The poison was torn apart in an instant. The heavenly spirit divine water also lost its defensive effect in an instant. Poof, the smile on Yi Chen's face froze. He retreated as if he had been struck by lightning. He let out a miserable roar that made one's scalp go numb. There was poison dripping from his body, but nothing could stop it. The light of reincarnation directly killed his soul. I can't accept this. He let out a final cry, but he fell on the battlefield. When he died, his eyes were wide open. He didn't expect that he would die under his opponent's gaze after blocking his opponent's close combat power. Was he dead? Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. The people of Tianshui Pavilion and the Nalan family were dumbfounded. Elder Tianshui was also stunned. He had used the heavenly spirit divine water and the body of the Poison King, but he was still killed. How was that possible? Who was his opponent? How did he have so many powerful trump cards? Yi Chen's death shocked countless people. The 5th elder went crazy in disbelief. Elder Tianshui's expression was ferocious and murderous. Who exactly are you? He shouted coldly. It was hard for him to imagine that a young man who had just joined the True Path sect could be so powerful. The others looked over as well. Lin Xian laughed. I am Lin Xian of the True Path sect. In the future, you can call me Lin Wudi. What an arrogant title. How dare you call yourself invincible? Countless people were shocked. Yi Chen was already dead. Who would still stand up for the Nalan family? Lin Xian pointed his sword in all directions. The Nalan family members went crazy. They were terrified. Being targeted by such a terrifying genius would be very dangerous in the future. Kill him. I must kill him. The 5th elder's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was about to attack. This person was the most terrifying genius he had ever seen. If he was still alive, they would be in danger. The 5th elder looked at Elder Tianshui and said, Brother, I'm sorry. Elder Tianshui's expression was cold. His gaze could tear the 9 heavens apart. He sneered. Lin Wudi. What an arrogant name. I am an elder of the Sky Sect. I don't want to attack you, but you killed 2 of my personal disciples. This is unbearable. Take this. End this. I won't attack you again, dead or alive. Before he finished his sentence, Elder Xianxia attacked with his palm. Between heaven and earth, the blue light condensed into a large palm, covering the sky and covering the earth as it rushed over. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. The surrounding people went crazy. They did not expect Elder Xianxia to attack. In the sky, the levitation saint's eyes narrowed. How dare you? He slashed with his sword, but it was too late. Lin Xian was enveloped by the blue palm. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The void shattered and turned into nothingness. Oh no, that kid is dead. That was for sure. Elder Xianxia was a powerful being in the middle stage of the great sage realm. He was 100 times stronger than I Ching. How can he survive this attack? Is he dead? Haha, that's great. The father of the Nalan family laughed complacently. The 5th elder and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. Now that the Nalan clan's peerless enemy had been eliminated, they could finally be at ease. Damn it. The eyes of the Crimson Divine Dragon and the others instantly turned red. Fu Hongye and the others also cried out in surprise. Young martial uncle, Lin Xian was strong, but at the moment, he could only contend against a great sage in the early stage, and a great sage in the middle stage was much stronger than an early stage. One was in the sky while the other was in the ground. Lin Xian was struck by this palm, and it boded ill rather than well. The feather saint had a cold expression. He waved his hand and shattered the blue laws that filled the sky. However, Lin Xian's figure was nowhere to be seen. Was he really dead? The levitation saint's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Elder Xianxia. How dare you make a move on him? Are you challenging the Tao sect? When he took a step forward, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Elder Xianxui's face also turned pale. He spat out blood and retreated. He roared. You may be a saint, but I'm an elder. If you kill me, it will be a war between the Tao sect and the Heaven sect. Can you bear the consequences? Damn it. The levitation saint had a cold expression. He couldn't make a move because the other party's status was different. However, he wouldn't let him off. Elder Xianxia stood up and said loudly. He killed 2 of my disciples, so it's not wrong for me to strike him once. Moreover, I've said that after this palm strike, regardless of life or death, I won't make a move again. Damn it. Bai Susu gritted her teeth while the Crimson Divine Dragon roared and wanted to fight with his life. However, they were all stopped by the levitation saint. If they were to fight now, they wouldn't know. Humph, what Lin Wudi? He's too arrogant. Nalan Yanran's father sneered. How dare a young man call himself invincible? The 5th elder snorted coldly. What an arrogant fool. Even the Thearch's son didn't dare to use the invincible title, let alone him. They all laughed proudly and were in a good mood. Old man, are you done laughing? At this moment, a cold voice was heard from the shattered void. The 5th elder, Nalan K, and the others stopped talking instantly. It was as if the Grim Reaper had grabbed their necks and they were horrified. Who was it? Who was playing tricks? They roared crazily. The others were shocked too. Elder Xianxuai turned his head abruptly and stared at the shattered void. He had wanted to leave, but he realized that something was wrong. Was it Lin Xian? Bai Susu was shocked too. The levitation saint's eyes were glowing with a sharp light. The others widened their eyes. Could it be that the kid wasn't dead? What a joke. That was an attack from Elder Xianxuai. How could a sage ruler block it? Even if he had the 9-yang divine body, it wouldn't work. From the shattered void, a figure walked out slowly. Lin Xian's face was pale and his body was stained with blood. It was obvious that he was severely injured by the previous attack. However, he had many trump cards and used the Great Sage Pagoda to block the attack. Although he was injured, it wasn't fatal. However, this had infuriated him completely. It was really him. He wasn't dead. Everyone was shocked. Bai Susu, the dark red divine dragon, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. That was great. They were relieved that Lin Xian wasn't dead. How could it be? How could he still be alive? The fifth elder looked as if he had seen a ghost. Elder Qianshui's eyes narrowed. How did you do it? Did the levitation saint help him secretly? However, that attack was too sudden and the levitation saint couldn't react in time. Old man, you are despicable. Lin Xian stared at Elder Qianshui. It was a life and death battle. Your disciple was weaker and deserved to be killed. However, you are despicable and attacked me secretly. Where is your honor as an elder? Is everyone in the Sky Sect so despicable and shameless? Damn it. Elder Qianshui's killing intent gathered. The levitation saint appeared on the battlefield below. He came to Lin Xian's side and stared at him. Try attacking me again. I can guarantee that I will destroy you instantly. He was furious. This time, he would definitely protect Lin Xian. Damn it. With the levitation saint around, he couldn't attack anymore. It seemed like he had to find a chance to kill Lin Xian secretly. He was prepared to leave now. I said that after this attack, you can live or die. I won't attack again. As he spoke, he turned to leave. You want to leave? Lin Xian snorted. Elder Qianshui turned around and sneered. Why? Do you want to attack me? Lin Xian gritted his teeth and his eyes shone with a cold light. He said that he would use his head to pay for this attack. Everyone was shocked. This guy wanted to kill Elder Qianshui? This was simply impossible. Elder Qianshui was also cold. Then, he laughed. You? Cultivate for another 1,000 years. He didn't care about Lin Xian's killing intent. He had to guard against the levitation saint. However, he was an elder after all. His status was different from the young disciples. The levitation saint also said. This matter isn't over yet. I'll get the Heaven Sect to give us a satisfactory explanation. These words were directed at Elder Qianshui. Although you're an elder of the Heaven Sect and have a high status, the Heaven Sect still has its rules. You took advantage of your seniority and attacked a disciple of the Heaven Sect. The Heaven Sect won't let you off. The levitation saint's voice was sonorous. Elder Qianshui's pupils shrank. His face was cold as he waved his sleeves and left quickly. The levitation saint looked at Lin Xian and injected some energy into him to help him recover. At the same time, he took out a bottle of elixir. This was a healing elixir. Lin Xian took it and thanked the senior. The levitation saint said, Don't worry, I won't let him off easily. After I send you back, I'll head to the Heaven Sect immediately. Lin Xian nodded and didn't say anything. The Heaven Sect could punish the other party, but Lin Xian knew that it wasn't enough. He said that he would use the other party's head to pay for today's palm. He wasn't just saying that for fun. Today, Lin Wudi's title had spread. However, he had another title, the Mad God. He had some trump cards that he hadn't used yet. Lin Wudi didn't know how to use them, but after becoming the Mad God, Lin Xian wouldn't hold back. After dealing with the Nailan family, it would be Elder Tianshui's death. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and looked at the fifth elder. Now that the Heaven Sect is gone, who will stand up for you? If you want Nailan Yenron's life, hand over 30 world cores. Or, kneel down in front of the world and kowtow to admit your mistake. Lin Xian's voice caused the surrounding people to exclaim. They thought that this matter was about to end, but it was just the beginning. Countless gazes landed on the Nailan family, especially the fifth elder. The fifth elder's face turned ugly. Even Elder Qianshui couldn't do anything to the other party. Could he? If it was before, he could still kill the other party. However, the levitation saint was now beside the other party. If he dared to attack, the levitation saint would kill him. Father, what should we do? Nailan K gritted his teeth and asked. The fifth elder took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He knew that Nailan Yenran would never come back. He didn't have 30 world cores either, so it was even more impossible for him to kneel. Staying here would be a disgrace. So he gritted his teeth and said, Let's go. With that, he turned around and left. But what about Yenran? Nailan asked. The fifth elder turned around, his eyes cold. I told you to leave. Are you going to defy my orders? Nalan K's pupils shrank. I don't dare. He gritted his teeth. He knew that doing this meant that he had given up. Nalan Yenran. Although the other party was the number one genius of the family, compared to making the fifth elder kneel, it seemed that he could only give up on Nalan Yenran. Go. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and waved his hand. The people of the fifth elder's faction rose into the air and left quickly. Did he leave? Everyone was shocked. Today's scene was simply too shocking. Elder Xianxia and the rest were helpless. They did not expect the Nalan family to back down. Could it be that Lin Xian was that powerful? Lin Wudi, this name spread in their hearts for the first time. He was indeed that powerful. From afar, Green Phoenix Bailey Fei was extremely shocked when he saw the scene. Although they had guessed it, seeing it with their own eyes was still different. On the other side, Fire Dragon Lady was also shocked. Fortunately, she had given him a world core. Otherwise, if he had resisted back then, she would have ended up in a worse state than Nalan Yenran. On the other side, the old man of the Dugu family heaved a sigh of relief. He said, Xiaoi, after this matter is over, go and give young Master Lin a healing elixir. Yes, Grandpa, I understand. Dugu Xiaoi nodded. Everyone thought that this matter was over, but Lin Xian did not think so. Would it be over just because he had given up on Nalan Yenran? Would he have suffered that palm strike for nothing? What kind of joke was this? He would let everyone know that he, Lin Xian, was not to be challenged. He would let the people of Holy Abyss Ancient City know the consequences of being ungrateful. Little guy, let me send you back. The levitation saint waved his hand and brought Lin Xian back. Bai Susu, the dark divine dragon, and the others also returned. The others also left. At the same time, the news spread. In an instant, countless people were in an uproar. The people of the remote antiquity families, the great sects, and the three great orthodoxies were all stunned. Lin Xian was actually so valiant. Forcefully killing Yi Chen, he had withstood Elder Tianshui's palm strike and not died. He had even scared away the elders of the Nalan family. Every single one of them was astounding. Moreover, the other party had even dared to arrogantly call himself Lin Wudi. In an instant, this news spread all over the place. When the people of the Dragon Palace found out, they gritted their teeth. Damn it! Why didn't he die there? Lan Ziyu and the others' eyes turned red. It seemed like they would have to come up with an even more terrifying lineup and strength to deal with the other party in the future. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others returned to the spiritual abode. The people of the Divine Union also heaved a sigh of relief. Boss Lin, this is great. Young Master Lin, you are like a god. The people of the Divine Union congratulated him. They had also seen the thrilling battle previously. If they followed such a person, they would definitely be able to rise in the future. Alright, let's all cultivate. After joining the Divine Union, I will bring you to the top of the world. Lin Xian smiled at the crowd. Then, he said, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. Lin Xian went to cultivate in seclusion in the hall. During this time, Dugu Xiaoi also came, and so did the Fire Dragon girl. They both brought healing holy medicines. However, they did not see Lin Xian. Lin Xian brought endless treasures with him to recover quickly and enter the sword world. He also took 2 stalks of the spiritual medicine that he had planted in the 4-Spirit Valley to recover. His body glowed with multicolored light as his injuries slowly healed. On the other side, the Nalan family was also in an uproar. They had all heard about what had happened to the 5th elder. Many of them had even seen it with their own eyes. They had not expected that their family would be suppressed by a young man and become a joke. The Nalan family head was furious as he reprimanded the 5th elder sternly. He also warned the 5th elder and the others not to go out again lest they embarrass the family. Damn it! Nalan K roared. The family actually doesn't care about us anymore. The 5th elder's face was also cold. Forget it, we have lost this time. We will cultivate in seclusion and break through. When the time comes, we will return the torture we suffered today 100-fold. Also, keep an eye on that kid. If he goes out on a mission, inform me immediately. I will definitely make sure he doesn't return. Clearly, the 5th elder also had the intention to kill. He was prepared to do it himself. On the other side, the levitation saint had arrived at the sky sect and questioned the sky sect's rules. This matter had already spread. Everyone had seen Elder Xianxia make a move on a young junior. This had already broken the rules set by the three great orthodoxies. The older generation was not allowed to make a move on the younger generation. On the sky sect's side, a sage elder walked over and said, "Brother Ascension Transformation, Xianxia has indeed broken the rules. The sky sect will punish him. He will be punished by the sin of burning the heavens for a month. He will be struck by lightning for a month. He will not be able to step out of the sky sect for 50 years. Are you satisfied with this?" The Ascension Saint could only nod when he heard this. The sin of burning the heavens was to be burned by the fire of burning the heavens for a month. After that, he would be struck by lightning for a month. Even though Elder Xianxia was in the Great Sage intermediate stage, he would still be severely injured after these two punishments. The Ascension Saint said, "I don't wish to see something like this happen again." Of course. The sky sect elder nodded. The next step was the execution. Elder Xianxia was brought along with the sealing chains and thrown into burning Sky Valley to be refined and burned by the flames that filled the sky. His hair was disheveled as he roared at the sky. His body was charred black. Many parts of his body were broken and fresh blood flowed. "Lin Xian, I won't let you off." Elder Xianxia gritted his teeth like an injured beast. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He would assassinate Lin Xian after he left. The news of Elder Xianxui's punishment spread once again. In an instant, countless people were shocked. At the same time, the young disciples heaved a sigh of relief. If Elder Xianxia wasn't punished, the young elites would be in danger. The older generation would be able to act as they wished. Now, it seemed impossible. The older generation would definitely not act openly. However, it was hard to say if they would assassinate in the dark. Everyone guessed that Lin Xian wouldn't dare to come out for a period of time. The people from the True Path sect and the Divine Union gritted their teeth when they heard the news. "This old thing should be struck to death," Bai Susu said. This was already the best outcome they could hope for. It was impossible for them to have an elder killed by the sect rules. However, the sin of burning the heavens and the thunder of destruction would definitely make him suffer. The dark red dragon sent the news to the main hall. Lin Xian opened his eyes when he heard it. It wasn't enough to quell his anger. This was the sky sect's punishment, not his. He had to deal with his enemy personally. Then, Lin Xian summoned the dark red dragon and Fu Hongya. The two of them asked, "Is your injury healed?" Lin Xian said, "All right, it's about time." Although his injuries were serious, they weren't fatal. In addition, Lin Xian had a lot of natural treasures in his hands. Furthermore, the spiritual medicine cultivated in the Four Spirit Valley had helped Lin Xian recover very quickly. "Kid, what do you plan to do next? Do you want us to go to the Nalan family together and suppress the Fifth Elder?" "Naturally, I won't let the Fifth Elder's faction off. However, I'll have to do it myself." Lin Wudi was in seclusion, but Mad God was about to set off. A terrifying demonic aura emerged from Lin Xian's body. "He did it himself," the dark red divine dragon asked. It was too dangerous. After all, the Fifth Elder was not someone to be trifled with. What's more, the Nalan family would definitely not sit idly by. "Don't worry, I have my own methods." "How are the formations and resources that I asked you to prepare?" Fu Hongya said. "Young martial uncle, we are all ready." He took out many formations. Lin Xian took a look and nodded with satisfaction. There were a lot of resources in here. Some of the forces that he was going to use next would consume a lot of resources. Therefore, these were not enough. He said, "Have you set them up near the Fifth Elder's residence?" The dark red divine dragon said, "We have already set them up. When they start to defend, we will have already retreated." "Good. Then I'll go." Lin Xian stood up and summoned the void beast. His figure flashed, and the two of them disappeared from the main hall. After leaving the god's residence, he did not immediately go to the Fifth Elder's residence. Instead, he summoned someone. "Greetings, young master." Six Paths knelt on one knee with an incomparably respectful expression. "Very good, rise." Lin Xian was wearing a black robe. His demonic aura was monstrous, as if he had turned into a demonic expert. He said to Six Paths, "Follow me to the Nalan family." The two of them turned into two streaks of lightning and disappeared into the night sky. In the Nalan family's fifth elder's residence, although it was still a bit oppressive, they were already relieved. Lin Xian was injured by a palm strike. Although he survived, he would not be able to recover in a short time. He would not be able to cause trouble for them again. However, they did not know that Lin Xian was already here. This time, not only was he looking for trouble, but he was going to pay them back 100-fold. Above the 9 heavens, Lin Xian stood there like a demon god. Six Paths beside him was incomparably respectful. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian took out the heaven-swallowing jar. He shook it lightly, and Nalan Yenran flew out. Her face was extremely pale. "How long are you going to suppress me?" Lin Xian said. "Today, I will let you see with your own eyes that your bloodline will disappear." "You?" Nalan Yenran was shocked. Then, she sneered, I admit that you are powerful, but it is impossible for you to destroy our bloodline. The Nalan family's strength is not something you can fight against." Previously, she had been suppressed in the heaven-swallowing jar. Therefore, she did not know anything about Lin Xian's life and death battle. Lin Xian did not argue with her. He sneered, "You will see it soon." He waved his hand and imprisoned Nalan Yenran in the sky. Then, he descended. As he descended, an extremely terrifying murderous intent emerged from his body. He shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder. It rushed downwards. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Below, in the fifth elder's residence, it was very majestic and occupied countless mountains. At this moment, it was attacked by the sound. Inside, the arrays flickered and tried to resist, but they were all shattered in an instant. The arrays were torn apart. The mountains and waterfalls inside were shattered. The guards inside were also attacked by the sound. Some of them were directly turned into blood mist. All kinds of miserable cries could be heard. It made one's scalp tingle. Everyone in the residence went crazy. Was someone attacking them? Who was so bold? Damn it, did they not want to live anymore? A figure rushed out like a god of war. It was Nalan Quebec. He roared, "Who dares to behave atrociously?" Not only him, but his brothers had also come out. Even the fifth elder was alarmed by the news. The person who attacked at this time was definitely someone who had a grudge against them. After thinking about it, it could only be Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian had such strength. He dared to attack his residence directly. What kind of joke was this? After the fifth elder arrived, he looked at the sky and his pupils constricted. He realized that there was a figure standing in the sky. The demonic aura on his body was monstrous, like a peerless demon god. That aura made his scalp tingle. Could it be that it was the demonic expert from before? "Who are you? Why are you attacking my residence?" The fifth elder asked coldly. "Mad God," a thunderous voice sounded in the sky. The people below were stunned. Who was Mad God? What an arrogant name. How could he not know of this name? Mad God was too famous. He was currently ranked 1000 on the Holy Gulf Glory ranking. Moreover, he had risen in a very short period of time. A few years ago, he was not even on the Holy Gulf Glory ranking, but in a short period of time, he had rushed to the top 3000. Now, he was already 1000. Such a person was extremely powerful. He was a legendary figure. It was just that they had never provoked such a terrifying existence. The fifth elder gritted his teeth and asked. "So it's Mad God. I've heard a lot about you. When did the Nalan family offend you? Why are you attacking my residence? You're here for Lin Xian." The cold voice sounded again. The fifth elder was stunned. Nalan K and the others felt their scalps go numb. The other party was here for Lin Xian. Could it be that Mad God and Lin Xian knew each other, and it seemed that he was here to avenge Lin Xian? The people below broke out in cold sweat. The fifth elder was also frightened. He did not expect Lin Xian to have such a backer. He said, "I didn't know that young Master Lin was related to you. I prepared 3 world cores and sent them to the True Path sect. Too late, Lin Xian said coldly, you don't need to exist anymore. What did you say? The fifth elder's pupils shrank. Nalan K and the others were also frightened. Then, he shouted angrily, don't be too arrogant. We respect you because of the Holy Gulf Glory ranking. Although you're powerful, can you really fight against all of us? The Nalan family is also a top family. Not everyone can step on us. I'm arrogant? You're the one who betrayed me first. Then, you joined forces with the Sky Sect elders to kill Lin Xian. Now, I'm only here for revenge. You dare to say that I'm arrogant? In the sky, Lin Xian sneered. Then, he threw a punch. The black fist was like a falling meteorite as it charged downwards. Instantly, countless people from the Nalan family turned into a bloody mist. The other experts retreated one after another. Father, what should we do? Nalan K asked. The fifth elder gritted his teeth and said, damn it. So what if he's mad god? Let's attack together. They might not be a match for him in a one-on-one, but they had many experts. The fifth elder himself was a top-notch expert. In addition, this was their territory. There were many array formations, sacred artifacts, and resources here. Could it be that he was afraid of the other party? Thinking of this, the fifth elder shouted angrily. Nalan also waved his hand and joined forces with the array to attack. Kill, battle cries shook the heavens. Nalan K and his three brothers instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. Some used long swords, sabers, and thunder hammers. Endless rays of nomological light erupted, enveloping Lin Xian. Go to hell, Nalan K sneered. If the four of them attacked together, no one would be able to stop them. Boom, Lin Xian's body exuded a monstrous demonic aura as he executed the 6 Dao fists. His black fist seemed to have opened the gates of the devil world, vast and boundless. In an instant, the divine sword, battle saber, and lightning hammer were all sent flying. Light of the demon god. Lin Xian waved his left hand. Boundless black light turned into a demonic sword and shot out. Boom, Nalan K and the others were pushed back, their blood and chi churning. Some of them were even pierced through and injured. Damn it, he's so strong? Nalan K was horrified, and the others felt their scalps go numb. The fifth elder roared and activated the Peerless Array. The other surviving Nalan family martial artists also took action. The mountains and rivers below were shattered, the earth cracked, and a Peerless Array emerged, shining with a terrifying light. Sky-trapping Array. This was an extremely powerful array. Once it was activated, it could seal the heavens and earth. No one could escape. This time, they wanted to completely trap Mad God to prevent any future trouble. Nalan K and the other three attacked again. The four of them joined forces and formed the 4 ultimate sword array. A sword light appeared in each of their hands, enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian attacked with the light of the demon god in his left hand and the 6 Dao fists in his right hand. The battle between the two sides was earth-shattering. At the same time, the sky-trapping array kept casting seals, enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian was really too powerful at this moment. Emochi was monstrous, turning into a terrifying yin-yang image to block the sky-trapping array. Then, he punched one of the experts into pieces. The 4 ultimate sword array was broken, and Nalan K and the others quickly retreated. They were shocked. Is this Mad God? He's too strong. The 4 of them were no match for him. At the critical moment, the 5th elder made his move. Demon Destruction Palm, he struck out a peerless divine skill, and a huge palm covered the sky and earth as it attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian was forced to retreat. Mad God? You're just SOSO. The 5th elder sneered. He realized that the other party was powerful, but he was not as good as him. Great, let's attack together. Nalan K and the others laughed wildly. Old thing, do you really think you can suppress me? Lin Xian roared, his black hair dancing wildly. A black spear appeared in his hand. Great destruction. Kill. Lin Xian's attack pierced through heaven and earth, and at this moment, he became the only one in the world. Boom. A figure screamed. Nalan K roared crazily. He was pierced by the black spear and nailed to the void. The demonic chi in front of him terrified him. Damn it, get lost. The fifth elder roared crazily, struck out with the demon destruction saber, and attacked the great destruction spear. Lin Xian, on the other hand, channeled the power of the great dragon sword's soul and integrated it into the great destruction spear. He increased the great destruction spear, which originally had an extremely strong destructive aura. The two forces burst out from Nalan K's body. Nalan K's body cracked and turned into a bloody mist. His soul was also destroyed by the aura of the great dragon sword's soul in an instant. Is he dead? The other three brothers were horrified when they saw this scene. Nalan K was their eldest brother, and he was considered the strongest, but he was killed in one blow. Is this mad god so terrifying? The fifth elder's eyes turned red. I must tear you into pieces. He attacked crazily. It had to be said that the fifth elder was very powerful. He was far from being a match for Nalan K and the others. Even if Lin Xian used the great destruction spear, he could only protect himself. He was suppressed and at a disadvantage. The fifth elder's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Kid, is this all your strength? Then you can go to hell. A saber appeared in the fifth elder's hand. It was the great sage weapon. The demon slayer saber. He fought with all his strength. Slaying the demon with one blow, you demon, go to hell. Humph. Have you used your trump card? Lin Xian's face was cold. In the next moment, he crushed a few array formations in the storage ring. The heavenly treasures inside shattered, providing him with a powerful force. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in his hand, shrouded in demonic aura. It seemed to have turned into a demonic sword. Slash, he slashed out with the sword, facing the demon slayer saber. They collided. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Boom, an earth-shaking sound rang out, and the whole world kept shattering. The mansion below was torn apart. This attack was too powerful. Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul with all his strength. In the sky, a figure descended, and Saint Blood fell wildly. Is that kid dead? In the mansion below, the people of the Nalan family were ecstatic. However, when they saw the white-haired figure, they were all stunned. The fifth elder. The fifth elder was in a very miserable state. The sword pierced through his right shoulder and split his body open. His internal organs were all shattered, and half of his heart was also shattered. In particular, the biting cold aura and terrifying demonic chi made his injuries unable to heal completely. This terrified him too much. Father, are you all right? The few men below roared. The fifth elder's face was pale. He said that he was severely injured. He wanted to activate the array spirit and fuse with it. Help me resist for a while. As he said that, the fifth elder flew towards the ground below. It seemed that he was going to use his ultimate trump card. In the ninth heaven, Nalan Yenran looked at this scene in disbelief. When her father was killed by a single blow, she was terrified as if she had lost her soul. Now that she saw her grandfather being severely injured, she was even more terrified. Was it really Lin Xian? Lin Xian actually had such powerful strength. It was ridiculous that they were still thinking about how to deal with him. They were really courting death. Now, she wanted to shout and stop him, but she couldn't do it at all. She was afraid that she would have to watch her family be destroyed with her own eyes. Below. When the three men heard this, they were also shocked. Then, they roared, "Everyone, listen up. Control the array formation with all your strength and block this kid with me." The fifth elder took out the demon slayer's saber and launched a shocking attack, but he was still no match for Lin Xian. He could only use his ultimate trump card. However, that trump card needed some time to fuse, and this time could not be disturbed. Therefore, they had to stop Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly and descended. The great spear of destruction tore through the ninth heaven like a black dragon. Many people vomited blood and were sent flying. The entire sky turned into a sea of blood. Countless corpses turned into white bones and fell from the sky. The three men also vomited blood. He was too powerful. However, the sky-trapping formation was indeed terrifying. With the cooperation of many powerhouses, they stopped Lin Xian in his tracks. Lin Xian's face was cold. He snorted coldly. 6 paths, in the sky, another figure descended. The 6 paths fist swept across the surroundings. Many people were sent flying. Damn it, did this guy have helpers? They were terrified. Mad God was already so powerful. If another top expert came, they really wouldn't be able to stop him. You are the 6 paths cultivator. Damn it, why are you helping him? The people of the Nalan family roared crazily. They had contacted the vagrant 6 paths before and had even given him 2 worlds to protect Nalan Yanran. Who would have thought that the other party would run away and follow the mad god to attack the Nalan family? The voice of the 5th elder came from below. 6 paths, do you want to be my enemy? Think about the consequences. My Nalan family will not let you off. 6 paths snorted. He was Lin Xian's battle servant. Why would he care about such things? Lin Xian said, break through their defenses and don't let them affect me. After saying that, he rushed down. Damn it. Stop him. Below, the experts of the Nalan family attacked. However, the 6 paths was also very strong. After all, he was ranked 2001 on the honor roll. He definitely wasn't someone these people could stop. Although he couldn't do anything to the entrapment formation, it was easy for him to help Lin Xian stop the enemy. Without the obstruction of those people, Lin Xian continued to descend. He stretched out his hand and punched out with the 6 paths fist, shattering the ground. Below, the formation rolled, and the 5th elder spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. In front of him, there was an ancient altar with a purple light on it. What the 5th elder wanted to do was to swallow the purple light into his body and then fuse it with the formation. He wanted to control the formation and defeat his opponent. Now that he had just fused with the formation, he was injured. His expression was ugly. Fuse quickly, his laws were burning, and his eyes were red. The purple light had fused with him. However, halfway through, Lin Xian came. He struck forward with his palm. In an instant, the 5th elder was sent flying. The 5th elder spat out blood and roared. Damn it, he was so close. However, his strength had also become much stronger than before. Demon Slayer, he struck out with the Demon Slayer again. Lin Xian used the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul again. Half of the 5th elder's body was shattered, and he screamed crazily. The purple light that he had just fused with was also beaten out. No. You can't kill me. The 5th elder roared. I'm an elder of the Nalan family. If you kill me, you will become an enemy of the Nalan family. As he spoke, he secretly cast a spell and began to ask the family for help. Why, are you afraid? Lin Xian sneered. When you attacked the young people before, did you think of this situation? He walked forward and slapped the 5th elder to the ground. Half of the 5th elder's face was smashed. Damn it, his eyes were red, and he was so angry that his lungs were about to burst. As a powerhouse of the older generation and a core elder of the Nalan family, when had he ever been suppressed like this? Who dared to hit his face? But now, the other party did it. Not only that. Lin Xian stepped on his head with one foot and crushed him mercilessly. Aren't you very powerful? Aren't you being ungrateful? Come on, continue to be arrogant, I'll endure it, the 5th elder gritted his teeth. He had already asked the family for help. It wouldn't be long before the family's powerhouses arrived. At that time, would the family just sit back and watch? At most, he would plead with the family and admit his mistake. The family would definitely protect him. No matter how strong the other party was, could he become an enemy of the entire Nalan family? Sure enough, when the 5th elder was fighting here, the Nalan family headquarters knew about it. What was going on? There was a problem in the 5th elder's mansion again. Soon, the news spread out. The people in the Nalan family headquarters were also surprised. Some elders frowned. This 5th elder was really looking for trouble. What was he doing again? Ignore it. But not long after, they were stunned. They received the 5th elder's request for help. Not good, there might be a problem. This time, even the Nalan family's patriarch was alarmed. Follow me. In an instant, dozens of figures flashed past. These were all extremely terrifying. The great sage elder. In addition, there were more powerhouses and saints who rushed into the sky. They were going to support the fifth elder. The eighth elder's territory naturally received the news. The fifth elder's mansion was attacked? The fifth elder sent a request for help. Who did it? They were stunned. Then, the eighth elder sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be related to Lin Xian? Let's go and take a look. They also moved quickly. In an instant, everyone set off for the fifth elder's mansion. The battle in the fifth elder's mansion was terrifying. The Six Paths was fighting against many powerhouses of the Nalan family. At this moment, his body was also stained with blood. However, he was not afraid at all. Lin Xian only gave him one goal, which was to stop the other party and not hold back. Therefore, many of the Nalan family's powerhouses died at the hands of the Six Paths. Those people's eyes were bloodshot. However, the other party was indeed very strong. With a strong physique and the Six Paths fist, not many people could compete with him. But soon, they were in despair. Because the fifth elder's scream came from the ground. No, those people roared crazily. The fifth elder was being beaten up. Damn it, how could this be? The fifth elder's situation was very miserable. He was tortured endlessly, and even his soul was severely injured. Lin Xian didn't kill him, so he wouldn't let him die so easily. He would let him taste what it was like to live a life worse than death. Mad God, are you satisfied? Can you spare my life? The fifth elder roared and begged for mercy. Of course, he didn't really submit. He was waiting for the people of the family to arrive. They should be here soon. He just had to endure for a while. When the people of the family arrived, he would suppress them. He would return the favor 100 times, no, 10,000 times. Lin Xian snorted coldly. It's useless to beg for mercy. I'll send you on your way. The great spear of destruction pierced through the fifth elder's heart and nailed him to the ground. The fifth elder felt as if his entire body was about to split apart. His opponent was too terrifying. Every attack he made was fatal. He was definitely seriously injured by this attack. Even if he didn't die, his combat strength would be greatly reduced. His foundation was severely injured. If he wasn't treated in time, he would be crippled. Was he really going to die in the hands of the other party? Just as the fifth elder was in despair, an angry shout came from the sky. Stop, who dares to attack the people of the Nalan family? Do you want to die? Numerous voices resounded like a myriad of thunderclaps, shaking the world. The fifth elder smiled. He knew that the powerhouses of the family had arrived. When the Nalan family's patriarch arrived with a group of elders, he was dumbfounded. This was the fifth elder's residence? It had long been torn apart. There was an endless sea of blood in the sky, and piles of bones below. This was simply azure hell. How long had it been? The fifth elder had become like this? Who was it that did it? Patriarch, you're here. Two people flew over, both of them crying. They were the sons of the fifth elder. There were 3 of them before, and one of them was killed by Six Paths. Thus, the remaining 2 people, as well as the surrounding people, were all covered with injuries. Who did it? An elder walked out, his eyes filled with killing intent. He stared at a figure in front of him and frowned. The person in front was covered in blood, and it was impossible to tell who he was. The Nianren said that it was the Six Paths cultivator. What? Rogue cultivator of Six Paths. The surrounding people were shocked, and their expressions changed greatly. This was an expert on the glory rankings. Why would he attack the fifth elder's residence? The leader of the Nalan family frowned. That's not right. Although the Six Paths is strong, you might not be his match in a one-on-one fight. However, this was the power of an entire mansion. It wasn't something that the Six Paths could deal with alone. It wasn't him. He was just a helper. The real attacker was Mad God. He was here to avenge Lin Xian. What? Mad God? Hearing this name? The people of the Nalan family gasped. Even the Nalan clan's patriarch's pupils shrank. This name reverberated like thunder in their ears. This was a newly risen super expert in Holy Abyss Ancient City. How did the other party attack? When they heard the last sentence, they were all stunned. The other party was here to avenge Lin Xian. Lin Xian actually knew Mad God. Damn it, why didn't they know before? this fifth elder was really courting death. The Nalan clan's patriarch was instantly furious. He said, "Where's the fifth elder?" Mad God was attacking him below. "Patriarch, please save my father," the two men exclaimed. The Nalan clan's patriarch stretched out his hand and tore open the ground. He happened to see the scene of Lin Xian attacking. "How dare you!" With a wave of his hand, a shocking purple light turned into a divine light that pierced through heaven and earth. On the ground below, Lin Xian wanted to continue attacking, but he felt that the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. He turned around and swept out with the great spear of destruction, blocking the attack. Boom! He was forced back, and his arm was numb. What a terrifying power! The experts of the Nalan family had arrived. Lin Xian looked at the sky. There were dozens of figures, and the leader was a middle-aged man. His aura was terrifying, even more terrifying than the fifth elder. Thinking about it, this should be the Nalan clan's patriarch. "You're mad God?" The Nalan clan's patriarch frowned. The other party's demonic energy was monstrous. It was too terrifying. To be able to resist him and only retreat, this mad God really lived up to his reputation. At this moment, Lin Xian had used all his trump cards. With the spear of destruction in his hand and the great sage defending him, he looked up and stared at the people below. "You want to stand up for the fifth elder, mad God?" The fifth elder was wrong previously. "I will make him apologize in public and compensate Lin Xian with 3 world cores. So, you should stop." Lin Xian laughed loudly. "Stop when you say so. Why didn't you say this before I came? Now that you feel that you can't win, you want to beg for mercy. It's not that simple. Previously, 30 world cores would either kneel down and beg me. But not now. They have to die to appease my anger." The Nalan clan's patriarch frowned. This person was really arrogant. The surrounding elders were even more furious. This guy dared to be so arrogant. Did he really think that the Nalan clan was weak? In the 9 skies, Nalan Yenran was already in despair. But when the Nalan clan's patriarch came, she regained her hope. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Scram. If you dare to help the fifth elder again, don't blame me for destroying your Nalan clan and turning it into history." After speaking, Lin Xian punched out, shattering the fifth elder's body into pieces. The fifth elder cried out in pain. This attack had almost killed him. "You dare!" In the sky, the Nalan clan's patriarch was furious. The other elders also roared. "Brat, you dare to threaten our Nalan clan? There are many people who have challenged our Nalan clan, but none of them have succeeded. You are no exception." In the sky, dozens of elders pressed down, shattering the 9 skies and 10 earths. They were too strong. Even the 6th path spat out blood and was sent flying. There were even more cracks on his body. "It seems like you are determined to fight." Lin Xian's face was cold. His body flashed and he charged towards the 9 skies. The great destruction spear charged towards one of the elders. "You are courting death," that person punched out, and the others followed suit. A huge battle broke out. Below, the fifth elder saw this and laughed. His soul came out of the scabbard and merged with the purple light of the altar. He wanted revenge. He wanted to kill Lin Xian personally. Outside, Lin Xian felt a huge pressure. Although he was strong, dozens of elders attacking at the same time was terrifying. His face was cold. "If you want to die, I will fulfill your wishes." This aura. The Nalan family leader was terrified. The dozens of elders also felt their scalps go numb. They really didn't expect that the other party could actually make such a shocking sword move. Dodge. They wanted to escape, but it was already too late. This sword had absorbed enough power. When the sword slashed out, heaven and earth split open. Those elders were like kites swaying in the wind, instantly flying out. 5 elders turned into blood mist, their souls destroyed by the sword. Heaven and earth split open, and a rain of blood fell. Countless elders roared. The Nalan family leader's eyes were red. This sword actually killed 5 elders. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian's face was also pale. His body swayed and he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Although there was external power to provide the great dragon sword soul, the pressure on his body was also very great. It was also because of the 9-yang divine body that he could withstand this attack. Otherwise, if he turned into another great sage, his body would probably be shattered before he could use it. Even so, Lin Xian's body still split open. He was injured. However, he smiled when he saw the other party. After one strike, 5 elders were shattered, causing the Nalan family members to be terrified. The Nalan family leader's heart was bleeding. "Damn it! Stop," the Nalan family leader roared, but the others were angry. Especially the remaining elders, their eyes were red. "Damn it, kill him, take his treasures and avenge our people." That was a super powerful trump card just now. He definitely couldn't use it a second time. The remaining 20 or so elders rushed over again. Lin Xian's eyes emitted an extremely cold light. He swallowed heavenly treasures in large mouthfuls and circulated the 9-yang divine body to the extreme. At the same time, the immortal indestructible technique in his body quickly circulated. A immortal battle armor covered his body, increasing his vitality. He crushed the last remaining array formation, and the power inside surged out and poured into the great dragon sword soul. Another sword slash. No, the 20 or so elders despaired. With such a super powerful trump card, shouldn't the other party be out of power after using it once? Why could he use it a second time? They actually forgot to escape. The sword slashed down, and another 5 elders' astral souls were destroyed. The remaining dozen or so elders were also seriously injured, their faces pale. "Stop!" Nalan clan's patriarch roared crazily. He rushed over and said, "We won't interfere in this matter anymore." He couldn't continue fighting, even though he saw Lin Xian spitting out blood again and his body splitting apart, as if he was about to split into 2 halves. However, he didn't dare to make another move. Who knew if his opponent would be able to unleash a third strike? Lin Xian's situation was also very bad. The power of the array formation had already disappeared, and he was also under great pressure. The 9-yang divine body was severely injured, but it should have intimidated the Nalan family. In the sky, Nalan Yenran despaired. Lin Xian had killed 10 core elders in 2 strikes. This was simply a heaven-defying feat. Even the crown prince probably couldn't do it. What was that thing in his hand? Was it an extreme weapon? Why was he so strong? Nalan Yenran went crazy. She didn't expect that her regret would cause such a serious loss to her family. The Nalan family was completely terrified. They kept retreating, wanting to escape. However, at this moment, the ground below split open as a sinister laughter rang out. "Ha ha ha ha, kid, die for me. I'll let you know the consequences of living a life worse than death." This voice came from the 5th elder. Purple light surrounded his body as if he had turned into a strange existence. The entire world collapsed as a huge purple array formation appeared around him. It enveloped heaven and earth. A terrifying aura filled the air. Nalan family's patriarch Tong Meng said that the 5th elder had fused with the array spirit. What was he trying to do? Lin Xian also frowned. He stared ahead as a purple figure floated over. It was a purple flag with the 5th elder's soul aura on it. The 5th elder's soul had fused with the purple flag and turned into the array spirit, controlling the entire sky-trapping array. "Kid, I'll let you know the true power of the sky-trapping array." The flag formed by the 5th elder swayed. The sky-trapping array completely bloomed and turned into a purple steel. One of them suppressed the 6 paths unaccompanied. At the same time, 3 steels charged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt an extremely strong sealing power. He threw out the 6 paths fist to resist the steel, but it shattered in an instant. "It's useless. I've completely turned into an array spirit and can no longer be a human. Do you think the power I displayed after paying such a price will be weak? I'll make you despair." The 5th elder's voice was like a demon, resounding between heaven and earth. Lin Xian was surrounded by the 3 steels, and an extremely strong sealing aura appeared around him. Was he going to be sealed? He shouted coldly. The heaven-swallowing jar appeared and swallowed the heavens and earth, blocking the 3 steels. However, Lin Xian's current situation was very bad. The 5th elder saw that he had injured his physique by using the great dragon sword soul, so he attacked crazily. After the 3 steels, there were 9 more steels in the sky. They ruthlessly descended and suppressed everything. In the distance, the Nalan family's patriarch heaved a sigh of relief. Their eyes were shining. After suppressing this kid, they must get the sword in his hand. Too strong, they all suspected that it might be an extreme weapon. Even if it wasn't, it was an extremely terrifying legendary holy weapon. Lin Xian was enveloped by the 12 steels and sealed. The fifth elder laughed loudly. He turned into a large flag and flew forward. He wanted to make the other party suffer a fate worse than death. Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with an extremely cold light. Old thing, do you really think that you can control the entire array and turn into an array spirit to compete with me? Let me show you what the strongest power in the world is. Do you think you still have the power? The fifth elder snorted coldly. He could see that Lin Xian was already an arrow at the end of its flight. If he used any more power, his body would be completely shattered. However, Lin Xian's eyes were filled with madness. His trump card was not only that. Previously, he had already let the dark red divine dragon take action. The dark red divine dragon and the others quietly set up the spirit transferring array in the fifth elder's mansion. Previously, Lin Xian had not used it because the spirit transferring array was very terrifying. It would devour all the spirit veins below the mansion and transform them into powerful energy for his use. Lin Xian originally wanted to kill the fifth elder and seize the other party's mansion without destroying the spirit veins. But now it seemed that it was impossible. Since that was the case, he would use it. His palms formed a seal, and the spirit transferring array around the mansion emerged from the ground, emitting a bright light. In an instant, the spirit veins in the fifth elder's mansion shook and quickly dried up and shattered. What was going on? The fifth elder was terrified. He found that the power of his sky-trapping array was weakening. In addition to absorbing the power of heaven and earth, this array was more important for the supreme-grade spirit veins below. But at this moment, was there a problem with the supreme-grade spirit veins? The spirit transferring array kept blooming with light. At the same time, an array diagram appeared behind Lin Xian. The power of the spirit transferring array merged into his body through the array behind him, slaying immortals with a single slash. A cold voice rang out. The dragon sword spirit seemed to come alive as it slashed down mercilessly. The entrapment array shook violently. Countless cracks appeared on it and spread in all directions. No, damn it. How could this power be so terrifying? The fifth elder was terrified. The battle of the entrapment array, a peerless attack. That purple flag was swaying non-stop. The fifth elder was also going all out. He burned all of his energy. The entrapment array sent out millions of heavenly steels to suppress the sword. However, all of the heavenly steels were destroyed by the sword. The heaven-trapping array was torn to pieces, and the purple flag was also cut in half by the sword. No, inside the flag, the fifth elder's soul was also being torn apart. The pain made him despair. He wanted to escape, but there was no way he could escape under this sword. He was crushed into powder and disappeared without a trace. Boom, at the same time, Lin Xian's body cracked and turned into a mist of blood. The entire world continued to collapse and shatter. The fifth elder's residence was completely reduced to nothingness. The rogue cultivator of 6 paths quickly retreated. The heavenly steels that suppressed him were broken. He was injured all over, but he didn't die. At this moment, his face was full of shock. Was his master dead? He couldn't believe it. On the other side, the Nalan family leader also retreated with a group of elders. The 8th elder was also terrified. Had the mad god died? He was shocked. The mad god was related to Lin Xian, and Lin Xian was related to Nalan Liang. If the mad god died, Lin Xian would have no one to rely on. Nalan Liang would be in danger, so he didn't want to die. However, the Nalan family leader laughed. His eyes shone brightly. It was good that mad god died. After all, mad god had killed the 5th elder. He was a great enemy of their family. Moreover, he desperately wanted the sword shadow in Mad God's body. Mad God's death was good news for him. From now on, he could sweep the world with his sword. Was he dead? They were all destroyed. They died together. In the 9th heaven, Nalan Yanran heaved a sigh of relief. However, it had already been a few times. Now, she was not too sure if the other party would really die. The Nalan clan's clan head walked over with large strides. He waved his hands and tore apart the storm that filled the sky. Some of the spatial cracks that hit him were blocked by his armor. He came to the shattered space in front of him and looked around, trying to find the dragon's sword. However, he discovered that there was none. What's going on? Did the dragon sword disappear? Find it for me. They had to find it even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground. The people around him moved quickly. However, at that moment, a voice rang out. You want to snatch my treasure? Hearing this voice, everyone stopped. They were terrified. This was the voice of the mad god. The Nalan clan's patriarch's pupils shrank as he quickly retreated. Who was it? Playing tricks? Could it be that you're not dead? This was impossible. His opponent's physique definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand such an attack. He had personally seen his opponent turn into a blood mist island. Why did he have to die? Lin Xian's voice rang out. He looked up to the sky and laughed. I am immortal. Between heaven and earth, there was an extremely terrifying law condensing. The immortality art swept out quickly. The blood mist that filled the sky merged again, turning into a fiend godlike figure that appeared in the sky. A roar that could break the 9 heavens. You're still alive? The Nalan clan's patriarch retreated, his face pale. The others were also terrified. A trace of hope was restored in the 8th elder's eyes. Great. Nalan Yenran knelt on the ground in horror. He was indeed not dead. If he was not dead, who could kill him? After Lin Xian appeared, demonic chi surrounded his body. He also felt incredulous. Indeed, although he didn't die from the previous attack, he must have been seriously injured. The power of the great dragon sword's soul had already exceeded the limits of what his body could withstand. However, when his body split open, he felt a strange power. It was the power of the immortality art. After this power condensed his body, half of his injuries were healed. It was too amazing. The dragon sword appeared in Lin Xian's hand again. He stared at the Nalan clan's patriarch like a fiend god. Do you want this sword? The sword chi appeared, piercing through heaven and earth. The Nalan clan's patriarch's pupils shrank. It was this sword that killed 10 core elders and killed the 5th elder with one sword. How could he forget? I think you misunderstood. I was just worried about whether you died. The Nalan clan's patriarch laughed twice. Since you're still alive, that's great. You killed the 5th elder, our Nalan clan will not pursue the matter. With that, he turned around to leave with his people. Lin Xian sneered. Won't pursue the matter? Do you dare to pursue the matter? The 5th elder deserved to die, but you actually brought people to support him. How should you be punished? The Nalan clan's patriarch was also angry. He turned around and shouted coldly. You want to punish me? You think too highly of yourself. I'm the patriarch of the clan, not someone the 5th elder can touch. You already spent so much effort to kill the 5th elder, and you still want to kill me. Hearing this, a cold aura appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. At the same time, a black vortex appeared behind him. It could swallow heaven and earth. If you were in the Nalan clan's headquarters now, I wouldn't be able to kill you. But you're here now. If I want to kill you, although I will have to pay a price, it may not be impossible. Damn it. The Nalan clan's patriarch's face was pale, and the other elders' pupils shrank. Indeed, there was no core array of the family headquarters here, nor were there many resources and sacred weapons. If they were to fight here, it would be unwise. Let's go. These people rose into the air one after another. However, Lin Xian had already struck out the swallowing heaven jar. An endless black vortex appeared around him, as if it could swallow everything. You dare to stop me? Although you've recovered and are not dead, you're already seriously injured and at the end of your rope. You're not qualified to compete with me. The Nalan clan's patriarch roared. He seemed to have seen through Lin Xian's secret. Lin Xian smiled. Yes, I'm seriously injured and my strength is not as good as before, but if I burn my laws and fight to the death, none of you can block the power of this sword. The worst result would be mutual destruction. But do you want to die? He looked at the 20 or so elders. The elders' faces were ugly. With so many core elders, it was not worth it to die together with the other party. Lin Xian said, "You want to live? I'll spare your lives. I won't blame all the elders, but you must join forces to kill this patriarch. Otherwise, I'll send all of you to hell." As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. The Nalan clan's patriarch's face became ugly. The 20 elders' faces were also solemn. At this time, an elder asked coldly, "Can we believe you?" Lin Xian said, "I swear in the name of the mad god that I won't kill you." The Nalan clan's patriarch was terrified. He looked at the surrounding elders and said, "Damn it, what do you want to do?" The surrounding elders all had cold expressions. "Patriarch, this brat is right. If we make a move against him, everyone's souls will be destroyed, and we will all die together. That would be too tragic. So why don't you die and help us all?" Another person walked out and said, "That's right. As the patriarch, you have to think for the family. If we all die, we will all die. The Nalan family is finished, so we have to live." These people's voices were cold. The Nalan family's patriarch's face became ugly. He stared at Lin Xian. "Damn it, I'm going to kill you." He knew that he had to deal with this kid in front of him. Otherwise, he might be killed by his own family. Lin Xian sneered and retreated. He said, "Hurry up and attack. I will attack all of you in 3 seconds." The other elders' pupils shrank when they heard this and they attacked. With a roar, they charged toward the Nalan family's patriarch. Damn it, the Nalan family's patriarch was instantly sent flying and vomited blood. He gritted his teeth and fled in the direction of the family. He could only survive if he returned to the family. However, since those people had already attacked, it was impossible to let them go. Otherwise, they would definitely die. So, these people attacked crazily. Although the Nalan family's patriarch was powerful, he was surrounded by more than a dozen elders. He was no match for them at all. After all, he didn't have a dragon sword soul like Lin Xian. He didn't have an extreme weapon. So, he vomited blood and his body was broken. "I hate it!" He roared to the sky. He didn't expect that the patriarch of his family would end up like this. Lin Xian stood in the distance and sneered. He didn't plan to attack the other party. But the other party didn't know what was good for him and wanted to kill him at the critical moment. He even wanted to snatch his dragon sword soul. Lin Xian couldn't stand it. He could only send the other party to hell. Moreover, he was a little surprised. More than a dozen elders attacked together, but the 8th elder didn't. The 8th elder stood there in shock. He seemed to be completely stunned. The 8th elder was Nalan Liang's grandfather, and he seemed to be in a good mood. It could be nurtured. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Previously, when the Nalan family attacked him, the 8th elder didn't do anything. This showed that the 8th elder was willing to stand on his side. Now that the Nalan family was besieging the patriarch, the other party didn't make a move. This showed that the other party cared about kindness. Therefore, Lin Xian instantly had an idea. The battle ahead was incredibly terrifying and intense. The Nalan clan's patriarch used all of his strength, even burning his life force, to kill 2 elders. The remaining elders went crazy and attacked with all their might. Finally, the Nalan clan's patriarch was completely annihilated. Had the patriarch fallen? The 8th elder and the others were shocked. The rest of the elders were covered in blood and had ferocious expressions. They turned to look at Lin Xian and asked coldly. "Is this enough?" Lin Xian said with a smile. "All right, but I still have a few things to do." "What's going on?" The dozen or so elders at the front frowned. Lin Xian said with a smile. "The Nalan clan's patriarch has been killed by you. The Nalan clan has no leader. I'm afraid it's very bad. Therefore, a new patriarch must be elected immediately. I've decided to let the 8th elder be the patriarch." What? As soon as these words came out, the faces of the dozen or so elders in front changed drastically. One of them had an ugly expression. He was the great elder. Previously, he was the first to stand up and attack the patriarch. Although he didn't want to die together with Lin Xian, he wanted to use this opportunity to kill the patriarch. Then, he would be the strongest and have the highest status. he could smoothly become the new patriarch. It could be said that he could kill many birds with one stone. But he didn't expect that the eighth elder would become the patriarch. His dream was shattered. The great elder's eyes were red. He said coldly, "Who will be the patriarch is our Nalan clan's business. You can't control it." "Yes, I can't control it, but I have recorded the previous battle scene with a formation. If the scene recorded by this formation is spread out, especially to the Nalan clan, do you think you are still qualified to be an elder?" "What?" As soon as these words came out, the great elder's pupils shrank. The faces of the other dozen or so elders also became ugly. Damn it, they rushed over in an instant. Lin Xian took out the great dragon sword and said, "Do you want to die? I'll help you." Feeling the terrifying aura coming from the great dragon sword, these people stopped and their faces became unsightly. Damn it, they found that they had jumped into a big hole, which was dug by the other party. Now, they were in a dilemma. They didn't have the courage to fight with Lin Xian, and they didn't dare to spread the scene recorded by the formation. Once they did, they would become the enemies of the Nalan clan. Damn it, the great elder roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "I'll give you one last chance. Now, let the eighth elder be the patriarch. At the same time, I guarantee that your original status will not change. Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying everything. Anyway, the unlucky one is the Nalan clan. I have nothing to lose." Lin Xian sneered. The other elders naturally understood that this mad god had nothing to do with their clan. Even if their Nalan clan was destroyed, they couldn't do anything to him. So these people thought about it and finally decided to grit their teeth. "Okay, we agree to let the eighth elder be the patriarch." As soon as these words came out, the great elder was instantly angry, but now no one supported him. He could only bow his head unwillingly. Let the eighth elder be the patriarch first. However, his strength was stronger than the eighth elder. He could secretly cultivate his own strength. One day, he would take back the position of the patriarch. And this mad god, he wouldn't let the great elder go. A hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. This scene happened in an instant, but how could it be hidden from Lin Xian's eyes? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great elder better not make a move secretly, otherwise, he could guarantee that the other party would die miserably. In front, more than a dozen elders came to the eighth elder's side and bowed. The patriarch accidentally fell in the battle. The eighth elder is highly respected and suitable to be the patriarch. We have now decided to let the eighth elder become the new patriarch and accept the patriarch's seal. The Nalan clan's patriarch storage ring was taken over, and a purple seal flew out from it, which was the symbol of the patriarch's identity. At this moment, they were going to hand it over to the eighth elder. The eighth elder was completely stunned. To be honest, he was shocked by the previous scene. At the same time, he didn't expect that he would become the patriarch. He looked at Mad God and wanted to say something. Lin Xian said, "Be the patriarch at ease. From now on, the Nalan clan is yours. Don't worry about my purpose. I support Lin Xian, and your grandson and Lin Xian are good friends. This is the reason." The eighth elder's body trembled. It turned out that it was because of Lin Xian, and his grandson did have an unusual relationship with Lin Xian. He didn't expect that today's scene would be because of his grandson. The eighth elder's eyes were filled with determination. He had already made up his mind and accepted the patriarch's seal. As one of the core elders, he was also a great sage. Previously, he had been suppressed by the fifth elder and had been unable to achieve his goals. Therefore, he didn't bother with the family's affairs. Now that the fifth elder and the patriarch had both died, he could use this opportunity to revive the Nalan family. "Since you all think highly of me, I won't decline." A domineering aura emerged from the eighth elder's body. The surrounding elders were stunned, and even the first elder's pupils shrank. This eighth elder had hidden his strength well. Previously, he had never taken the eighth elder seriously. The biggest threat to him was the fifth elder because the fifth elder's granddaughter was the #1 genius of the family. She was very likely to take over the position of patriarch in the future. But now, the fifth elder was dead, and the eighth elder was showing a powerful domineering aura. This was something that had never happened before. After the eighth elder took over, he quickly entered the role of patriarch. He said in a deep voice. The cause of this battle was the fifth elder's betrayal, and no one else could be blamed. From today onwards, no one in the Nalan family was allowed to seek revenge on Mad God. Moreover, he had to fulfill Lin Xian's request. When he returned to the family, he would immediately collect 3 world cores and give them to Lin Xian. He would also give 2 more as compensation. The pupils of the surrounding elders shrank. 5 world cores, were they going to give them away? However, they didn't dare to object. They didn't give them away previously, which led to the current situation. If they dared to refuse, there was no need for the Nalan family to exist. Therefore, everyone nodded in agreement. The eighth elder looked at Lin Xian and said, "Fellow Taoist Mad God. In fact, there was a misunderstanding between us. From now on, the grudges between us are written off. Our family admires fellow Taoist Mad God's strength very much and wants to become friends with you. What do you think?" After hearing this, Lin Xian smiled. This eighth elder was indeed very smart. He was very satisfied with all the decisions made by the eighth elder. Therefore, he nodded and said, "Yes." Then, he looked at the dozen or so elders and said coldly, "I don't want the eighth elder to be in any danger. If he died, there was no need for the Nalan family to exist. Don't even think about making a move in secret. If I find out, I'll immediately send out the scene recorded by the formation. With the crime of murdering the clan leader, I'm afraid there will be no place for you in this world. Take care of yourselves." After Lin Xian warned, he turned around and soared into the sky. The 6 paths cultivator followed. Everyone looked up at the sky in fear. They knew that from now on, the Nalan family would have to respect the other party. In the 9 heavens, Nalan Yenran was completely stunned. She seemed to have lost her soul. Lin Xian walked over and cleaved the other party apart with a single slash, destroying both his body and soul. After that, his figure disappeared between heaven and earth. The next day, at dawn, the news spread. The entire Holy Abyss city was shocked. Countless people went crazy. The Nalan family actually underwent such a transformation. It was too inconceivable. Go and investigate. The 3 great orthodoxies, the clan of the ancients, and the great sects all went to investigate. After all, the Nalan family was also a top-notch family. It was impossible for them not to pay attention. Soon, the news came. Report. With the death of the 5th elder, the lineage of the Nalan clan's 5th elder was completely exterminated. What? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Report. In the ruins of the 5th elder's home, the body of the Nalan family's number 1 prodigy, Nalan Yenran, was found. Everyone was shocked again. It seemed that the 5th elder's lineage was completely doomed. The Nalan family's patriarch had died in an accident, and the 8th elder took over as the new patriarch. Another piece of news came, shocking everyone. The death of the 5th elder's lineage was already shocking enough. However, he was only an elder after all. When the Nalan family's patriarch died, everyone was stunned. The patriarch of a family had a terrifying status. He was an existence that could shake the entire ancient city with a stomp of his foot. But now, he was dead. Who did it? They all went to investigate. Soon, they received the news that Mad God had killed the 5th elder and his lineage. Mad God. When the experts heard this name, they were first stunned, then their eyelids twitched. The other party had actually made a move. How could they not know about Mad God? He was now ranked 1000 on the glory leaderboard, but he was extremely mysterious. They had searched countless times but could not find him. They did not expect him to make a move here. Why did he make a move? Soon, they found out that it was to avenge Lin Xian. In an instant, the names Lin Wudi and Mad God spread throughout the ancient city. They all guessed what the relationship between the two was. Could it be that they were master and disciple? Was the Nalan family's patriarch also killed by Mad God? They were too shocked. As the patriarch of a family, how powerful was he? This Mad God was simply too terrifying. However, the news they found was not so. Some people said that according to the news from the Nalan family, the Nalan family's patriarch had died in an accident. The fifth elder wanted to die together with Mad God, but Mad God dodged. The Nalan family's patriarch did not and was destroyed along with the fifth elder. Hearing this news, everyone was stunned. It was not Mad God who killed him? It was actually an accident. They were stunned. This news was naturally spread by the eighth elder. After all, killing the fifth elder was ungrateful, but killing the patriarch was an enemy of the entire family. The eighth elder naturally did not want the Nalan family to become enemies with Mad God, so he spread this news. In an instant, the whole world was in an uproar. Countless people were discussing this, and the Nalan family was also in an uproar. The Nalan family's patriarch was dead. The patriarch had changed. It was the eighth elder, Nalanda. The patriarch's people were definitely against it, especially the patriarch's son. Why should the eighth elder be the patriarch? He should be the one who killed the patriarch. When he spread this news, many people responded to his call. However, none of the core elders supported him. In particular, the great elder and a dozen other core elders stood firmly on Nalanda's side. This made the patriarch's people dumbfounded. Even if they did not support them, the great elder would immediately jump out. However, no one jumped out to oppose it. What was going on, damn it, what had happened last night, they were eager to know. However, the core elders did not say a word. Just like that, under the insistence of a dozen powerful elders, Nalanda became the new patriarch and led the Nalan family. In the Path sect, there was also a burst of exclamations, especially those from the Divine Union. They were so excited that they wanted to fly to the sky. Mad God was a powerful existence on the Holy Gulf list. He was actually related to Lin Xian. This was equivalent to having a powerful backer. Who would dare to look down on them in the future? Who would dare to make a move against them? As they thought of this, they were very happy. Nalan Liang was even more confused. His grandfather had changed from a core elder to the patriarch overnight. He had become the grandson of the patriarch. Of course, Nalan Liang knew that this was all because of Lin Xian. He also knew that Lin Xian was the Mad God. Therefore, he hurried to Lin Xian's side and said, "Boss Lin Xian, the Nalan family will follow you till death." The other members of the Divine Union were even more determined. Now that they were confident, so what if it was the Dragon Palace? They dared to fight for it. When the Levitation Saint heard the news, he was also shocked. He had not expected the legendary Mad God to come. On the other side, the Sky Sect was also shocked, especially the people from the Tianshui Pavilion. Previously, they had hit Lin Xian with a palm strike when they had arrived at the Tianshui Pavilion. At that time, they had thought that Lin Xian did not have any background and that the palm strike had been for nothing. Now, it seemed that was not the case. Not only did Lin Xian have the Levitation Saint, but he also had the Mad God behind him. The Levitation Saint was an elder of the Tao sect and could not act rashly. However, the Mad God did not have any restrictions. He had dared to destroy the fifth elder's faction. It was very likely that he would attack Elder Tianshui as well. Fortunately, Elder Tianshui was punished and could not leave the sect for 50 years. The people from the Tianshui Pavilion heaved a sigh of relief. No matter how powerful the Mad God was, he would not dare to behave atrociously in the Sky Sect. The people from the Sacred Gulf Tower were also shocked when they heard the news. A few divine generals' eyes lit up. The Mad God had finally made his move? Send someone to investigate. We have to find out who he is. Looks like we have enough manpower. If we add the Mad God, we might be able to fight for the next position. Another divine general nodded. That's right. They had been wondering who the last candidate would be. The Mad God's appearance was too timely. It seemed like these divine generals were also looking for the Mad God. In an instant, this name had spread throughout the ancient city. On the other side, Lin Xian had entered seclusion after returning to his spiritual abode. He had been severely injured previously. After all, the power of the great dragon sword soul was too terrifying. The power he had used had exceeded his limits. Fortunately, he had cultivated the immortality art, so his foundation had not been damaged. However, he still had to recover quickly. After entering the sword world, Lin Xian sat cross-legged in the Four-Spirit Valley and consumed the spirit herbs he had grown. He replied very quickly. Then, he tidied up the spoils of war. He took the storage rings, the remaining resources, and the properties of the fifth elder's branch. He picked out the suitable spiritual herbs and planted them in the Four-Spirit Valley. At the same time, he was still waiting for the arrival of the 5 realm cores. This time, the speed was extremely fast. Not long after, Nalan Liang arrived and brought back 5 realm cores. These 5 world cores were personally selected by Nalanda. They weren't far from the buried Emperor star. Moreover, the distance between the 5 of them was also very close. This saved Lin Xian a lot of trouble. Let's go and collect them. These 5 world cores, in addition to the one he had obtained from the 6 paths cultivator. If he swallowed all 6 realm cores and brought them into the mysterious world, what would happen? Lin Xian was looking forward to it. He boarded the Black Earth and left the Tao sect, heading into the universe. He knew that he had to cultivate with all his might. Although he was very strong now, he didn't dare to underestimate anyone in the world, especially the Dragon Prince. As the Emperor's son, the Dragon Prince probably controlled many more worlds than him. Lin Xian had been to the core area of the Tao sect once. He felt that the core area was formed by the fusion of many worlds. The power inside was definitely not something that a young disciple could imagine. If the Tao sect was already so terrifying, the Emperor race would be even more terrifying. Moreover, the Dragon Prince cultivated the Emperor's ancient scripture. He might even be able to use an extreme weapon. Therefore, to him, the Dragon Prince was a peerless enemy. Of the 6 world cores, 2 of them were inhabited by living beings. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't go and collect them. As for the other 4, he used the heaven-devouring jar to swallow them. Then, the heaven-devouring jar entered the mysterious world and was refined into a star. 4 more stars appeared in the sky, all of them surrounding the Four-Spirit Valley. This caused the aura of the Four-Spirit Valley to change instantly. The ground there quickly recovered and released a mysterious power. The spiritual herbs in the Four-Spirit Valley grew crazily. The leaves surrounded the great Tao, which shocked the 4 spirit beasts. What happened to the heavens? They were dumbfounded. When they raised their heads and saw the 4 stars shining in the sky, the 4 of them opened their mouths wide. This kid had obtained another 4 worlds and refined them into stars. Was he really going to evolve this world into a universe? The spirit dragon said that he was still far from it. How many worlds were there in the universe? However, this kid was able to obtain 4 in such a short time. It was really shocking. The 4 spirit beasts also felt the difference now. Their strength was also recovering, although it wasn't at its peak. However, this mysterious power shocked and made them ecstatic. Now, even if Lin Xian chased them away, these 4 fellows probably wouldn't leave. Lin Xian naturally felt the changes in the Four-Spirit Valley. The corners of his mouth curled up. When he took out a spiritual herb from the Four-Spirit Valley and ate it, the injuries he had suffered in the past were all healed. Lin Xian was shocked. According to his estimation, it would take another 2 months for him to fully recover from his injuries. But now, everything was as good as new. He had recovered to his peak. It was too godly. From the looks of it, his train of thought was right. As for the other 2 star worlds, Lin Xian also went there. He had fused with the world core and became the ruler of the 2 worlds. He could use the power of these 2 worlds. He found 2 top-grade ore veins inside. They emitted a terrifying aura and then moved to the sword world, placing them around the Four-Spirit Valley. 2 top-grade ore veins, 1 red and 1 purple. After entering, their powers were quickly absorbed. However, they did not disappear like the 4 spirit veins. Instead, they stabilized after reaching a certain extent. Following that, their bodies also released a mysterious aura. It seemed like they had obtained a trace of the mysterious world's power. I wonder what will happen after the 2 ore veins evolve. Lin Xian walked out of the sword world and walked into the forest. This world was called the Lightning Star and contained an extremely strong lightning aura. The strongest person in this world had only cultivated to the Saint Realm. Lin Xian was like a god, feeling his world. It was as if he had become one with the entire star. It was a wonderful feeling. Boom, at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Then, the entire world was filled with cracks, as if it was about to be destroyed. The demon beasts and humans in the lightning star were terrified. They crawled on the ground, unable to resist at all. A few saints rushed out and shouted angrily. "Who is it, boom?" End of chapter 4864. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.